The idle spectators watched Lofus in awe. Anyone with half a brain could tell that he was stupidly powerful. Fearing he still hadn't satisfied his craving for blood and would turn his blade on them, they retreated further back. No one dared to approach within 200 meters. Splendid Star was also extremely wary of Lofus. He only relaxed after Lofus didn't show any hostility toward them. Even so, he didn't dare to poke the bear. Splendid Temple's players collected the equipment that the forces of Winter Darkness, Death Descent, and Sky Siver dropped. Phantom Princess Ina's health had regenerated back up to 7%. She was surrounded by a group of warriors. Nie Yan looked around. Of the several powers present on the battlefield, Splendid Temple was the strongest. The players who had died in the battle ran back to their corpses and safely revived. With this, a significant portion of their losses were mitigated. They sat on the ground, recovering their health and mana while waiting for the weakened status effect to wear off. Nie Yan thought for a moment, then messaged Splendid Star, "Do me a favor. Help me kill Phantom Princess Ina." While preparing to face off against Phantom Princess Ina again, Splendid Star's chat rang. He was surprised to find the sender was Nirvana Flame. After reading through the message, he immediately put two and two together. Ever since Paladin Lofus appeared on the battlefield, he always felt like someone was secretly extending a helping hand. After all, an NPC, especially one so powerful, wouldn't go out of their way to interfere in a battle between players. He kept waiting. However, the mysterious expert never revealed themselves. He finally realized Nie Yan was the one helping them all along. Splendid Star was deeply moved. He was having a hard time calming down. If it weren't for the aid of Paladin Lofus, Splendid Temple would have suffered disastrous losses, with all 2,000 of their players dying, dropping at least one level and a piece of equipment. Such a setback would be impossible to recover from in a short time. Not to mention guilds like Winter Darkness, Death Descent, and Sky Siver certainly weren't above kicking someone who was already down. Splendid Temple would be facing a future full of uncertainty. Lofus' appearance completely reversed the situation. He rescued more than 300 Splendid Temple players from impending doom and helped them kill in the excess of 3,000 enemies. The 1,700 players who died during the battle all revived by running back to their corpses or with the help of priests. So, their death penalties were reduced to 20% experience. Splendid Temple also managed to collect more than 2,000 pieces of equipment. All in all, they had come out of this slightly ahead. I really can't thank you enough for earlier. If it wasn't for you, we would have taken disastrous losses. In the future, if you need anything, just say the word. Come hell or high water, I'll definitely rush over to help you, Splendid Star said sincerely. He was a man who would always repay favors. Nie Yan chuckled. He never took these kinds of promises to heart. Splendid Star having this kind of sentiment was enough. Splendid Star glanced down at the post-battle report. We collected 2,058 pieces of equipment from the battle in total. After we kill Phantom Princess Ina, I'll immediately dispatch people to deliver it all to Asskickers United's headquarters. He felt they had already received a great favor by being saved by Lofus. It was only right that the equipment would go to Nie Yan. He was a person of principle. It's fine. You guys collected the equipment, so you should have it. Just help me kill Phantom Princess Ina, and you can consider the favor repaid, Nie Yan said. He simply wanted Phantom Princess Ina dead. Only then would his heart be at ease. You sure? Alright then. Splendid Star nodded. He felt helping Nie Yan kill Phantom Princess Ina hardly counted as repaying the favor. As for anything related to Paladin Lofus, I trust you'll keep that a secret. Nie Yan didn't wish to reveal his cards unnecessarily, especially an ace like Paladin Lofus. Of course, Splendid Star replied. Recalling the might of Lofus, he couldn't help but sink into deep thought. Why was the mad rogue Nirvana Flame able to maintain his undefeated streak? Because no one could gauge his true strength. Apart from Paladin Lofus, just how many other cards did he have hidden up his sleeves? The only one who knew was the person in question himself. After hanging up the call, Splendid Star shouted, "Everyone, we're going to kill Phantom Princess Ina. Warrior Platoon number 1, you're up. Paladins, cast your blessings. Mages, priests, get ready." At Splendid Star's orders, Splendid Temple's forces immediately mobilized into action. A group of 60 warriors charged toward Phantom Princess Ina. The paladins followed closely behind. Each was assigned to a warrior. They provided healing, buffing, and dispelling. The mages and priests raised their staffs and started chanting incantations. It wasn't long before Splendid Temple took over as the main force attacking Phantom Princess Ina. At this moment, Lofus raised his sword into the sky. Rays of light fell over the players from Splendid Temple. Their stats rose severalfold. Damn, these blessings are awesome. Boss, is Paladin Lofus a mercenary you hired or something? Is that why he's healing and buffing us? A player asked. That's a guild secret. Focus on killing Phantom Princess Ina. Don't ask too many questions, Splendid Star replied. His ambiguous response only left the players of Splendid Temple feeling more curious. Several players with ulterior motives failed to get any information out of Splendid Star. They could only give up, or risk arousing suspicion. As the warriors secured Phantom Princess Ina's aggro, the casters released their magic. Countless spells whizzed through the air and bombarded her body. Bang, bang, bang. A string of damage values ranging from 700 to 800 floated up above her head. These casters were dealing 3 times more damage after being buffed by Lofus blessings. Under the intense assault, Phantom Princess Ina's health started falling again, and at a much faster rate than before. Everyone was astonished by the powerful effects of Lofus blessings. Soon, Phantom Princess Ina's health fell below 3%. She let out a furious cry and unleashed a barrage of magic. The warriors around her were instantly annihilated. Warrior Team Number 2, you're up. Splendid Star shouted. Warrior Team Number 2 barely lasted 30 seconds before wiping. Warrior Team Number 3, charge. Group after group of warriors dauntlessly charged in front of Phantom Princess Ina, sacrificing their lives to keep her locked down. Under the intense barrage of spells, Phantom Princess Ina's health eventually fell to zero. She let out a mournful wail and collapsed on the ground. Phantom Princess Ina finally died. The players on the sidelines immediately stirred into action. Everyone, snatch the loot. Quickly, get it. Countless players surged forward. No one could resist the allure of equipment dropped by a level 100 variant lord. The mages at the back started casting AoE magic. An endless torrent of fireballs rained down from the sky. Many of the warriors from Splendid Temple failed to get away in time and were transformed into rays of light. With several dozen of his people killed, Splendid Star ordered a retaliation without hesitation. A dense shower of magic rained down. The unaffiliated players fell in droves. Everyone made a mad scramble for the loot. Kill anyone that dares to approach Phantom Princess Ina's corpse. Anyone that tries to snatch the equipment will be a sworn enemy of Splendid Temple. Slaughter without mercy. Splendid Star declared. He believed Nie Yan wanted Phantom Princess Ina's drops. Why else would Nie Yan ask him to kill her? He was a man of his word. He didn't care how many bridges he had to burn. Even if it meant killing everyone here today, he would get those drops. After receiving the order, Splendid Temple's forces started slaughtering the unaffiliated players. Their corpses littered the ground. They were too weak to put up any kind of resistance. Any player showing the slightest sign of greed for the loot was annihilated with a barrage of spells. Fuck. Splendid Temple is too overbearing. It's just a few pieces of equipment. Why did they have to kill everyone? The unaffiliated players were full of grievances. Several small powers banded together to deal with Splendid Temple. A chaotic battle broke out. 5 thieves tried to test their luck, only to be revealed by the illuminates of the priests from Splendid Temple. Splendid Star charged forward, cutting down each thief with a single slash. He resembled a blood-soaked killing god. Looks like they still won't give up. Bombard them with AoE magic. Splendid Star yelled. Fireballs started raining down on the unaffiliated players. Screams of people dying rang out. These small fries weren't a match for Splendid Temple. After repelling wave upon wave of players scrambling for loot, they eventually gained complete control of the area around Phantom Princess Ina's corpse. Splendid Star walked over to Phantom Princess Ina's corpse and picked up the items she dropped. Seeing that everything was more or less settled, Nie Yan recalled Paladin Lofus. He turned around and prepared to leave. He had no hopes of obtaining the drops. At this moment, Splendid Star contacted Nie Yan. Luckily, I didn't disappoint. I secured the loot. Phantom Princess Ina dropped 3 items. 2 are level 100 legendary grade equipment. If it isn't convenient for you to reveal yourself, I'll send someone to deliver them to you. Nie Yan was at a loss for words. He simply thought Splendid Star really wanted Phantom Princess Ina's loot drops. But after hearing these words, he realized that Splendid Star had snatched the equipment for his sake. This was why Splendid Star dared to act so overbearingly, even in the face of harsh censure. If he rejected this show of goodwill, Splendid Star would have made enemies of so many people for nothing. Thank you. If you need anything in the future, just send me a whisper, Nie Yan said. As the guild leader of Asskickers United, a promise from him was capable of altering the fate of a guild like Splendid Temple. No need. You've already done so much for us. It's the right thing to do, Splendid Star replied. He was deeply moved. Nie Yan's words were much more valuable than these 3 loot drops. Seeing that Phantom Princess Ina's drops had already fallen into the hands of Splendid Star, the unaffiliated players could only leave in dejection. With the loot gone, there was no point in staying here any longer. They gradually dispersed. This event had finally concluded. All that remained was a barren battlefield littered with corpses. Then I'll be going. Contact me if anything comes up, Nie Yan said. He bid farewell to Splendid Star and disappeared into the trees. With Phantom Princess Ina dead, Nie Yan had one less worry on his mind. He was level 100. After making a few preparations, he could head to the Temple of Light and do his Luminous Dancer class advancement quest. While traveling through the forest, Nie Yan recalled he had a piece of level 100 legendary grade equipment in his bag he could finally equip. Wygris Guardian Gauges Legendary. Requirements. Level 100 Description. A piece of equipment crafted by Wygris, the blacksmith of the Hilton Stronghold. It boasts excellent defense and can protect the user from receiving any damage. Properties. Defense 720 to 768, block rate plus 20%, all control skill ranks plus 1, all freedom skill ranks plus 2. Restrictions. Thief. Nie Yan switched out his current pair of gloves for the Wygris Guardian Gauges. He was quite pleased with the properties of this piece of legendary grade equipment. With all control skill ranks plus 1, skills like Concussive Blow and Smothering Strike would rise by 1 rank. His freedom skills also saw a big boost. Backbreaker for instance went from rank 11 to 13. Phantom Assassination and his 3 other freedom skills went from rank 10 to 12. Backbreaker counted as both a freedom skill and control skill. However, all control skill ranks plus 1 and all freedom skill ranks plus 2 didn't stack. This was why it was only rank 13. Backbreaker was already pretty powerful. Now it was even more broken. Nie Yan glanced at its effects. The cripple duration had increased to 12 seconds. Even a lord would still be CC'd for at least 8 seconds. As for Phantom Assassination and his other freedom skills, their base damage had also sharply increased. I should socket Wygris Guardian Gauges with a few gems when I get back to Kalor. I still have those rare gems in my personal storage. They should boost my dexterity, evasion, and other stats by a decent amount, Nie Yan mumbled to himself. Wigris Guardian Gauges was an ideal piece of equipment to tide him over until he reached level 180. It would be an utter waste to socket it with level requirement reduction gems, at least Nie Yan felt that way. This was why he patiently waited until level 100 to bring them out. Nie Yan pulled out a return scroll and started chanting. With a flash of light, he returned to Kalor. Nie Yan crafted a few advanced combat bandages, then headed to the Starry Night potion shop. He picked up 20 master health and mana potions, and stocked up on antidotes, anti-corrosion potions, and other consumables. After which he went and got his Wigris Guardian Gauges socketed. With this, all his preparations were complete. Just as Nie Yan was about to set out, a notification popped up. Player Ramshackle has deposited 3 items into your personal storage. Wow, it's already here. Splendid Star is fast. Nie Yan's heart trembled. The drops from a level 100 variant lord. I wonder if there's any equipment I can use. Thinking to this point, Nie Yan headed to his personal storage. Nie Yan checked the 3 items Splendid Star had deposited into his personal storage. There were 2 pieces of legendary grade equipment and a quest item in the form of a broken staff. Xie Yao had already accepted the quest line for the Saintess Christina set. So, this staff wouldn't be of any use to her. Nie Yan pondered for a moment. He decided to give it to Undying Scoundrel. One of the 2 pieces was for a berserker. Nie Yan could give it to Smoke Stub, Monochrome, or Edgeless. The other actually turned out to be for a thief, Orpheus Vambraces. Nie Yan examined the item. Orpheus Vambraces, legendary. Requirements: level 100 description, Vambraces worn by Shadow Dancer Orpheus. It is covered with remnants of his past battles. Properties: defense 820 to 838, magic resistance plus 20%, defense rank plus 2, health plus 10%. Restrictions: thief. These Vambraces were pretty amazing. The high defense, magic resistance, and especially the defense rank plus 2 would greatly reduce the damage the wearer took. The higher the defense rank, the harder it was for enemies to break through your defense. Nie Yan's defense was currently at rank 7. Most players were only at rank 1 or 2. Anyone with an attack below rank 4 couldn't break his armor. Even if he stood still and did nothing, he would still be perfectly fine. Attack and defense ranks were generally very difficult to raise. Wigris Guardian Gauges and Orpheus Vambraces made Nie Yan's old equipment look like junk. This is a nice upgrade. Nie Yan put on Orpheus Vambraces. His health and defense rose drastically. With his stats right now, he could easily survive 5 or 6 hits from a level 100 lord. Nie Yan had 2 pieces of legendary grade equipment on him. Before level 180, he wanted to get himself at least a full set to tide him over. Of course, the end goal was the Tyrant Abok set. Nie Yan glanced at his boots. I'm still missing the last fragment. With Sulgate's shadow complete, he would have 3 pieces of legendary grade equipment. He was previously too busy to go collect the last fragment. He knew the location. However, it was a path only he could walk. Even if he sent Sun or King of the World, it would be useless. Sulgate's shadow required Sulgate's boots, Sulgate's feather, and Sulgate's runic cloth to complete. He was still missing the feather. In the previous timeline, Sulgate's feather was found by a shadow dancer. Retrieving Sulgate's feather would take at least 2 to 3 days. Nie Yan pondered for a moment. He had already pulled far ahead of ordinary players in level. There was no harm in delaying himself by a couple of days. Every small upgrade to his equipment took top priority right now. It would help increase his chance of clearing the Luminous Dancer class advancement quest. After making his decision, Nie Yan had Guo Wai search for some rare gems. He planned to socket them into Orpheus Vambraces and Sulgate's shadow. He started making preparations to retrieve Sulgate's feather. Sulgate's feather was located in the icy tundra to the far north of the Viridian Empire. Retrieving it was actually quite simple, taking no more than a couple of hours. However, the requirement for traveling to this region was extremely high, 260 ice resistance at minimum. Nie Yan's was only at 120. So, he had a lot of work ahead of him. Raising his ice resistance to 260 was an incredibly difficult task. Nie Yan thought of various methods to raise his ice resistance, including purchasing skill books, equipment, and so on. He spent about 200,000 gold altogether. Phew. That's the last one. I have the flame body skill now. Nie Yan glanced at his ice resistance. After all that work, it was only at 180, still a far cry from the necessary 260. He couldn't help but feel a little helpless. This won't do. I need to find some better quality items. Nie Yan skimmed over his inventory. While Nie Yan racked his brains trying to figure out a solution, Xie Yao sent him a message. The students in the top military academy are hosting a private event at the Kalor Central Arena. Should we check it out? Nie Yan pondered for a moment. He contacted Guo Wai to help him find ice resistance items. Meanwhile, he would take a small break and check out what his classmates were up to. Alright, let's go together. Where are you right now? I'm browsing in the pet shop. Okay, I'll meet you there. Nie Yan put on the Shadow Walker cloak. Hiding his face behind the hood, he headed for the pet shop. Before long, the two met up outside the entrance of the pet shop. Xie Yao wore a light gray cloak that also hid her appearance and information. They were too famous, not just in Kalor but the whole Viridian Empire. If they didn't hide themselves, it would attract a lot of unwanted attention. Nie Yan could still see the faint outline of Xie Yao's curvaceous figure through her cloak. The familiar scent of her simple and elegant perfume relaxed his mind. Let's go. Nie Yan grabbed Xie Yao's hand as the two walked over to the central arena together. Two guards in gold armor stood at the entrance. Nie Yan and Xie Yao flashed their students' IDs and were led inside. Nie Yan and Xie Yao looked around. The spectator stands were packed. It was quite a lively sight. There were about 6,000 people altogether, and this wasn't even everyone. Many people were too busy with leveling and questing to come. The top military academies players regularly organized these sorts of gatherings. One reason was to help students to socialize and maybe find a suitable team. Another was to allow the various clubs in the school to settle scores and duke it out. Nie Yan looked around. The players enrolled in the top military academy weren't half bad. They were all at least level 70. Those who were too low level generally didn't participate in these types of events since they would only be embarrassing themselves. Look over there, it's Muslin, Scoundrel, and the others. Xie Yao pointed toward another section in the stands. Nie Yan looked over. He saw Painted Muslin and Undying Scoundrels group. Elsewhere he saw people from Blood Fiends and many other familiar faces, including Lu Rui. What a party, Nie Yan remarked. Nie Yan and Xie Yao sat down in a corner at the back of the command faculty section. Since the game changed everyone's appearance, he didn't recognize anyone. These players were chatting and introducing themselves. Since they all belonged to the same faculty, they would surely familiarize themselves with one another bit by bit. Nie Yan only came here to look. So, he didn't bothering mingling. He quietly talked to Xie Yao. Nie Yan wondered what rival clubs would do when they bumped into each other inside Conviction. Would they PK? Painted Muslin, Undying Scoundrel, and several others were all enrolled in the top military academy. So, he wasn't alone. Knowing that he had these close guildmates to rely on, he faintly smiled. A clash between the elites of the top military academy is definitely worth watching. Maybe people from Heavenly Kings are also here. Nie Yan scanned the crowd. Should we go meet up with Muslin, Scoundrel, and them? I'm sure they'll be surprised to hear we're also students of the top military academy. Xie Yao turned to Nie Yan, fluttering her eyelashes. Nie Yan shook his head. Maybe another time. We'll have plenty of chances in the future. Now wasn't the right moment to reveal themselves, at least not in a place where there were so many eyes. If the students of the top military academy learned Nirvana Flame had entered their school, who knew what kind of uproar this would cause? All right. Xie Yao nodded. Blinking her eyes, she gazed at Nie Yan. He always behaved in this way, liking to stay as low-key as possible. The two chatted. Nie Yan told some funny anecdotes about various things that happened to some players in Conviction, causing Xie Yao to smile and giggle out loud. At this moment, the voices of some students at the front happened to enter their ears. Class Prez, the highest level people in our class have all been invited. Let's form a team and run some dungeons, a girl said. Nie Yan looked over. The Class Prez she referred to as a female mage in azure robes. She had a decent-looking figure and face, just that she was a bit too gaudy. It was clear she put particular care into her appearance. Nie Yan didn't expect to see her here. This woman was none other than Zhao Xiu, the same class president who tried to screw him over last time. Zhao Xiu had 5 others beside her, 2 girls and 3 guys. 2 were warriors, 1 an arcane mage, 1 a paladin, and 1 a priest. This was a pretty standard party composition. Nie Yan inspected the group with transcendent insight. They ranged between level 75 to 77. Zhao Xiu herself was level 77. She was quite high level among ordinary players. However, players like her were a dime a dozen in Asskickers United. She couldn't compare to Undying Scoundrel and Muslin, let alone Nie Yan and Xie Yao. It's going to be hard to gather 20 players. Should we invite a few people from the mech combat faculty? I know some experts there, one of the guys suggested. No, it's fine. Let's stick with people from our class. Zhao Xiu immediately shot down the idea. If people from the mech combat faculty were called over, she would likely lose her position as team captain. They wouldn't necessarily listen to her orders. A level 77 paladin clad in silver white armor spoke up this time. What about Sha Tianyu? He's also level 77. He's close with Nie Yan. He probably won't come even if we ask. Zhao Xiu frowned. Man, Zhengshu really messed with the wrong person. Who would have thought Nie Yan would be that good at fighting? I wonder how strong he is inside the game. With his skills, I bet he's really high level. The paladin said. Hearing the paladin praise Nie Yan, Zhao Xia's expression darkened. Maybe, probably not. Many strong fighters are pretty trash inside the game. He even said himself he's low level. He didn't even dare to come to our get-together last time. I'm sure it's because he didn't want to embarrass himself, a level 77 warrior quickly interjected. He didn't seem to think much of Nie Yan, his gaze locked on Zhao Xiu flatteringly. Zhao Xiu appeared to be in a better mood after that. I definitely won't allow filth like Nie Yan to enter my team. Bai Jun, did you ask Sha Tianyu? Is he coming or not? Zhao Xiu asked. Nie Yan focused his gaze on the paladin called Bai Jun. He suddenly recalled there was such a student in their class. He was a member of the sports committee. His physical stats were pretty good. He ranked second in the class. These people always followed Zhao Xiu around. Nie Yan couldn't be bothered to acknowledge them. Sha Tianyu declined. Said he already formed a team with Fei Jie, Xu Yan, and them, Bai Jun replied. Fei Jie and Xu Yan are low-level garbage. Sha Tianyu is just going to end up dragging himself down by teaming up with them. If he's not coming, so be it. Or does he expect us to come begging and groveling at his feet? The warrior snickered. Fu Guangtao, do you have anyone to invite? Zhao Xiu turned to the warrior, putting on a pitiful puppy act. Fu Guangtao felt his body go limp listening to Zhao Xia's soft and velvety voice. He immediately pounded his chest. Leave it to me. Alright, you find 20 people. We'll run dungeons later tonight, Zhao Xiu said. She was grinning from ear to ear. She still considered herself the team captain. Several people were discontent with Zhao Xia's bossy attitude. However, other students were here, so they didn't say anything. We only need a few more. If we invite Nie Yan, Sha Tianyu, and them, I think we'll have enough people, a male student said. He rather admired Nie Yan. So, he spoke out. No. Those guys are too full of themselves, especially Nie Yan, acting like he's too good for us or something. Who does he think he is? We invited him to the class get-together a few days ago, and he didn't even bother coming, Fu Guangtao countered, not hesitating to throw out baseless accusations. He wanted to turn his classmates against Nie Yan. After Fu Guangtao's words, everyone had the impression that Nie Yan was a really cocky and arrogant individual. The student who spoke out just now wanted to refute. However, he wasn't in a position to say anything. It was true that Nie Yan hadn't come. This was an undeniable fact. I think it's because he's too afraid of humiliating himself with his low level, another student chimed in. Hearing those students badmouthing Nie Yan, Xie Yao was filled with righteous indignation. How can they talk about you like that? Xie Yao stood up, having a bone to pick with these people. Nie Yan grabbed a hold of Xie Yao's sleeve. He shook his head with a gentle smile. Just a bunch of self-arrogant nobodies. Ignore them. It would be a waste of your breath bickering with them. Distance tests a horse's stamina. Time reveals a person's true nature. He understood it would be pointless explaining himself. In the future, these students would naturally see the truth. Nie Yan sat back down with Xie Yao. He wouldn't bother with these people. He looked toward Sha Tianyu, Xu Yan, and Fei Jie who were sitting in a corner. The seats around them were completely empty. It appeared they were being ostracized by the rest of the class. A feeling of guilt surfaced in his heart. If it weren't for him, those three wouldn't be receiving this kind of treatment. Below the stands, Azure Windchime, Blood Fiends, and the like were recruiting new members. Apart from these larger, well-known clubs, the several dozen smaller ones were recruiting as well. Azure Windchime only had a single requirement for joining, and that was to be a fellow guild member. No outsiders were allowed. If you wanted to join, you'd have to get accepted into Asskickers United first. The recruitment requirements for Blood Fiends were a bit more unique. They only accepted thieves. As long as you could defeat any one of their 20+ members, you could join. Dark, Ardent, Night, Shadow, and Seal had almost succeeded in killing Nie Yan in their last ambush attempt. So, for those who couldn't join Azure Windchime, Blood Fiends wasn't a bad choice either. The smaller clubs also managed to recruit quite a few new members. While everyone was busying themselves, a warrior walked up to the center of the arena. His particularly handsome features attracted the gazes of quite a few girls in the crowd. Look, that's the president of the student union, Fang Ruji. Wow, what a hunk. Nie Yan overheard the voices of several excited girls. They all belong to the dance faculty. So, he's the student union president, huh? Nie Yan narrowed his eyes. He would still have to pay attention to the several heavyweights in the top military academy. Xie Yao knitted her brows. She didn't have a good impression of the people from the student union. A level 85 great warrior. So amazing. He can easily take on those from Azure Windchime and Blood Fiends. That probably makes him the highest level player in our school, right? No, I heard another student in our school is already level 87, Chinhan or something. But that guy is a mage. So, they're probably around the same, considering warriors level up more slowly. Look over there. You see that guy? That's Chinhan. Wow, he's even more handsome than Fang Ruji. Nie Yan looked at where the students were pointing and saw a mage in black robes discussing something with Fang Ruji, who appeared to be behaving quite respectfully. Those two are working together. Nie Yan knitted his brows. The two appeared to have reached some sort of agreement. Fang Ruji gathered his subordinates and started recruiting people. Nie Yan had asked Xu Yan before. Fang Ruji was an official recruiter for God Executioner Sword, one of two guilds that had recently risen to power in the Viridian Empire, the other being Penumbra Empire. They ranked third on the totem pole after the likes of Asskickers United, Divine Protectors, Holy Empire, Sapphire Shrine, Radiant Sacred Flame, the War God Tribe, and Battle Crazed Alliance. Chinhan already acquired God Executioner Sword. Why didn't I hear anything about it? Nie Yan brooded. Nie Yan knew that the Monet Group had made some dealings in the Viridian Empire, including taking over some of the shops and other businesses of the Century Financial Group. But he had no idea they had already started acquiring guilds. Besides God Executioner Sword, how many other guilds were under their control? The Monet Financial Group wasn't that far behind the Century Financial Group in terms of financial resources. They were one of the oligarchs of South America and held great influence over the political sphere of that region. So, entering a game like Conviction was a simple matter for them. No wonder the number of players joining from South America sharply increased recently. It seems like the Monet Financial Group has a hand in this. Nie Yan thought. The surge of new players coming from South America had even affected the demographic of the Viridian Empire. However, thanks to the automatic translation feature of Conviction, they had no trouble communicating with others. Apart from a slight difference in appearance, they were essentially no different from any other player, which allowed them to smoothly integrate into the player base. Even Asskickers United had players from South America joining. Nie Yan took a prudent approach with these new members. Although he openly put his trust in them, he paid close attention to their movements from the shadows. The Monet Financial Group's acquisition of God Executioner Sword definitely came out of left field. An ominous feeling sprouted in Nie Yan's heart. Chinhan, you've done well keeping your activities hidden for so long. Looks like I'll have to start making preparations now if I don't want any problems to arise in the future. Nie Yan sent word to Guo Wai. He wanted all the activities of the Monet Financial Group and God Executioner Sword to be closely monitored. After hearing God Executioner Sword was recruiting, the students of the top military academy immediately became excited. After Ass-Kickers United and Divine Protectors, the next strongest guilds were God Executioner Sword and Penumbra Empire. Those who felt they weren't good enough to join Ass-Kickers United planned to enter God Executioner Sword. As for those who were more confident in their skills, their first choice was still Ass-Kickers United. Only if they failed to get into Ass-Kickers United, would they start to consider other guilds. The recruitment fair was bustling. Many students from the top military academy wanted to join Ass-Kickers United. Azure Windchime accepted quite a few people. Muslin, there sure are a lot of people this year. We've recruited at least 16 new members, Undying Scoundrel said. Their ranks had increased again. At present, Azure Windchime was practically unrivaled in the top military academy. Their biggest rivals were Blood Fiends. However, Undying Scoundrel greatly looked down on the players from Blood Fiends. In a 1 versus 1 duel, the players from Blood Fiends were worthless. Those cowards only knew how to gang up on others. What Undying Scoundrel despised the most were the wolf pack tactics of Blood Fiends. They were people who only knew how to win with numbers. Right, Lustboy and Natural Fiend came too. They're still young and quite cute, Muslin giggled. Undying Scoundrel broke out in a cold sweat. He prayed for Lustboy and Natural Fiend. They were likely going to be eaten up by all the older sisters. He had gone through this bitter experience before too. While Undying Scoundrel and Painted Muslin were chatting, a tall figure approached them. He looked like an iron tower. His muscles brimmed with power yet somehow weren't bulky or restrictive. He wore armor with a dark golden sheen, a large and menacing skull at the center of his chest, and carried 2 large great swords on his back. With the visual effects of his equipment turned on, he looked domineering, like a fierce steel titan. Painted Muslin, Undying Scoundrel, and the others immediately turned to this person. It's War God Lei Su. Holy shit. Why is he here? He never joins these sorts of gatherings. The entire arena immediately went into an uproar. The commotion was far greater than when Fang Rujian and Qin Han appeared. War God Lei Su. He was a legendary existence in the top military academy. Because the various major competitions had yet to begin, the rankings were still to be confirmed. However, in the eyes of the students from the top military academy, War God Lei Su was already an existence that prevailed over all. Nie Yan also couldn't help but take notice of War God Lei Su. Damn, that's the Breui's bone armor set. Someone actually managed to obtain this sub-legendary grade set. Hearing the players around him, Nie Yan's heart trembled. War God Lei Su was actually a student in the top military academy. This was a shocking piece of news. War God was a nickname given by players. It represented supreme honor and glory. War God Lei Su was the first player to advance to a swordmaster in the previous timeline. He stood at the top of the Berserker leaderboards for 3 years straight and never once fell out of the top 3. Smoke Stub at that time was far weaker in comparison. In this life, however, he could probably go toe-to-toe with War God Lei Su. War God Lei Su was a legendary existence. Nie Yan could never forget the video of him soloing the level 260 Lord, Death King, during a demon beast invasion in the Hilton stronghold. Back then, he was equipped with War God Kello's dual great swords and the full War God set. He was powerful beyond belief. When Nie Yan assassinated Cao Shu, War God Lei Su was at the peak of his glory. Save for a few people in the entirety of Conviction, no one was his match. Lei Su, Nie Yan knitted his brows, recalling Xu Yan mentioning this name before. Lei Su was some sort of fighting champion in the top military academy, main point being he was supposed to be a really amazing figure. At that time, Nie Yan wasn't too interested. Never could he have imagined that Lei Su of the top military academy and Lei Su inside Conviction were one and the same. To the students of the top military academy, Lei Su was already an existence akin to a war god. That was where he got the nickname in the first place. Nie Yan stared at the area below the stands. He's approaching Muslin and Scoundrel. What's he up to? Seeing Lei Su walking over, Painted Muslin, Undying Scoundrel, and the others all focused their attention on him. A figure like Lei Su rarely showed himself. For him to suddenly go right up to them, they couldn't help but be wary of his intentions. Lei Su, what brings you here today? You never come to these gatherings, Painted Muslin greeted. Even she felt a bit of pressure talking to Lei Su. However, as an elite of Ass-Kickers United, she couldn't disgrace herself by showing weakness. Undying Scoundrel stood right beside Painted Muslin. Natural Fiend and Lustboy stood a few steps behind. They'd been casually chatting, but when they noticed the situation, they also turned their attention to Lei Su. Sensing the hostility of the players from Ass-Kickers United, Lei Su chuckled. Where's your boss at? Tell him to come out. I'm looking for him. Our boss. Nirvana Flame. Undying Scoundrel looked surprised. If you're looking for Nirvana Flame, I suggest you head to the Ass-Kickers United office in Kalor, Painted Muslin replied. She was quite puzzled. Why would Lei Su come looking for Nie Yan here? Huh. He didn't tell you guys he became a student of the top military academy. Lei Su blurted out in surprise. What? Undying Scoundrel's eyes bulged out in disbelief. Natural Fiend and Lustboy also stood up in shock. Muslin, is that true? The boss really entered the top military academy. How come we didn't know? So it's like that. Lei Su suddenly came to a realization. You really do like to stay low-key. Since you guys have no idea where he is, forget it. The next time you see him, tell him I want to join your guild. Ask him if he'll accept. Lei Su chuckled. Painted Muslin, Undying Scoundrel, and the others were dumbstruck. Lei Su wanted to join Ass-Kickers United. Given his skills, he would definitely be an amazing asset to the guild. It was just that they were wondering if he was pulling their leg. Alright, we'll pass on your words to the boss, Undying Scoundrel said. They didn't dare to refuse or accept Lei Su. Alright. Lei Su smiled. Then I'll be off. Lei Su bid farewell and took his leave. Painted Muslin, Undying Scoundrel, and the others had complicated looks on their face. Did Lei Su come all this way just for that? Muslin, do you think Lei Su actually wants to join Asskickers United? Is this a trick? Undying Scoundrel asked. I don't think he would lie. He's someone who follows through with his words. Given his status and fame, he has nothing to gain from tricking us, Painted Muslin replied. She at least had this bit of understanding of Lei Su's personality. So, does that mean Lei Su is going to join Asskickers United? Our guild will have another powerhouse. Undying Scoundrel started getting excited. Don't start celebrating just yet. I have a feeling this situation isn't so simple. Lei Su wouldn't join a guild so easily, Painted Muslin said after thinking for a bit. Many guilds had approached Lei Su before, but he refused all their offers, Asskickers United included. Now, he suddenly wanted to join. Something fishy was definitely going on. Muslin, Lei Su said the boss entered the top military academy. Is that true? Natural Fiend asked. Natural Fiend and Lustboy didn't care much about Lei Su joining Asskickers United since they had no idea how strong he was. They were only interested in whether or not Nie Yan had entered the top military academy. I'm not too sure either. Lei Su shouldn't be lying. Nirvana Flame probably still hasn't contacted us because he wants to maintain a low profile. If people in the top military academy found out he was a student there, he would probably have to say goodbye to his peaceful school life, Painted Muslin said after thinking about it deeply. If she were Nie Yan, she would probably do the same thing too. The onlookers had no idea what Lei Su talked about with Painted Muslin and Undying Scoundrel. Everyone was speculating wildly. Do you think War God Lei Su is trying to stir up trouble with Azure Windchime? If War God Lei Su wants to make a move, Azure Windchime definitely won't be in for a good time. That much I can confirm. The power backing Lei Su is astonishing. Not necessarily. Azure Windchime has the backing of Asskickers United. If everyone knew that Lei Su had actually approached Painted Muslin to request to join Asskickers United, one could imagine what kind of commotion it would cause. The entire top military academy would probably be in a state of upheaval. Apart from Nie Yan and Xie Yao, all the other members of Asskickers United had registered with Azure Windchime. Painted Muslin, Undying Scoundrel, and the others organized a dungeon run. Everyone could get to know each other and build their friendships. Undying Scoundrel looked at the bustling scene over at the student union side. Fang Ruji must be really pleased with himself. I think God Executioner Sword has recruited at least 1,000 new members from the top military academy. If the boss loosened our requirements, all these people would definitely choose to join Asskickers United instead. In that respect, I agree with Nirvana Flame's way of thinking more, quality over quantity. A loyal member who's devoted to the guild is much better than 10 new recruits. How many of those people are only joining God Executioner Sword for the benefits? How many of them are willing to risk it all for their guild? Painted Muslin laughed. She wasn't the slightest bit envious. We need to find out from Watchful Snail what the boss' real name is and what class he's in. We can just directly ask the boss ourselves too. Yeah, definitely. Natural Fiend and Lustboy excitedly reached an agreement. It's better if you don't bother him. Watchful Snail is really busy managing the guild right now, and the boss might be busy with a quest, Undying Scoundrel said. Alright, we'll ask the next time we see them. Natural Fiend and Lustboy nodded. After the clubs finished recruiting, the gathering entered the PvP segment. 20 stages were erected in the center of the arena. Players could freely go up in PvP. Every class faced off to determine which was the strongest. Each team sent out their 3 representatives to participate in the rotational team battle. The atmosphere immediately became heated. The rival clubs in particular were brimming with hostility, like Azure Windchime and Blood Fiends. Undying Scoundrel, Natural Fiend, Lustboy, and the others were itching to do battle. Dark, Ardent, and the others from Blood Fiends decided to take the stage. Last time we PvP'd against Blood Fiends, we won 9 matches, lost 6, and were also defeated in the team battle. So, both sides came out roughly even. This time with Fiend and Lustboy, we'll definitely crush those bastards. Undying Scoundrel took out his staff. At the previous gathering, the quality of his equipment was poor, and he was having a hard time raising his level because Asskickers United was in the midst of a heated war. Now, things were different. After being given a chance to recuperate, he had already reached level 85. He was roughly on par with those from Blood Fiends in level. His gear had also undergone a complete transformation, 5 pieces of sub-legendary grade equipment while the rest was dark gold grade. Simply put, this was astonishing. It was enough to completely overwhelm any single player from Blood Fiends. Not only Undying Scoundrel, Natural Fiend and Lustboy's equipment was also of high quality. Nie Yan had provided them the locations of many sub-legendary and legendary grade equipment. All of them had acquired a few, 3 pieces at minimum. Add this on top of the fact that Nie Yan had provided them with a large pile of Twink level 100 gear, and no other guild could surpass Asskickers United's elites in terms of equipment. Skill, of course, didn't need mentioning. If you lacked it, you weren't welcome in Asskickers United. Painted Muslin was even more amazing. A priest that could heal in PvP was incredibly difficult to find. How come Lofty Shadow and Monochrome still aren't back yet? With them, we can destroy Blood Fiends in the team battle too. Undying Scoundrel said. He was fired up. Lofty Shadow and Monochrome are in the middle of a dungeon run. They'll be over in a minute, Painted Muslin replied. Lofty Shadow and Monochrome had already contacted her. They were almost finished. That's good. I'll go up and play with them first. Undying Scoundrel couldn't hold back any longer. Alright. Painted Muslin bitterly smiled. Undying Scoundrel had a naturally restless personality. She could only let him go. Of course, she had full confidence he would bring back a victory. Undying Scoundrel jumped onto the stage. Holding his head up high with a proud look on his face, he pointed at the players from Blood Fiends. You shitters. I'm standing right here. If you got any balls, come up and fight me. Undying Scoundrel's arrogant entrance infuriated the players from Blood Fiends. Dark, Ardent, and the other 3 from the main 5 ignored the provocation. However, the rest were barely holding themselves back. They wanted nothing more than to give Undying Scoundrel's cocky face a good beating. Damn, he's really aggressive this time. He must have gotten some good equipment, Seal said with a hint of envy after examining Undying Scoundrel. Dark, what do we do? Do we go up? Ardent asked. Send out a few of the guys below to probe him out. Let's see just how much progress he's made to be so confident, Dark said. He was fairly calm. The 5 of them wouldn't go up. Even if the thieves below them went up and lost, it wouldn't mean anything. What would be troublesome was if they went up without a clear understanding of the opponent's strength. If they weren't careful and ended up falling for the enemy's trap with so many people watching, Blood Fiends would lose all face. One of the thieves from Blood Fiends jumped on the stage. Just as he was about to open his mouth and throw out some insults, Undying Scoundrel waved his staff. A mist of frost emerged and immediately froze the thief and everything around him solid. Before he could even activate Gale Step, a fireball whizzed toward him. Bang! B was sent flying out of bounds. Fuck. That's dirty. What a shameless bastard. The players from Blood Fiends were up in arms over the surprise attack. Don't you guys surprise attack people all the time? This is called receiving a taste of your own medicine. If you guys hadn't ambushed our boss 5-on-1, do you think he would have almost lost? What's laughable is that you guys didn't even succeed, yet you're going around bragging about your failure like it's some amazing achievement. Calling me shameless. Ha! I've never met more shameless people in my life. Undying Scoundrel sneered. Undying Scoundrel had struck a nerve. The faces of Dark, Ardent, and the other 3 warped with anger. After hearing Undying Scoundrel's words, the onlookers sank into deep thought. How did Blood Fiends become famous? Wasn't it because they almost succeeded in assassinating Nirvana Flame? However, just like Undying Scoundrel said, even if you succeeded, there was nothing glorious about ganging up on someone 5-on-1. Logically speaking, rather than those 5 being amazingly skilled, it was because Nirvana Flame was simply too famous. Undying Scoundrel gazed at Dark and the others and snickered, stop sending these small fry over, or else you're going to bore me to death. If you think I said anything wrong, come up and prove it. Stop hiding in your shells like turtles. All the onlookers focused their attention on the main 5 from Blood Fiends. At this point, they had no choice but to go up. Fuck, let me go up and teach him a lesson. Shadow cursed. He didn't wait for an answer and quickly jumped up on the stage. Undying Scoundrel got a light warm-up. The 2 started their match. At the same time, Natural Fiend and Lustboy got on the other stages and started challenging the other thieves from Blood Fiends. The feud between Asskickers United and Blood Fiends had long since crossed the point of no return. Neither could coexist with the other. Blood Fiends might have failed to assassinate Nie Yan, but they had killed quite a few people from Asskickers United. At least 300 guildmates had died at their hands. How could the ordinary members of the guild be a match for them? Undying Scoundrel, Natural Fiend, and Lustboy naturally wanted to get revenge. After the 2 exchanged several moves, Shadow grew more and more apprehensive. The last time they fought, they were roughly even. However, after just a few weeks, the difference had become so great. As soon as the battle started, he was immediately inundated by an endless stream of spells. He had no choice but to keep dodging, not even getting the slightest chance to close in on Undying Scoundrel. Undying Scoundrel waved his staff, firing out a flurry of spells. Many things could change in the period of a few weeks. Undying Scoundrel benefited greatly from tagging along with Blade Light, Smoke Stub, and the others. He was much more composed in PvP. His tempo was nice and stable. Furthermore, the quality of his gear was much higher than before. The 2 had both improved since their last match. However, it was clear Undying Scoundrel's progress far surpassed Shadow's. Gale Step. Shadow nimbly evaded the flurry of fireballs and closed in on Undying Scoundrel. His dagger flickered with a cold light. Undying Scoundrel pulled back. Keen sense. With his increased awareness, he quickly pinpointed Shadow's position and waved his staff. Ice Spike. Rumble. 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 Countless ice spikes erupted from the ground beneath Shadow's feet. They were about to turn his body into Swiss cheese. Shadow leapt out of the way, and not a moment too soon. But before his feet could even touch the ground, more ice spikes erupted out from the ground where he was about to land. What frightening cast speed. With no way of dodging, Shadow quickly crushed an ice-resistant scroll. He had already used all his skills dodging the previous attacks. He found himself in an awkward predicament. PFFT. 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 Blood flew everywhere as Shadow was skewered, his body covered in a thick layer of frost. His movement speed was greatly reduced. Fuck. What high frost damage. Even the ice-resistant scroll did nothing to help. Shadow inwardly cursed. Before Shadow had a chance to react, fireballs started pouring down from the sky. There was nowhere to hide within a 10-meter radius. The Inferno shaved away the rest of his health as he collapsed on the ground. Damn, isn't that just overkill? Did he really need to use AoE magic? In the final moments of the match, Undying Scoundrel could have just finished Shadow off with a flame burst. However, he showed no mercy and cast an AoE spell instead. The flames gradually subsided, revealing Shadow's charred corpse. Before long, Natural Fiend and Lustboy also finished their matches. Both achieved an overwhelming victory. Individually, you're all nothing but trash. You keep boasting about how you almost assassinated our boss. Well, take a good look in the mirror. He didn't even summon his golden dragon or use any of his advanced skills, and you still couldn't do anything to him. Natural Fiend taunted. The person Natural Fiend respected the most was Nie Yan. The main 5 from Blood Fiends didn't even succeed in their assassination, but they still arrogantly borrowed his name to raise their reputation. He naturally wouldn't hold back his words. Who do you think you are? Don't think you're all that just because you won one match. Natural Fiend's word infuriated Dark, Ardent, Shadow, Knight, and Seal. They each took turns going up on the stage. However, they were all soundly defeated by Undying Scoundrel, Natural Fiend, and Lustboy. The 3 stood victorious, allowing the onlookers to witness what true skill was. The players from Azure Windchime were in high spirits. They let out thunderous cheers. Undying Scoundrel is unbeatable. Natural Fiend is invincible. Lustboy is unrivaled. The clamor shook the entire arena. It was completely overwhelming. The players from Blood Fiends hung their heads dispiritedly, like a defeated fighting cock. Dark, Ardent, and the others trembled with anger. However, it was the truth that they weren't as skilled as Undying Scoundrel, Natural Fiend, or Lustboy. This sort of gap couldn't be made up for. The players from Asskickers United felt like they had regained their honor. Nie Yan observed Undying Scoundrel, Natural Fiend, and Lustboy with a faint smile on his face. These guys, they improved much more than I expected, Nie Yan said. He was astonished at their progress. That's because they're all talented people. With even the slightest bit of help, they'll grow by leaps and bounds. Xie Yao smiled. Yeah, Nie Yan nodded. He wholeheartedly agreed with Xie Yao's assessment. Asskickers United was unique. With so many experts gathered together, they could easily learn from each other. They improved much faster than those hermits who refused to interact with others. The eyes of the students from the top military academy bulged out in shock. They initially believed Undying Scoundrel, Natural Fiend, and Lustboy were only roughly on par with the main 5 from Blood Fiends at most. They never expected the difference in skill to be so great. After 5 matches in a row, Dark, Ardent, and the other 3 failed to score even a single victory. I guess Blood Fiends isn't that great after all, a player said. Yeah, they really are full of themselves. They keep bragging about how they're elites. They've been finally put in their place. Think about it, Sun, King of the World, One Strike Bow, Hapless Frog, Tyrannical. Almost all the top thieves are in Asskickers United. They're the real experts. Blood Fiends is nothing but trash. After being thoroughly trounced by Azure Windchime, the veil of mystery surrounding Blood Fiends was slowly dispersed. Everyone finally realized they were nothing more than a group of second-rate players. Undying Scoundrel, Lustboy, and Natural Fiend understood the players from Blood Fiends were fairly talented. But they lacked guidance. Dark, Ardent, and the others hadn't yet comprehended the true mysteries of PvP. If they continued fumbling forward on their own, it would take them at least a couple of years, maybe even longer to catch up. Dark, Ardent, and the others clenched their fists, their fingernails digging deep into their flesh. Their eyes were bloodshot as a profound sense of powerlessness welled up in their hearts. In one-on-one duels, they were simply no match for Undying Scoundrel and the others. Azure Windchime, do you dare to fight us in a team battle? Dark gritted his teeth, glaring daggers at Undying Scoundrel's group. Humph. Why wouldn't we dare? Bring it on. We'll play with you until the end. Undying Scoundrel shouted. He had absolute confidence in the skills of his group. He didn't fear Blood Fiend's challenge in the slightest. At this moment, Fang Ruji and Qin Han were observing from close by. They never expected Blood Fiends to lose so miserably to Azure Windchime. They had a deep understanding of the strength of Dark, Ardent, and the others. According to rumors, among the numerous elites of Asskickers United, Undying Scoundrel, Natural Fiend, and Lustboy only ranked somewhere in the middle. If that were the case, just how strong were those at the very top? Just how did he bring so many strong players together? Qin Han scowled. He was deeply envious of Nie Yan. Asskickers United's lineup of top players was truly enviable. Qin Han and Cao Shu had employed all sorts of methods in an attempt to lure them over, including offering ludicrous sums of money, only to be met with failure after failure. Their loyalty to Nie Yan was too deep, leaving Qin Han and Cao Shu feeling helpless. With devoted members like these, Asskickers United would never fall. Many of the top players from Asskickers United were elites of society in real life and were incredibly wealthy. They only entered the game to add some excitement into their daily lives. They felt a strong sense of belonging to Asskickers United. Having settled down, they generally weren't willing to move anywhere else. So, Cao Shu and Qin Han were only able to successfully poach the second-rate players, many of whom transferred solely because they were drowning in debt. Dark, Ardent, and the other 3 from Blood Fiends were already standing on the stage. They were a well-oiled machine. Their individual strength might not be anything, but when they worked together, the battle prowess they could display was astonishing. Azure Windchime had lost in every team battle against them so far. How come Lofty Shadow and Monochrome still aren't here? Undying Scoundrel knitted his brows. They're still on the way, Painted Muslin replied. Without Lofty Shadow and Monochrome, the only players among them who could go up on stage were her, Undying Scoundrel, Natural Fiend, and Lustboy. 4 mages against 5 thieves was not a favorable matchup by any means. They would surely lose. Let's keep waiting then, Undying Scoundrel said. With 4 mages against 5 thieves, the odds were stacked heavily against them. Even if they found a second-rate warrior to substitute, they probably wouldn't last more than a few seconds against Dark, Ardent, and the other three. Blood Fiends waited and waited. However, Azure Windchime showed no signs of going up. Don't tell me you guys suddenly got scared. What a bunch of chickens. Ardent mocked. Tisk, I guess those from Azure Windchime are all bark and no bite. After losing so many matches, Blood Fiends felt like they had lost all face. So, they badly wanted to win back some of their honor through the team battle. Sons of bitches. Undying Scoundrel cursed. Their shit-eating grins really piss me off. Why are Lofty Shadow and Monochrome so slow? Natural Fiend said in a gloomy tone. I think they encountered some kind of side quest. They have to head to Carodia to turn it in, or else the quest will expire. Let's keep delaying. Painted Muslin had just received an update from Lofty Shadow and Monochrome. Are we going to fight or not? You're wasting everybody's time. If you're too chicken, just say so. Hee, not so tough now, huh, Azure Windchime. Where's all that talk from before? The players from Blood Fiends chattered and jabbered on. Undying Scoundrel, Natural Fiend, and the others fumed with anger. Screw it. We can beat them with just the four of us. Natural Fiend gripped his staff. He looked full of confidence. Painted Muslin and Undying Scoundrel had a better understanding of the strength of Dark, Ardent, and the other three. The four of them wasn't enough. However, with so many people watching, Azure Windchime would probably become an object of ridicule if they kept delaying while Dark and the others were throwing out insults at them. If Lofty Shadow and Monochrome didn't arrive soon, they would definitely be labeled as cowards. Let's just go up. Lustboy gritted his teeth. He couldn't hold back any longer and got up on the stage. Xie Yao watched on as everything happened. She tugged at Nie Yan's sleeve and asked, they're missing a person. They might lose. What should we do? If worst comes to worst, I'll have to reveal myself, Nie Yan muttered. He predicted as soon as he entered the stage, the five from Blood Fiends were doomed. His strength had improved dramatically since last time. He could probably take on the five of them all by himself. If he had the help of Undying Scoundrel, Lustboy, and the others, it would be over in a heartbeat. But at that time, this team battle would also lose all meaning. Nie Yan stood up, ready to reveal himself, when a figure jumped down from the spectator stands across from him. He gently landed on the ground and walked over to Azure Windchime's side. Nie Yan sat back down. It appeared he wouldn't need to take action this time. The new arrival was Mistaken Smile, who had joined Asskickers United not long ago. Having only recently signed the contract, he hadn't truly entered the guild's core membership just yet, nor had he had a chance to establish his fame. No one really knew his name. If you brought up the thieves of Asskickers United, people would think of Nie Yan, Sun, King of the World, and One Strike Vow. If you mentioned Mistaken Smile, they would give you odd looks. Who was that? However, he was on par with Sun and King of the World. Though his equipment might not be as good as theirs, nor did he have as many powerful skills, both of these issues could be easily resolved. Nie Yan felt reassured. If Mistaken Smile, Painted Muslin, Undying Scoundrel, Natural Fiend, and Lustboy worked together, even he would have a tough time dealing with them, let alone the five from Blood Fiends. Mind if I join in? Mistaken Smile asked with a grin. He was an alumni of the top military academy, having graduated 6 years ago. He just happened to be in the area when he received the notice for the gathering. So, he decided to check it out. He didn't expect to bump into Painted Muslin, Undying Scoundrel, and the others here. Seeing they were short a person, he decided to lend a helping hand. Of course, we don't mind. We just happen to have one spot left. Painted Muslin smiled brilliantly. Asskickers United's elites often compared notes with each other. Painted Muslin, Undying Scoundrel, and the others naturally had an understanding of Mistaken Smile's strength. With Smile here, this will be a cinch. We'll wipe the floor with Blood Fiends. Undying Scoundrel declared. First enter Azure Windchime. That way, people won't say we cheated by asking help from an outsider. Sure. Mistaken Smile nodded. He accepted the invite to Azure Windchime. Our club has another amazing member. The several of them hopped on the stage, which was shaped like a 100 by 100 meters square grid. It was perfect for team battles. Mistaken Smile's appearance attracted the gazes of the spectators. That thief is also from Asskickers United. How come I've never seen him before? Considering Lofty Shadow and Monochrome still haven't shown up, I think they just added a random member to fill the spot. The crowd discussed fervently. Since Mistaken Smile liked to stay low-key, having remained a hermit for the longest time, no one knew him. Everyone was curious. Judging from the way he interacted with his teammates, they appeared to be on friendly terms. Not only that, but Painted Muslin's group even looked quite excited. Could this thief also be an expert? Aside from Sun, King of the World, One Strike Vow, Hapless Frog, and Tyrannical, the other thieves in Asskickers United shouldn't be a match for the main five from Blood Fiends, right? Even though Blood Fiends got crushed in the singles match, you have to admit that they're famous for their teamwork. Without Lofty Shadow and Monochrome here, if Azure Windchime just substituted a random player, they'll definitely lose. Both sides stood on the arena stage. Dark, Ardent, and the other three swept their gazes over Mistaken Smile, obvious disdain in their eyes. Having this kind of nobody go up, Azure Windchime was looking down on them too much. The main five from Blood Fiends were extremely prideful. In their eyes, the only thieves worthy of their attention in Asskickers United were Nie Yan, Sun, King of the World, and maybe a few others. The battle was about to begin. At this moment, Lofty Shadow and Monochrome along with the rest of their team finally arrived. The two were clad in flashy armor, immediately attracting the gazes of the crowd. It's Lofty Shadow and Monochrome. They're here. I bet Azure Windchime will ask to switch people out now. Lofty Shadow gave Painted Muslin an apologetic smile. Sorry, we're late. His gaze happened to fall on Mistaken Smile. Stunned for a moment, he gave Mistaken Smile a slight nod. I didn't expect to see you here. Lofty Shadow laughed. Since you two are here, I'll switch out, Mistaken Smile said, preparing to get off the stage. Lofty Shadow quickly stopped him. It's fine. You're already up there. No point in going down now. Monochrome and I will enjoy the show from the sidelines. Everyone was baffled when Azure Windchime didn't request to switch out a member. They started reconsidering their opinion of Mistaken Smile's strength. Dark, Ardent, and the others also raised their vigilance. All the spectators focused their attention on the arena's central stage. What sort of background does that thief have? Chin Han asked. I don't know. I've never seen him before. He's probably an alumni who graduated more than a few years ago. He's never participated in these gatherings before, Fang Ruji replied. Mistaken Smile was extremely low-key. Many of his old schoolmates didn't even know he was playing the game. Nie Yan liked to stay low-key because he didn't want to deal with unnecessary annoyances. However, Mistaken Smile's tendency to remain low-key was an intrinsic part of his nature. If Azure Windchime wasn't in a pinch today, he would have never revealed himself. In the previous timeline, he had only entered the public eye after advancing to a luminous dancer. One could imagine how private he was. All the spectators knew nothing about Mistaken Smile. Like this, he seemed all the more mysterious to them. With countless eyes watching, the battle finally started. Dark, Ardent, and the other three immediately entered stealth. Mistaken Smile's eyes glowed with a crimson light, and he also disappeared into stealth. Painted Muslin, Undying Scoundrel, Natural Fiend, and Lustboy spread out. Each of them had their own ways of dealing with thieves. Painted Muslin waved her staff. An orb of light flew up in the sky, flooding the stage below with a dazzling radiance. Shortly after, several silhouettes could be seen dashing on the stage. Three thieves were rapidly closing in on Painted Muslin. Die. Dark's killing intent flared. He pivoted to the side as his dagger drew a wide arc and stabbed toward the back of Painted Muslin's head. Three thieves circled in on Painted Muslin. They coordinated together like a pack of wolves, securing an area and taking down the prey as quickly as possible with their absolute number advantage. After which they would swiftly withdraw and stalk their next target, patiently waiting for the opportunity to pounce. Repel. Evasion. Flame burst. The players on both sides used their skills. In a team battle, thieves had an innate advantage. If one of them were surrounded, they could immediately escape with skills like Gale Step. Meanwhile, the rest of their team could focus down a single target. Wolf pack tactics were the most suitable for groups of thieves. The players from Blood Fiends had long since mastered these tactics to perfection. Teams composed of purely warriors and paladins were the most effective at defending against wolf pack tactics. However, Painted Muslin, Undying Scoundrel, Natural Fiend, and Lustboy were all casters. Mistaken Smile was the only melee member in their team, and he was a thief. Seeing the three figures pouncing on Painted Muslin from different directions, Undying Scoundrel and the others waved their staffs, sending out volleys of fireballs in an attempt to save her. Bang, bang, bang. However, the thieves took advantage of the brief invincibility granted by skills like Gale Step to avoid taking damage. They broke out of the smoke and flames undaunted. Painted Muslin instantly felt an intense amount of pressure. With a wave of her staff, she shielded herself with a radiant barrier. Dark materialized next to Painted Muslin. His dagger was already stabbing towards her. Just as the attack was about to pierce through her shield, she opened her mouth and let out an ear-piercing screech. Howl of terror. Humph. Parlor tricks. Dark snorted. He activated Mind Silence, interrupting Painted Muslin mid-cast. At this moment, two more daggers stabbed toward Painted Muslin's head. Painted Muslin would normally have no trouble dealing with any of the thieves from Blood Fiend's main five. However, in a 1-on-3 situation, even if she stopped one attack, she still had two more to deal with. Just as it looked like all hope was lost, a dagger-wielding silhouette emerged right in front of Painted Muslin. Ding! Dark's attack was parried. Painted Muslin's savior was Mistaken Smile. As he stopped Dark's attack, he gently swept out his foot and tripped Shadow. In this sort of tense situation, Shadow had no way of evading. As soon as he felt his foot get hooked, he lost his balance and crashed into the ground face first. He rolled around in anguish and pain. Painted Muslin targeted Seal with fear, causing him to flee uncontrollably in the opposite direction. Dark, Shadow, and Seal's three-man ambush was successfully stopped. Mistaken Smile's first appearance in battle was one to remember, using his dagger to parry and his foot to trip at the same time. He had executed these two moves with flawless timing and precision. In a split second, everyone's eyes focused on Mistaken Smile. The scene just now lingered in their minds. This was another apex thief who didn't lose out to Sun nor King of the World. Another top expert had appeared. Just where was Asskickers United finding them all? This was something nobody could wrap their heads around. First was Nie Yan, then Sun and King of the World. Now a Mistaken Smile had popped up too. Asskickers United never failed to surprise. The onlookers calculated in their heads. Previously, the top 5 spots in the thief leaderboards for the entire Viridian Empire were all occupied by members of Asskickers United. With Mistaken Smile added to the mix, they all wondered where he would place. This damned guild really was a den of thieves. After several exchanges, Mistaken Smile forced Dark to retreat. The more Dark fought, the more fearful he became. When he traded moves with Mistaken Smile, he was under an enormous amount of pressure. Mistaken Smile's attacks were both lightning fast and overbearingly powerful. The only other person to give him this type of feeling was Nirvana Flame. Mistaken Smile broke Blood Fiend's three-man formation. He took it upon himself to match Dark, who attempted to disengage from the battle several times. However, Mistaken Smile clung onto him like a burr on a pant leg. Seeing the red glow in Mistaken Smile's eyes, Dark's heart sank. It was an ocular skill. No wonder his stealth had been seen through so easily. Mistaken Smile shot forward with blistering speed. Dark quickly raised his dagger to defend himself. However, as Mistaken Smile's dagger was mere inches from his face, it flickered and vanished into thin air. Eyes wide with shock, he looked down at the dagger stabbed in his chest. This was Mistaken Smile's killing technique, his hidden ace. Even Dark couldn't avoid falling victim to it. Dark felt a sharp pain. Every movement suddenly became extremely cumbersome. A slow poison. Dark inwardly cried out in alarm. Before Dark had a chance to react, Mistaken Smile struck him in the forehead with concussive blow. His eyes glazed over. Seeing the situation going south, Ardent and Seal wanted to rescue Dark. However, they were a beat too slow as two spells whizzed past them. Bang! Bang! Dark was sent flying out of bounds. When Mistaken Smile turned around, he discovered Painted Muslin and Natural Fiend had worked together to kill Shadow. The team battle suddenly turned into a 5 versus 3. The defeat of Blood Fiends was inevitable. Undying Scoundrel, Natural Fiend, and Lustboy easily cleaned up the remaining 3 thieves. The difference in skill between the two sides was too great. The match lacked any suspense and ended without much fanfare. The experts on the spectator stands could tell that Mistaken Smile was capable of dealing with at least 3 of the thieves from Blood Fiends himself. With Undying Scoundrel, Painted Muslin, and the others supporting him, it would be strange if Dark, Ardent, and the other 3 didn't lose. Mistaken Smile had taken out Dark in record time, securing the victory. His breathtaking strike at the end was burned into the memories of many players. It would become an important reference for countless future thieves. They really wanted to know how he did it. Even though they understood it required one's eyes and hands to be quick, the move just now couldn't be accomplished with simple reaction speed. It was obviously something that was honed through countless battles. After Dark, Ardent, and the others revived, they were gritting their teeth in anger. With their heads lowered, they left the gathering. In the end, they had become a laughingstock to all the people in the top military academy. Some of the players who thought about joining Blood Fiends secretly changed their minds. From now on, their only goal was Asskickers United. The best thieves were in Asskickers United. Only second-rate thieves would join guilds like Blood Fiends and God Executioner Sword. This became the common consensus among players. Asskickers United was a holy place that all skilled players pursued. The number of experts gathered there far surpassed that of other guilds. Fang Ruji and Chin Han initially wanted to stir up trouble for Azure Windchime to raise the prestige of God Executioner Sword in the top military academy. However, after witnessing the strength of Mistaken Smile, Undying Scoundrel, and the others, they quickly discarded the thought. They had no intention of sharing the same fate as Blood Fiends. Apart from the clubs, the various classes of the top military academy also competed against one another. Eventually the rankings came out. The command faculty placed second after suffering a begrudging defeat at the hands of the mech combat faculty. Nie Yan had zero interest in these sorts of competitions. Well, my bad guys. If I hadn't slightly messed up there, we could have definitely beaten the mech combat faculty. Fu Guangtao glanced at the several classmates in his team, an arrogant gleam in his eyes. The mech combat faculty is only slightly stronger than us. If we raise our levels and get a few more pieces of good equipment, we can definitely beat them. If we had Sha Tianyu, the mech combat faculty wouldn't have stood a chance. What a shame. Bai Jun sighed. Humph. So what if we don't have him? It's not like the earth will stop spinning. We just need to try harder next time. Then we can definitely beat them. Zhao Xiu felt quite pleased with herself after being voted the leader of the group. Fu Guangtao started boasting about the weaknesses of the several experts in the mech combat faculty. Several people in the team couldn't stand Zhao Xiu, Fu Guangtao, and Baijin, but they kept quiet. Listening to the so-called strategies Fu Guangtao spewed out, Nie Yan couldn't help but chuckle to himself. They were too vague in general and would have zero practical use on the battlefield. Against players like Fu Guangtao, even if several dozen came at him, Nie Yan would still wipe the floor with them. Tisk, you guys are really good at believing your own bullshit. The mech combat faculty was hardly even trying. You think you could have beaten them? Ha! I've never seen a group so full of themselves, Sha Tianyu sarcastically smiled. He was fed up with listening to Fu Guangtao stroking his own ego. Fu Guangtao's face flushed red with embarrassment. Sha Tianyu, you bastard. I dare you to say that again. You want to hear it a second time? Sure. Bring out the replay of the match. Why stop it just twice? I'll say it again 1,000 times, 10,000 times, no problem. Sha Tianyu shot back. After hearing Sha Tianyu's words, Xie Yao giggled and turned to Nie Yan. Your friends sure are interesting. Nie Yan shrugged. Even he didn't expect Sha Tianyu to have such a sharp tongue. Fuck you. Fu Guangtao rushed forward. He wanted nothing more than to give Sha Tianyu a good beating. However, he was held back by Bai Jun and the others. Forget it. Nothing to get worked up over. We're all still in the same class, Bai Jun said. With some placating from his fellow classmates, Fu Guangtao finally calmed down. After glaring at Sha Tianyu, he snorted and walked away. The top military academy's gathering finally came to a close. Azure Windchime had come out of it the biggest winner. Many students made use of their connections to reach out to Undying Scoundrel and the others for a recommendation into Asskickers United or possibly an opportunity to participate in an entrance test. God Executioner Sword had also gained quite a few new members. Nie Yan coldly eyed Fang Ruji and Chi Han leading a crowd of new recruits away. He urged Guo Wai to closely monitor God Executioner sword. Nie Yan and Xie Yao left the arena together. Xie Yao resumed her search for the remaining pieces of the Saintess Christina set and figuring out a way to resurrect her phoenix. Guo Wai had already done all he could in helping Nie Yan gather items that could increase his ice resistance. After bidding farewell to Xie Yao, Nie Yan went his own way. Checking his personal storage, Nie Yan found 2 books for passive skills that increased his ice resistance and an item called the Heart of Winter. It was a dazzling snow-white orb about the size of a fist. Nie Yan examined the item. Heart of Winter, special item. Properties: ice resistance plus 50, ice magic plus 20%. Winter Spirit, invoke the power of the Heart of Winter to become immune to frost damage and even the most extreme cold for 30 seconds. Cooldown, 20 minutes. Restrictions: Righteous Faction. Seeing the properties of the Heart of Winter, Nie Yan recalled his Kiln Fire Heart. He took it out of the bag and compared the two. Kiln Fire Heart, special item. Properties: fire resistance plus 50, fire magic plus 20%. Kiln Fire, invoke the power of the Kiln Fire Heart to become immune to all fire damage and even the most extreme heat for 30 seconds. Cooldown, 20 minutes. Restrictions: Righteous Faction. The Kiln Fire Heart and Heart of Winter were identical in size. Both were special items. The Kiln Fire Heart was bright red and emitted a blazing energy. It looked just like a ball of primal flame. The Heart of Winter was dazzling white and seeped out with a frosty aura. It looked like an orb made out of the purest ice. One red, the other white, the 2 items shone brightly in Nie Yan's hands. Something like the Kiln Fire Heart was extremely rare. Nie Yan had only learned about it in the previous timeline purely by coincidence. Besides the Kiln Fire Heart and Heart of Winter, are there other similar items? Nie Yan pondered for a moment. I should have Guo Wai look for more similar items. Maybe something special will happen if we gather all of them. After learning the 2 passive skills, Nie Yan checked his ice resistance. It had already reached 260, meeting the requirements to explore the icy tundra to the far north of the Viridian Empire. Apart from this, he had also stocked up on a few master ice resistance potions from the Starry Night potion shop. Making sure nothing was out of place or missing, Nie Yan finally prepared to set off. After finding Sulgata's feather and completing Sulgata's shadow, I will do the Luminous Dancer class advancement quest. His eyes shone with anticipation. Nie Yan walked to the outskirts of Kalor and summoned his Darkwing Dragon. He hopped on and flew off toward the north. The Darkwing Dragon rapidly ascended in altitude. The wind howled past Nie Yan's ears while the mountains and rivers below flitted past. He realized once more just how frighteningly fast his flying mount was. After flying for about 15 minutes, the landscape below transformed into a barren tundra. As the polar winds howled past him, Nie Yan felt a bit cold on his cheeks as a layer of frost covered his skin. He was about to be turned into a human popsicle. The Darkwing Dragon's speed was also dramatically reduced as ice built up on its wings. Nie Yan hurriedly had the Darkwing Dragon land. Flying at such high speeds in this extremely cold environment was a terrible idea. The Darkwing Dragon circled in the sky before making a gradual descent. Nie Yan gazed ahead of him. A vast expanse of white stretched out as far as the eye could see. Here and there lone rocks protruded through the snow while further off he could make out the vague outline of mountains. The Darkwing Dragon finally landed on the ground. Nie Yan hopped off its back. Setting foot on the ground, Nie Yan's calves sank into the snow. A frigid gust of wind blew past him, causing him to shiver. Nie Yan unsummoned his Darkwing Dragon. Braving the cold winds, he trudged through the snow step by step. Phew. It's a good thing my ice resistance is high enough, or else I would have frozen to death before I even got here. Nie Yan pressed forward through the expanse of white, never veering from his goal. The monsters that spawned here were level 60 tundra bears. Every now and then, a few of them would come lumbering over. However, after getting a whiff of Nie Yan's scent, they would immediately do a 180 and run away. Their sharp senses told them they were no match for him. Even if Nie Yan hunted these tundra bears, he wouldn't gain much experience. He couldn't be bothered to chase after them. He continued toward his destination. Nie Yan occasionally spotted a few elementalists leveling here. One of their special skills allowed them to ignore the extreme cold. For the sake of avoiding unnecessary trouble, Nie Yan would enter stealth and take a detour around them. After about 20 minutes, Nie Yan arrived in front of a lake basin at the foot of a mountain. The water was crystal clear and serene without the slightest ripple. It was so unfathomably deep no light could reach the bottom. Nie Yan checked his map coordinates. This is the place. This icy lake emitted a frigid aura. Sulgata's feather was fished out of here in the previous timeline. Nie Yan drank a master ice resistance potion and dived into the water. A frigid chill immediately permeated his body as he started shivering. If his ice resistance were below 200, he would have turned into a human popsicle. Nie Yan activated the ability of his water aversion pearl and swam further down toward the lake bed. Deep underwater, darkness surrounded him. Thanks to his high night vision, though, he could make out a few indistinct shapes. All around him were stocky plants over a dozen meters in length, swaying back and forth with the underwater currents. Nie Yan passed through this underwater forest and beyond. The world here was completely alien. From time to time, he encountered schools of fish and other harmless fauna. About 10 minutes later, Nie Yan finally found what he was looking for, Sulgata's feather. Sulgata's feather was a white, 6 inches long feather which glowed with a holy light. It hovered just above the lake bed in the middle of a powerful underwater current. However, it stayed perfectly in place. In the vicinity of Sulgata's feather, Nie Yan spotted 3 trident-wielding mermaids. These humanoid monsters with the upper body of a woman and the lower body of a fish were frightening creatures. Their peerless beauty could shake the heart of even the most resilient minds while their tridents flashed with a dangerous light. Nie Yan hid behind a coral cluster and inspected one of the mermaids with transcendent insight. Sea Demon Billina, Super Elite, Level 120. Health, 2,850,000 2,850,000. Super Elites were just half a step below Lords. The three sea demons patrolled the area, never leaving Sulgate's feather out of sight for long. Seeing the stats of the three sea demons, Nie Yan furrowed his brows. Strange. Why are there level 120 super elites here? I never heard about any monsters guarding Sulgate's feather. I thought that Shadow Dancer just swam up and grabbed it. The information Nie Yan obtained was merely second-hand, not something he had personally confirmed himself. For discrepancies to appear was very normal. Things such as rumors grew more distorted the more they were passed on, until they transformed into something else entirely. The fact that he actually found Sulgate's feather was already pretty amazing. Damn it. How am I supposed to face 3 level 120 super elites? No way I can get past them either, especially with those underwater currents restricting me, Nie Yan muttered. Surveying the surroundings and considering his options, Nie Yan discovered that he couldn't use his teleportation items. This increased the difficulty even more. Even if he managed to retrieve Sulgate's feather, it would still drop if he died here. Nie Yan dithered around for a long time, unable to come up with a solution. He didn't have much time. The water aversion pearl only lasted for 30 minutes. Combined with the underwater breathing pill in his bag, 1 hour was the limit. Nie Yan had already wasted 20 minutes. Every second was precious. Before the hour ended, he would have to swim out of the teleportation restricted zone and channel a return scroll home, or else he would surely drown to death. Tisk. But if I returned to Kalor empty-handed, the whole trip would have been for nothing. Nie Yan contemplated for a moment. I wonder if I can sneak past with stealth and snatch Sulgate's feather away. Sea creatures generally had low awareness. Disappear. Nie Yan blended into the background, then slowly started making his way over. Eventually Nie Yan arrived within 6 meters of Sulgate's feather. The three sea demons appeared to sense something. They turned their heads in his direction and started scanning around before swimming over to investigate. Not daring to alert the three sea demons, Nie Yan could only slowly back up. He hid behind a coral reef roughly 10 meters away from Sulgate's feather. The three sea demons searched around. After failing to find anything, they returned to a passive state. So close and yet so far, Nie Yan couldn't help but become a bit depressed. The underwater currents here were too strong. If he tried to use his silk spinner ring like he normally would in these situations, the web line would only get swept away. This method clearly wasn't feasible. Web line, underwater currents, Nie Yan appeared to be on the verge of a breakthrough, but the idea failed to solidify in his head. There must be a way, Nie Yan consoled himself. He needed to think it over carefully. The environment here was too distracting. Let's go explore elsewhere and clear my head. Maybe I can find another treasure besides Sulgate's feather. Nie Yan searched around for about 10 minutes, whereupon the water aversion pearl's ability wore off. He ate an underwater breathing pill and extended his time by another 30 minutes. Should I just go back now? After thinking for a bit, Nie Yan shook his head. He wanted to test something out first. It would be best if he could retrieve Sulgate's feather. If worse came to worst, he would teleport away and try again next time. After exploring around some more, Nie Yan suddenly found himself being pulled along by a strong current. Thankfully, his strength and endurance were high enough. He could swim against it without being swept away, albeit with great difficulty. At this moment, Nie Yan happened to notice something sparkling in the distance. His eyes lit up. Is that a treasure chest? He borrowed the force of the current to swim toward the light. After swimming for about 30 meters, Nie Yan arrived in front of a large coral reef. He discovered a silver-white treasure chest tucked away in a crack between two boulders. It looked like something from the Dark Era. However, most of the designs and markings were corroded away, making it difficult to identify. It really is a treasure chest. Looks like the lock is broken, though. Nie Yan couldn't pull the chest out of the crack. Thinking for a bit, he took out Zenard's sword. He planned to pry it open. Nie Yan inserted Zenard's sword into the opening of the chest. With a firm twist, he popped the lid open with a click. In the chest lay an ancient book. To his surprise, it was still intact despite sitting underwater for who knew how long. The book was thick and heavy and appeared to be made out of dark grayish leather from some unknown animal. Dark golden characters written in dragon tongue were inscribed on the cover. Book of Forgotten History, Nie Yan muttered, tracing his fingers over the characters. As Nie Yan wondered what kind of item this Book of Forgotten History was, a notification sound rang out in his ears. You have discovered the Book of Forgotten History, lost at the bottom of a lake basin in the icy tundra at the northern border of the Viridian Empire. Behind its worn-out pages is a long and ancient history. Do you wish to retrace the past? Do you wish to recover this forgotten history? Nie Yan pondered for a moment. Looks like the start of a quest line. Well, whatever. No harm in taking another quest. I'll get to it whenever. He hit confirm without the slightest hesitation. At this moment, the Book of Forgotten of History blossomed out with a brilliant radiance which completely enveloped Nie Yan while a dark power entered his body. He could sense the Darkwing Dragon in his pet space stirring restlessly. He hurriedly soothed it. The Darkwing Dragon finally calmed down. Nie Yan was astonished. What a frightening power of darkness. The Book of Forgotten History flipped open to the first page, which contained a story. First chapter, Evil Blade. Description. A lonely hero wandered the dark wasteland, seeking out the evil blade so he could destroy it. But when he found the weapon, his resolution wavered and he was possessed by it instead. A pair of black wings sprouted from his back as he transformed into a devil. Objectives. Slay Devil Jessup. Destroy the evil blade with the Book of Forgotten History. Collect Devil's Feather. I was right. It is the start of a quest line. Too bad I don't have the time to do it right now. It doesn't look super important anyway. I should be okay putting it off until later. Nie Yan stuffed the Book of Forgotten History into his bag and then put it out of his mind. His main goal right now was retrieving Sulgata's feather. Nie Yan swam back to the area where Sulgata's feather was located. He swept his eyes over the stocky plants growing on the lakebed. They flowed with the underwater currents, swaying back and forth. Tisk. The currents here are too strong. You always have to worry about getting swept away. Swimming anywhere is a huge pain in the ass. Seeing the swaying plants, a light bulb lit up in Nie Yan's head. I've got it. I know how I can retrieve Sulgata's feather without the sea demons noticing. Nie Yan became excited. He wanted to test out if his idea would work. He hurriedly swam over to the coral clusters in the distance. The patrolling sea demons already entered his sight. He took advantage of the cover from the coral clusters to make his way forward in stealth. Nie Yan stopped at about 7 meters from Sulgata's feather. The closest of the 3 sea demons was 6 meters away. Seeing them look away from the feather, he made his move. Nie Yan swam into the currents. He felt the surging water sweeping up against his body. He took out his silk spinner ring and gradually released a web line, which floated forward under the influence of the flowing water. The web line resembled the plants, swaying back and forth with the currents. The longer the web line grew, the harder it became to control. Nie Yan carefully guided the web line forward, meticulously paying attention to its every movement. 1 meter, 2 meters, 3 meters. Thankfully the currents here weren't too chaotic. Soon, the web line grew to 6 meters long. The thin strand of silk slowly drifted towards Sulgata's feather. Just as Nie Yan was about to succeed, the 3 sea demons appeared to sense something and gazed over in his direction. Nie Yan hurriedly held his breath and stopped what he was doing. The 3 sea demons only spotted a long strand of silk floating in the water. With their meager intelligence, they couldn't figure out its use. They stared at it with vacant expressions before returning to an idle state. Seeing the 3 sea demons turn away, Nie Yan breathed a sigh of relief. Thank God they didn't swim over to investigate. Nie Yan continued to extend the web line. At about 10 meters, it was already long enough to touch Sulgata's feather. He had no way of controlling the web line's direction. He could only slightly tug and pull at the thread, praying luck was on his side. The web line swayed in random directions, having almost made contact with Sulgata's feather several times, only to be swept aside at the last second. Nie Yan made several attempts. As he released the web line into the currents one more time, it sped along towards Sulgata's feather. However, it looked like it wouldn't properly stick. He couldn't stay underwater for much longer, 10 minutes at most. Even if he succeeded, he would still have to escape the pursuit of the 3 sea demons. I can't waste any more time. Nie Yan gritted his teeth. He took a deep breath and focused his mind. Paying close attention to the flow of the currents, he maneuvered the web line to the best of his ability. With a light wick, it stuck onto Sulgata's feather. As the line went taut, Nie Yan immediately hooked his finger around the strand of silk and flicked his wrist. Instantly, the web line went up, down, and around Sulgata's feather, becoming more and more entangled. Nie Yan jerked his hand back, reeling in the web line with Sulgata's feather in tow. At this moment, the 3 sea demons were alerted. They let out an ear-piercing cry. The sharp sound caused Nie Yan's eardrums to tremble as he started hallucinating. Mind immune. Nie Yan immediately snapped out of his daze, fear still lingering in his heart. I almost lost consciousness there. A beat slower, and I would have been a goner for sure. As the web line retracted into his hand, Nie Yan grabbed hold of Sulgata's feather. He had no time to put it away in his bag. One of the sea demons charged forward, her sharp trident stabbing towards Nie Yan's head. Just as the attack was about to land, Nie Yan activated the pygmy ring. He instantly shrunk to a third of his original size. The trident missed and struck the coral cluster. Boom! Rubble and bits of coral muddled the water. Nie Yan's face paled in fright. Seeing the other 2 sea demons closing in on him from both sides, he quickly kicked his leg and tunneled into crevices between the corals. His body was small, so he had no problem passing through. After turning small, Nie Yan could freely travel in the small passageways that existed within the coral reef. Seeing Nie Yan slip away, the sea demons repeatedly struck the coral clusters with their tridents. Bang! 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 Their ferocious attacks devastated the coral reef. Nie Yan fled for dear life, shuttling through the passages between the corals. It was a game of cat and mouse. The 3 sea demons spread out to find traces of Nie Yan. Even when they spotted him, with him nimbly tunneling here and there, none of their attacks connected. Finding such a small person within this lush coral reef was incredibly difficult. Nie Yan checked his status. He could only stay underwater for 6 more minutes. The 3 sea demons were still in hot pursuit. He had to flee faster. Nie Yan activated Shadow Waltz and buffed himself with several other stealth-enhancing skills. His silhouette gradually faded into the shadows cast by the coral reef. The 3 sea demons looked all over. However, it was as though Nie Yan had vanished into thin air. He was nowhere to be found. After searching for a while longer, they could only helplessly turn back. About 5 minutes later, Nie Yan exited the coral reef. He was outside of the teleportation restricted zone. He glanced at his inventory. Items like his unknown transfer scroll and return scrolls were no longer grayed out. As the effects of his underwater breathing potion were about to wear off, Nie Yan took out a return scroll. The return scroll glowed with a brilliant light. The clock ticked away. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. Nie Yan suddenly found breathing become more and more difficult. He held his breath. A powerful force descended on his body. This was the water pressure at the bottom of the lake. As he started running out of breath, his vision grew increasingly blurry. Damn it, don't tell me I'm going to die here. What horrible luck. Suddenly, a brilliant light dazzled his eyes. The return scroll had activated. Nie Yan gradually regained consciousness. As he opened his eyes, he was already back in Kalor. Since he was at the bottom of a lake just a moment ago, he felt a sharp pain course through his entire body. Luckily, he still returned alive. After resting for a bit, he finally regained his strength. Looking at his hand, Sulgata's feather was still bundled up tightly in his web line. Nie Yan slowly untangled the web line. Pulling out Sulgata's feather, he examined its properties. Sulgata's feather, legendary fragment. Description: a fragment of Sulgata's shadow. This feather is brimming with a mysterious magical power. Properties: strength plus 80, dexterity plus 120. Nie Yan put away Sulgata's feather. He also took off Sulgata's cloth boots and placed it beside Sulgata's feather in his bag. With a dazzling light, the two items gradually merged together. A few seconds later, the light faded away. A pair of exquisite boots appeared before Nie Yan's eyes. They were completely black and weaved out of a delicate silk while also sporting a sleek and flashy design. The edges were covered in mysterious runes. This was the style of the Dark Era. These runes represented an ancient history. Sulgata's shadow was finally complete. Nie Yan was a bit moved. After spending so much time, he had finally acquired these legendary grade boots. Nie Yan examined the brand new pair of boots. Sulgata's Shadow Walker's legendary soul item. Requirements: 1900 dexterity, 600 strength. Description: destroyed and lost during the War of Sulgata. All three fragments, Sulgata's boots, Sulgata's runic cloth, and Sulgata's feather, have been brought back together to form a complete whole. The legendary pair of boots emerge in history once more. Represents the pinnacle of shadow. Brimming with enigmatic power. Properties: defense 1028 to 1201, evasion plus 10%, dexterity plus 200, movement speed plus 120, jump plus 110, stealth plus 120, cloaking plus 120, and reflex plus 120. Steal, rank 16, attempt to pocket gold or an item from a target. Shadow Waltz, rank 16, stealth plus 120, cloaking plus 120, movement speed plus 150, 8 seconds of invincibility, cannot be detected through stealth for 20 seconds. Restrictions: Nirvana Flame. Note: this item cannot be dropped, destroyed, or traded. Sulgata's Shadow Walkers finally offered some protection, providing more than 1000 defense, which was practically unheard of among shoe-type items. It was far better than Wigris Guardian Gauges and the Orpheus Vambraces. The upgrade to Steel and Shadow Waltz especially blew Nie Yan away. This was his first time seeing two rank 16 skills. Sulgata's Shadow Walkers was a soul item, which meant it would grow alongside Nie Yan as he leveled up. His own development would dictate the future growth of Sulgata's Shadow Walkers. If Sulgata's Shadow Walkers were tradable, it would surely sell for an astronomical sum in the marketplace. Its properties would drive countless players mad with envy. Nie Yan estimated Sulgata's Shadow Walkers was at least equivalent to a level 150 legendary item. He already fulfilled the 1900 dexterity and 600 strength requirements. His dexterity was at a frightening 2300 while his strength surpassed 1000. Nie Yan put on Sulgata's Shadow Walkers, then took them for a spin. The boots fit snugly around his feet and provided amazing support. He didn't feel the slightest bit of weight, almost as if he were wearing nothing. Ha! Now this is a legendary item. Nie Yan sighed in admiration. He could travel great distances, even by just casually walking around. Nie Yan checked his defense. It had already breached 10,000. Even among warriors, those who had a higher defense than him were few and far between. It was just that thieves wore leather armor, which offered far less protection than a warrior's plate armor. His defense was still nevertheless astonishing. Combined with his rank 7 defense, attacks from ordinary players couldn't break his armor. 3 pieces of legendary grade equipment. I don't think there's anyone out there better geared than me. Nie Yan's eyes shone with excitement. After getting comfortable with Sulgata's Shadow Walkers, Nie Yan had Guo Wai send over some gems. He socketed his new equipment. Like this, his stats received another boost. These days, Asskickers United was expanding at a frightening rate. After gaining a strong foothold in Moonlight City, which was now their second base, they established branches in 5 more cities. To support this growth, they started recruiting again and expanded their ranks to 150,000 players. The Starry Night Potion Shop rapidly expanded alongside Asskickers United, opening up branches in every city across the Viridian Empire. Their revenue sharply increased, bringing in more than 300,000 gold a day. The number of strongholds under the control of World Block had also quickly increased, from just a few in the beginning to more than 30 now. Thanks to the real-world business districts of these strongholds, World Block's revenue from the virtual reality industry increased several times over. They earned an exorbitant amount of money, which Father Nie would invest in various projects. They had already increased their market share by more than 3,000%. Their influence was also rapidly expanding. Many domestic financial groups started paying attention to them. Some tried to strike up a cooperative relationship. Others viewed them as powerful competitors. The rise of World Block was inevitable. Nie Yan's goal was to make World Block even more powerful than the Century Financial Group. During the war against Alliance of Mages, the Century Financial Group had made use of their enormous wealth to poach quite a few Ass-Kickers United members. World Block's financial resources simply couldn't compare to theirs. One day, Nie Yan planned to give them a taste of their own medicine. He would use World Block's capital to compete with the Century Financial Group and see who could hold out until the end. Ass-Kickers United's momentum was unstoppable. There was no power in the Viridian Empire capable of posing a threat to them for the time being. God Executioner Sword, Penumbra Empire, and those other guilds were too weak to stir up any waves. Even if Nie Yan wasn't there, Guowai and the others could easily deal with them. No trouble would arise as long as Guowai paid close attention to the Monet Financial Group's movements. Ass-Kickers United, the War God Tribe, Holy Empire, and the other guilds in the alliance were all on the right track. Even if Nie Yan disappeared for some time, none of their operations would be affected in the slightest. He could leave with his heart at ease. If I can become a luminous dancer, nothing can stop me in the future. Nie Yan's eyes gleamed with determination as he headed for the Temple of Light. The same as last time, after walking through the hall, Nie Yan found Priest Anizan. He looked no different from before. His kind expression gave people an amiable impression. You're back. Are you ready now? Anizan asked with a faint smile, almost as if he had met an old friend. Priest Anizan, I'm all set to go. I want to enter the ancient world. I will pursue the tracks left behind by God and receive his divine inheritance. Pious believer, may the light be with you. Follow me. Anizan nodded with a gratified smile. He then turned around and headed deeper into the temple. Anizan led Nie Yan to the magic formation from last time. The ancient world contains the inheritance left behind by God. If you successfully advance to a luminous dancer, you'll obtain incredible power. Of course, that place is also filled with dangers. If you fail, you will forever lose the qualifications to become a luminous dancer. I'll ask once more. Are you fully prepared? Anizan asked with a solemn look on his face. I am. Nie Yan nodded. Anizan chanted an incantation and waved his staff. A giant beam of light shone down on the magic formation, causing a white portal to emerge. Go forth. The portal will lead you to the ancient world. Nie Yan took a deep breath, then stepped into the portal. The light consumed his body as it left this world. After which the portal gradually faded before disappearing without a trace. After entering the portal, Nie Yan was sent hurtling through the river of time as countless scenes from Conviction's history flashed before his eyes. A wealth of information flowed into his mind. Nie Yan felt like he had transcended into a higher realm as he watched history speed by while overlooking the world from space. So long as the player's mind was capable of enduring, the system could impart information directly into their brain. This was Conviction's most advanced technology. After an indeterminate amount of time, Nie Yan regained consciousness. As he opened his eyes, the scene before him caused his mouth to gape in shock. Nie Yan found himself standing halfway atop a mountain. As he gazed up ahead, he was greeted by the sight of a vast forest stretching out as far as the eye could see. It was almost as if he had been transported to a world of giants. The trees were over 60 meters tall with trunks so large it would take 10 grown men linking arms to fully wrap around their circumference. Their crowns were lush and dense, blocking any light from filtering through and reaching the ground below. The sky was home to all sorts of flying creatures, most of which were types of dragons. These winged dragons were much larger than the dark-winged dragon resting in Nie Yan's pet space. So, this is the ancient world. Nie Yan's eyes gleamed with curiosity. I wonder where I'm supposed to go to get the Luminous Dancer class advancement quest started. Nie Yan swept his eyes over the landscape before him. I can probably trigger a quest hint by fulfilling some sort of condition. Nie Yan discovered different rules dictated this world. For instance, he couldn't summon Lil Gold. The explanation from the system was that the rank of his pet was too low to enter the ancient world. He could still summon his Darkwing Dragon, but doing so was basically asking for trouble. The flying creatures in the air were simply too powerful. His Darkwing Dragon was just an afternoon snack in their eyes. Apart from this, the unknown transfer scrolls and return scrolls in his bag became useless. Their runes gradually faded away until not even a trace of magical energy could be felt on them anymore. Nie Yan felt a deep aching in his heart. His unknown transfer scrolls and return scrolls had become nothing more than scrap paper. He didn't care about the latter since they were cheap, but as for the former, he couldn't help but sigh. Fearing he would be stuck in the ancient world for a long time, he specifically prepared more than 20 scrolls. Now they had all gone to waste. Another person in the same shoes would have probably spat out blood and passed out from anger and shock. To Nie Yan, however, it was simply a bitter pill to swallow. Nie Yan found that many of his magic-related items couldn't be used in this place. His supply of scrolls in particular took the heaviest losses. He could only hope and pray they would return to normal after he left this map. It appeared this world had its own rules. Anything outside of its rules couldn't be used. A brand new world to explore. Nie Yan gripped his dagger. If you're going to do something, do it to the best of your ability. This was his motto in life. As someone who returned to the past, if he couldn't reach the apex, he would consider himself a failure. Nie Yan entered stealth, then made his way forward. All around him were towering trees. The dense canopy above resembled an enormous umbrella blotting out the sunlight. The forest floor was covered in lush patches of grass. It was wide and spacious. After traveling for a few minutes, Nie Yan felt the ground shake. Nie Yan's face paled in fright. A large monster was probably approaching. He quickly ducked behind a tree. Looking toward the commotion, a giant dragon appeared in the distance. This land dragon resembles a giant lizard. It was over 2 meters tall, 8 meters across, and covered in ash-gray scales. Each step it took shook the earth. Don't tell me all the monsters in the ancient world are like this. Transcendent Insight. Blazing Land Dragon, Rank 5. Health, 72,000. Rank 5. It's the same ranking system used for flying mounts. Nie Yan muttered. The Blazing Land Dragon might only have 72,000 health, but judging from the metallic luster coming off from its scales, its defense was surely astonishingly high. Should I try taking it down? Nie Yan thought for a moment, then shook his head. Better safe than sorry. I should find a weaker monster first to test myself against. There's bound to be a few around here. I only have one chance in this ancient world. If I die, I lose the chance to become a luminous dancer forever. I need to be careful, especially since I can't rely on most of my scrolls anymore. His Darkwing Dragon, a rank 6 creature, possessed frightening battle prowess. Its health, attack, defense. Everything was only a bit higher than that of the Blazing Land Dragon. Nie Yan had to remind himself not to judge the strength of these monsters based on his previous common sense. He took a detour around the Blazing Land Dragon, then made his way deeper into the forest. After exploring for about 10 more minutes, Nie Yan arrived at a clearing. He was just about to continue forward, when he discovered 3 plants growing at the foot of some trees. They were scarlet red, resembling a blazing flame. Red Dragon Herb. Nie Yan's heart shook. I can't believe they grow here. Nie Yan had a bit of knowledge on this alchemy ingredient. It was incredibly rare. Most players would never be able to afford it in a lifetime. Back when he was level 160 in his past life, he had heard a top-ranking team had acquired 2 red dragon herbs and traded them to a Grandmaster Alchemist for 5 scarlet flame potions, which could exponentially increase the damage dealt by fire magic. A potion had once sold for the astronomical price of 60,000 gold. Generally, such a precious item could only be traded for not sold. Red dragon herbs could be used to concoct extremely dangerous poisons. It was one of the best materials for Grandmaster Alchemists to raise their alchemy skill. After reaching Grandmaster rank, gaining even a bit of skill proficiency was as difficult as ascending the heavens. These red dragon herbs were growing around here like common weeds. Nie Yan knew his gathering skill was too low, but he refused to accept reality. He walked up to one of the red dragon herbs, bent down and tried harvesting it. Your gathering skill is not high enough. Gathering failed. Ha. Well, at least I gave it a shot. Nie Yan felt vexed. Why bother putting these things here if you knew no one could harvest them? Since he couldn't gather the red dragon herbs, Nie Yan turned around to leave. After traveling around the forest for another 15 or so minutes, apart from the red dragon herbs, he encountered many other rare materials, including an enormous ore deposit of scarlet flame crystals and 6 black serpent trees whose wood was the best for crafting staffs. These materials would drive countless guilds mad with greed. However, they were just sitting here in the forest of this closed-off world. Nie Yan felt his stomach churn. If he knew it would be like this, he would have raised his various harvesting skills before coming here. It's like I'm surrounded by mountains of treasure, but I came hiking today in a swimsuit and flip-flops, Nie Yan sighed. Rank 5 monsters such as blazing land dragons and elemental giants inhabited this part of the forest. Nie Yan carefully avoided them as he explored more and more of the forest. After passing through a rank 3 monster zone, he finally arrived in a zone with only rank 1 monsters. Nie Yan's eyes locked onto a dark mammoth. It looked similar to an elephant, except it had dark fur and was noticeably larger. It had sharp, 2-meter-long tusks which curved forward like bull horns. Nie Yan cautiously approached the dark mammoth from behind. Transcendent Insight. Dark Mammoth, Rank 1. Health, 32,000. Let's see if I can bring this dark mammoth down. If I can't even beat a rank 1 monster, I might as well pack my bags and go home, Nie Yan muttered. How do I get around its size, though? Skills like backbreaker probably won't work. Nie Yan pondered for a moment. I suppose I can just keep dodging with shadow steps. The dark mammoth was grazing, plucking the various grasses growing on the forest floor with its trunk and stuffing them into its mouth. Nie Yan took out his cavalry crossbow. Loading it up with bolts, he took aim and pulled the trigger. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 5 bolts whizzed toward the dark mammoth. Put. -286. -310. -266. A string of damage values floated up above the dark mammoth's head. Urgh. The dark mammoth let out a furious cry. It immediately locked onto Nie Yan and charged toward him. It barreled forward like a heavy tank, the ground below quaking with every step. The dark mammoth swung its long tusk at Nie Yan. Nie Yan leapt out of the way, covering 3 to 4 meters in one bound and evading the charge. As soon as his feet touched the ground, he pivoted around and pounced forward with Zenard's sword raised. A streak of light flashed out. PSSHT. Blood sprayed into the air as a deep laceration opened up across the dark mammoth's flank. Its tough hide offered little protection against the sharpness of his blade. AROUGH. The dark mammoth swung out its trunk. Nie Yan leapt back and dodged the attack. The dark mammoth immediately went into pursuit. Nie Yan used all sorts of methods to dodge its attacks. The shock in his eyes grew deeper as the battle went on. He discovered his movements in combat were much less restricted, allowing him to execute skills however he pleased. Is this the feeling of a shadow dancer? Nie Yan's eyes gleamed with excitement. Even though he hadn't class advanced yet, his combat style was already quite close to that of a shadow dancer. The dark mammoth suddenly stomped forward. Nie Yan evaded the charge with shadow steps and swung out his right elbow at the same time. Bang! His elbow struck the dark mammoth squarely in the temple. It staggered several steps back, its head swaying unsteadily, a visual indicator that it was stunned. An ordinary elbow strike can stun. Nie Yan's heart shook. He gradually realized shadow dancers gained access to an entirely new system of combat. Even the most basic kicks, elbows, and punches could become dangerous weapons. Compared to warriors, the attacks of thieves didn't have as much strength behind them. However, they were much faster and more precise. Tragedy befell the dark mammoth. No matter how it charged forward or swung its tusks, it couldn't land a single hit. On the other hand, Nie Yan's every attack was precise and full of power. He hit the monster's vitals over and over, causing it to stagger and sway. Before long, the dark mammoth's health fell below 3,000. It let out an enraged cry and charged at Nie Yan. As the dark mammoth came closer and closer, Nie Yan took several steps back, then threw out a roundhouse kick. Unleashing all the power in his body, Nie Yan's foot struck the dark mammoth in the temple. The dark mammoth staggered unsteadily before crashing to the ground. Nie Yan leapt into the air and plunged down with Zenard's sword. PSSSHT. His blade pierced into the beast's neck. The dark mammoth let out a mournful wail before its head slumped to the ground, never to rise again. Nie Yan checked his level. He didn't receive any experience for this battle. However, he had comprehended a whole new realm of combat. Searching around the corpse, it appeared the dark mammoth didn't drop anything. Nie Yan knitted his brows. Tisk, this world is too stingy. I can't harvest any of the materials, and the monsters here don't give experience or drops. After killing the dark mammoth, a notification popped up. Path of the Luminous Dancer 1. Kill 500 rank 1 or higher monsters. 1/500th. I've finally triggered the first part of the quest. 500 rank 1 or higher monsters, huh. Seems a bit tough, but it should be doable. Nie Yan's eyes lit up with determination. Nie Yan turned around and departed. After walking for a few minutes, however, he suddenly thought of something and rushed back. He approached the dark mammoth's corpse, then cracked open its skull with Zenard's sword. Digging his hand inside, he pulled out a teal-colored crystal. Yes, I was right. It does have a rank 1 life core. Life cores were much more valuable than ordinary loot drops. They could be used to strengthen a flying mount. Let's collect a few more, then I'll feed them to the Darkwing Dragon all at once. After removing the life core, the corpse quickly disappeared, purified by his Holy Spirit imprint. The dark mammoth was also a creature of darkness. Making sure he hadn't missed anything, Nie Yan dashed away. I should stock up on as many life cores as I can. You don't get this kind of opportunity every day. Nie Yan planned to collect rank 2 and rank 3 life cores as well, the higher quality, the better. The Darkwing Dragon would require an enormous amount of life cores in the future, and this was undoubtedly the best place to acquire them. At present, the Darkwing Dragon was only rank 6. Yet it was already peerless among flying mounts. If he could raise it to rank 7, rank 8, or even higher, it would be completely invincible. Nie Yan estimated it would take him at least a week to complete the first quest. If he was slow, it might even take up to a week and a half. Nie Yan started hunting down rank 1 monsters with impunity, amassing more and more life cores. About 6 hours later, he already had more than 30. Apart from rank 1 monsters, Nie Yan also started testing himself against rank 2 monsters. Time passed by quickly in the ancient world. Nie Yan's movements grew more and more fluid as he got accustomed to this new style of combat. By now, he could dispatch ordinary rank 1 monsters without breaking so much as a sweat. He didn't even need to rely on skills to dodge their attacks anymore. After felling another dark mammoth, Nie Yan started digging out its life core. Suddenly, a thought struck him, I wonder if I can use steel on these monsters. Nie Yan glanced at his skill bar. At rank 16, steel had a base success rate of 96. The penalties from attempting to steal from a target above his level were greatly reduced. He could now also steal multiple items at once. If I can use steel on these rank 1 monsters, 1 success should be enough to take everything they have. Nie Yan's eyes shone brightly. Nie Yan explored around. Before long, he encountered another dark mammoth. It was grinding its tusks against a tree. He snuck up behind the dark mammoth. Carefully placing his feet, he inched closer and closer. When he was within arm's reach, he slowly guided his hand forward. Steal. Steal successful. You have obtained 30 gold and a Gathering Master skill book. Yes, it worked. Nie Yan's face lit up with joy. Before Nie Yan had a chance to look at his bag, the dark mammoth let out a furious cry and swung its tusks at him. Nie Yan leapt several paces back, evading the attack. He dashed back in with an elbow strike. Bang! The dark mammoth was stunned. Once it was CCD, its fate was sealed. Nie Yan unleashed a flurry of attacks and quickly dispatched the dark mammoth. Digging out the life core, he then quickly checked his bag. Sitting in the corner was a skill book. Skill book, Gathering Master. Description: gain additional proficiency when harvesting medicinal plants. Reduce gathering requirements by 1 rank. This skill book was extremely valuable. It would allow an artisan to quickly raise their gathering skill. Unfortunately, it was completely useless to Nie Yan. Even if he learned it, he still couldn't harvest the red dragon herbs. The rank of his gathering skill was simply too low. Nie Yan pondered for a moment. Well, even if it's useless to me, it'll be of use to others in the guild. He tossed the Gathering Master skill book back into his bag, then resumed his hunt. From then on, every time he encountered a rank 1 monster, he would use steel on it until there was nothing left to take. Most of the time, Nie Yan only stole gold. But every now and then he got lucky and obtained a skill book. Gathering Master, Mining Master, Tailoring Master, Tinkering Master. All these artisan skill books piled up in his bag. These precious items were as common as weeds here. After spending a whole day grinding, Nie Yan ended up with 3 Gathering Master, 5 Mining Master, 3 Tailoring Master, and 2 Tinkering Master skill books. He had no complaints with this harvest. Besides this, he had also snagged 2 120-slot super bags. Ordinary 50 to 60 slot bags were already some of the largest you could get at this stage of the game. With 2 120-slot bags, Nie Yan suddenly had a whole lot more inventory space to work with. Nie Yan attended classes in the top military academy during the day, and continued doing his Luminous Dancer class advancement quest in the ancient world at night. A week later, Nie Yan finally finished killing 500 rank 1 or higher monsters. The second part of the Luminous Dancer class advancement quest line required Nie Yan to kill 500 rank 2 or higher monsters. Even though they were much stronger than their rank 1 counterparts, he could still deal with them fairly easily. After exploring around more and more, Nie Yan gradually familiarized himself with the environment of the ancient world. He searched the forest for signs of monsters. The abundance of precious medicinal plants and ores here was enough to drive countless players mad with greed. If only his gathering and mining were a little higher, he would have harvested them all. Once the opportunity was missed, it would be gone forever. These materials were all extremely rare in the outside world, to the extent that you would only have a minuscule chance of obtaining them in level 100 plus dungeons. With these crafting materials, Ass-Kickers United could nurture numerous master blacksmiths and alchemists. After passing through a long and narrow patch of forest, Nie Yan arrived at a meadow. He was greeted by the sight of a large field of medicinal plants. His heart shook. Gold orchids. Gold orchids were a fairly low-rank medicinal plant and a primary material used in concocting intermediate mana potions. Since the demand for intermediate mana potions was currently sky-high, the supply of gold orchids couldn't keep up. So, their prices inflated to 5 gold each. Nie Yan stared mesmerized at the vast field of gold orchids before him. To Nie Yan, the value of the gold orchids was secondary. At 5 gold each, even if he collected 10,000, it would only amount to 50,000 gold. If he learned Gathering Master and harvested all these gold orchids, given how many of them there were here, he would gain enough proficiency to raise his gathering skill to advanced rank. It would only take him a few days. At that time, in combination with Gathering Master which reduced harvest requirements by 1, he would just barely be able to harvest red dragon herbs. Though, the success rate couldn't be ensured. 1 red dragon herb was worth at least 70,000 gold. Given the abundance of red dragon herbs in this world, after a few days of harvesting, Nie Yan would have several hundred red dragon herbs. Such expensive medicinal plants were incredibly difficult to sell, let alone such a large quantity of them. Dumping them all at once would surely crash the whole market. However, none of that mattered to him since he planned to use them exclusively to nurture the alchemist of the Starry Night Potion Shop. If I want those red dragon herbs, then I'm going to have to spend a few more days in the ancient world raising my gathering skill. In the previous timeline, there had never been a change in the amount of red dragon herbs in the market. It appeared Mistaken Smile didn't bother harvesting these red dragon herbs when doing the Luminous Dancer class advancement quest. Nie Yan considered his options. This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Once he was back in the outside world, it would take him several months just to raise his gathering skill to advanced rank, let alone master rank. He didn't have that much free time on his hands, nor would he be willing to spend it on such an endeavor even if he did. After making his decision, Nie Yan took out a gathering master skill book and learned it. The skill book transformed into a ray of light. Nie Yan glanced at his skill bar. The gathering master skill replaced his previous gathering skill. Gold orchids grew in large numbers in this place, unlike the outside where you would have to spend hours just to find a single plant. Truthfully speaking, the gathering skill was actually fairly easy to train. However, most of the time spent training it was used to find plants. That was what made gaining proficiency for it so frustrating. Other players who wished to train their gathering skill would probably go crazy if they saw this field of gold orchids. Nie Yan bent down and started harvesting. He carefully plucked the gold orchids from the ground, employing various methods to ensure the harvesting was successful. After which he put away the plant in his bag. He succeeded most of the time, only failing occasionally. If the harvesting failed, the plant would wither and die. However, he couldn't care less about these failures. 1 gold orchid after another was successfully harvested. 20 counted as a full stack. 6 hours later, after collecting his 30th stack, a notification jingle rang out. Nie Yan checked his gathering master skill. It had reached intermediate rank. Skill proficiency could still be gained from harvesting these gold orchids. So, Nie Yan had no plan to leave this place. An ordinary player would probably go mad doing this kind of monotonous work. However, Nie Yan persevered. Perhaps because he had experienced 2 lifetimes, his heart was much more resolute than others. It was as if Nie Yan was a hermit. Stuck in this secluded world, everything he did had no relation to the outside. However, he understood raising his gathering skill would also be beneficial to him beyond this place. He would no longer encounter situations where he would have to pass up on rare alchemy plants because his gathering skill was too low. Day after day, nothing of importance occurred in the Viridian Empire. Nie Yan could focus on gathering medicinal plants without a worry in the world. Out in the real world, Nie Yan and Xie Yao gradually became more acclimated to school life in the top military academy. They would occasionally encounter a few road bumps here and there, but everything was good overall. 5 days later, following a crisp notification jingle, Nie Yan's gathering master skill reached advanced rank. He could finally harvest red dragon herbs, even though he was unsure of his success rate. Nie Yan looked at his map. Based on his memory, he headed back to the area where red dragon herbs were growing. After sneaking past the respawned monsters, Nie Yan found a red dragon herb among the trees. It was bright red like fire and extremely eye-catching. Nie Yan walked over to the red dragon herb and bent down. He carefully pushed aside the surrounding soil, revealing the main stalk and roots. He had to be extremely careful not to accidentally damage the roots, or else the entire plant would wither up and die. Harvesting red dragon herbs was extremely troublesome. There were many minor things you had to pay attention to. At this moment, Nie Yan's fingernail accidentally brushed against a tiny rootlet. With a poof sound, the entire red dragon herb withered into a dry husk, no longer giving off any trace of life. Damn it. Nie Yan stood up and went searching for another red dragon herb. Back outside, if someone tasked with gathering accidentally destroyed a red dragon herb, they would be cussed to death by their teammates. They were far too rare. It was exactly this combination of rarity and difficulty that made them so ludicrously expensive. Luckily, red dragon herbs grew in abundance here. Even if he accidentally destroyed one of them, he didn't feel a tinge of regret. He would just move on to another one. After more than 10 failed attempts in a row, Nie Yan finally succeeded in harvesting a red dragon herb. He carefully bundled up the roots and stored away the plant in his bag. Gathering successful. You have obtained red dragon herb X1. Plus 32 skill proficiency. The skill proficiency obtained for a successful harvest depended on a number of factors, including the rank of the plant and the difficulty in harvesting it. The red dragon herb was high up in all these regards. So, it was a great choice for Nie Yan to use to quickly raise his gathering master skill. Nie Yan continued searching around. Apart from red dragon herbs, there were many other high-rank herbs growing around here. Since his gathering skill had reached advanced rank, all these precious medicinal plants were there for only him to harvest. Nie Yan hunted rank 2 monsters while gathering various high-rank medicinal plants on the side. The joy he felt from seeing his harvests made up for the monotony of the grind. He gradually made more and more progress in his quest. The Luminous Dancer class advancement quest was taking much longer than Nie Yan expected. Half a month flew by in the blink of an eye. Looks like I'm in it for the long haul, Nie Yan muttered. He checked the level leaderboards. Tang Yao reached level 90 while the rest are in the high 80s. I've still got a lot of time before people start catching up to me. After level 90, every subsequent level up required tens of times more experience than the last. So, he wasn't the slightest bit worried about someone becoming a shadow dancer before him. As Nie Yan explored the forest, he spotted a humanoid creature with wolf-like features walking among the trees. A werewolf. His pupils constricted. Werewolves were among the toughest rank 2 monsters he had faced so far in the ancient world. His first encounter with a werewolf ended with him fleeing for his dear life. Since then, he would always take the long way around whenever one entered his sight. This time, however, he had a sudden urge for battle. Erasing all traces of his breath, Nie Yan slowly approached the werewolf from behind. The werewolf was wandering around aimlessly, oblivious to the imminent threat. Nie Yan shot forward like a loosed arrow, stabbing towards the werewolf's spine with Zenard's sword. Backbreaker. At this moment, the werewolf suddenly sensed something and dodged to the side, evading the attack. It let out a deep howl and lunged toward Nie Yan, swiping down with its sharp claws. The werewolf's claws resembled curved daggers, flickering with a sharp light. What quick reaction speed! Nie Yan gasped. He quickly leapt back, avoiding the claw swipe. The werewolf was much faster than Nie Yan expected. It pounced forward with blinding speed and unleashed an attack so fast it was impossible to dodge. Peashed. Blood sprayed out into the air as a claw-shaped wound appeared on his chest. Minus 3,328 damage value floated up above his head. Shit. I'm going to end up getting killed at this rate. Nie Yan grunted. Nie Yan was forced into passively defending. He suffered another attack and was left with only 30% of his health. He quickly downed an advanced healing potion, restoring his health back to full. The werewolf was so fast it left behind a trail of afterimages. Observing its footwork, Nie Yan couldn't help but start copying it. After which he gradually found it easier and easier to keep up with the tempo of the battle. The werewolf let out a howl and lunged forward. As the werewolf's claws closed in on him, flickering with a dangerous light, Nie Yan suddenly had an idea. He imagined this place was an arena stage and the werewolf was his opponent. He instinctively dodged the attack by leaning backwards to the side. Bracing one hand on the ground, he twisted his hips and threw out a powerful capoeira kick. Bang! His foot struck the werewolf squarely on the neck. Croc! Nie Yan heard the distinct sound of bones breaking. His kick was filled with overwhelming destructive power. The werewolf let out a miserable cry. Blood sprayed out from its mouth as it was sent flying 6 meters through the air before crashing into a tree. Minus 7,323. It was a critical hit. The werewolf lay lifelessly on the ground. Its agility and reflexes were certainly frightening to behold. However, its defense was pitifully frail, to the extent it couldn't even withstand a single blow from Nie Yan. Nie Yan didn't expect his kick to be so explosively powerful, shocking even himself. He was simply indulging in his fantasy, rather than trying to deal lethal damage. What he used just now was a real-life fighting technique. His flawless execution allowed him to deal damage rivaling that of an in-game skill. Nie Yan all the more realized just how long of a path he had ahead of him. This was simply the tip of the iceberg. He barely breached the surface in regards to his comprehension of a shadow dancer, a revelation that shook him to the core. It seems there's still a lot for me to learn. Nie Yan dug out the life core from the werewolf's head. As a purifying light cleansed the corpse, he suddenly felt an intense droning from Zenard's sword. Black flames flared out from the sword, sharply increasing the surrounding temperature. Nie Yan could sense a frightening power surging out from Zenard's sword. He looked down and discovered the second seal had been released. Sealed Zenard's sword, godly legendary. Nightmare Curse of the Dead. Reduces the player's stats by 20%, effect halved by Barbarian Kelowit's Blessing. Description. A godly weapon created by Calendar and imbued with the dark magic power of Dragon King Zenard. Failing to subdue the evil energy within Zenard's sword will result in a fatal backlash. 6 divine seals were placed on this sword by the god of war Kelo. Seals. 4/6. Properties. Attack 1530 to 1823, critical plus 150, 30% chance to deal 600% critical damage, ignore level plus 25, ignore armor. Hell Execution. Chance to instantly execute an enemy when their health falls below 20%. Success rate is determined by level difference and enemy defense. Energy cost. 50. Cooldown. 3 seconds. Apocalyptic Extinction. Advanced. Inflict the enemy with 5 types of curses. Rank 8 Exhaustion, Rank 8 Cripple, Rank 8 Disease, Rank 8 Fear, and Rank 8 Corrode. Duration. 10 minutes. Cooldown. 1 hour. Restrictions. None. Creator. Calendar. With the second seal released, Zenard's sword received another significant boost in power. It was already equal to a level 120 legendary grade weapon. It was powerful beyond belief, especially with Apocalyptic Extinction rising from junior to advanced. Even level 100 plus lords would be dramatically affected by 5 rank 8 curses. The black flames bathing Zenard's sword burned even more fiercely. As Nie Yan swung it around, it left a trail of fire that emitted an intense heat. Nie Yan was surprised by this development. He recalled it would be a while before another seal could be released. This was probably because the creatures in the ancient world were at a higher rank of existence compared to ordinary monsters, which was why the seals were being released at a much faster rate. Zenard's sword's attack power had already reached 1500, far surpassing that of an ordinary level 100 dagger or short sword. Anticipation gleamed in Nie Yan's eyes. If it was already this powerful with only 2 seals removed, he couldn't wait to see what it was like when all 6 seals were released. As evening approached, Nie Yan checked his quest progress. He was about 55% of the way finished with Path of the Luminous Dancer 2. He was making pretty good ground. Before long, it was time to log off. Nie Yan stepped out of the game capsule and let out a deep sigh. All day long, day after day, mindlessly grinding mobs and gathering plants in the ancient world was exhausting. Nie Yan and Xie Yao followed the same morning routine. After brushing their teeth, washing their faces, and eating breakfast, they got on the bus to school. By now, practically everyone in the top military academy knew Xie Yao was Nie Yan's girlfriend. They were always seen together, coming to and leaving from school. Many male students couldn't help but feel jealous of Nie Yan. Xie Yao was the perfect lover in their hearts. It was a pity she was already taken, leaving them endlessly vexed. As Nie Yan stepped into the command faculty classroom, he heard his fellow classmates excitedly discussing something. What are they talking about? Nie Yan asked. He sat down and turned to Xu Yan, Sha Tianyu, and Fei Jie. A dungeon, mysterious cavern. Even now, Zhao Xiu and her trash team still can't clear the thing. But they're going around bragging like they're hot stuff, Sha Tianyu replied. The command faculty's team was only formed 2 or so weeks ago. The fact that they had already made it to Mysterious Cavern was quite impressive. However, compared to where Asskickers United's elites were at right now, their achievements counted for nothing. Nie Yan, I snagged a level 85 splendid chestplate last night. It has over 800 defense. Pretty amazing, right? Right, Xu Yan said with a proud smile. Damn, level 85 equipment already. I wish I had your luck, Fei Jie said enviously. Xu Yan was only level 81 right now. Where did you get it? Sha Tianyu asked. He was level 86, but he only had a single piece of level 85 equipment on him. The rest were all level 80. In a dungeon run. It dropped from a Gigantes we killed. Our main tank passed up on it since he had a better chestplate already, so it ended up going to me. Xu Yan faintly smiled. Wow, what kind of equipment does your main tank have? I can't believe he even passed up on a chestplate like that. He's level 83 right now, but he's wearing the level 90 Brilliant Sunset. Damn, the Brilliant Sunset. Are you kidding me? Sha Tianyu and Fei Jie were struck speechless. They knew the main tank Xu Yan was talking about didn't even count as a second-rate player in Asskickers United. Skyrocketing to prominence shortly after the release of Conviction, Asskickers United was legendary among ordinary players. They gathered only the most outstanding players, and had the best equipment out of all the large guilds. Being the owner of a Brilliant Sunset was enough to propel you to a first-rate warrior in any ordinary guild. But in Asskickers United, you would barely count as a second-rate if not a third-rate player. Xu Yan had a proud look on his face. Most Asskickers United players felt a strong attachment to the guild. So much so even former members, who departed on the promise of greener pastures, would still reminisce about their days in the guild every so often. To truly consider yourself a part of a greater whole, to stand together in both shame and glory. Such sentiments weren't so easy to erase. Take Dark Hero for example. Even if the guild was nothing more than an empty husk, many former members still thought back to its glory days. Loyalty was also a type of conviction. As Xu Yan enthusiastically talked about his piece of equipment, Nie Yan gave a wry smile. Given what he knew of Xu Yan's personality, he likely wouldn't move away from this topic for the rest of the day. Nie Yan could relate with Xu Yan. In the previous timeline, he would often get just as excited over obtaining a piece of gold or dark gold grade equipment. Nowadays though, even legendary equipment didn't spark much emotion in him. Seeing Xu Yan like this, Nie Yan couldn't help but recall his past life. Getting all excited over a measly level 85 chestplate. Ha! What more can you expect from trash? Fu Guangtao interjected as he happened to walk by. Nie Yan furrowed his brows. He really didn't like Fu Guangtao's tone. Sha Tianyu, Xu Yan, and Fei Jie all snorted, ignoring Fu Guangtao. Nie Yan had heard from Xu Yan that Fu Guangtao had found a wealthy backer inside the game. He was provided the adherent set, a level 80 dark gold grade set. In the entire class, he was only second to Bai Jun in terms of gear quality. This was why he kept showing off in front of them. Fu Guangtao glanced over at Nie Yan. The two locked eyes. Nie Yan, what level are you? You know, I don't think I've ever once heard you talk about the game. Well, whenever you're not quote-unquote busy, you're always welcome to join us in our dungeon runs. We've already reached the level 80 dungeon, Mysterious Cavern. Don't worry. If your level is too low, we can always carry you. Hey. Fu Guangtao chuckled, his voice laced with venom. During these last few weeks, many people had asked Nie Yan what level he was, what class he played, and so on. However, he would always avoid answering by changing the topic, incurring the ridicule of some classmates. They believed he was too embarrassed to tell anyone because he was a low-level nobody. So, he kept his in-game persona tightly under wraps. I'm in the middle of a quest right now. I probably won't be out for another month or two. But sure, why not? I don't see any harm in running dungeons with you guys, Nie Yan said with a placid smile. Tisk, what kind of quest takes 2 months to do? I've heard 5-year-olds come up with better excuses, Fu Guangtao muttered to himself in a voice just loud enough for Nie Yan and the others to hear. This mother F, Sha Tianyu, Xu Yan, and Fei Jie shot up from their seats, anger flaring from their eyes. Fu Guangtao immediately shut his mouth, knowing not to push things too far. He shot Nie Yan's group a look of disdain and then walked past. If Nie Yan actually had any real clout inside the game, he would have long since retaliated after such provocations. Fu Guangtao refused to believe he had this much composure, which was why Zhao Xiu and the others were convinced he was low-level trash in the game. Fu Guangtao knew he was no match for Nie Yan's group. However, fighting was strictly forbidden in the top military academy. Any student caught breaking this rule would be harshly punished. So, he wasn't the slightest bit worried about them attacking him. At present, the command faculty was divided into several cliques. One was led by Zhao Xiu, Fu Guangtao, and Bai Jun, numbering around a dozen or so people, which was about half the students in the class. Another comprised Nie Yan, Sha Tianyu, Xu Yan, and Fei Jie, who were the frequent targets of bullying. As for the remaining 10 or so students, they kept to themselves. Though they disliked Zhao Xiu and her cohort, they didn't mingle with Nie Yan and the others either. Zhao Xiu and the others feared Nie Yan's strength, so they weren't willing to enter a direct confrontation with him. However, they targeted him in plenty of other ways, like excluding him from the basketball team, soccer team, and fighting team. Nie Yan didn't really mind since he had no interest in standing in the limelight anyway. God damn it. I really want to give that bastard a beating. Xu Yan gritted his teeth. He glared at Fu Guangtao's back with clenched fists. Tell me about it. That smug look on his face always pisses me off, Sha Tianyu chimed in. Forget it. Let's not do anything rash, Fei Jie dissuaded. Xu Yan took a deep breath. I know. Sha Tianyu, Xu Yan, and Fei Jie had no outlet for their pent-up frustration. Because of the top military academy's rules, Fu Guangtao was untouchable on school grounds. At the same time, they were too weak to retaliate against him and his group within conviction. Nie Yan withdrew his gaze, his eyes flickering with a cold light. He previously couldn't be bothered to deal with Fu Guangtao, Zhao Xiu, and their lot. However, these fellows kept trying to push his buttons. Even saints have a limit to their tolerance. Nie Yan turned to his 3 friends and asked, what level are you guys right now? I am level 80, why? Xu Yan gave Nie Yan a puzzled look. Level 83, Sha Tianyu replied. Level 81. Fei Jie also looked on in surprise. Nie Yan previously didn't show any interest in the game. Why was he suddenly asking this question now? Sha Tianyu, Xu Yan, and Fei Jie were all fairly high level. Even if Undying Scoundrel and the others carried them, it wouldn't make much difference. In terms of leveling speed, they would have to rely on themselves. Nie Yan thought for a moment. He could probably gift them some equipment. Ass-Kickers United's treasury was filled to the brim with high-quality equipment. Giving away a few pieces was nothing. A single hair from Nie Yan's body would provide them a lifetime of good fortune. Even if they couldn't become peak experts, it would at least allow them to go toe-to-toe with Fu Guangtao. I'm in the middle of a quest right now. So, I'll get someone to deliver you guys some equipment. When you guys finish leveling up, you can return it to me, Nie Yan said. Xu Yan and the others stared at Nie Yan with strange expressions on their faces. Nie Yan, it's fine. Don't take Fu Guangtao's words to heart. It's just a game. It doesn't really matter. There's no need to bicker with them, Fei Jie comforted. He also didn't really believe Nie Yan was stuck doing a 2-month-long quest. If he really was low level, there was no need to keep hiding it like this. Right. Who cares what Fu Guangtao and those others say? Self-absorbed pricks. So what if they're a bit higher level than us? Sha Tianyu said. We'll work hard and quickly surpass them. I'm with Fei Jie and Sha Tianyu here. Just ignore Fu Guangtao. Even if you really are low level, it won't change anything. I'll still admire you all the same. If it weren't for you teaching us fighting techniques these past few weeks, we'd never be as strong as we are now. In my eyes, you'll always be our boss. Xu Yan said sincerely. Sha Tianyu and Fei Jie also nodded. Xu Yan had occasionally called him boss in the past. Nie Yan didn't really pay it any mind and simply took his words as a joke. This time, however, he was truly moved. Since you guys see me as your boss, it's only right that I look out for you too. No need to worry about me. I couldn't care less about trash like Fu Guangtao. When you guys enter the game tonight, head to the personal storage area. I'll have someone find you. Nie Yan chuckled, patting Xu Yan's shoulder. Seeing how earnest Nie Yan was, Xu Yan, Sha Tianyu, and Fei Jie were at a loss. Alright, we'll head to the personal storage area first thing tonight, Fei Jie said after thinking for a moment. In the end, they all decided to put their faith in Nie Yan. Apart from class, Nie Yan followed his usual routine of working out in the gym. He could still feel himself getting stronger every day. Before long, evening arrived. He entered conviction and continued doing his luminous dancer class advancement quest. Kalor, personal storage area. This was a bustling district. There were shops all around and people walking to and fro from the square. Xu Yan, Fei Jie, and Sha Tianyu looked at the people walking around. They were waiting for the person Nie Yan was supposed to send over. A bit of doubt still existed in their hearts. It wasn't that they didn't believe Nie Yan, just that they worried he might be doubling down too hard. If he really was a low-level nobody, trying to prove a point like this was meaningless. Let's just tell Nie Yan to forget it. There's no need to lower ourselves to Fu Guangtao's level, Fei Jie said with a worried look on his face. The issue is, can we actually convince him? I don't think we can win against Zhao Xiu and them. Ha, Xu Yan sighed. Since Nie Yan called us all the way over here, let's just see what he has in store for us, Sha Tianyu said. Since the start, he always felt a sort of reverence for Nie Yan. He didn't know why. While the three chatted, Xu Yan's voice chat rang. A player called Illegal Immigrant was contacting him. He answered with a look of suspicion. Hello, I was sent over by Nie Yan. May I ask where you three are right now? Tell me your coordinates. This place is a bit too crowded, Illegal Immigrant said. We're in the square, 385,285, 28, Xu Yan replied. Alright, I see you guys. Xu Yan, Sha Tianyu, and Fei Jie raised their heads. They saw a person in the distance waving at them before running over. He wore decorative clothing and looked to be around 26 years old with a somewhat boyish appearance. Sha Tianyu, Xu Yan, and Fei Jie's faces fell. It was a different matter if the person coming over was a high-level expert. But this illegal immigrant didn't look reliable at all. He was clearly level 0. Sorry, I'm late. Talk about bad foot traffic, am I right? Haha, Illegal Immigrant gave an apologetic smile, appearing slightly out of breath. Illegal Immigrant was a subordinate of Guo Wise. He currently did work for World Block and was tasked with all sorts of odd jobs, such as traveling around to different auction houses to purchase equipment, materials, and various other goods, delivering and accepting parcels, and so on. He was one of Guo Wai's friends, and so was acquainted with Nie Yan. Generally, important matters like these would only be entrusted to close confidants. Nie Yan asked me to deliver some equipment to you three. He hopes that you all respect his wish to keep this matter an utmost secret, Illegal Immigrant said. Xu Yan, Sha Tianyu, and Fei Jie looked at each other with puzzled expressions. What was so important that they needed to keep it a secret? Seeing Illegal Immigrant's earnest appearance, Fei Jie and the other two nodded. Alright, we swear we won't reveal this to anyone. Xu Yan eyed Illegal Immigrant suspiciously. He was sure he had seen Illegal Immigrant somewhere before, but he couldn't put his finger on where. Alright, I'll start handing over the equipment to you guys. I'll need you to sign this stub, so I'll have something to show when I go back, Illegal Immigrant said. Illegal Immigrant wants to trade. Do you accept? With a heart full of suspicion, Xu Yan hit yes. A trade window popped open in front of Xu Yan. Illegal Immigrant started placing the equipment inside. This is the full level 90 gold flow set which can be worn at level 80. It's composed of gauntlets, chestplate, leg guards, greaves, great sword, cape, and shoulder guards. Please confirm everything is here, Illegal Immigrant said in the trade chat. Seeing the equipment appearing in the trade window, each piece crafted beautifully and sparkling with a golden radiance, Xu Yan's eyeballs nearly popped out of his head. Am I dreaming? Xu Yan muttered in a daze. His heart raced as he checked the equipment. Damn, what amazing properties. Gauntlets with over 800 defense. My god. Of all things, a 7-piece dark gold grade set. Just where did this come from? This is unbelievable. Xu Yan couldn't help but wonder about Nie Yan's identity inside conviction. In the entire Viridian Empire, the number of people wealthy enough to give out such equipment this freely could be counted on the fingers of one hand. A certain player popped into Xu Yan's mind. Wait, don't tell me, no way. See, could it really be him? I have to confirm with Undying Scoundrel later. Seeing the blank look on Xu Yan's face, Sha Tianyu and Fei Jie grew even more bewildered. Fei Jie nudged Xu Yan. Hey, you alright? Say something. The two were curious and wondered what sort of equipment Illegal Immigrant gave Xu Yan. Yeah, tell us. What did you get? Sha Tianyu anxiously urged. Stop asking so many questions. You'll see soon enough, and I bet you'll be in for the shock of your lives, Xu Yan chuckled foolishly, regaining his wits. Never in his wildest dreams did he imagine that he would be wearing such amazing equipment one day. He felt like meat pies were raining down from the sky. Sha Tianyu and Fei Jie were both stunned. Please confirm everything is here, then sign this stub for me, Illegal Immigrant said. Alright, thank you. Xu Yan signed off on the stub. Good. Now, on to the next person. Illegal Immigrant faintly smiled. He then turned to Fei Jie and sent over a trade request. Demon Hunter equipment is a bit more difficult to find. The equipment our contacts sent over from the Satrine Empire isn't the highest quality, but it should be more than enough for your needs. This is the full level 85 dark gold grade Duskwalker set which can be equipped at level 80. Fei Jie was a demon hunter who originally belonged in the Satrine Empire. After becoming friends with Xu Yan and Sha Tianyu, he pulled together the several hundred gold required to teleport over to the Viridian Empire and joined them in doing quests and leveling here. Seeing the equipment illegal immigrant was placing inside the trade window, Fei Jie's reaction was pretty much the same as Xu Yan's. Even with his limited knowledge, Fei Jie understood that gear of this quality generally wouldn't appear in the marketplace. Only large, powerful guilds had the resources and manpower to complete such equipment sets. After which they would be set aside for guild members to use. Listing them up for sale in the auction house was unthinkable. The only times this occurred was when a guild was in dire straits. It would take an ordinary player forever just to complete this kind of dark gold grade set. You're really giving this to us? Fei Jie asked in disbelief. No, it's a loan. However, you don't have to worry. You can simply return it to me when you're high enough level to find better equipment, illegal immigrant replied. I see. Fei Jie nodded. Even if it was just a loan, he was still grateful. Needless to say, this kind of dark gold grade set would completely change his life. After Fei Jie was Sha Tianyu, who received the level 90 dark gold grade arcane seeker set. Since my job here is done, I should get going and report back to the boss, illegal immigrant said. Thank you. Thank you very much. Xu Yan, Fei Jie, and Sha Tianyu were quite moved. No need to thank me. I'm just the errand boy. Illegal immigrant chuckled. After bidding them farewell, he departed. The three watched illegal immigrant's figure disappear into the crowd. Withdrawing their gazes, they stared at each other, shock vivid in their eyes. Wow, Xu Yan, who do you think Nie Yan is? Fei Jie asked, finding it difficult to calm his emotions. My best bet is that he's actually Nirvana Flame, but I'm not 100% sure. I'll have to ask Undying Scoundrel to confirm. Anyway, make sure you don't tell anyone about what happened here today, Xu Yan said. Of course. We promised the same thing to illegal immigrant too. I'm just surprised how much tolerance Nie Yan has. I can't count how many times Fu Guangtao has tried getting under our skin. If I were in Nie Yan's shoes, I would have long since taught that cocky bastard a lesson. Sha Tianyu sighed in amazement. Probably because once you reach Nie Yan's level, you can't be bothered to pay attention to nobodies like Fu Guangtao, Zhao Xiu, and their lot, Fei Jie said after thinking for a moment. Well, all that aside. We still have to thank Nie Yan. This equipment he gave us today will change everything. Sha Tianyu said. The three couldn't calm their excitement for a long time. Xu Yan put on the gold flow set. The gorgeous golden armor sparkled with a dazzling radiance. He looked like a celestial guard, exuding a domineering pressure. The armor resembled a bodysuit. It was impenetrable, with the joint areas protected by mysterious runic seals. Damn, this is amazing. Xu Yan felt power coursing through his body as if nothing in the world could stop him. Fei Jie and Sha Tianyu also switched into their new equipment. Fei Jie sported a large crossbow and azure leather armor. Compared to his previous shabby equipment, the difference was stark, like heaven and earth. Wow, Fei Jie sighed in amazement. He traced his fingers over the azure runes on his gloves. Sha Tianyu's dusk gray robes exuded a mysterious aura. As soon as the three donned on their new equipment, the surrounding players immediately took notice and broke out into discussion. Xu Yan, Sha Tianyu, and Fei Jie held their heads up high and puffed out their chests. We definitely can't disgrace our new equipment. At this moment, a level 70 female thief approached them. She had a slim and curvaceous figure and swayed her perky butt hypnotically with every step, invoking a carnal desire in the hearts of men. She was fairly beautiful, with bright eyes and a charming appearance. Hey, you three. You're such big, strong guys. Do you mind bringing me along? You wouldn't let a weak little girl like me go out all on my own, would you? The female thief asked in a coquettish voice, making full use of her charm. Sorry, miss. We're busy with a quest. Maybe next time, Sha Tianyu directly refused. Now wasn't the time to be picking up girls. Leveling took precedence. This was their opportunity to soar and become dragons amongst men. Missing it would lead to a lifetime of regret. They had to seize the moment. The three basked in the envious gazes of the crowd as they departed. Let's go level. 5 days. I swear, that's all the time we'll need to surpass Fu Guangtao, Bai Jun, and them. Xu Yan clenched his fist. An hour ago, he definitely wouldn't have dared to make such a bold claim. It was Nie Yan that gave him this confidence. Xu Yan, Sha Tianyu, and Fei Jie were just as skilled and put in even more effort into raising their levels. However, Fu Guangtao and the others had the gear advantage, as well as a wealthy backer providing them the best resources available on the market. So try as they might, they simply couldn't close the gap. And with nowhere to vent their frustrations, their determination faltered and outlook turned bleak. But things were different now. They had equipment that was even better than that of Fu Guangtao and the others. If they still couldn't catch up in level, they might as well ram their heads into a wall. Who knows, we might not even need 5 days. With this equipment, we'll level at least 10 times faster than before. I really want to see the look on the faces of Fu Guangtao, Bai Jun, and Zhao Xiu the next time we meet. Xian Tianyu said in high spirits. Even if he fought with Fu Guangtao now, he had a good chance of victory. Let's get Nie Yan's opinion first before we challenge Fu Guangtao and them, Fei Jie said, worried they might incur Nie Yan's displeasure. I think Nie Yan will be fine with it. Since he can't be bothered to deal with Fu Guangtao and them, we'll do it for him. However, we definitely can't disappoint him. Xu Yan said. He had long since wanted to teach Fu Guangtao, Bai Jun, and them a lesson. With these hopes in their hearts, the three set off to do some leveling. Back in the ancient world, Nie Yan received word from Guo Wai that the equipment had been delivered to his 3 friends. With this matter settled, Nie Yan had one less thing to worry about. He believed Xu Yan, Sha Tianyu, and Fei Jie were seedlings worth nurturing. The equipment would definitely be of help to them. But whether or not they could join the ranks of first-rate players would depend on their own efforts. Over the course of a day, since Nie Yan was mostly harvesting plants, his gathering skill advanced by leaps and bounds. It wouldn't be long before he reached master rank. Beyond master was grandmaster and then sage. However, as long as one didn't encounter some kind of mythical medicinal plant which only existed in legends, master rank gathering was generally good enough. Nie Yan glanced at his bag which was packed to the brim with various medicinal plants. He had collected more than several dozen kinds and at least 2 full stacks of each. Red dragon herbs, fire serpentine grass, turtleback root. They all had their different uses. Some were used for creating antidotes, others for fire resistance potions, all of which were high rank. These medicinal plants would sell for a fortune in the marketplace. Besides this, Nie Yan also acquired a large amount of skill books. He had close to a full stack of gathering master skill books and quite a few copies of skill books for other crafting and gathering professions. One of the skill books in the pile caught Nie Yan's eye, Alchemy Master. The player would obtain twice the skill proficiency, and the potions they concocted had a high chance of coming out a higher rank. However, the caveat was that the potions they concocted only worked on themselves and would have no effect for others. Wow, that's pretty amazing, Nie Yan muttered. This was his first time seeing an artisan skill book like this. With the appearance of this Alchemy Master skill book, Nie Yan sank into deep thought. As Nie Yan progressed along the Luminous Dancer class advancement quest line inside the ancient world, he would have to face stronger and stronger monsters. So, being able to concoct high-rank potions would be quite useful. Nie Yan had once heard that a thief with the alchemy skill could talk to Master Alchemist Yvette to become a poison specialist. Their alchemy skill would undergo some changes. For one, they would improve at a much faster rate, taking no time at all to reach master or grandmaster rank. However, the concoctions they made were restricted to only personal use. Nevertheless, it was a desirable title. Being capable of making high-rank poisons on the fly could significantly improve one's combat effectiveness. In the same school of thought, mages often learned alchemy to craft their own mana potions. Imagining all the possibilities, Nie Yan was tempted to learn the alchemy master skill right away. I can't deny that alchemy is a pretty useful supplementary skill for leveling. After thinking it over, Nie Yan learned the alchemy master skill. From then on, apart from hunting monsters and gathering medicinal plants, Nie Yan also started working on his alchemy skill. Alchemy master was a fairly special variant skill. It was super easy to train, with rank ups requiring less than a tenth of the proficiency of the regular alchemy skill. By concocting just a few dozen basic potions, Nie Yan reached the intermediate rank. A few hours later, and he was already 30% of the way to advanced. Once I get alchemy master to master rank, I can make all sorts of concoctions that will be really helpful to me in battle. The more Nie Yan learned, the more he realized how lacking his knowledge was. Shadow dancers operated even more differently than he thought. It was a brand new world where combat prowess couldn't be judged on raw stats alone. Even supplementary skills like alchemy were part of the equation. Nie Yan never had any friends who reached this realm in his past life. So, he only had his shallow understanding and lack of knowledge to blame. The very concept of a shadow dancer was still hazy in his mind, and though he had mastered a few techniques, he was still lacking in other respects. While carrying out his monotonous work in the ancient world, Nie Yan's heart was tranquil. He didn't feel restless or anxious. Just like before, Nie Yan hunted down the rank 2 monsters that spawned around him. As he spent more and more time in the ancient world, he gradually came to comprehend more and more things. The originally simple kick skill could actually be executed in many different ways, such as a side kick, roundhouse kick, or flying kick, mirroring real-world techniques. The superhuman bodies of the characters inside the game ensured that these attacks were delivered with much greater speed, lethality, and accuracy. Conviction took cues from the real world and expanded upon them, far surpassing reality. While passing through a large stretch of forest, Nie Yan spotted a large monster walking among the trees up ahead. With golden fur, a powerful frame, and a majestic mane, it was the king of beasts. Nie Yan made his way over and started tailing the monster from behind, softly humming in his mind, "In the jungle, the mighty jungle." Transcendent insight. Gold-maned Lion King, Elite Rank 2. Health. 130,000. Wow, the first elite I've encountered in the ancient world. Nie Yan felt a domineering pressure coming from the Lion King. He couldn't help but feel a bit apprehensive. Can I actually beat this thing? At this moment, the Lion King suddenly sensed something and looked over at where Nie Yan was hiding, a profound light flickering from its eyes. Nie Yan's heart shook. He quickly activated several skills that boosted his stealth. It was nearly impossible to detect him now. Just as Nie Yan thought he was safe, the Lion King opened its mouth and let out a thunderous roar. A powerful shock wave swept out. Nie Yan felt a sharp pain in his ears as the sound violently shook his eardrums. -103. With stealth dispelled, Nie Yan materialized into view. The Lion King's gaze immediately locked onto Nie Yan. Ji Groa. It arched its back, claws digging deep into earth, and then pounced toward him. The Lion King was as fast as lightning, closing in almost instantly. As the Lion King's claws came swiping down on him, Nie Yan ducked down and escaped to the side. Craash. The large tree behind where Nie Yan originally stood was snapped in half and collapsed on the ground. Sensing the might of the Lion King, Nie Yan didn't dare to dally and fled for his life. The Lion King immediately went into pursuit as a game of cat and mouse began. Nie Yan didn't flee too deep into the forest for fear of encountering even stronger monsters. He had many close calls while being chased around. Although shadow steps and illusion steps were fairly useful, he could only use them to dodge once or twice. The Lion King's intelligence was fairly high. It would quickly see through his tricks. Nie Yan wasn't sure he could survive even a single hit from the Lion King. It was much stronger than ordinary rank 2 monsters. After numerous brushes with death, Nie Yan learned many new fleeing techniques, such as running in a curved path, making use of nearby obstacles, and abruptly changing directions right before an attack came down. Nie Yan employed every tactic at his disposal. Nie Yan gradually pulled further and further away. Just when he thought he was in the clear, a deafening roar shook the forest. The Lion King came leaping out from behind the trees. As the enormous beast came barreling towards him, Nie Yan narrowed his eyes. He leapt into the air with a flying kick. Bang! He crushed the Lion King's windpipe. -2048. Gragik. The Lion King let out a pained cry. Its body curved inward from the impact of the kick and was sent flying back before crashing into the ground. No time to lose. Nie Yan shot out a web line at a thick tree branch above the Lion King's head. With a forceful tug, he soared into the air, Zenard's sword gripped in his hand leaving a trail of black flames behind him. As he came swinging over, he borrowed the momentum to deliver a powerful slash. PSHFFT. Blood sprayed out of the Lion King's throat. -5311. Letting go of the webline, Nie Yan kicked off a nearby tree, then came plunging down. Backbreaker. After receiving 2 successive attacks, the Lion King struggled back to its feet. Before it could react, however, another powerful blow was delivered to its back. Bang! It was forced back down to the ground. -10,127. If I let this overgrown cat get back on its feet, I'll get chased around all over again. Nie Yan gritted his teeth. He then threw out a sweeping kick, putting all his weight behind it. Bang! Nie Yan's foot struck the Lion King in the head. It let out a wail and thrashed around on the ground. -21,933. It wasn't over yet. Nie Yan stepped to the side, pivoted into a spin, then swung his elbow back. Bang! He landed a heavy blow on the Lion King's abdomen, causing it to flip back over to the other side. -36,444. As his feet touched the ground, Nie Yan slid several steps forward. He raised his leg high into the air, then drove his foot down with an axe kick. Yet another powerful blow was delivered to the Lion King's back. CCRRACK. The frightening sound of bones breaking rang out through the forest. -59,648. Grayo, the Lion King let out a loud wail and collapsed limply on the ground. Oh, wow, even Nie Yan was taken aback by his frightening damage. The axe kick he delivered at the end shaved away close to half of the Lion King's health. A notification jingle rang out. 6-hit combo. Flying kick right pointing arrow cutthroat right pointing arrow backbreaker right pointing arrow roundhouse kick right pointing arrow spinning elbow right pointing arrow axe kick. Nie Yan started. So the attacks I used just now linked together into a combo without me even realizing. No wonder I dealt so much damage. The first hit in the string would dictate the combo's damage potential. Afterwards, every subsequent attack would deal roughly double the damage of the previous. Generally, the force generated from your arms couldn't compare to your legs. So, kicks were the preferred starters. This discovery shook Nie Yan to the core. If he could pull off such combos regularly in the future, his battle prowess would be beyond terrifying. Nie Yan could feel himself improving in the ancient world every day as he familiarized himself with this new style of combat. The more he comprehended, the greater his shock. He felt an even deeper sense of appreciation as well as awe for the people who created not just the world but also the various systems that operated seamlessly together in conviction. After figuring out the combo system, Nie Yan began practicing combo techniques on the rank 2 monsters he hunted. He immediately saw a sharp increase in mobbing efficiency. Before long, he was already 56% of the way through Path of the Luminous Dancer 2. He estimated it would only take him 2.5 more days at most to finish the quest. In the middle of grinding mobs, a notification jingle rang out. Nie Yan checked it. One of his titles had ranked up. After killing so many demonic and undead monsters, Nie Yan's Devil Slayer title had finally risen from intermediate to advanced. Advanced Devil Slayer increased Nie Yan's health by another 10%. The color of the title changed from Viridian to Scarlet. Scarlet represented a high-ranking title. Advanced Devil Slayer was already on par with Grand Scholar. It can still rank up, Nie Yan noted after seeing a progress bar below the title. He was eager to see what came after Advanced Devil Slayer. It would definitely be an extraordinary title. Another day quickly flew by. Come morning, Nie Yan and Xie Yao headed to school together. In the command faculty classroom, Xu Yan, Sha Tianyu, and Fei Jie were anxiously waiting for Nie Yan to arrive. They sat impatiently at their desks, their eyes on the door. Why isn't he here yet? When the three were starting to get worried, a figure finally walked into the classroom. Nie Yan sat down on his seat, then turned to his 3 friends. So, how do you guys like your new equipment? It's absolutely amazing, way better than what we originally expected. Thank you, Nie Yan. Fei Jie said. I've never seen a dark gold set with such incredible stats in my life. I'm mowing through level 90 monsters like it's nothing. Xu Yan exclaimed, his face flushed red with excitement. Nie Yan, we want to know. Who are you in conviction? Sha Tianyu asked in a serious tone. Nirvana Flame. Xu Yan asked probingly, his eyes sparkling with expectation. Well, even if you guys have guessed it by now, I hope you'll keep it a secret. It'll save me a lot of unnecessary headaches. Nie Yan wryly smiled. Our lips are sealed. Fei Jie nodded. Xu Yan and Sha Tianyu glanced at each other before nodding as well. Don't worry. We won't tell a soul. Your secret is safe with us. Xu Yan, Sha Tianyu, and Fei Jie had already guessed Nie Yan was Nirvana Flame. However, they had zero plans of revealing this to anyone. Simply knowing was good enough. Out of the three of them, Xu Yan was the most excited. The person he revered the most inside conviction was Nirvana Flame. Never in his wildest dreams could he have imagined that the desk mate he'd been chatting with for the past few weeks would be that very person in the flesh. How could he not be thrilled? Hey, Nie Yan. I've been thinking of leaving God Executioner's sword for a while now. I don't really feel like I belong, and I never get brought along on any dungeon runs. Can I join Asskickers United? I think it should be pretty easy for me to pass the entrance test. I fulfill all the requirements, Sha Tianyu said. As long as Nie Yan permitted, entering Asskickers United would be no issue. A classmate and friend like this, whose background and loyalties were clear, was fairly trustworthy. Nie Yan had no qualms about letting Sha Tianyu join Asskickers United. But he had an even better idea at this moment. How long have you been in God Executioner's Sword? Nie Yan asked. Well, God Executioner's Sword was originally an online gaming org. The professional players working for them come from all over the country. The only thing they have in common with a regular studio is that they have similar rules and regulations. I ended up moonlighting there back in high school. So, I've been with them since before they even entered Conviction. If I think about it, I guess it's been about 3 years by now. But I'm just a nobody there. Only a second-rate player at best. Their first-rate players are all too full of themselves and treat the rest of us like trash. That's also why I don't care much for the guild, Sha Tianyu replied in a frank manner. He believed Nie Yan was inquiring about his circumstances to decide whether or not he was qualified to enter Asskickers United. Let me ask you something else. Did they know your identity in real life? Nie Yan asked. This point was especially crucial. Nope, none of them. We aren't required to report our real-life identities. I guess that's one of the perks of being in God Executioner's Sword. But as a result, it's filled with all sorts of characters both good and bad. I even know some with extensive criminal records. Obviously, those kinds of people don't want anything leaking out, Sha Tianyu replied. He found Nie Yan's question very strange. Nie Yan's eyes flickered with an odd light. A plan gradually took form in his mind. If he wanted to get information on God Executioner's Sword, Sha Tianyu was the most suitable candidate. As a friend and fellow classmate, I have full trust in you. I'd be more than happy to have you join Asskickers United. But I have a more important task for you first, Nie Yan said. He looked around and made sure no one was eavesdropping. What is it? I'll do my best to carry it out, Sha Tianyu said. He was overjoyed after hearing that Nie Yan was willing to accept him. Good. Don't leave God Executioner's Sword, Nie Yan said. Huh, why? Sha Tianyu asked with a confused look. Nie Yan stared directly into Sha Tianyu's eyes. Are you really willing to abandon God Executioner's Sword to join Asskickers United? Yes. Sha Tianyu nodded with determination. I don't have any attachment to God Executioner's Sword. All they do is take and exploit my work. They've never done anything for me in return. I've already thought this over for a long time. If it wasn't for the fact that I haven't found anywhere better yet, I would have left long ago. Sha Tianyu was feeling a bit depressed. He really didn't want to be in God Executioner's Sword any longer. He couldn't help but wonder why Nie Yan wanted him to stay. The two guilds, Asskickers United and God Executioner's Sword, were enemies after all. If you want to follow me, help me, then I'd like you to continue remaining in God Executioner's Sword. I'll provide you with gold and equipment regularly. What I want you to do is rope in as many people to your side as possible, climb your way up their ranks, and become one of their core members. One more thing. It's fine for now. But later on, you and Xu Yan can't have any contact inside the game anymore in order to avoid raising suspicion, Nie Yan said, sharing his true plan. Given Sha Tianyu was a veteran member of God Executioner's Sword, no one would suspect a thing. I see. Sha Tianyu exclaimed. Everything suddenly clicked in his mind. Alright, I think I can pull it off. You can put your faith in me. If Nie Yan wanted someone to infiltrate God Executioner's Sword's core, he really would be the most suitable candidate. After all, as a long-standing member of the guild, he was the least likely to arouse suspicion. The best way to destroy a guild was from within. Even though God Executioner's Sword was far from being a match for Asskickers United, Nie Yan sensed worrying undercurrents stirring beneath the surface. He had to start making preparations now. How about me? What can I do to help? Fei Jie asked, not wanting to be excluded. As a citizen of the Satrine Empire, he couldn't join Asskickers United. It would be really great if you could get into Angel Corps, but I won't blame you if you fail, Nie Yan replied. He would certainly benefit from having someone reliable inside Angel Corps. That should be pretty easy. First heard Angel Corps recruitment policies are pretty lax. I know a few of their recruiters. As long as you give them something to grease the wheels, they'll immediately let you in. The hard part will be climbing their ranks, Fei Jie said. Nie Yan pondered for a moment. Alright, I'll have some people get in touch with you two inside the game. Later on, if you need anything, you can ask them. Guo Wai had quite a few moles planted in Angel Corps. If Fei Jie found a way to ascend their core ranks, Asskickers United could provide him with resources to ensure his success. Nie Yan reminded Sha Tianyu and Fei Jie of a few things to take note of. Afterwards, he called up Guo Wai and left the matter to him. He made sure Guo Wai provided them ample resources. Asskickers United didn't lack gold. As long as Sha Tianyu and Fei Jie succeeded, the payoff would be more than worth it. As for Xu Yan, he was already a part of Asskickers United to begin with. There was nothing for him to do. There's a gathering for first years tomorrow. Nie Yan, we plan to teach Fu Guangtao, Zhao Xiu, and their lot a lesson. That's fine with you, right? Xu Yan hoped Nie Yan would give his approval. Haha, you don't need my approval for something like that. You guys can decide for yourselves. Nie Yan smiled. He was also getting tired of Fu Guangtao and Zhao Xi's little schemes and provocations. Having Xu Yan, Sha Tianyu, and Fei Jie take them down a notch or two would get these buzzing flies to shut up. After receiving Nie Yan's approval, Xu Yan's eyes lit up in excitement. He clenched his fists and gritted his teeth. Finally, I get a chance to wipe that smug smile off Fu Guangtao's face. I'm definitely going to make this a lesson he'll never forget. A day of classes flew by in the blink of an eye. Even though they were a bit dry and dull, Nie Yan still earnestly paid attention. He didn't want to experience the hardships of his past life again, where he went day by day barely eking out an existence. He would never forego a chance to better himself. That included his studies. There was a mock test in the afternoon. Nie Yan easily took first place, beating out second place by more than 20%. Jealous of his achievements, Fu Guangtao, Zhao Xiu, Bai Jun, and their lot secretly spread rumors that Nie Yan was a complete study freak who knew nothing besides fighting and reading books, and that he was a low-level trash in conviction. They were too afraid to confront him directly, so they could only talk behind his back. There were a few people who believed them. A fellow classmate informed Xu Yan, Sha Tianyu, and Fei Jie about the rumors. The three couldn't hold it in anymore. They got up from their seats and walked over to Fu Guangtao's group. After the events of the school-wide gathering in conviction, Zhao Xiu and her clique managed to gather enough people to form a team. Of course, she was the leader. They ran dungeons regularly and obtained quite a bit of decent equipment. However, as time went by, small annoyances turned into internal conflicts until no day went by without heated arguments. The main issue was that the loot was not being divided up fairly. Zhao Xiu believed as the ones who created the team, she and a few others deserved a larger portion of the spoils. This, of course, didn't sit well with the other members. It was the topic of numerous arguments. Before long, mutual distrust built up and a clear rift formed within the team. Zhao Xiu had personally spoken to a few of the disgruntled members and temporarily quelled the discourse. Since those ill-treated had nowhere better to turn to, they could only swallow their grievances and stay in the team. However, a deep seed of resentment had long since taken root in their hearts. Zhao Xiu, for all her arrogance, had little to no self-awareness. She, Fu Guangtao, and Bai Jun thought they were being smart by pulling small tricks and secretly hogging the good equipment for themselves. However, no secret could be kept forever. Several members of the team were actively looking for a way out. Zhao Xiu and the 17 other members in her clique were discussing strategy for their next dungeon run at the back of the classroom. The desk was piled high with sheets of paper. The dungeon they wanted to run had long since been fully explored, cleared countless times over by the elites of the various major guilds. So, there were many tips and tricks floating around on the internet, which they had compiled together in one place. After making some more preparations inside the game, they would be ready to set out. Even though Zhao Xiu and her team weren't good enough to be considered top elites, they were still fairly strong among second-rate players. In addition, they didn't blindly run into harder content, instead making comprehensive preparations for every next dungeon run. At this moment, however, there were a few voices of dissent. I still don't think we're ready to run Arachnid Abyss. That dungeon is clearly too difficult for us to clear. We don't have the DPS. I say we need to run Mysterious Cavern at least 20 more times to better equip our mages. Only then do I think we'll be ready to challenge such a high-level dungeon. A somewhat chubby male student said. His face and ears were somewhat flushed from arguing back and forth. His name was Chu Chenghao. He played a paladin and was only slightly behind Zhao Xiu, Fu Guangtao, and Bai Jun in level. Since he was generally amiable and did things fairly and openly, many students had a good impression of him. No need. Our damage is already good enough. As long as we can clear Arachnid Abyss, our gear will rise to another level. Continuing to run Mysterious Cavern is only a stupid waste of time. Fu Guangtao fired back. You guys are really full of yourselves. It's pretty obvious we'll wipe if we run Arachnid Abyss in our current state. A team that only goes at the pace of its few strongest members won't last long. Have you ever heard of something called teamwork? If we go to Arachnid Abyss now, what will we need just to survive? Let's see, poison bite necklaces, ivory life rings, flame gems. Need I go on? Do you think anyone in our team but yourselves could possibly afford these things? Why risk our lives in Arachnid Abyss for so little gains? We should grind in Mysterious Cavern for a bit longer, so that our weaker members can replace their current shabby weapons and armor with better ones. Like this, the entire team will grow stronger, not just you few. Many of the weaker members sunk into deep thought. Items like poison bite necklaces and ivory life rings were all fairly precious. They definitely couldn't afford the burden. In the end, all the benefits would go to the stronger members like Zhao Xiu, Fu Guangtao, and Bai Jun anyway. Meanwhile, they would be lucky to get table scraps even after overworking themselves to death. Realizing Chu Chenghao was standing up for their interests, they were deeply moved. Seeing that Chu Chenghao's words were effective, Fu Guangtao inwardly cursed. He then tried to tempt the weaker members. All the drops in Mysterious Cavern are dog crap. You can find them for sale everywhere in the marketplace. If we can clear Arachnid Abyss, we can get even better stuff. True. You certainly can find weapon and armor drops from Mysterious Cavern available for sale in the auction house. But who's going to pay for it? You. Because we certainly can't afford to. Since you want us to run Arachnid Abyss so badly, maybe next time a poison bite necklace drops, we can sell it and use the gold to buy new equipment for our weaker members. How about it? It's starting to get pretty clear that you guys only care about getting good equipment for yourselves. I'm not willing to needlessly risk my life just to satisfy your selfish whims. Anyone that wants to go can go, but I'm out. Chu Chenghao was fed up. Tisk, it's always you saying no to this and no to that. Last time, it was because of you that we wiped on an easy dungeon like Whitebird Gorge. We've already wasted too much time in Mysterious Cavern. If we had moved on to Arachnid Abyss earlier like I said we should, my equipment would be a million times better than it is now. Who the hell do you think you are? I've been getting real tired of your shit lately. Do you think I won't smash your face in? Fu Guangtao glared. I'd like to see you try. You think I'm afraid of you? Chu Chenghao hardly batted an eye at Fu Guangtao's provocation. Fu Guangtao didn't dare to actually try anything in the top military academy. Don't think of yourself too highly. Do you think I need someone like you in my team? I know a bunch of people in the management faculty. I can easily find a paladin twice as good to replace you at any time. Leave if you want. No one will miss you. Zhao Xiu coldly snorted, shooting Chu Chenghao a look of disdain. I'm a bit busy tonight, so I won't be running Arachnid Abyss with you guys. Sorry, a slim male student suddenly said. He played an arcane mage. He didn't have the courage to burn all bridges with Zhao Xiu, Fu Guangtao, and them. So, he used this excuse to tactfully withdraw. Me too. I can't make it either. My parents need my help. Same here. The people backing out were the low-level members who had frequently been subjected to unfair treatment since joining the team. Naturally, they sided with Chu Chenghao. Seeing the support he was getting, Chu Chenghao was deeply moved. He couldn't help but let out a deep sigh. So goes the adage, an unjust cause will find little support, while a just cause will enjoy support from all around. Zhao Xiu, Fu Guangtao, Bai Jun, and their lot had crossed the line. They had turned the team into a tool to only benefit themselves, never once thinking about helping the other weaker members. All of a sudden, half the members in the team sided with Chu Chenghao in protest. Zhao Xiu became anxious. She stared at one of the male students with puppy eyes and asked, Chenmo, you're not coming either. Zhao Xiu wanted to persuade a few people to change their minds. One of her targets was Chenmo, whom she knew was secretly in love with her. Chenmo simply remained silent. Seeing that the team was close to not having enough members to run Arachnid Abyss, Bai Jun immediately stepped in to intervene. He said with a kind smile, let's not get hasty here guys. I'm sure we can all sit down and talk it out. If we really can't come to an agreement, we'll switch to another plan. Chu Chenghao coldly snorted. Don't bother trying to play mediator. I already know you three are all in cahoots. You never cared about helping anyone but yourselves. We'll obviously never see eye to eye. I'm leaving. Good luck finding someone else. At this moment, Xu Yan, Sha Tianyu, and Fei Jie walked over. Chu Chenghao, we're planning to make our own team. Do you want to join? Xu Yan asked. How many people do you already have? Chu Chenghao asked. Though they didn't interact much, he knew at least Xu Yan wouldn't behave the same way as Fu Guangtao and their lot did. Right now it's just me, Sha Tianyu, and Fei Jie, but we'll be recruiting more people really soon. Nie Yan said he would join when he has the time. Also, a few of my friends from Azure Windchime agreed to join. I think it won't take more than 2 days for us to build up a full team. The surrounding students all raised an eyebrow. Xu Yan managed to recruit people from Azure Windchime. Though they knew he had joined them right at the start of the school year, they previously weren't aware of Azure Windchime's strength. However, after seeing their performance during the last school-wide gathering in Conviction, everyone finally understood what kind of club Azure Windchime was. Chu Chenghao thought it over for a moment, then nodded. Sure, why not? I have nowhere better to go anyway. But I'd like to reserve my right to withdraw without warning if I'm feeling dissatisfied with the team. Naturally, that's a given. Welcome to the team, Xu Yan said with a bright smile. Xu Yan, can I join your team too? Chen Mo asked. Sure. Oh, what about me? I want to join too. All of a sudden, more than 10 people withdrew from Zhao Xiu, Fu Guangtao, and Bai Jun's team. They had long since been fed up with those three. When presented with the opportunity to leave, they took it without the slightest hesitation, even if they weren't all that familiar with Xu Yan, Sha Tianyu, and Fei Jie. Seeing all these people wanting to leave, Zhao Xiu and the others immediately became anxious. Xu Yan, you fucker. What do you think you're doing, coming over here to poach people from our team? You think trash like you can form your own team? Even if you do, what are you going to run, Goblin Marsh? Fu Guangtao cursed. Sure, we can start with Goblin Marsh. At least we'd be better than some people who only think of hogging all the good drops for themselves. Besides, who's the real trash between us still hasn't been decided yet, Xu Yan fired back. Chu Chenghao interjected, I have no problem with us starting over from the easiest dungeon. From now on, you guys can go your way, we'll go ours, even if it might be more difficult. The command faculty had been divided into two. Fine, scram. Who needs you all anyway? You trash belong together. You better make sure I don't catch you in the game. Fu Guangtao growled. Xu Yan, Sha Tianyu, and Fei Jie were instantly incensed. Fu Guangtao was really too full of himself. They weren't even afraid of him back when they didn't have their new equipment. Now, they were confident in crushing him. Fu Guangtao had shed all pretenses of cordiality, causing the faces of Chu Chenghao and the others to warp with disgust and loathing. Do you dare to fight us tonight? Sha Tianyu glared. Why wouldn't I? The issue is, I'm afraid you'll run away. Fu Guangtao harumphed. The tension was palpable. Both sides glared daggers at each other, neither willing to back down. Xu Yan did a headcount. 13 people had come to their side. Including him, Sha Tianyu, and Fei Jie, they had 16 members in total. If he called over 4 more from Azure Windchime, they would have a full team. The others were all die-hard followers of Zhao Xiu, Fu Guangtao, and Bai Jun. Even if they came, Xu Yan and the others wouldn't want them anyway. In order to completely win over Chu Chenghao and the others, treating them with fairness and generosity was a must. Xu Yan recalled the way Nie Yan governed Asskickers United. If he wanted the team to be a cohesive unit, he still had a lot of work ahead of him. Xu Yan and the others headed back to the front of the classroom and started introducing themselves to each other, talking about their levels, stats, and so on. Zhao Xiu, Fu Guangtao, and the others repeatedly shot venomous glares at them. Xu Yan, how much defense do you have? Chu Chenghao asked. Since you're our highest level fighter, I think you're the best choice for our main tank. Xu Yan looked to Sha Tianyu, and Fei Jie, who nodded back at him with looks of approval. They were all going to be part of the same team anyway. There was no point in hiding his stats. I recently got some better equipment. I have more than 7,000 defense right now, I think. What? 7,000? Chu Chenghao shot up to his feet in surprise. You're not lying, right? Why you really have over 7,000 defense? The other students were also dumbstruck. For Xu Yan to have more than 7,000 defense at his current level was unimaginable. Chu Chenghao sucked in a breath of air. 7,000 defense. With you, we can easily run Arachnid Abyss. Even Dark Knight Guild is possible. With 7,000 defense, you can even be the main tank in some of the larger guilds. Asskickers United really is full of freaks. Even 7,000 defense isn't good enough to serve as a main tank in their second-rate teams. Everyone automatically assumed Xu Yan's defense was so high simply because he received good equipment as a member of Asskickers United. With a main tank like him, the whole team could improve their equipment within 5 days. With your defense, Fu Guangtao can't even hold a candle to you. Chu Chenghao sighed in admiration. If I were you, I would have whooped his ass a long time ago. Next up were Sha Tianyu and Fei Jie. When they shared their stats, Chu Chenghao was equally shocked, as were the others. Chu Chenghao could understand Xu Yan's defense being so high. However, Fei Jie and Sha Tianyu weren't members of Asskickers United. Why were their stats so high too? There was no one in the entire command faculty who could compare to them. Sha Tianyu and Fei Jie glanced at Nie Yan sitting by himself further away. They simply smiled, not revealing anything. We'll be relying on you three from now on. You know, all of us are pretty skilled. It's just that we've never found a good team until now. I think we'll definitely surpass Zhao Xiu, Fu Guangtao, and their lot. Anyway, we'll need a leader if we're going to be a team. I think it should be between one of you three, Chu Chenghao said. After finding out how strong Xu Yan, Sha Tianyu, and Fei Jie were, he completely gave in and didn't bother fussing about who should be team captain. Let's have Xu Yan be the captain, and Chu Chenghao you should be the vice captain, Sha Tianyu suggested. Sounds good to me, Xu Yan said. I think so too. Fei Jie nodded. Chu Chenghao didn't expect to be nominated. Me. No. I'm far from qualified. Don't bother Chu Chenghao. It's already decided. Xu Yan said. We believe in you, Sha Tianyu added. At the urging of everyone, Chu Chenghao finally relented and agreed to become the vice captain. Like this, the basic structure of the team was decided. Seeing Xu Yan, Sha Tianyu, and Fei Jie pulling Chu Chenghao and the others to their side, Nie Yan faintly smiled. These students from the command faculty would definitely mature in elites of society, each holding influence over their own sphere. Bringing them together and befriending them now would definitely be helpful to him in the future. Through life, death, and rebirth, Nie Yan had a wealth of life experiences. He understood a network of connections was quintessential. Xu Yan, Sha Tianyu, and Fei Jie had helped him with something important. What he had to do next was to build his relations with these students and consolidate his position in the class. His ultimate goal was to eventually become their leader and if possible have them work for him. Nie Yan joined his three friends and their newly formed team, chatting about various topics with these classmates. He was the top student in the class in every respect. This was a barrier that made him difficult to approach. Seeing him talking to everyone so amicably, they naturally took the opportunity to mingle with him. Nie Yan spent the rest of the day fraternizing with his fellow classmates in the command faculty. When evening came, Nie Yan entered conviction. Nie Yan opened his eyes to the familiar scenery of the ancient world. He stood in the middle of a dense forest. Looking up, he saw the early morning sun breaking through the foliage, leaving mottled shadows on the ground. Nie Yan organized all the loot he collected over the last few days from grinding mobs. He had already accumulated 180 non-combat profession skill books, including some especially rare ones. He hadn't gotten a chance to look over them yet. Apart from the skill books, he also found several more 120 slot bags. He switched his old bags out for these new ones and now had a total of 720 slots of inventory space, which was more than enough for ordinary situations. Nie Yan's stock of medicinal plants was starting to run low. He had used them all to concoct various potions in an effort to train his alchemy master skill. Eventually, he no longer had enough low-rank medicinal plants to use. He could only go back to the previous spot to harvest more gold orchids. After collecting several stacks, he started crafting potions again. Even though he only started concocting in the ancient world, he quickly familiarized himself with the process. He created one mana potion after another, then tossed them away. These mana potions could only be used by him. However, Nie Yan played a thief, a class which didn't require mana. So, these mana potions were basically useless. He was better off throwing them away to save bag space. Like this, Nie Yan could do everything from collecting the materials to actually crafting the item. Someone like this was quite rare. He gradually realized how powerful the combination of a combat class and crafting professions were. With these kinds of specialized crafting skills, a player could be almost completely self-sufficient. Ordinary players would have to return to town every 5 days or so because they were running low on consumables. However, after learning the gathering and alchemy skills, as long as he encountered some medicinal plants in the wilderness, he could simply harvest them and make potions. If he was in a place that was full of medicinal plants, he would never have to return to town and could stay there indefinitely. Nie Yan glanced inside his bag. There were several other extremely useful skill books that caught his eye, such as Scroll Crafting Master, Engineering Master, and so on. These skill books all shared one common restriction. All the items crafted by the player could only be used by themselves. A strange idea took shape in Nie Yan's head. If he learned all these skills, the items he could create would definitely be immensely beneficial to him. The ancient world was rich with all sorts of different crafting materials. If he harvested them all, raising the ranks of his crafting skills would be blazingly fast. Before long, he could train them to master or even grandmaster rank. A thief with infinite outdoor sustainability, it sounded like a cheat. But to Nie Yan the possibility was very real, and it would greatly help his chances of clearing his class advancement quest. Nie Yan analyzed the various crafting and harvesting skills. Gathering and alchemy were part of the same branch. He could use medicinal plants found in the wilderness to craft his own potions. Scroll crafting and spell scribing were also part of the same branch. After killing a monster, players obtained rolls of leather or other similar materials that could be used to craft blank scrolls. Spell scribing could then turn them into different kinds of magic scrolls. Furthermore, mining, metallurgy, forging, and engineering were also part of the same branch. The ores players mined could be crafted into various weapons or different metal components, which could then be assembled by an engineer into all sorts of machines. Apart from these, there were also other skills like deconstructing, enchanting, and tinkering. If Nie Yan could train all these crafting profession skills to a high rank, he would truly become a master of all trades. This boost in utility would significantly raise his combat prowess. As Nie Yan roamed around the forest harvesting gold orchids, he arrived at the rocky shore of a stream. On the other side was a lush meadow with a different type of medicinal plant growing in it. They looked like delicate jade sculptures under the sunlight, semi-translucent and glistening brilliantly. Jade gold orchids. Nie Yan's eyes lit up. They were a medicinal plant one rank above regular gold orchids and could be used to concoct advanced or master health and mana potions. They were also an ingredient for multiple advanced potions. If he could gather a large amount of jade gold orchids, he could raise his alchemy master skill to advanced rank before the end of the day. Jade gold orchids were growing everywhere in this meadow. However, a wraith of some sort was roaming in the meadow. It was floating in the air and moving around aimlessly, occasionally letting out pulses of ice-cold energy, covering the plants in the immediate vicinity in a layer of frost. Nie Yan had no idea what rank this wraith was. He slowly approached it in stealth until he was only 30 meters away. Transcendent Insight. Ice Wraith, rank 3. Health, 520,520 Nie Yan knitted his brows. He didn't know if he could deal with a rank 3 monster. Up until now, the strongest monster he met was the gold-maned Lion King, a rank 2 elite, which albeit strong was not on the same level as this Ice Wraith. Nie Yan hesitated for a moment before steeling his resolve. He would have to deal with rank 3 monsters sooner or later anyway. There was no harm in giving it a try now. This Ice Wraith was an ice-type monster. Players probably needed a lot of ice resistance to deal with it. Luckily, Nie Yan had several ice resistance boosting skills. He also had the Heart of Winter in his possession. With high ice resistance, dealing with ice-type monsters became much easier. Apart from this, he also had a few master ice resistance potions in his bag. His preparations were basically flawless. Nie Yan approached the Ice Wraith, trailing it from behind while waiting for an opportunity to attack. The Ice Wraith's lifeless eyes were looking around. Nie Yan, who was still pretty far away, felt the surrounding temperature plummet by more than 10 degrees Celsius. He started shivering as his movement speed was slightly reduced. This was the most annoying aspect of dealing with ice-type monsters. Nie Yan waited in ambush behind some shrubbery. Watching the Ice Wraith pass close by him, he pounced forward, his dagger flashing with a sharp light. As the attack was about to land, the Ice Wraith suddenly vanished into thin air. Nie Yan's pupils constricted. His dagger struck air as the Ice Wraith appeared beside him. Its previously lifeless eyes flared with a sinister red glow. Ayy! The Ice Wraith spewed out an icy mist from its mouth. The mist encased everything it touched in a thick layer of ice as the temperature in the immediate vicinity plummeted far below freezing. Without the slightest delay, Nie Yan leapt several meters back. The Ice Wraith vanished again, this time re-emerging behind him, then assailed him with a wave of bone-chilling frost. The Ice Wraith's combat style was different from that of all other monsters he had encountered so far. Its movements were unpredictable. It attacked and evaded with incredible speed. But far more terrifying was that monsters like this had a frightening passive, and that was they were immune to being stunned. The Ice Wraith was even more tricky to deal with than expected. Nie Yan didn't dare to dally. Nie Yan continuously adjusted his techniques while dodging. He gradually became faster and faster until he could just barely keep up with the Ice Wraith's tempo. After dodging the Ice Wraith's lunge, Nie Yan discovered its back was facing towards him. His expression turned fierce, and he shot forward like an arrow. Nie Yan exploded forth with incredible speed. He was much faster than he had ever been before. With all his power focused in one leg, he kneed the Ice Wraith in the back. Bang! The Ice Wraith staggered several steps forward. Nie Yan would never pass up on such a good opportunity to attack. He pounced forth, closing the gap in an instant, and ruthlessly elbowed the Ice Wraith in the back. Pivoting to the side, he plunged Zenard's sword into its spine with backbreaker. Without pulling out, Nie Yan firmly gripped the handle and wrenched the blade through its torso. Lacerate. The ice wraith let out a shrill cry. Nie Yan stabbed forth once more, only for the ice wraith to suddenly disappear. His attack missed. Nie Yan checked his notifications. He had completed a 3-hit combo just now and dealt 50,000 damage. It seems this ice wraith isn't impossible to deal with after a. An icy gust of wind assailed him from behind, cutting Nie Yan's thoughts short. Gale step. A wave of frost swept forth, encasing everything in ice, even many of the jade gold orchids. Thankfully, Nie Yan was quick on his feet, or else he would have been turned into a human popsicle. Fortunately, jade gold orchids grew in abundance here, or Nie Yan would be feeling like he was bleeding from his heart right now. As the two silhouettes exchanged moves at high speed in the meadow, Nie Yan started incorporating more and more real-world fighting moves into his skills. He was shocked to discover their high compatibility. His attack speed was slower than that of the ice wraith. So, he could only rely on technique to get the upper hand. It was a long and drawn-out battle, though unlike any Nie Yan had been in before. He wasn't monotonously kiting the monster with skills. His movements were like flowing water, unaffected by any skill restrictions and allowing for a greater range of motion. Nie Yan felt an unprecedented amount of freedom in combat. In the middle of this intense battle, Nie Yan could feel his own fighting techniques rapidly improving. As the ice wraith attacked with unrelenting ferocity, Nie Yan gradually wore it down until it only had 5% health left. The ice wraith let out a mournful wail. An enormous amount of frost energy spilled out from its body. After coming in contact with the icy mist, Nie Yan's body was immediately covered in a thick layer of frost. His speed was dramatically reduced, and every movement became cumbersome. He hurriedly downed a master ice resistance potion. A stream of warmth flowed down his throat and spread out from his chest into his limbs. He could move freely again. Seeing the ice wraith going berserk, Nie Yan dashed forward and delivered a kick to its abdomen. He then slashed out with Zenard's sword. Cut throat. A trail of black flame streaked out across the ice wraith's neck. The ice wraith's hands suddenly transformed into grotesquely sharp claws. Its attacks instantly became countless times more powerful. Its movement speed similarly saw an explosive increase. The ice wraith lunged forward in a frenzied assault. Nie Yan was put under a mountain of pressure, barely able to evade the attacks. As the ice wraith's claws came slashing down, mere inches away from ending his life, Nie Yan suddenly disappeared. The ice wraith looked around in confusion. It couldn't sense Nie Yan's presence at all, as if he had completely vanished into thin air. It could still sense him through ordinary skills like Gale Step and disappear. However, its detection abilities were completely useless against the rank 16 Shadow Waltz. Extreme Intimidate. The ice wraith immediately lurched to a halt. At the same time, Nie Yan materialized behind it. Hell Execution. The flames enshrouding Zenard's sword erupted out with a crimson glow. Nie Yan slashed down with his blade, cleaving the ice wraith in two. Yes. It succeeded. Nie Yan rejoiced. The ice wraith let out a mournful cry, frost energy spewing out from its body as it evaporated into nothing. Nie Yan breathed a sigh of relief. Man, what a tough fight. After sitting down on the ground and recuperating, Nie Yan got back up on his feet and gazed around the meadow. All around him were jade gold orchids stretching out as far as the eye could see, gently swaying back and forth along with the wind. Even though many plants had been destroyed in his fight with the ice wraith just now, there were still plenty left for him to use. Even if Nie Yan did nothing but harvest these jade gold orchids for 10 days straight, he wouldn't necessarily be able to sweep through the entire meadow. Nie Yan bent down and started harvesting the plants. Gathering successful. You have obtained a jade gold orchid. Gathering successful. You have obtained a jade gold orchid. One notification after another popped up. Jade gold orchids gradually started accumulating in Nie Yan's bag. After collecting 6 full stacks, Nie Yan started concocting advanced mana potions. Alchemy Specialist allowed players to craft certain potions without recipe, such as Junior, Intermediate, Advanced, and Master Health and Mana potions, along with a few poison resistance potions, poisons, and so on. Nie Yan took out a jade gold orchid. After making his preparations, he started concocting. Nie Yan crafted one advanced health potion after another. Every success gave him 3 skill proficiency. After creating a full stack, he placed it in the corner of his bag, then continued immersing himself in his work. Nie Yan repeated this simple yet dull work. Since Alchemy Master required less skill proficiency than the ordinary alchemy skill, ranking up went fairly quick. While Nie Yan devoted himself to training Alchemy Master, Chu Chenghao and the others gathered outside the entrance of the central auction house in Kalor. They planned to go leveling together with Xu Yan and the others to build familiarity. After which, they would run a dungeon together. Chu Chenghao's group consisted of 13 people. 2 had left to procure some consumables and would be back in a jiffy. Xu Yan and the others will be here in a minute. Xu Yan said he asked about us joining Asskickers United. He said they'll take 2 days to get back to us. While they were chatting, 6 people in the distance were walking over to them. It's Zhao Xiu and Fu Guangtao. I don't see Bai Jun with them. Judging from their demeanor, Zhao Xiu, Fu Guangtao, and their lot were coming over with ill intentions. The team members with Chu Chenghao became tense, hiding behind him. Zhao Xiu swept her gaze over Chen Mo and the others, then said with an aggrieved expression, I've come here to ask you guys to come back. You were right, we were in the wrong. Ever since we formed the team, there may have been a few road bumps, but we had a lot of good times too. Are you really going to throw that all away? Chu Chenghao, I admit my tone was a bit too harsh earlier in class. I lost my temper, and I apologize for that. How about coming back with us? Do you really think you'll have a future by grouping up with trash like Xu Yan, Sha Tianyu, and Fei Jie? With their levels and gear, do you think they can actually lead a team? Fu Guangtao said. Whether or not we had good times in your team, even a blind person can see the truth. Drop the pity act, Zhao Xiu. We've already seen through what kind of person you are. Speaking any more is pointless. In the future, we'll go our way and you go yours, Chu Chenghao said, not yielding in the slightest. Fu Guangtao was about to curse up a storm. But in a moment of clarity, he suppressed his anger. Just come back and give us a second chance. We won't run Arachnid Abyss. We'll continue carrying you guys in Mysterious Cavern. After we get all your equipment up, then we can go. Chu Chenghao remained unmoved, as did the others. No one seemed interested in Fu Guangtao's offer. You can try to convince us all you want, but it won't work. Just leave. Like you said before, replacing people like us is easy, one of the people in Chu Chenghao's group said. They had long since seen through how two-faced Zhao Xiu, Fu Guangtao, and them were. Fine. Your words, not mine. I nicely asked you all to come back, but you refused to accept my kindness. From now on, you better watch your backs whenever you set out for a dungeon. Because if I see you, I'll kill you. All of you. You'll be afraid to even step foot outside of the city. Fu Guangtao growled. He had at least that much backing. That depends on if you have what it takes. We'll gladly keep you company. Let's see who comes out on top in the end. Chu Chenghao retorted, his eyes flashing with a cold light. He wouldn't be so easily cowed. You think trash like Xu Yan, Sha Tianyu, and Fei Jie can protect you? Fu Guangtao coldly laughed. Who says we can't? I'd like to see you try killing us. At this moment, Xu Yan, Sha Tianyu, and Fei Jie walked over. Fu Guangtao spun around, about to spit out some venomous words, only to have them get caught at the back of his throat. Noticing Xu Yan, Sha Tianyu, and Fei Jie's equipment, he looked like he'd seen a ghost. Xu Yan was clad in sleek golden armor which glittered with a dazzling radiance. He was armed to the teeth, his fists, elbows, shoulders, and so uncovered in sharp spikes. This was clearly an equipment set, and a dark gold grade one at that. As for what it was called, Fu Guangtao had no idea. But he was sure it wasn't low level, at the very least, it was much better than the set he was wearing. Glancing at Sha Tianyu and Fei Jie, those two also sported high-level dark gold grade sets. Fu Guangtao's head was spinning. Since when did dark gold grade sets become as common as cabbage? Seeing this new development, Zhao Xiu was also struck dumb. She didn't expect Xu Yan, Sha Tianyu, and Fei Jie to make such a flashy entrance. The equipment of the trio immediately caused them to feel ashamed of their inferiority. Even Fu Guangtao, who had the best equipment in their group, couldn't compare. Thinking about it now, one could imagine just how ridiculous Fu Guangtao looked calling Xu Yan, Sha Tianyu, and Fei Jie trash. In front of the trio, their group was the real trash. Damn it. How did those three get such good equipment? Fu Guangtao said in voice chat. I don't know. Wasn't their equipment pretty trash before? How did they suddenly become so strong? Zhao Xiu said, unable to wrap her head around this matter. With the current equipment of Xu Yan and the other two, Fu Guangtao would lose miserably if he tried making a move on them. Fu Guangtao was far from a brave and unyielding character. When push came to shove, he was like a wet rag. He swallowed back the venomous words that were about to leave his mouth. Didn't you say we'd better watch our backs whenever we set out for a dungeon? You'll kill us if you see us. We'll be too afraid to set foot outside of the city. Well, come on. If you have what it takes, I'd like to see you try, Xu Yan said with a cold smile. He had made considerable progress recently. This, combined with the equipment Nie Yan gave him, made him overflow with confidence. He was no longer like before, readily submitting to humiliation. If you want to have a showdown, just name a time and place. We'll accept your challenge, Sha Tianyu declared. Even before he received the dark gold grade set from Nie Yan, he was never afraid of Fu Guangtao. Fu Guangtao remained silent, not daring to reply. Zhao Xiu and the others were also the same. They were people who bullied the weak and feared the strong. Xu Yan, Xian Tianyu, and Fei Jie's old equipment was pretty lacking, so they weren't the slightest bit afraid. But now, they knew beating the trio would be impossible. Given their current equipment, Xu Yan, Sha Tianyu, and Fei Jie could easily lead Chu Chenghao and the others through high-level dungeons. They would definitely be much better off with the trio than when they were with Zhao Xiu, Fu Guangtao, and their lot. This was a fact. Where are those big words from before? I thought you guys were really fierce. Why are you suddenly so quiet? Did you lose your tongue? One of the mages in Chu Chenghao's group shot Fu Guangtao and the others a look of disdain. I think it's cause they're scared. I guess they only amount to this much. When someone stronger shows up, they suddenly become so meek. The people around Chu Chenghao had all been suppressing a bellyful of rage. Now, all of it was erupting out, and they started ridiculing Fu Guangtao and Zhao Xiu relentlessly. Fu Guangtao and Zhao Xiu became embarrassed. They felt staying any longer would only make them lose more face. Zhao Xiu shot the trio a look of rancor, then turned away with a cold snort. Fu Guangtao had nothing else to say and followed suit. Watching Zhao Xiu and Fu Guangtao's dreary figures, Xu Yan and the others felt a deep sense of satisfaction. Xu Yan clenched his fists, resolving to become even stronger. The day would soon come that clowns like Zhao Xiu, Fu Guangtao, and Bai Jun would never dare to mess with them again. Come on, let's go leveling. Xu Yan turned to Chu Chenghao and the others. Sure. Chu Chenghao nodded. Xu Yan sent Sha Tianyu a whisper. Is it fine for you to come leveling with us? It won't attract any unwanted attention from God Executioner's sword. Nie Yan did warn us. It's fine. I know what I'm doing. I have a plan to get into the higher ranks of God Executioner Sword, Sha Tianyu replied. Alright, I won't worry anymore. Xu Yan nodded. The group of 16 people set off to go leveling. Nie Yan had spent a total of 36 days in the ancient world. He had cleared Path of the Luminous Dancer 2, and was 60% of the way toward finishing Path of the Luminous Dancer 3, which required him to kill 500 rank 3 or higher monsters. Apart from this, his alchemy master skill had already reached advanced, 92%. It wouldn't be long before he reached master rank. He had also learned the other artisan skills, such as forging, scroll crafting, engineering, tinkering, and so on. Artisan skills were separate from combat skills. So, Nie Yan could learn as many of them as he wanted without worrying about running out of skill slots. Nie Yan had harvested many different materials in the ancient world. Occasionally, when he was in the mood, he would train his artisan skills. All of them had already reached at least intermediate. His tinkering was the highest at advanced. Doing this kind of work was extremely time-consuming. For Nie Yan to accomplish this much in only 36 days was already quite impressive. He hadn't wasted a single moment. Whenever he wasn't hunting monsters, he was training his artisan skills. His harvests weren't bad. Just like before, after killing a rank 3 monster, Nie Yan dug out the life core. It was completely black and looked like a large black pearl. The number of life cores in his bag quickly accumulated. He already had more than 1,000. Nie Yan discovered that life cores were divided into different elements: fire, ice, darkness, light, and so on. Among them, darkness and light ones were the rarest. He only had 100 of them altogether. The Darkwing Dragon is darkness attribute. Would it better for me to feed it darkness life cores? Nie Yan wondered. This was only a guess on Nie Yan's part. After all, he had never acquired a flying mount or something as rare as a life core in his past life. His bags were starting to get full. Nie Yan planned to feed the darkness life cores to the Darkwing Dragon to free up some space. Scouting the area, Nie Yan didn't find any monsters nearby. It was safe. He summoned the Darkwing Dragon. A large onyx-colored dragon appeared before him. The Darkwing Dragon flapped its wings, kicking up a gale that knocked over several trees in the surroundings. It then crouched down and nuzzled its head against Nie Yan. Nie Yan patted the Darkwing Dragon on the head. He discovered it was noticeably larger than before. Small black scales were starting to sprout from its body. It was still a juvenile, only having taken the first baby steps towards adulthood. Nie Yan wondered how strong the Darkwing Dragon would become once it was fully grown. He took out a dark-colored life core from his bag. It had a deep, black luster and radiated pure darkness energy. The Darkwing Dragon stared at the crystal in Nie Yan's hands, unable to tear its eyes away, as drool started leaking out of its mouth. Nie Yan brought out a rank 3 fire life core. The Darkwing Dragon glanced at the scarlet-red crystal before turning its head away. It didn't appear too interested, but with enough coaxing would still eat it nonetheless. Likely it wouldn't be as effective, though, since it wasn't of the corresponding element. Well, aren't you the picky eater? Nie Yan smiled. I suppose I'll have to feed you only darkness life cores from now on. Nie Yan tossed a darkness life core into the air. The Darkwing Dragon turned back around and snapped up the life core at lightning speed, then swallowed the whole thing down with glee. Nie Yan could sense the Darkwing Dragon growing a bit stronger, albeit vaguely. He had no idea when it would rank up. After eating the life core, the Darkwing Dragon stared at Nie Yan with sparkling eyes, almost as if begging for more. Nie Yan took out another darkness life core and threw it to the Darkwing Dragon. The Darkwing Dragon swallowed one life core after another. Since it was a rank 6 creature, the effects of rank 1 to 3 life cores were limited. However, the quantity helped make up for this difference. Nie Yan could sense a powerful darkness aura radiating from the Darkwing Dragon. It was extremely corrosive. All the plants within a 3-meter radius wilted and died. The Darkwing Dragon let out a satisfied burp. Its belly was round and full, having probably eaten a dozen or so life cores. Like anyone after devouring a big meal, the Darkwing Dragon seemed to be getting drowsy. So, Nie Yan recalled it back into his pet space. Looking at the world inside, the Darkwing Dragon had already found a corner to curl up in and sleep. A dense mist of darkness energy shrouded its body, wrapping around it like a cozy blanket. The Darkwing Dragon fell fast asleep. Nie Yan could sense a powerful force stirring within the Darkwing Dragon. He didn't know what kind of changes would occur once it woke up. Nie Yan withdrew his gaze. His time was dedicated between training his artisan skills or clearing the Luminous Dancer class advancement quest. As he trekked deeper into the forest, far off in the distance, a strange structure hovering over the forest canopy caught his eye. An enormous castle floated high in the air, nothing supported it off the ground. Though it was more ruined than castle, bearing traces of the flames of war, fallen towers, partially destroyed walls, and so on, it still looked exceptionally grand. It was just like Kalor, a floating city. You have discovered the World Heart. What? The World Heart. Nie Yan was dumbstruck. In the ancient book of Curtis, the World Heart was the center of the world. Floating above the Atlantic continent, it was the abode of the gods. But after the Third War of the Gods, it vanished without a trace, never to appear again. Since the World Heart was only briefly described in ancient history books, it was treated as fiction, a myth of old. Nie Yan's intuition told him that the World Heart was directly related to his Luminous Dancer class advancement quest. He immediately set off toward it. As he got closer to the World Heart, he started running into stronger and stronger monsters. Nie Yan gradually slowed down. He raised his head and saw black dots circling around the World Heart. They were flying creatures. Even though he had never seen them before, judging from their enormous sizes, he could tell they were quite high rank and much more powerful than his Darkwing Dragon. In the blink of an eye, another 10 days passed by. On this day, Nie Yan completed Path of the Luminous Dancer 3. A notification popped up. Path of the Luminous Dancer 4. Sneak into the World Heart. Retrieve the lost inheritance. There was finally a break to the monotone. If Nie Yan was forced to grind mobs any longer, he would have gone mad. Rank 3 monsters were already pretty difficult to deal with, let alone rank 4 or 5. However, this new quest wasn't necessarily easier. In fact, sneaking into the World Heart made the last 3 quests look like a walk in the park. Staring at the World Heart in the distance, it appeared getting in without a flying mount would be impossible. Nie Yan looked at his pet space. The Darkwing Dragon was still fast asleep. Forget it. I'll just wait for the Darkwing Dragon to wake up. Nie Yan went all around harvesting materials and continued training his various artisan skills. Checking his progress, engineering, forging, and spell scribing were already advanced rank, and it wouldn't be long before they reached master rank. Besides this, Alchemy Master was already 52% of the way to Grandmaster. He could concoct even more different kinds of potions now. As Nie Yan learned more and more skills, his knowledge of crafting grew deeper and deeper. An odd idea suddenly popped into his mind. Is it possible to make my own weapons? Nie Yan took out some metal extract from his bag. With the help of the forging skill, he gradually beat them into needles about 3 inches long and half a thumb thick. One of the needles was made exceptionally sharp, to the extent that it could easily pierce through any armor. Then with the Alchemy Master skill, he concocted a poison which glistened with an azure-colored hue and coated the needles in it. Not bad. They'll definitely come in handy if I encounter anything unexpected. Nie Yan pondered for a moment. I could probably improve them even further. With the engineering skill, he added a special property to these needles. Once they pierced skin, a mechanism would trigger to release serrated hooks. If you tried to forcefully pull it out, it would rip out a huge chunk of flesh. This was a clever idea Nie Yan had come up with on the spot. While he was marveling at his ingenuity, a notification popped up. You have invented a new weapon. Attack power evaluation, strength x5 plus 5000. Special properties evaluation, deal 20% additional bleed damage every second for 10 seconds, chance to inflict cripple status effect. Please name this weapon. Nie Yan checked the properties of the needles. He didn't expect them to have this kind of effect. The attack power in particular was quite astonishing. There was even an additional bleed and cripple effect. He had about 6000 strength. If he attacked an enemy with one of these needles, it would deal 35,000 damage and an additional 70,000 in bleed damage. What would be a good name for these things? Nie Yan pondered for a moment. Let's just call them flesh biters. Naming successful. You have successfully invented flesh biters. Plus 500 skill proficiency to forging and engineering. 2 rays of light enveloped Nie Yan. It was the sign of something ranking up. He quickly checked his skill list. Forging and engineering had both advanced to master rank. He didn't expect to receive so much skill proficiency at once. Wow, my artisan skills are improving so quickly. Nie Yan crafted another flesh biter. However, this time, he merely gained 5 skill proficiency in forging and engineering. It appeared only inventing something new would give such a large amount of skill proficiency. Even so, crafting flesh biters provided much more skill proficiency than crafting ordinary weapons. Not to mention he could train forging and engineering at the same time. It was 2 birds with 1 stone. Nie Yan suddenly felt that learning all these artisan skills was even more worthwhile than he originally thought. Most players usually learned only one artisan skill. Even if they trained it to a high rank, they still had to find recipes and blueprints, unlike Nie Yan who could research and create high-rank items all by himself. In general, high-rank items involved at least 2 or more different technologies in their creation. Even concocting a new type of potion couldn't be done all willy-nilly. You still needed the help of other artisans in obtaining specialized receptacles and other alchemy tools. The flesh biters turned out better than Nie Yan expected. They would become powerful supplementary weapons in the future. In a few more days, he could raise all his artisan skills to master rank. At that time, he could come up with even more new inventions, which he could use to make himself stronger. While Nie Yan was lost in thought, he felt a violent fluctuation as a powerful darkness energy overflowed out of his pet space. What's going on? Nie Yan's heart trembled. Looking inside his pet space, all he saw was a dark haze spewing out from his Darkwing Dragon. The Darkwing Dragon awoke from its slumber and got up on its feet. It radiated a domineering and invincible pressure. Standing taller than before, dense, grayish-black scales now protected its body, reflecting a glossy black luster. With a beat of its powerful wings, 2 small tornadoes wreaked havoc in the pet space. Nie Yan examined the Darkwing Dragon. All of its stats had risen by at least 30%. It wasn't far from ranking up, only a few life cores away. It would probably advance to rank 7 in no time. At that point, its strength would increase severalfold. At present, the strongest flying mounts other than his own were rank 4 at best. With a difference of 3 ranks, his Darkwing Dragon could easily slaughter all of them. The Darkwing Dragon was finally fully awake. For the time being, he couldn't feed it any more life cores. Nie Yan looked up at the World Heart. He needed to fly up there. Nie Yan made some preparations, crafting over 50 flesh biters, a large amount of master health potions, and some advanced combat bandages. Afterwards, he chanted out an incantation and summoned his Darkwing Dragon. When the Darkwing Dragon emerged, a wave of darkness energy swept out, causing all the plants in a 10-meter radius to wither and die. Nie Yan looked up at the Darkwing Dragon, who now stood 5 meters high. He briefly admired the scales protecting its body. They seemed practically invulnerable. Nie Yan hopped on its back. The Darkwing Dragon flapped its wings, then shot into the sky, instantly ascending more than several dozen meters in altitude. Riding on the Darkwing Dragon, Nie Yan flew toward the World Heart. With large flying monsters roaming the skies here, he had no choice but to be careful. As the Darkwing Dragon flew closer and closer to the World Heart, the enormous castle appeared all the larger. Nie Yan felt an even greater appreciation for its size. It resembled a Colossus-class spaceship. The World Heart was made out of stone bricks. Vines were crawling the ruins of the walls, making this ancient castle which had weathered the ages all the more dilapidated. According to ancient records, the last war of the gods took place 100,000 years ago. The World Heart was a remnant from that age. When Nie Yan was only 100 meters away, he had the Darkwing Dragon fly along the walls while he searched for an entrance, taking care to avoid the flying monsters that inhabited the skies here. A gigantic golden eagle beat its wings as it flew close by. Nie Yan hurriedly had his Darkwing Dragon stick to the walls of the World Heart. It clung to the walls with its claws, retracted its wings, and stayed completely still. The golden eagle was as large as a freighter, completely dwarfing the Darkwing Dragon, who was perhaps no more than a speck of dust in its eyes. Its massive frame blotted out the sky. Each flap of its wings generated powerful gales, which were strong enough to almost knock the Darkwing Dragon off the vines. Rank 9. Nie Yan gasped. So, a rank 9 monster is this powerful. My Darkwing Dragon can't compare at all. If the Darkwing Dragon could grow this powerful one day, how wonderful would that be? Even 1,000 rank 3 to 4 flying mounts wouldn't be its match. Nie Yan gazed warmly at the Darkwing Dragon. He was confident it would reach this level one day. As a base rank 5 flying mount, it certainly possessed the potential. The golden eagle was circling the air. Nie Yan calmed his breathing. The Darkwing Dragon didn't dare to make too much noise. The golden eagle circled around a few more times before flapping its wings and flying away. A runt like the Darkwing Dragon was simply too small to attract its attention. Seeing the golden eagle leave, Nie Yan breathed a sigh of relief. After making sure the coast was clear, he had the Darkwing Dragon get down from the vines and resuming their search for the entrance. The skies were brimming with danger. The Darkwing Dragon was under constant threat of being the next meal for one of these large flying monsters. Taking advantage of the open airspace, Nie Yan had the Darkwing Dragon scout around. Soon, he spotted the entrance of the World Heart not far off in the distance. The interior was too dark for him to see where it led to. Nie Yan ordered the Darkwing Dragon to speed up. As he approached closer to the entrance, a large dragon flew out from behind some protruding boulder and closed in with exceptional ferocity. Nie Yan hurriedly had the Darkwing Dragon drop down into a freefall before shooting off to the side, barely evading the attack. Looking back, Nie Yan discovered their attacker was a dragon covered in gold scales. It was a rank 7 monster. It was far more powerful than the Darkwing Dragon despite only being somewhat larger. With its initial ambush failed, the gold dragon didn't appear disheartened. It shot forward in pursuit. Nie Yan had the Darkwing Dragon execute various evasive maneuvers while fleeing away. Even though there was only a 1 rank difference, it was an insurmountable gap. If the two fought head-on, the Darkwing Dragon would lose miserably. Since the other side was faster, the Darkwing Dragon had a hard time evading, having several close brushes with death. Thankfully, Nie Yan was a skilled enough rider to maneuver it out of the way in time. The two tangled in the air, when the gold dragon suddenly struck down with its claw at lightning speed. Not good. I can't dodge. Nie Yan's heart tightened. PSHSFT. The claws tore through scales and flesh alike, leaving a gaping wound on the Darkwing Dragon's chest. The Darkwing Dragon was no match for the gold dragon. It let out a cry of pain and dropped down from the sky. Nie Yan suddenly felt his body drop. They were heading straight for the sharp rocks on the rampart below. Even if the Darkwing Dragon survived the fall, it would be seriously injured. Nie Yan hurriedly pulled up on the Darkwing Dragon, urging it on with all his might. It made a weak attempt at beating its wings. But this little was enough to just barely avoid the rocks. The gold dragon shot forward in pursuit once more. The Darkwing Dragon was going to be killed at this rate. Nie Yan's heartstrings were stretched taut. Seeing the gold dragon diving down from above, he had the Darkwing Dragon abruptly ascend at an angle. The attack missed by a hair as the two dragons brushed past each other. As the gold dragon turned around in pursuit, it stood silent right below Nie Yan for an instant. Seizing the opportunity, he leapt off and mounted it. Feeling something on its back, the gold dragon flailed around in the air, trying to shake Nie Yan off. Nie Yan immediately activated the crawler ring as his palms became glued onto the gold dragon's back. As Nie Yan was being violently shaken around, he felt like his arms were about to be pulled apart. His gaze fell on the gold dragon's back, and he spotted a large wound. It had already scarred, but the scales were still growing back. Nie Yan took out a flesh biter and stabbed it into the wound. PSHHFFT. Blood sprayed out into the air, showering Nie Yan in a deep red liquid. Nie Yan activated the mechanism in the flesh biter, releasing the sharp hooks. It let out a shrill cry and thrashed about. The more it struggled, the deeper the hooks dug into its flesh, ripping open a large wound. The flesh biter was effective. As the gold dragon flailed about, the Darkwing Dragon had already recovered. Nie Yan had it dive down, its sharp claws digging into the gold dragon's neck and ripping open 2 gaping wounds, a fatal attack. The gold dragon let out a miserable cry and attempted to retaliate. However, how could Nie Yan give it the chance? He took out another flesh biter and stabbed it into one of the freshly opened wounds. PSSFHT. The flesh biter dug into gold dragon's windpipe. After receiving such an attack, the gold dragon could no longer even let out a cry as it gasped out a dying breath. These 2 flesh biters had thoroughly crippled the gold dragon. While the Darkwing Dragon held onto the gold dragon by the neck, Nie Yan climbed over and cracked open its head with Zenard's sword. Digging inside, he fished out a fist-sized life core. It was amber-colored with a rich golden luster. At a glance, one could tell it was out of the ordinary. It was a high-rank dragon core. This was Nie Yan's first rank 7 life core. Up until now, the highest he'd obtained was a measly rank 4. It was also elementless, meaning it could be fed to any flying mount without issue. After extracting the life core, the gold dragon was thoroughly dead. The Darkwing Dragon released its grip on the gold dragon's corpse, letting it fall from the sky and crash into the forest below. At the same moment, Nie Yan extended his hand and shot out a web line which stuck to the Darkwing Dragon. He leapt forward and swung into the air. The Darkwing Dragon caught him on its back, then sped off toward the entrance of the World Heart. As the scent of blood got picked up by the wind, several large flying monsters started making their way over. One of them was the rank 9 golden eagle from earlier. Seeing them fast approaching, Nie Yan immediately became anxious. The Darkwing Dragon was going to end up as a snack for one of them. He chanted out an incantation and recalled it back into his pet space. Nie Yan fell toward the walls of the castle. The flying monsters briefly circled around in the air, failing to spot him hiding among the vines, before diving down towards the gold dragon's corpse. Only after seeing the flying monsters leave did Nie Yan feel safe enough to climb out from his hiding place behind the vines. He breathed a sigh of relief and started making his way towards the World Heart's entrance. Nie Yan was like a gecko as he quickly crawled along the castle walls. About 2 minutes later, he reached the entrance. Nie Yan leapt off the wall and landed firmly on his feet outside the entrance. Looking ahead, the castle's interior was absolutely enormous, the ceiling reaching more than 60 meters high. He felt completely insignificant, as if he had arrived in an ancient cathedral of the gods. Taking a deep breath, he walked forward. No light could enter this place. It was dark and so quiet one could hear a pin drop. The sound of his footsteps reverberated without end off into the distance. Thanks to his high night vision stat, Nie Yan could see that everything within a 50-meter radius of him was completely empty. He continued walking like this in the darkness for a good half an hour before spotting a large glowing crystal orb in the distance. This crystal orb was as large as a small hill, floating 5 meters high in the air. It radiated a scorching white radiance. It looked just like a miniature sun, emitting energy into the surroundings. This was the legendary World Heart. It was told that all magic and holy energy in the world was birthed from it. As Nie Yan approached closer, he felt a warm, cozy feeling wash over him as he was bathed in its light. It was as if he had entered another space. A mysterious voice was beckoning him as he unconsciously walked toward the World Heart. At this moment, a crisp notification jingle rang out. You have arrived in the castle of the gods and discovered the ancient World Heart. It has floated here since time immemorial. It is more eternal than any living being. Bask in its strength, and experience the calling of God. Nie Yan's mind appeared to have been transported away, leaping through time and space. Countless scenes flashed past him before turning into a void of nothingness. A voice rang in his head. He didn't know what it was saying, but it sounded exceptionally warm and dignified, eliminating all distracting thoughts. After who knew how long, another system notification jingle rang out. Are you willing to accept God's guidance and become a luminous dancer, to follow his will and cleanse all sin from the world? Nie Yan's heart jumped. He could become a luminous dancer already. Nie Yan was caught off guard by how simple it was. Soon, elation flashed across his face, and he unhesitatingly pressed yes. A dazzling white light radiated out from his body. Motes of dazzling light gathered above his shoulder before merging together. Just what's happening? Nie Yan was shocked. He could feel a life being born within the white light. A moment later, a palm-sized figure broke out of the white light. Looking it up and down, it was a tiny angel. She looked beautiful and holy with large, bright eyes. Her skin was fair and delicate, and growing on her back was a pair of white wings, which gently fluttered about as she hovered above Nie Yan's shoulder. The tiny angel stared at Nie Yan inquisitively with her bright eyes, almost as if she could communicate with her expression alone. Luminous dancer Nirvana Flame, my name is Kalena. I will be your guardian angel from this day forward, said Kalena. Her voice was pleasant to the ear, like a fresh spring breeze. Ah, I see. Well, nice to meet you, Kalena, Nie Yan greeted back, shock and amazement lingering in his eyes. Her appearance really took him by surprise. Nie Yan recalled Mistaken Smile also had a guardian angel by his side in the previous timeline. However, he had no idea what for. Nie Yan checked his character window. His title had already changed from Great Thief to Luminous Dancer. In addition, he'd received 3 new powerful passive skills. Holy Healing Aura increases the health regeneration of all nearby allies by 300%. Death and Rebirth, upon death, revive instantly. Cooldown, 2 days. Luminous Evasion, rank 1, 20% chance to dodge incoming attacks. All 3 skills were amazing. Luminous Evasion in particular was quite overpowered. Without even factoring his evasion stat, 1 in 5 attacks would miss him. As a Luminous Dancer, Nie Yan's stats were increased by another 30%. Furthermore, as the first player to advance to a Shadow Dancer, he could obtain an additional reward from the Thief Association. Apart from this, Nie Yan discovered his class advancement quest wasn't over yet, actually far from it. He had only unlocked 30% of the power of a Luminous Dancer. A new quest popped up in his quest window. Path of the Luminous Dancer 5, the undead and demon kin of the demons in the underground are stirring. Wretched undead and demon kin, always seeking to destroy humanity. Seek out Archangel Talid. Reading the quest description, Nie Yan gasped in shock. He actually had to find Archangel Talid. In the Viridian Empire, the Archangel was a godly existence. It appeared the Luminous Dancer class advancement quest wasn't to be looked down on. It was also related to the undead and demon kin of the underground. Would it somehow influence the main storyline of the game? Becoming a luminous dancer was only the first step. There was much more work to be done. Nie Yan also learned mode, release. This skill could raise his combat prowess by no insignificant amount. Shaking out his limbs and lightly jogging around, Nie Yan felt like his body was much lighter than before. Throwing out a jab, a whip-like crack split the air as his fist shot forward at lightning speed. The difference between a great thief and shadow dancer was incomparable. This was a brand new realm. Shadow dancers, and so too the luminous dancer, could execute ordinary skills with astonishing killing power and freely alter their skills at will. Just like martial arts masters, after reaching a certain level of comprehension, they could even create their own skills. Luminous Dancer was even more revered than Grand Scholar or Advanced Devil Slayer, sitting firmly at the top of Nie Yan's titles list. As for exactly what kind of standing it represented in the Viridian Empire, he still wasn't too sure. Nie Yan couldn't help but wonder about the differences between a luminous dancer and a shadow dancer, and what sort of special traits the title possessed. This was all brand new territory for Nie Yan. After all, he'd never gotten this far, nor knew anyone who'd gotten this far in his past life. After successfully class advancing, Nie Yan still had to figure out how to unleash the true strength of a luminous dancer. Looking at the guardian angel floating above his shoulder, Nie Yan was surprised to discover Kalena's stats were hidden. Though he had no idea how strong she was, he could sense a powerful light energy emanating from her. It was gentle and didn't possess any offensive properties. This was in stark contrast to the darkness energy emitting from the Darkwing Dragon. Yet the two could coexist perfectly. It was quite peculiar. So much still to figure out. I wonder how much more there is. Either way, seems like if I want to unlock the true potential of this class, I'll have to take it one step at a time. The Luminous Dancer class was like an enormous treasure trove with infinite potential. Nie Yan decided to stay in the ancient world for a while longer so he could familiarize himself with the changes that came with becoming a luminous dancer. Glancing at his bag, Nie Yan found the dragon core sitting in a corner. It might be just what the Darkwing Dragon needed to advance. Nie Yan summoned the Darkwing Dragon, who immediately noticed the presence of the World Heart floating in the air. It trembled, then crouched down on the ground, not daring to move. Nie Yan retrieved the dragon core from his bag, then tossed it in the air. The Darkwing Dragon suddenly sprung to life, snapping the dragon core from midair and swallowing it whole. Closing its eyes, it lay back down. It seemed to be digesting its meal. 6 minutes later, the Darkwing Dragon still showed no reaction. Did the dragon core have no effect? When Nie Yan was about to recall it back into his pet space, an earth-shattering aura swept out from the Darkwing Dragon's body like a raging tide. So powerful. Nie Yan gasped. The Darkwing Dragon's frame grew to more than 6 meters tall, its entire body radiating a domineering pressure. The previously grayish scales turned a deeper shade of black. Though their luster was still a bit lacking, they looked thicker and bigger than before. Its defenses had definitely risen considerably. A rank up. Nie Yan muttered in wonderment. As he examined the Darkwing Dragon, he discovered its stats had risen dramatically. The powerful energy contained within that dragon core had allowed it to break through the barrier of rank 6 and become a rank 7 flying mount. The Darkwing Dragon reaching rank 7 was definitely an auspicious thing. Given that currently the flying mounts of other players were only rank 4, with perhaps 1 or 2 rank 5s somewhere, it definitely had the qualifications to proclaim itself the ruler of the skies. Even if it was surrounded by rank 3 and 4 flying mounts like last time, it could easily sweep through all of them. Nie Yan recalled the Darkwing Dragon and was about to leave, when he suddenly felt something was amiss. A sharp light flashed behind him. A dagger stabbed toward the back of his head at lightning speed. Gale step. Nie Yan evaded in the nick of time and dashed several meters away. Turning around to get a look at his attacker, he saw a thief. To be more exact, he saw himself. From the appearance to the armor and even Zenard's sword in its hand, everything was identical. A mirror image. Nie Yan gasped, his eyes wide with surprise. His heart sank to the pit of his stomach. Mirror images were really tough to deal with. They were either identical to you or even stronger stat-wise. Defeating them was an exceedingly difficult task, and they generally only appeared in special quests. However, the rewards for overcoming your mirror image were always amazing. The mirror image's eyes shone with a red glow. As it scanned around, it quickly locked onto Nie Yan who was hiding in stealth. It was Eye of Truth. The mirror image shot forth, pouncing towards Nie Yan. It was faster than him by about 30%. Nie Yan's heart trembled. He quickly raised his dagger and parried the mirror image's attack. A metallic clang rang out as the two blades collided against each other. Nie Yan and his mirror image exchanged several moves in an instant. The more they fought, the more apprehensive he felt. His opponent was too strong, and he was gradually being overwhelmed. His mirror image possessed all his skills and had 30% higher stats than him. It was also well acquainted with his habits and combat style. Every time he tried to make a move, it would react in advance. At times, he was stopped right in the middle of launching an attack. Damn it. What a tough bastard. Nie Yan pulled out a flesh biter, only to find the mirror image flick its wrist and do the same. It quickly stabbed the thin, long needle toward his stomach. Oh, come on. It even has those too. Nie Yan rolled his eyes. As their creator, he knew full well what being stabbed by a flesh biter entailed. He shrunk back his stomach and evaded to the side as the needle missed him by a hair. Nie Yan chopped down with Zenard's sword. With a loud ding, the flesh biter was broken in half. At this moment, the mirror image stabbed toward Nie Yan's forehead with its own Zenard's sword. Shadow Waltz. Nie Yan's figure blurred as he avoided the attack and fled a far distance away. The mirror image thief looked around with Eye of Truth. After failing to find any traces of Nie Yan, a confused look flashed across its face. Eye of Truth wasn't capable of seeing through the rank 16 shadow walls. Seeing his mirror image dithering here and there, Nie Yan sank into deep thought. It has higher stats than me, and it's even familiar with my combat style. I can't kill it how I usually would. Something special. Nie Yan knitted his brows. Facing this kind of opponent was a huge headache. The mirror image appearing here meant it was related to the Luminous Dancer class advancement quest. Nie Yan made his decision. He would definitely kill it before leaving the ancient world. Did Mistaken Smile manage to defeat his mirror image back then? Just how did he do it? Nie Yan couldn't help but wonder. Time ticked away. Soon, the effects of Shadow Waltz would wear off. Glancing at his pet space, there wasn't even close to enough time to summon the Darkwing Dragon. What can I do to win? Nie Yan suddenly thought of his Silk Spinner Ring, Leaper Ring, and other special items. Mirror images were generally incapable of using such items since their thought processes couldn't reach the level of a human. A strange idea took shape in Nie Yan's head. He gritted his teeth. Might as well give it a try. I've already advanced to a Luminous Dancer anyway. Even if I die here, it's not like the system will ask me to give the title back. Nie Yan borrowed the impenetrable stealth of Shadow Waltz to approach his mirror image. He inched ever closer. Only 5 meters separated the two. The mirror image suddenly became vigilant, as though it could tell Nie Yan's advance, and started looking around. Nie Yan hurriedly held his breath. When remaining perfectly still, his cloaking would increase by 300% to 1200. He wouldn't be detected under normal circumstances. After failing to find anything, the mirror image returned to an idle roaming state. At this moment, Nie Yan shot forward like a loosed arrow and stabbed Zenard's sword toward the mirror image's back. Just as the mirror image was about to be pierced through, it suddenly turned around and brandished its own Zenard's sword. Clang! It blocked Nie Yan's attack. This was only the opening move. Nie Yan followed up with an elbow strike aimed at the mirror image's chest. The mirror image leaned to the side, evading the attack, then twisted its body and retaliated with a reverse grip backstab. The two exchanged several moves in a flash. Nie Yan could still keep up with the mirror image's attacks in the short term. The mirror image suddenly slashed down on Nie Yan's forehead. Swift retreat. Nie Yan's movement speed sharply increased as he retreated back several steps. The attack missed. Not giving it any time to react, he shot out a web line at the mirror image's hand. With its hand caught, the mirror image attempted to cut off the web line with its dagger. Nie Yan flicked his wrist, jerking its hand out of the way. He then vaulted over the mirror image's head with the leaper ring, pulling its arm behind its back. The mirror image attempted to turn around, but it was a step too late. Nie Yan had already started circling around it, wrapping it up in the web line and turning it into a human cocoon. Though it managed to cut away a few strands, it was bound tighter and tighter until it could no longer move at all. Seeing the mirror image immobilized, Nie Yan closed in on it from behind and struck forth with a backbreaker. The mirror image was crippled. Elbow strike. Roundhouse kick. Reverse grip backstab. Nie Yan skillfully linked his techniques together, dealing incredible burst damage and instantly shaving away all the mirror image's health. The mirror image collapsed on the ground and slowly disappeared, leaving behind a thumb-sized crystal which sparkled with an emerald light. It was covered in fractures. Nie Yan picked up the crystal and examined it. Shattered Divinity, Godly Legendary. Quantity, 1/5. Nie Yan carefully inspected the Shattered Divinity. He could tell it contained a formidable power inside, but aside from that, nothing else. Divinity. Nie Yan knitted his brows. He had once read a description about divinities in an ancient history book. It was an item that contained a god's strength. The more powerful it was, the more powerful the god, similar to the life cores of monsters like the Darkwing Dragon. However, divinities were definitely at a far higher level. Shattered Divinity, I wonder what it's useful for. Nie Yan was brimming with doubt. It was probably an item to trigger a quest. Since it was a godly legendary, it definitely wasn't garbage. He stowed it away in a corner of his bag. Hopefully he would find a use for it later on. Apart from the Shattered Divinity, a new skill appeared in Nie Yan's skill window. Shadow Clone. Summon a Shadow Clone with 130% of the player's stats. Duration, 2 hours. Cooldown 5 days. This Shadow Clone was the mirror image he had just killed. It had all of Nie Yan's skills and 30% higher stats. The only downside was it required his control. It wasn't nearly as free as the main body. The Shadow Clone had amazing battle prowess which couldn't be looked down on. The 2-hour summon duration was more than enough time for Nie Yan to accomplish a great many things. With a powerful trump card like this, he could turn the tide of battle at a crucial moment. As long as he knew a skill, the mirror image would know it too. It had only 10 slots of inventory space. Though this wasn't much, he didn't mind. After all, he had no plans of making it a delivery mule. After checking his many spoils, Nie Yan walked deeper into the world heart. The walls of the castle were covered in carvings, telling the tale of the war of the gods. The gods possessed many of the same faults of mortals. War was inevitable. For the sake of territory and believers, constant quarrels broke out, until one day, the flames of war swept through the entire continent. There was only one possible outcome, complete and utter destruction. Only a few gods survived in the end, such as Dragon King Zenard and War God Kello, who continued to rule over the world until their own eventual demises. Though the Reaper had welcomed many into his kingdom, the fighting never truly ended. To this day, the followers of these gods still slaughtered one another in the name of their respective causes. As Nie Yan looked around at the ancient stories told in these murals, he learned that the divinities of these fallen gods had shattered into fragments and were scattered all over the world. Nie Yan really wanted to know what these divinities were used for. However, he couldn't glean any information from the murals. Did he have to restore a divinity himself to trigger the quest? For now, Nie Yan could only make haphazard guesses to the use of a divinity. Perhaps he could do some research after leaving this map. After double-checking that he hadn't missed anything, Nie Yan traced his steps back to the entrance. Leaving the enormous castle, he leapt off the world heart. After free-falling for about 5 minutes, he activated the Featherfall Jewel and slowed his descent. Nie Yan felt like a new man after successfully advancing to a luminous dancer, as if power was overflowing through every inch of his body. I bet I can easily take on rank 4 monsters now. Let's go find one. I won't know for sure, unless I actually try for myself. Nie Yan dashed through the forest. After about 30 minutes, he finally spotted a rank 4 monster. It was a sanguine silver wolf, a large wolf with silver-white fur and eyes as red as blood. The beast roamed around between the trees. Nie Yan slowly closed in on the sanguine silver wolf from behind until he was only about 5 meters away. It was still completely oblivious to his presence. Suddenly, Nie Yan shot forward and pounced toward the sanguine silver wolf with his dagger raised. He was as graceful as the wind. The blade of Zenard's sword flashed with a sharp, dazzling light, as it drew a strange almost illusory arc through the air. Sniffing out a threat in the air, the sanguine silver wolf leapt out of the way. Evading Nie Yan's attack, it swung around and pounced at him. The sanguine silver wolf's reflexes and reaction speed were insane, and its movements were just as fast. Nie Yan still wasn't used to the sharp increase in stats after advancing to a luminous dancer. So, his movements were a bit clumsy. Faced with a powerful enemy, Nie Yan felt a strange sensation overcome him. As his joints stirred, every muscle fiber and tendon in his body brimmed with explosive power. The sanguine silver wolf's movements slowed to a complete crawl in his eyes, as though he were viewing it in slow motion, allowing him to easily spot its weaknesses. This feeling became increasingly clear. He instantly knew how best to respond in this situation. Nie Yan leaned to the side, avoiding the pounce by a hair. As the sanguine silver wolf's forelimbs flew past his shoulders, he twisted his torso and delivered an elbow strike squarely to its forehead. Bang! It let out a loud whimper as it was sent tumbling backwards. So, this is a luminous dancer. It's incredible. I've never felt so free in my entire life. Nie Yan's face lit up with excitement. Nie Yan hadn't felt anything different when fighting with his mirror image previously because it was significantly stronger than him. Now that he was faced with a more suitable opponent to gauge himself against, he finally understood the strength that came with becoming a luminous dancer. Nie Yan's movement speed was far higher than that of the rank 4 sanguine silver wolf. In comparison, it really was as slow as a snail. He completely dominated the battle. After crashing into the ground, the sanguine silver wolf struggled back to its feet. It let out a deep howl and swiftly circled around Nie Yan before pouncing in. Nie Yan's senses rapidly spread out. Just like a moment ago, the sanguine silver wolf appeared to be moving at the speed of molasses. As the sanguine silver wolf closed in, Nie Yan raised his leg up high and then brought his foot down with the fury of a thunder god. Bang! He executed a ruthless axe kick, spiking the beast's head into the ground and violently rattling its brain. Nie Yan's timing and execution were flawless. The might of a shadow dancer was on full display. When one's stats reached a certain level, low-rank monsters like the sanguine silver wolf were nothing. The sanguine silver wolf kept struggling back to its feet and attempting to pounce on Nie Yan. But no matter how much it endeavored, no matter which angle it came in from, its attacks were easily neutralized and countered. About half a minute later, its health finally fell to 0, and it collapsed on the ground. So this is a shadow dancer. Nie Yan muttered. No wonder I got crushed so badly back then, even though I was level 160 and he was level 120. After killing the sanguine silver wolf, Nie Yan found even stronger monsters to challenge. Those at rank 6 and below were fairly easy for him to deal with, and though he struggled a bit against rank 7s, he could maintain his absolute safety. Even if he were faced with a rank 8 monster, he could still easily escape with his life. Nie Yan continued to stay in the ancient world, harvesting materials and training his artisan skills. Even though it was tedious and boring, he understood he would never get a chance like this again. When he returned to the outside world, that would be his time to shine. Another half a month flew by. As Nie Yan fought and fought and fought, leaving a trail of corpses behind him, his combat techniques became increasingly refined. Glancing at his inventory, there were rows of potions, medicinal plants, ores, and other items, at least a few hundred different kinds. With 20 making a full stack, he had 560 stacks altogether, completely filling his bags. The value of these items was difficult to estimate. Most of them couldn't be sold since their market demand was still limited. So, he would set them aside for his own people. Nie Yan's artisan skills had all reached at least master. Alchemy, tinkering, and engineering were already grandmaster. These 3 skills in particular would have a lot of supplementary use to him in combat. Nie Yan checked the level leaderboards. He really had stayed in the ancient world for too long. More and more players were reaching level 100. He received word from Guowai that Sun, king of the world, Xie Yao, Tang Yao, and 32 other top experts of Ass-Kickers United were already tackling their class advancement quests, which would take them at least a month each. The faster players like Sun, king of the world, and Xie Yao were already a week or 2 in while the slower ones had only just started. Turbulent undercurrents were stirring in the Viridian Empire. Many major powers were starting to grow restless. So, Guowai was urging Nie Yan to quickly return and preside over the general situation. Until Sun, king of the world, and the others completed their class advancement quests, Nie Yan had to be manning the fort, or else things would get troublesome if something happened. Even though Asskickers United was completely different now, having expanded in size threefold and firmly secured their position in the Viridian Empire, there were still many powers that could pose a threat to them. After weighing his options, Nie Yan arrived in front of the transfer point below the World Heart and stepped inside. The scenery flashed before him. When Nie Yan opened his eyes again, he was back inside the Temple of Light. The interior of the temple gave Nie Yan a sense of familiarity. In the hall's entrance stood a familiar face in Father Anizan. He instantly felt like he had returned to civilization. Anizan came walking over and bowed deeply. Your Holiness, Battle Angel Kalena, you grace us with your presence. He then turned to Nie Yan with a smile, welcome back. Nie Yan was caught off guard, feeling a bit overwhelmed. Anizan had an extremely lofty position in Kalor. His status was at least equal to that of a great duke. For him to lower himself to a player was unimaginable. The Viridian Empire adhered to a strict hierarchy. It was crucial to pay attention to differences in status and position. If a person tried to go against someone with a higher status than them, they would suffer severe punishment. A character like Anizan would generally never take the initiative to greet anyone in Kalor. Nie Yan was extremely curious. Just how esteemed was the Luminous Dancer title for Anizan to be so respectful? Could it be even higher than a great duke? At the same time, Nie Yan also shot a curious glance at Kalena. Battle angels held an extremely lofty position among angels. Kalena spared Anizan a brief glance. She fluttered her wings, sitting down on Nie Yan's shoulder, and then returned to playing with a ball of light in her hands. After searching online, Nie Yan found a short introduction on the Luminous Dancer title. In the secular world, the Luminous Dancer was no different from other shadow dancers and had a status equivalent to that of an earl. However, followers of the Temple of Light revered them as cardinals. In the hierarchy of the Temple of Light, the lowest-ranked members were deacons, who were divided into third class, second class, and first class. Above them were the priests, then bishops, archbishops, cardinals, archcardinals, and finally the Supreme Pontiff. Since the seat of the Supreme Pontiff was empty, the clergy was overseen by the 3 archcardinals and the 100 cardinals. The 3 archcardinals rarely ever made an appearance, while those conferred the title of cardinal were generally hidden among the public. So, the temple in Kalor was managed by an archbishop like Anizan. After reading through the available information on the official website, Nie Yan more or less knew where he stood on the totem pole. Cardinals had the authority to freely command 30 paladins of the temple to do their bidding. Aside from other cardinals and archcardinals, all other members of the clergy would have to respectfully greet him. These privileges were quite amazing. Hello, Father Anizan, Nie Yan greeted. You've finally succeeded. Congratulations on becoming a luminous dancer. May God's glory be with you. Anizan placed his right hand over his chest and saluted. God's glory, huh? Nie Yan wanted to say something. Since all the gods had basically killed each other off, he wasn't sure if the god of light the temple followed was still alive. However, he refrained from saying something so blasphemous, especially now that he had also entered the clergy. Thank you for your blessing, Father Anizan. Anizan guided Nie Yan out the temple. As the two walked through a corridor, Anizan began explaining the history of the Temple of Light and informed him of his new status and authority. Nie Yan attentively listened and committed this information to memory. It was roughly the same as he had researched online. He was required to follow some of the rules of the temple, such as if he encountered a civilian in a difficult situation, he would have to lend his aid, or if he encountered someone who had fallen ill, he would have to cure their sickness. Nie Yan couldn't do these things himself, but it was trivial for Battle Angel Kalena. After chatting a bit with Anizan, Nie Yan bid him farewell and walked out of the Temple of Light. The rays of sunlight outside filled his heart with warmth. Looking up ahead, the streets of Kalor were filled with streams of people walking to and fro. It was quite bustling. Nie Yan suddenly let out a deep sigh. Being holed up in the ancient world without seeing a trace of another human being for so long, he felt like he would be driven mad. It was truly good to be back. At present, be it the Viridian or Satrine Empire, undead or demon kin, he was the first player to advance to a master class. From now on, his future was infinitely bright. The fish swam in the oceans, and the birds flew unimpeded in the skies. There was nowhere he couldn't go. Oh, that's right. I'm the first player to become a shadow dancer. I can get an additional reward from the Thief Association. I wonder what they'll give me, Nie Yan muttered. Nie Yan headed over to the Thief Association, his face hidden behind a cloak. He walked the streets of Kalor, letting his gaze wander over his surroundings. Seeing players bustling about, discussing the latest gossip, haggling over prices at a stall, the usual sort of liveliness you would find in a large city, he felt a strong sense of familiarity and belonging. He was back home. Even though Nie Yan had hidden his appearance behind a cloak, Kalena hovering above his shoulder attracted the attention of many players. He felt a bit helpless. With her constantly by his side, it looked like staying low-key would no longer be possible. Nie Yan discarded these unnecessary thoughts. Right now, he was the only master class player in the entirety of Conviction. In a few more weeks, a large number would emerge from Asskickers United, and from then on, they would stand at the very peak. Nie Yan clenched his fists, his eyes burning with ambition. After Sun, King of the World, Xie Yao, and the others class advanced, he planned to set out on a campaign to conquer and unify the Viridian Empire. After that was the Satrine Empire. The players on the street all gazed over in Nie Yan's direction and chatted with each other about Kalena perched on top of his shoulder. Nie Yan ignored their stares and entered the Thief Association. The person at the reception was a 20-something-year-old NPC called Nia. Clad in leather thief armor, she had a curvaceous figure with a girlish charm. After raising her head and spotting Nie Yan, she had a dumbstruck look on her face. She snapped out of her daze and respectfully greeted him, Sir Nirvana Flame, welcome to the Thief Association. Elder Fallon is looking for you. Please follow me. Alright. Nie Yan nodded. He didn't expect the Thief Association to already be looking for him. This saved him a lot of hassle. Nie Yan followed Nia as she led him into a conference hall. In the center of the room was a large rectangular table surrounded by many chairs. We'll be entering your name into our records. You're the 67th Shadow Dancer of the Thief Association and the first among players. Elder Fallon will be here in a moment to give you your reward, Nia said. She took out a book and wrote down his name. Nie Yan glossed over the contents of the book. Recorded in it were the names of all the Shadow Dancers throughout the Thief Association's history. Except for Nie Yan, they were all NPCs. His name was at the very bottom of the list. As a Shadow Dancer of the Thief Association, you'll have access to some special privileges. Besides this, your name will be announced to all the thieves in the association, Nia said. She handed over a silver-white booklet containing various rules to Nie Yan. It was written in modern common. Nie Yan skimmed over the book's contents. As a Shadow Dancer, the Thief Association didn't place many restrictions on him and only required him to follow some basic rules. For example, he had to lend his aid if the association was ever in danger of being destroyed. The pros far outweighed the cons. He would receive 3,000 gold every day, enjoy the best treatment in any of the branches of the Thief Association, and perhaps most importantly could hire mercenaries from the association. Among these mercenaries were even some Shadow Dancers. However, they were few and far between and not easily found. Most mercenaries were great thieves. Nie Yan checked his notification bar. All thieves had received a notification. Nirvana Flame has become the first player to advance to a Shadow Dancer. The notification was short and simple, but it had dropped a bomb on the entire player base. News of Nie Yan becoming a Shadow Dancer spread like wildfire, creating a huge uproar. Asskickers United's players had also received the news. The guild chat exploded with activity. The boss became a Shadow Dancer. The boss is invincible. So amazing. He's the first master class player in the entire game. Everyone wagged their tongues fervently. They all wanted to know what the skills of a Shadow Dancer looked like, waiting in anticipation for Nie Yan to demonstrate his new battle prowess. However, he rarely showed himself, even to them. So, they could only patiently wait. Nie Yan smiled after checking the guild chat. His class advancement to a Luminous Dancer was a cause for celebration for the players of Asskickers United. He had proven to his guild members that no matter when or where, they would always stand at the top. Nie Yan patiently waited in the conference hall. After a while, an NPC walked in. It was Elder Fallon of the Thief Association. He had gray hair, and though he looked old, his eyes were full of spirit. Greetings, Sir Nirvana Flame. I am Elder Fallon. Congratulations on becoming a Shadow Dancer. This medal is your reward. Please accept it. Fallon handed over an azure-colored, crystal medal to Nie Yan. Sparkling and translucent, its edges were gilded with violet gold, and it was covered in elaborate and ornate engravings. Nie Yan accepted the medal. Shadow Dancer Medal of Honor, Legendary. Properties: Dexterity plus 50%, Movement Speed plus 200%, Gale Step Skill Rank plus 5, Enhanced Invisibility Effect. Phantom Passive: Confuse your enemies with a phantom mirror image. 70% chance of dodging an attack while running. Restrictions: Nirvana Flame. Note: cannot be dropped, destroyed, or traded. Huh. These properties are way better than I expected. Nie Yan was puzzled. In the previous timeline, a Shadow Dancer had shared the stats of their medal on the forums. Theirs only gave Dexterity plus 30% and Movement Speed plus 100% while Phantom only had a 50% chance of dodging an attack. Furthermore, he recalled it was sub-legendary. When Nie Yan first saw the medal in his past life, he was extremely envious and felt it was quite overpowered even for a sub-legendary grade item. At that time, his goal was precisely becoming a Shadow Dancer and receiving such a medal. However, he simply didn't meet the requirements to become one back then, leaving him feeling a lifetime of regret. Nie Yan didn't expect that the Shadow Dancer medal he obtained in this life would be even better than the one he saw online in his past life. It was quite the pleasant surprise. This was probably the reward for being the first player to become a Shadow Dancer. Nie Yan equipped the Shadow Dancer Medal of Honor. Looking at his stats, his dexterity and movement speed sharply increased, and his Gale Step went from rank 8 to 13. Its effects were astonishing, only losing out to his rank 16 Shadow Waltz. Elder Fallon talked about the Thief Association's history to Nie Yan. Ever since it was first established many years ago, countless thieves had joined them, some of them eventually stepping into the realm of Shadow Dancer. They now had over 300 branches in the Viridian and Satrine empires, and were a place where legends were born, such as the 8 thieves in the Song of the Bramble Bird. After Nie Yan finished talking with Fallon, he saved the clip of their conversation. It might come in handy in the future. Nie Yan bid Elder Fallon farewell and exited the Thief Association. Standing in the middle of the street, he wanted to test something. Gale Step. He blurred into motion, dashing through the crowd and covering more than 500 meters in the blink of an eye. The players Nie Yan passed by only felt a gust of wind sweep past them. Looking around suspiciously but not seeing anything, they continued on their way. The people and buildings in the vicinity appeared to speed past him. This feeling of extreme speed was exhilarating. Nie Yan flexed his muscles. This was a Shadow Dancer, the embodiment of speed. The reason Magisters feared Shadow Dancers so much was precisely their frightening speed. Oftentimes, they would be killed before even getting a chance to react. Among all the master classes, Magisters represented unrivaled destructive power and wide-scale domination, Champions and Sword Saints represented the pinnacle of defense and strength respectively, Shadow Dancers represented the pinnacle of speed, Guardians represented the ultimate balance with the most comprehensive strength, and Archbishops represented the pinnacle of healing. Because of their speed, Shadow Dancers were the nemesis of all casters. I could get addicted to this feeling, Nie Yan muttered as he sprinted around Kalor. Only 2 minutes later, Nie Yan arrived in front of the Asskickers United Guild office. Nie Yan teleported to the crypt's stronghold. It was even more bustling than before. With Asskickers United's ever-growing influence, more and more businesses were flocking over to set up shop, causing the commerce here to flourish. Numerous people were walking up and down the streets. Nie Yan took off his cloak and headed to the guild headquarters. Many Asskickers United players were dumbstruck after seeing Nie Yan. Rubbing their eyes and making sure it was really him, they all flocked to greet him. Boss, you're here. Nie Yan nodded to everyone, calling his name with a faint smile. The players on the street parted ways, opening up a path forward. A large crowd formed around Nie Yan, resembling two rivers converging. News of Nie Yan's return quickly spread, creating a huge stir in the crypt's stronghold. The boss is here. He's back from clearing his class advancement quest. Word got out quickly. When the players in the guild headquarters heard Nie Yan was back, they immediately headed out to greet him. Nie Yan gazed at the surrounding players. Asskickers United's rapid expansion resulted in their membership tripling. There were many new faces for him. Most of these players had never met Nie Yan before either. However, after finding out he was back, they also became incredibly excited. There were a great many legends in the Viridian Empire, but Nie Yan was without a doubt the most notable among players. Be it his glorious achievements in battle or him becoming the first Shadow Dancer, everything he did was world-shaking. As everyone gazed at Nie Yan's gear, they felt their heads spin. He had 4 pieces of legendary grade equipment, and even the worst of his equipment was sub-legendary grade. Needless to say, Zenard's sword was especially eye-catching. He also had a battle angel floating above his shoulder, and his golden dragon and darkwing dragon. This kind of equipment was unattainable for ordinary players. They didn't dare to dream about it. Any piece of equipment on his body was probably worth more than all of their assets combined. Seeing more and more players gathering around him, Nie Yan let out a wry smile. He didn't expect to cause such a huge ruckus by just showing his face. Even though the street was crowded, everyone made sure to give way to Nie Yan. These players all respected him greatly. His prestige in Asskickers United was something other people would find difficult to comprehend. Nie Yan could be described as Asskickers United's absolute pillar. He alone propped up the entire guild. As Nie Yan made his way through the street, many familiar faces stepped forth from the crowd to ask him about one thing or another. Boss, get anything good lately? Of course. Nie Yan chuckled. Boss, you're a shadow dancer now. Show us something cool. Yeah. Please, boss. The shouts grew louder and louder. For most ordinary thieves, becoming a shadow dancer was an unattainable dream. They all wanted to see what the pinnacle of the thief class looked like. At the persistent urging of the surrounding players, Nie Yan couldn't simply flat out refuse. After thinking for a moment, he finally caved and said, all right, watch closely since I'm only going to do this once. I have faith that some of you will also become shadow dancers one day. When the players were about to say something, Nie Yan's silhouette turned into a blur as he traveled several dozen meters in the blink of an eye. He was like a human flash. Their hearts shook. This was the speed of a shadow dancer. Too frightening. Nie Yan's speed was absolutely stunning, leaving the entire crowd breathless. The casters felt their blood run cold. If they were to encounter such a thief in PvP, there would be nothing they could do. Most likely Nie Yan's blade would have already slit their throat before they even got a chance to chant out a single spell. Shadow Dancer, this was a Shadow Dancer. The thieves in the crowd were completely awestruck. This title was instantly engraved deep into their minds as they inwardly made a resolve. From now on, they would also pursue this peak existence. Nie Yan only showed off a bit of his speed. He didn't reveal too much since there were certainly enemies watching him at this very moment. Having entertained the players around him long enough, Nie Yan entered the guild headquarters. News of Nie Yan's appearance in the crypt's stronghold attracted the attention of many powers. God Executioner Sword Guild headquarters, a large group of people had gathered inside a conference hall. Qin Han sat at the head of a large table in the middle of the room. His appearance compared to reality was somewhat different. Donned in ash-gray robes, he wore an unsightly expression on his face as Nie Yan's little performance in the crypt's stronghold was broadcasted to everyone here live. His speed just now caused Qin Han to feel a cold chill at the back of his neck. If he and Nie Yan were to fight, he would definitely be cut down in an instant. Individually, he was far from being Nie Yan's match. A dark look clouded Qin Han's face. The people below found it difficult to read his thoughts. Qin Han, Nirvana Flame is back. Do we go forward with the plan? A guild leader asked. The name of the mad rogue filled his heart with fear and apprehension. At least 130 people were in the conference hall. All of them were the leaders of various guilds in the Viridian Empire, including powerhouses like Divine Protectors, Penumbra Empire, and God Executioner Sword. The amount of backing required to bring all these people together was unimaginable. Sitting in a corner, Eternal Sin looked on with narrowed eyes, an imperceptible light flickering in his pupils. Qin Han was indeed a powerful individual. Having gathered more than half of the guilds in the Viridian Empire, he was certainly capable of contending with Asskickers United. Circumstances caused Eternal Sin to side with Qin Han. That was why he attended this meeting, and why he would join the assault of Asskickers United and its allies. Yet the pressure of victory didn't rest on his shoulders like it did on the others. What he felt was curiosity, to see who would emerge victorious in this conflict. The conference hall was so quiet you could hear a pin drop. Everyone was waiting for Qin Han's answer. We go forward with the plan. We'll take down Battle-Crazed Alliance first, then the War God Tribe next, Qin Han declared. Divide and conquer. Battle-Crazed Alliance and the War God Tribe were located the furthest away from Kalor. Qin Han's voice was decisive, cutting across the room. The people in the conference hall all nodded in agreement. Qin Han was their backer, so none of them dared to go against his word. With Qin Han giving the order, they immediately got to work. They would strike in 6 days at the latest. Nie Yan met up with Guo Wai in the Asskickers United Guild headquarters. Have there been any movements I have to be aware of? Nie Yan asked. While he was holed up in the ancient world, he had received little information of the outside world. He had spoken to Guo Wai only a couple of times. So, he didn't have more than a very rough picture of the current situation. God Executioner Sword, Penumbra Empire, and Divine Protectors have all been making a lot of small movements. Also, some guilds in Guvest, Colt, Benedin, and a few other cities have banded together and formed an alliance. They've all been secretly making contact with each other recently. I think they're planning something big, Guo Wai said. In the past, his information network was lacking, which led to them frequently being caught with their pants down as the enemy arrived at their doorstep. After learning several painful lessons, he worked hard to expand his intelligence division, placing moles in almost every major guild and bribing their core members with large sums of gold. As a result, the reliability and responsiveness of their intelligence had improved by leaps and bounds. This recent development was clear proof that his efforts weren't for naught. When do you think they'll make their move? They'll need at least a few more days to finish their preparations. I received a report from Penumbra Empire that they'll be making their first move before the week ends. They'll deal with Battle-Crazed Alliance first, then the War God Tribe next. They plan to weaken us by picking off our allies that are the furthest away from Kalor, since it'll be hard for us to send over reinforcements. Is the information from Penumbra Empire reliable? Nie Yan asked, faintly knitting his brows. He was worried it might be a red herring. I think it's trustworthy. It matches up with the reports I've received from my other sources. Eternal Sin is behaving pretty suspiciously, though. He purposefully leaked this information to us, Guo Wai said. Nie Yan narrowed his eyes. Eternal Sin was the type of person that was really hard to read. Is he trying to express his goodwill to us? So, how should we deal with this? Guo Wai asked. Let's strike while the iron is hot and seize the initiative. We've recuperated for long enough, and we're much more powerful now. We can act with a little less restraint. Crush any who dare to challenge us in the Viridian Empire. If they refuse to accept our authority, we'll slaughter them until they're thoroughly convinced. Nie Yan declared. Guo Wai's eyes trembled. In the past, since Asskickers United's foundation wasn't stable, they had to advance with great caution for fear of being caught off guard by the enemy. They rarely got the first move in their conflicts. After weathering countless storms, they finally had the strength and resolve to sweep through the entire Viridian Empire. Thinking about how many twists and turns they encountered and how rough the journey had been to get here, he couldn't help but let out a deep sigh of emotion. We have 170,000 players in the main guild and 300,000 spread across our branch guilds. Combined with the forces from Holy Empire, Sapphire Shrine, Radiant Sacred Flame, and the others, so long as you give the order, we can sweep through the entire Viridian Empire. God Executioner Sword, Divine Protectors, Penumbra Empire. All of them will be at our mercy. Guo Wai said, his eyes burning with heroic spirit. Guo Wai had watched Asskickers United grow from a small and feeble upstart into a ruler contending for hegemony over the entire Viridian Empire. Words couldn't describe how gratified he felt. Since we have a good 5 days, we'll need to make some preparations first. The day after tomorrow, we'll make our move then. Our target will be Colt. Nie Yan said. Colt was a city located between Nisod and Kalor. If they could occupy it, their cities would be connected, and transporting large war machines like catapults and trebuchets would become much more convenient. Alright, I'll get to it immediately. Guo Wai nodded. How many siege engines do we have now? Nie Yan asked. He had almost forgotten this important question. We already have 300 armored ice catapults and 100 trebuchets, and all our important strongholds have been fitted with gnome magic cannons, Guo Wai informed. Since Asskickers United's businesses were flourishing, with large amounts of gold rolling in every day, their engineers, tinkerers, enchanters, and other non-combat professions saw immense growth. Their manufacturing ability skyrocketed. In the time that Nie Yan was away, the number of siege engines had increased exponentially. So many. Nie Yan gasped. He didn't expect so many catapults and trebuchets to be produced. Recalling how he had spent more than 2 months in the ancient world, it made sense. In the previous timeline, Nie Yan had personally witnessed over 100 trebuchets all firing at once. The falling shells blotted out the sky and completely obliterated the fortified walls of a city. Reliving this memory, Nie Yan felt his heart race and his excitement boil over. With so many catapults and trebuchets, they could sweep through any stronghold. Have you collected information on how many siege weapons the enemy has? Nie Yan asked. Know thyself, know thy enemy, only then could one emerge ever victorious. Divine Protectors, God Executioner Sword, and Penumbra Empire have about 200 ordinary catapults and 20 trebuchets altogether, and they're all pretty scattered. If they're dumb enough to try and compete with us directly, crushing them will be easy. They likely aren't aware of our real strength. I managed to secretly get us a stronghold in Lunarbrite and hid almost all our catapults and trebuchets there. Only our most trusted personnel know of its existence, so it's fairly safe, Guo Wai said. Guo Wai had handled this matter beautifully. By hiding these siege engines, they could catch the enemy off guard when the war began. God Executioner Sword, Penumbra Empire, and those other guilds definitely had a few trump cards hidden up their sleeves as well, but Nie Yan had already long since come up with a plan. There was a lot of work to be done in the coming 2 days. I brought back some things with me from the ancient world. Get some people to help sort them out, Nie Yan said. He then started dumping all the skill books out of his bag. There were more than 200 artisan skill books, all of which were fairly rare. Guo Wai's eyes went wide with shock. This, you got all this from that special map. Nie Yan nodded. Distribute these skill books among the artisans in our guild. I also have collected a bunch of materials. He dumped out all the ores, medicinal plants, and other materials out of his bag. My god. Red dragon herb. Wait, is that gold onyx? And this? So many. Guo Wai started to pant as his eyes glazed over. All the materials Nie Yan brought back from the ancient world without exception were extremely rare. If they were put up for sale, they would be expensive beyond compare. However, the quantity was far more than the market could digest. So, they could only be set aside for personal use. Guo Wai did some inventory. The artisan skill books and materials Nie Yan provided could nurture numerous high-rank artisans. This was an enormous boon for Ass-Kickers United. Nie Yan had brought back a treasure trove from the ancient world. The value of these items was incalculable. Pass these things down to our most talented artisans. As for those specialized skill books, just leave them in the guild treasury. Anyone that's interested can take them, Nie Yan said. He completely emptied his bags in front of Guo Wai, save for the life cores which he had a special use for. Alright, no problem. Guo Wai nodded. The value of artisans couldn't be underestimated. They were the fuel that kept the frontline going. One of the reasons Ass-Kickers United was so powerful was that they had a large number of talented artisans supporting them. A number that only grew by the day. Since the Starry Night Potion Shop controlled 60% of the market in the entire Viridian Empire, raking in enormous profits every day, they could offer much better benefits than anyone else. Something that had more and more skilled alchemists flocking to them. As a result, Ass-Kickers United never lacked potions. The Starry Night Potion Shop could claim a large portion of the credit for Ass-Kickers United's current success. Not just alchemists, but also the engineers, tinkerers, enchanters, blacksmiths, and so on played important roles. With so many artisans, the skill books Nie Yan provided would definitely have a great effect. Ass-Kickers United was like his child. Nie Yan had employed all sorts of methods, including investing a large sum of gold, donating the loot he personally collected, and attracting experts from all over, to develop it to this point. In the future, nothing could stop its rise. It was now time to collect his debts with interest, and Angel Corps, the Century Financial Group, and most recently the Monet Financial Group were all his targets. How many flying mounts do we have? Nie Yan asked. Their aerial force couldn't be neglected. We've sort of been lagging behind in that department. At present, we only have about 30 or so flying mounts altogether. We used to have more, but we recently got into some clashes with Angel's Corps in Griffin Woodlands and lost about half our flying mounts. Angel Corps have a major advantage in the air since they got a large head start on us. Plus, Soaring Angel is sparing no effort to develop his aerial forces. He often sends expedition teams 100,000 men strong to explore every nook and cranny of Griffin Woodlands. Our players have been surrounded many times. I estimate they have at least 100 or 200 flying mounts on their side, possibly even more. Since the other guilds are also rapidly developing their strength in the skies, they probably have quite a few flying mounts as well, Guo Wai said. Flying mounts was the only area where Ass-Kickers United was lacking. They had started late and didn't invest into it too heavily. Where's our elite team right now? Nie Yan asked. It would be a serious problem if they didn't have enough flying mounts. Though their armored ice catapults didn't need to fear flying mounts, fending them off was a whole nother story. Since siege engines were fairly immobile and their range is limited, while flying mounts had near limitless mobility, a skilled rider could wreak havoc across the battlefield with nothing barring their path. They're in Griffin Woodlands right now. They have around 5,000 players. The 60 or so among them who reached level 100 all went to class advance. So, they're being led by Paladin of the Elegy right now, Guo Wai said. Ass-Kickers United's harvests from exploring Griffin Woodlands were passable, average at best. This map couldn't be explored with only strength. Luck also played an important factor. On a bad day, you could end up with absolutely nothing for your efforts. On a good day, you could get your hands on a few flying mounts, which was already quite amazing. Ass-Kickers United obtained most of their flying mounts by relying on Dispel Fog Scrolls. Nie Yan pondered for a moment. He actually had a method for obtaining flying mounts quickly. I'll make a trip to Griffin Woodlands, Nie Yan said. If he could help Ass-Kickers United obtain a few more flying mounts, it would be a huge help to them in the upcoming war. Nie Yan bid farewell to Guo Wai and left the crypt stronghold. He had to make some preparations before heading to Griffin Woodlands. He teleported back to Kalor and restocked on his consumables, then took to the skies on his Darkwing Dragon. His destination was Puppet Castle. Nie Yan checked the level leaderboards. Many players had already reached level 100, with the highest level player being level 105. After staying in the ancient world for so long, it was only natural that he would end up falling behind. However, even if those other players were higher level than him, they still weren't his match. When an adept class met a master class, even a 60 to 70 level advantage wouldn't matter, they would still end up crushed all the same. This was an insurmountable gap, a difference in realms. Master classes represented the absolute pinnacle, having long since surpassed the restraints of ordinary adept classes. 5 minutes later, a castle situated in the middle of some plains emerged over the horizon. Puppet Castle was one of the few level 100 maps in the vicinity of Kalor. Scarcely any players visited this place in the past because the monsters here were too strong. However, that didn't appear to be the case right now. When Nie Yan surveyed the ground below from atop his Darkwing Dragon, he saw many players moving about. Nie Yan knitted his brows. Why are there so many people here? This might affect my plans. The Darkwing Dragon made a rapid descent to an altitude of 70 meters. Nie Yan chanted out an incantation and recalled the Darkwing Dragon in midair as he leapt off its back. He dropped down from the sky and started accelerating towards the ground. Glancing at his status screen, a fall from a height of 70 meters wouldn't pose any danger to him. Nie Yan didn't activate the Featherfall Jewel. With a loud thud, he firmly landed on the ground. -60. Nie Yan entered stealth and dashed toward Puppet Castle. On the way there, he came across the remains of stone puppets scattered across the ground. Entering the castle, he saw a large group of players numbering 2,000 gathered in the main square. They were probably fighting the boss. The field boss of Puppet Castle was the Dark Puppet Lord. Nie Yan's purpose for this trip was a certain item that dropped from it. Discovering that he had arrived late, he felt a bit depressed. Several players served as lookouts outside the entrance. Nie Yan dashed past them unnoticed. Nie Yan glanced at the guild insignias on the chests of these players. Splendid Temple. This makes things much easier. As Splendid Star commanded the 2,000 players under him to attack the Dark Puppet Lord, he discovered that his thinking had been far too simple. The boss was way more powerful than he expected. This level 100 variant lord was ridiculously strong. They had been beaten back again and again. Despite having spent close to half an hour here and suffering more than 600 casualties, its health had barely fallen at all. Warriors, retreat and keep up your guard. Priests, heal them. Splendid Star hurriedly ordered after seeing the Dark Puppet Lord charging forward like a steamroller. Standing over 5 meters tall, the Dark Puppet Lord's body was constructed out of black stone. Each step it took violently shook the ground. Its battle prowess was extremely frightening. Smashing down with a single punch, it sent 3 warriors flying and continued slaughtering the players of Splendid Temple. Boss, we can't hold on. That monster's attacks are too powerful, shouted a warrior as he retreated. Damn it. Everyone, we're withdrawing. Splendid Star couldn't help but curse. Under the pursuit of the Dark Puppet Lord, Splendid Temple lost all composure as they made a beeline for safety. A path of corpses lined behind them, only a lucky few reaching the edge of the main square. Splendid Temple's forces had finally retreated to safety. The survivors crumpled to the ground and began catching their breaths. Looking back at the main square, the Dark Puppet Lord's health had returned to full, and it returned to an idle roaming state. Boss, the Dark Puppet Lord is way too strong. We can't beat it. Boss, what should we do? What else can we do? We go home. Splendid Star gritted his teeth. What about our fallen teammates? We can only cut our losses. We'll send in a few thieves to retrieve their equipment, Splendid Star said. He started picking out several of his most skilled thieves to enter the tiger's den and snatch its food. At this moment, a silhouette flashed by. A person materialized in front of Splendid Star. A thief. Splendid Star's heart trembled. He instinctively raised his weapon, only to realize the other wasn't attacking him. Not only that, it was a familiar face, too, Nie Yan. We meet again, Nie Yan greeted. Hi. It's good to see you again too. What are you doing here? Splendid Star asked in bewilderment. As he looked around, the surroundings were filled with his people. Yet Nie Yan had snuck in completely unnoticed like some kind of ghost. This was too frightening. If Nie Yan wanted to assassinate him, he would have already been a cold corpse on the ground. I have some business here. Could I ask you to help kill the Dark Puppet Lord with me? Nie Yan asked. He only wanted a certain drop from the boss. Sure. Oh, I heard you became a shadow dancer. Is that true? Splendid Star said. Yeah. Nie Yan nodded with a light smile. We'll listen to your command. If you need something, just give the word, Splendid Star said. He really admired how Nie Yan conducted himself. Last time they were also saved by him. If he needed their help with anything, Splendid Star would gladly oblige. I just need something from the Dark Puppet Lord. Follow me, Nie Yan said before turning around and dashing towards the main square. Everyone, follow him. Splendid Star hurriedly mobilized his troops. A few seconds later, Nie Yan arrived behind the Dark Puppet Lord. Transcendent Insight. Dark Puppet Lord, Variant Lord, level 100. Health, 3 million. Since it was a Variant Lord, its health regeneration was quite high. If Nie Yan were to attempt to solo it, it would take him at least an hour to take it down. With Splendid Temple helping out, he could cut that time down significantly. Splendid Temple's forces hadn't even caught up yet, when Nie Yan's silhouette blurred into action. Emerging behind the Dark Puppet Lord, he leapt into the air and executed a rising whirlwind kick. Nie Yan was so fast he left behind a trail of after images. His kick was as swift as lightning, impossible to react to, and brimmed with incomparable destructive power. Bang! Nie Yan's foot struck the Dark Puppet Lord. -5838. The Dark Puppet Lord staggered several steps forward. Letting out a furious roar, it swung around. It then smashed down with its enormous fist on Nie Yan. Just as Nie Yan was about to be flattened into a meat patty, his figure blurred as he vanished into thin air. The Dark Puppet Lord missed Nie Yan and struck the ground below, leaving behind a large crater. It appeared bewildered at the sudden disappearance of its target. At this moment, the invisible Nie Yan circled behind the Dark Puppet Lords and struck forth with backbreaker. KRRAK. Zenard's sword pierced into its back. -6354. Damn. This big lug has really high defense. Nie Yan cried out in slight surprise. However, he didn't pause his onslaught of attacks. No matter how the Dark Puppet Lord flailed around and swung its fists, it couldn't land a single hit on Nie Yan. He was simply too fast. Nie Yan gradually entered the zone. From his point of view, the Dark Puppet Lord's attacks were as slow as a turtle. It was child's play for him to evade out of the way and dish back some damage in retaliation. The Dark Puppet Lord fully aggroed onto Nie Yan. It let out a furious roar, wildly throwing punches and stomping around. It had just locked onto him with its arm winding up for a punch, when Nie Yan suddenly vanished like a puff of smoke yet again. 1 versus 1, a level 100 variant lord was actually completely helpless against him. At this moment, Splendid Star along with his forces finally arrived. Seeing the scene in the main square, his eyes widened in disbelief. Not only was Nie Yan taking on the Dark Puppet Lord alone, but he was completely dominating it. How was this even possible? Splendid Temple's players couldn't keep up with Nie Yan's movements. All they saw was a blur darting all over the place, like the flickering neon lights of a bar. He was strangely captivating. Nie Yan's silhouette flickered around the Dark Puppet Lord as though he were performing an elegant dance. This is a shadow dancer. The players from Splendid Temple were completely shaken. Nie Yan was showing them what the word shadow dancer truly signified. I never knew attacks could be so beautiful. At this very moment, everyone including Splendid Star felt a deep sense of reverence for Nie Yan. The Mad Rogue really did live up to his legend. Even though Nie Yan was fighting solo, he could still easily take down the Dark Puppet Lord. This was the absolute strength of a master class. Splendid Star's heart swelled with anticipation. If the pinnacle class for thieves was this strong, then what about the pinnacle class for warriors? Don't just stand there. Have your mages start dealing damage. Also, tell your warriors not to bother coming over, Nie Yan said to Splendid Star in voice chat. Splendid Star snapped out of his daze. He was here to help Nie Yan deal with the Dark Puppet Lord. He hurriedly ordered his mages to get into position. Splendid Temple's players were fairly quick on the uptake. The mages rapidly spread out and surrounded the Dark Puppet Lord. They waved their staffs, unleashing a hail of spells into the air which ruthlessly bombarded its body. Bang, bang, bang. Most of the mages were only dealing around 500 damage, with the stronger ones among them hitting as high as 1000 damage. Meanwhile, Nie Yan's attacks were dealing 5000 to 6000 damage, occasionally even critting for up to 20,000 damage. The difference was like night and day. Seeing this, Splendid Star was already at a loss for words. At this point, even if a warrior didn't go up to tank, the mages could still dish out damage without fear of the Dark Puppet Lord shifting aggro onto them. Time ticked away. About 2 minutes later, the Dark Puppet Lord's health fell below 60%. The Dark Puppet Lord would enter phase 2 and start using her Thread, which stunned all units within a 10-meter radius for 9 seconds. Splendid Temple's losses were so great precisely because they had previously fallen victim to this skill. Its effects were too powerful. Be careful of the Dark Puppet Lord's skill. Splendid Star warned. He was worried Nie Yan would get hit by her Threader. However, what happened next completely blew him away. The Dark Puppet Lord's arm glowed red as it raised it into the air, preparing to smash the ground, when Nie Yan jumped into the air and delivered a flying kick to its neck. Bang! The powerful impact knocked it several steps back, interrupting her Threader mid-cast. What? Splendid Star gasped. What kind of attack is that? Is it a skill? It actually interrupted a level 100 variant Lord's skill. Holy crap, that's overpowered. Afterwards, the Dark Puppet Lord repeatedly attempted to use her Threader. However, Nie Yan would always take advantage of the long cast time to deliver a well-placed kick, interrupting it every time. Nie Yan's timing was absolutely flawless. Splendid Temple's players looked on with dazed faces. Nie Yan had completely overturned their preconceived notions of a thief. 8 minutes later, the mages never stopped their volley of spells. Combined with Nie Yan's own explosive damage, the Dark Puppet Lord's health finally reached 0. It never got to use her Threader even once. Crash! The Dark Puppet Lord collapsed to the ground, crumpling into a large pile of rubble. Even with the Dark Puppet Lord's remains in front of them, the players of Splendid Temple couldn't believe their eyes. This powerful boss that had completely decimated their ranks was killed just like that. The difference was simply too stark. When Splendid Temple fought the Dark Puppet Lord, even with the warriors locking it down, the mages didn't dare to go all out for fear of shifting aggro. As a result, even after attacking for a long time, they barely whittled its health down to 60% and at a heavy cost. Then, Earthrender came and wiped out most of their warriors. With the frontline devastated, the mages were even less willing to deal damage. In comparison, with Nie Yan aggroing the boss, the mages had no such misgivings. No matter how fiercely they bombarded it, it would never aggro onto them simply because Nie Yan's damage was just that high, more than 10 times that of any of them in fact. Not to mention the timing and placement of his attacks were flawless, each one managing to land at a crucial moment, preventing the Dark Puppet Lord from using her Threader. This wasn't something an ordinary player could accomplish. Perhaps Nie Yan was the only one who could take the thief class to such heights. With Nie Yan carrying most of the weight, the battle ended without any suspense, and the Dark Puppet Lord died a pitiful death. Nie Yan collected the loot off the ground. Of the several pieces of equipment that dropped, only a ring caught his eye. It was a special item and precisely what he came here for. This ring was silver-white and covered in web-like engravings. Cobweb ring bronze, special item. Description: fire out a large web that entraps an enemy for 2 minutes. Cooldown: 30 minutes. Restrictions: none. The web released from this ring was the same one released from web scrolls. It could render a It could render a target immobile, but they could still attack and cast magic. Like other special items, the cobweb ring could be upgraded to enhance its properties. The resiliency of its web in particular would see significant improvements. This was exactly what Nie Yan was after, a super tough web to ensnare a target. Aside from the cobweb ring, several pieces of level 100 dark gold grade equipment had also dropped. Such equipment couldn't be more ordinary in Nie Yan's eyes, with mountain loads of it in Asskickers United's guild treasury. However, it was incredibly valuable to the players of Splendid Temple. Thinking for a bit, he decided to leave the rest of the loot to them. After all, he couldn't allow their efforts to go unrewarded. I'll be taking this cobweb ring. You guys can have the rest, Nie Yan said. Splendid Star wanted to refuse since Nie Yan killing the Dark Puppet Lord had allowed them to revive their fallen comrade and mitigate a significant amount of losses. This was already more than he could ask for. He didn't even consider the equipment. However, at Nie Yan's urging, he eventually relented and accepted this gesture of goodwill. I still have other things to do, so I'll take my leave first. Nie Yan bid Splendid Star farewell and dashed off. Watching Nie Yan's silhouette disappear behind a corner at the end of the street, a thought crossed Splendid Star's mind. He made a decision. After returning from Puppet Castle, he would have Splendid Temple merge with Asskickers United. He believed himself a decent judge of character. Someone like Nie Yan definitely wouldn't mistreat his own. They would have a brighter future joining Asskickers United. It was at least much better than remaining a small guild. By this time, Nie Yan was already more than half a kilometer away. He naturally didn't know what Splendid Star was thinking. Nie Yan teleported back to Kalor, where he paid a visit to Master Jewelcrafter Paget and had his cobweb ring upgraded to dark gold grade. The toughness of the web it released was bolstered to far beyond what you would get from an ordinary web scroll. With it, he could easily capture flying mounts. After finishing his preparations, Nie Yan was about to set out for Griffin Woodlands, when he received word from Guo Wai that Shu Yan's team had been surrounded outside of Kalor. He instantly knew who the culprits were. Who else could it be other than Zhao Xiu, Fu Guangtao, Bai Jun, and their lot? Do you want me to dispatch some people to rescue them? Guo Wai asked. He knew Shu Yan was Nie Yan's classmate. So, after receiving the information, he immediately contacted Nie Yan first. Nie Yan thought for a moment, then shook his head. No need, I'll deal with it myself. It just happens to be along the way. After gathering 16 classmates from the command faculty, Shu Yan had filled the last 4 spots in their team with friends of his in Asskickers United. They had already ran through several dungeons together, which all went smoothly. Everyone's gear rapidly improved. Furthermore, thanks to Shu Yan's influence and their own skill, several classmates had joined Asskickers United. Shu Yan, Fei Jie, and Sha Tianyu's popularity in the command faculty had risen accordingly. As for Zhao Xiu, Fu Guangtao, Bai Jun, and the rest of their clique, they found themselves isolated off in a corner. They naturally were resentful, and the conflicts between both sides quickly escalated. Should we run skeleton mines in Netherworld Marsh? Chu Chenghao suggested to Shu Yan. In the past, he would have never imagined himself running a level 90 dungeon like skeleton mines. But now he was suggesting exactly that. Over the past couple of months, the equipment of their team had undergone a heaven-shaking change. We'll run skeleton mines tomorrow, Shu Yan said after thinking for a bit. Like usual, the team prepared for their daily dungeon runs in Kalor before setting out towards the north. Along the way, they passed by both solo players and small parties grinding mobs. As they passed through a forest, they noticed more and more players congregating towards them. There had to be at least 100. Shu Yan immediately sensed something off. Everyone, let's retreat. It's Fu Guangtao and those bastards. At this time, they spotted Zhao Xiu, Fu Guangtao, and Bai Jun leading 100 players into surrounding them. Ha, let's see where you punks can run off to now. You guys are completely surrounded. If I don't kill you today, I won't feel satisfied, especially you 3, Shu Yan, Sha Tianyu, and Fei Jie. Don't think I can't do anything to you just because you found a rich backer. Fu Guangtao chuckled sinisterly. After eyeing Shu Yan's group for so long, they had finally found an opportunity. Zhao Xiu crossed her arms with a contemptuous look on her face. What are we wasting our time talking with them for? Hurry up and kill them. We still have dungeons to run. The equipment on those 3 is pretty good. After we kill them, let's divide it up between ourselves. Shu Yan, Sha Tianyu, and Fei Jie glanced at each other. The situation wasn't looking good for them. Fu Guangtao and the others had too many people on their side. They would be dog-piled to death. Everyone, follow me. We're slaughtering our way out. Shu Yan shouted. Leading a team was something you gradually got better at with experience. After commanding Chu Chenghao and the others around for the past 2 months, he finally had the air of a team captain about him. Charge. Shu Yan barreled toward the thinnest point of the enemy's encirclement. From behind, Sha Tianyu and Fei Jie supported him with their firepower. What? Stop them. Fu Guangtao shouted in a fluster. He didn't expect Shu Yan to take the initiative and attack them first. The players under Fu Guangtao's command immediately closed in on Shu Yan's team. Magic whizzed over the battlefield as the sound of combat filled the air. Though Shu Yan's team was heavily outnumbered, they didn't give up so easily. Killing 3 at the cost of 5, they broke through the encirclement and escaped toward the south. Don't let them get away. Zhao Xia's shrill voice cried out. As Nie Yan sped through the air on his Darkwing Dragon, he looked down and saw a large scuffle occurring at the edge of a forest below. Spells were flying left and right and exploding everywhere, illuminating the sky with dazzling lights. That makes things easy. Guess they're over there. Nie Yan leapt off the Darkwing Dragon. Nie Yan made a rapid descent and landed on the ground with a loud thud. Xu Yan, Sha Tianyu, and Fei Jie were on their last legs. The teammates around them fell one after another. Only 7 of them were still alive. Although they'd killed 17 of Zhao Xiu and Fu Guangtao's people, they were too heavily outnumbered. There was practically no end to the enemies. They were quickly surrounded again. Don't let those 3 escape. I want them dead, Fu Guangtao shouted. Close to 80 surrounded Xu Yan and the others again. No matter what they did, escape was impossible. As the enemy slowly closed in on them, the noose tightening around their necks, they felt more and more pressure. Their hopes of getting out alive were quickly dwindling just like their health. Fei Jie, Tianyu, it looks like we're going to die here today. Xu Yan bitterly smiled. It's fine. Let's take as many of them down with us as possible. Sha Tianyu said. He activated Arcane Reset and fired out 3 flame bursts in quick succession, instantly obliterating a nearby enemy warrior. His equipment was far superior to that of ordinary players. So, the damage he dealt to them was astonishing. I got one of these. One of you guys should take it and escape. Chu Chenghao said, taking out an unknown transfer scroll from his bag. Use it yourself. You can still get away. We'll cover you. Xu Yan said. Unknown transfer scrolls were still a precious commodity, even at this stage of the game. Chu Chenghao forcefully shook his head. My equipment is trash. Even if I die, it won't matter. One of you take it and run, quick. Xu Yan, Sha Tianyu, and Fei Jie were visibly moved. Xu Yan patted Chu Chenghao on the shoulder and said in a solemn tone, thank you. But we won't run away. We'll die fighting together. Besides, I want to at least take down Fu Guangtao with me. That bastard. None of them accepted Chu Chenghao's unknown transfer scroll. We can dwell on the melodramatics later. Now, we kill. Xu Yan charged forward and sent a warrior flying. Fei Jie followed up with 2 crossbow bolts, piercing the warrior's chest. Even though they were surrounded, the ferocity of their attacks didn't wane. Seeing the warrior's corpse flying past him, Fu Guangtao couldn't help but curse, fucking bastards. Struggle all you want, you're still going to die. Warriors, charge. Over a dozen warriors rushed toward Xu Yan and what was left of his team. At this point, even if Xu Yan and the others had 3 heads and 6 arms, they still couldn't escape their fates. Fu Guangtao's eyes lit up with excitement. When all looked lost for Xu Yan and the other 6, a silhouette streaked by and cut down 3 warriors in an instant. What's going on? Fu Guangtao's heart shivered. Before he could figure out what happened, a string of notifications popped up in quick succession. Your teammate Flashy Flash has died. Your teammate Dry Bark has died. Your teammate Fatty Bacon has died. Nie Yan killed to his heart's content as if he had entered no man's land. He reaped lives like harvesting fields of wheat. The enemy was simply too weak. There was no way their pitifully low health bars could endure a single one of his attacks as he left behind a trail of corpse in his wake. Seeing a silhouette speed toward him, a warrior brandished his sword. However, Nie Yan was already 1 step ahead of him. He leapt up into the air and struck the warrior's throat with a flying kick, crushing their windpipe and sending them flying back. Bracing his hand against the ground, Nie Yan then bounded toward a nearby paladin several meters away, his body spinning as he executed a reverse grip backstab midair. Sensing the incoming attack, the paladin panicked and attempted to retreat. However, before he had a chance to take even a single step, Zenard's sword plunged into his back. Thud. He collapsed dead on the ground. Heads rolled wherever Nie Yan passed. In a flash, more than 20 people died. All the enemies surrounding Xu Yan's team were cleared away. Xu Yan and the others' eyes rounded in shock. Having already resigned themselves to death, they didn't expect such a dramatic turn of events. As they searched for their savior, all they saw was a blurry silhouette darting across the battlefield, felling one enemy player after another. Even Xu Yan and the others felt a chill run down their spines. Just who was this mysterious figure? He was too frightening. Thankfully, he appeared to be helping them. Shit. Who is that bastard? Blast him to death. Fu Guangtao roared in a rage. Seeing his people getting killed left and right without even knowing who the other side was, he felt fear creeping up his heart. A hail of spells arced through the air. But before they could land, the silhouette vanished. Not a second later, blood-curdling screams rang out as several more players collapsed to the ground. No one could stop Nie Yan's massacre. In a short time, the 100-man strong force was reduced to only 20, among which 7 were students of the command faculty. God damn it. Who the hell are you? Show your face, you fucking bastard. Fu Guangtao bellowed. As he looked around him, his surroundings were empty. It was like no one was ever there. The several priests behind him tossed orbs of light into the air, illuminating everything within a 30-meter radius. But they still couldn't find any traces of Nie Yan. The atmosphere grew tense. They knew Nie Yan hadn't left and was hiding somewhere within the shadows. He was the decider of life and death. Whoever he set his sights on would die. None of them had any hope of surviving his blade. Their fates were already no longer in their control. Who are you? You've killed so many of my people, but you won't even reveal your name. This was also the first time Zhao Xiu had encountered such a situation. Assaulted by the pungent smell of blood in the air, her face paled in fright. She could only rely on Fu Guangtao to stay alive. At the end of the day, she was just a pretty face without any ability. As for Bai Jun, he remained more level-headed. He activated Eyes of the Divine and looked around. However, no matter where he searched, he couldn't spot the slightest trace of Nie Yan. Even Eyes of the Divine doesn't work. Bai Jun muttered. What he failed to realize was that after becoming a luminous dancer, Nie Yan's stealthing capabilities had risen to a whole nother plane. Their low-rank ocular skills were completely useless against him. The surroundings were empty as a deadly silence filled the air. An instant later, 2 miserable cries rang out. A sharp light flashed by as two players beside Fu Guangtao and Bai Jun were insta-killed. Hidden within the darkness, Nie Yan was like a god of death. No one could escape his Reaper's blade. Against his absolute speed, these players were like lambs at the slaughter. This was the joy of dominating everyone and everything on the battlefield. Nie Yan's understanding regarding the strength of a shadow dancer deepened even further, as did the shock in his heart. Every movement he made, no matter how slow in his eyes, was lightning fast to ordinary players. When ambushing from the shadows, if the enemy couldn't keep up in speed, their deaths were guaranteed. He was a dancer in the shadows, a shadow dancer. Didn't you want to know my level? Well, today I'll grant you the privilege of seeing who killed you. Nie Yan dispelled his stealth, materializing into view. Nie Yan appeared from stealth in front of Fu Guangtao and the others with a cold smile on his face. He wanted to see what kind of expressions they would make after finding out he was Nirvana Flame. Everyone's eyes fell on Nie Yan. His appearance couldn't be any more familiar to them. He had a hand in almost every major event in the Viridian Empire. They had watched videos of his exploits more times than they cared to remember. Mad Rogue Nirvana Flame. No way. It's really him. Fu Guangtao and the others gasped. Xu Yan's group was dumbstruck. They never expected Nirvana Flame to appear here of all places. What an unbelievable turn of events. But after thinking about it, apart from Nie Yan, which other thief could slaughter so many people with such ease? Nie Yan's expression back then and Nirvana Flame's appearance right now bore an uncanny resemblance to each other. He stared at Fu Guangtao like he was watching a clown, clear mockery in his eyes. Nirvana Flame. Nie Yan. No, it's impossible. Fu Guangtao's face alternated between shades of violet and red. It was a marvelous sight. Not even in his wildest dreams could he have imagined that he would provoke the one person in the entire Viridian Empire no one should ever provoke. His heart swelled with indescribable bitterness. The mad rogue is Nie Yan, Fu Guangtao muttered in despair. Wait, what did you say? The eyes of the players around him all widened in shock. Fu Guangtao. Why, you're joking, right? Zhao Xiyu asked in a trembling tone. She already suspected this after Nie Yan, or rather Nirvana Flame, materialized before them. But she didn't dare to confirm it. I'm not. He's the Nie Yan in our class. Zhao Xiyu and the others' faces turned ashen. A gust of wind howled by as a large shadow blotted out the sun. Looking up at the sky, a dragon was making a rapid descent toward the ground. The Darkwing dragon flapped its wings, kicking up small twisters as it alighted next to Nie Yan. A large, 6-meter-high frame covered in dark ashen scales, it resembled a frightening beast from antiquity. All in its presence would cower under its domineering aura. When the Darkwing dragon appeared, Fu Guangtao's group lost the will to fight. They gave up all hope and simply awaited Nie Yan's judgment. Seeing the fear, dismay, and despair in their eyes, Nie Yan sneered. They were going to pay a heavy price for their own foolishness. A deadly silence hung in the air. No one dared to even breathe loudly. Everyone felt immense pressure. The name of the mad rogue was an absolute deterrent. Add this to the huge Darkwing dragon standing by his side, and not even the most arrogant of fools would dare to challenge his authority. Nie Yan is the mad rogue. He's Nirvana Flame. Chu Chenghao turned to Xu Yan, fearing he had misheard. He nervously waited for a reply. Xu Yan nodded. Chu Chenghao's mouth opened and closed like a goldfish, not knowing what to say. He had a look of disbelief on his face. Never in his wildest dreams did he expect Nirvana Flame to be a fellow classmate. This news was too shocking. Nie Yan really kept himself well hidden. So, the equipment you three are wearing, it was gifted to you by him? Chu Cheng asked. Yeah, Fei Jie answered. I see. It all makes sense now. Who else but Nirvana Flame can gift such amazing equipment sets without batting an eye? Che Chenghao wore a complicated expression on his face. Having not divulged his identity for so long, Nie Yan was quite low-key. Thinking back to how Fu Guangtao ridiculed him in the past, that expression on his face was actually one of deep disdain. He couldn't be bothered to compare level and equipment with such a nobody. Funniest of all, Fu Guangtao had remained completely oblivious until the end, after having already thoroughly offended Nie Yan. Fu Guangtao, Zhao Xiyu, and Bai Jun felt like they had been thrown into the deepest pits of despair. If their enemy wasn't Nirvana Flame, they would still have hope of a future by simply hiding away in some desolated corner. But they had offended the most powerful person in the entire Viridian Empire, someone who could gather clouds with a flip of a palm and call down the rains with the other. If he wanted to deal with them, he wouldn't even have to do anything himself. Just a single word from him could make their lives absolute hell. Since I've revealed myself, I trust you all have no more complaints. Nie Yan said in an ice-cold voice. Fu Guangtao's face turned deathly pale. Zhao Xiyu, Bai Jun, and the others all wanted to say something, but they kept their mouths shut for fear of annoying Nie Yan any further. If he passed down the order to Ass-Kickers United, he could easily have them killed back to level 0. Then all the painstaking effort they put into leveling up their accounts would go up in smoke. They could only tremble in fear as they awaited judgment. Nie Yan coldly glanced at Fu Guangtao, Zhao Xiyu, Bai Jun, and their group. He couldn't be bothered to spare them any more words. He vanished into stealth and sent them all to the grave. The ground was littered with corpses. All that remained was Nie Yan and Xu Yan's group. One of the priests in Xu Yan's team was still alive and began reviving their fallen comrades. Boss. Xu Yan giddily greeted. He was the most comfortable using this form of address inside the game. Hi. I didn't know you were Nirvana Flame, Chu Chenghao awkwardly greeted. He didn't know how he should interact with Nie Yan. After all, this was his first time meeting this kind of legendary figure face to face. He was extremely nervous. Haha, don't be nervous. We're all classmates here, right? Lighten up a little. Nie Yan smiled warmly. In stark contrast to the frigid manner in which he treated Fu Guangtao's group, he appeared quite easygoing and amiable right now. Chu Chenghao rubbed his head and chuckled foolishly. I'm not really that good with words. Thank you. If you hadn't come, we would all be dead right now. Seeing Chu Chenghao bumbling over himself, Nie Yan laughed. He could tell Chu Chenghao was a fairly straightforward and honest person. Go, collect all the equipment. Don't let it go to waste, Nie Yan said. With 100 corpses scattered over the battlefield, there was a pile of equipment for them to gather. Got it. Xu Yan nodded. We'll have all this equipment delivered to the guild treasury when we return to the city. No need. If you see anything you like, just take it for yourselves. As for the rest, you can trade it in for some merit points, then help our classmates get fitted with some better gear. We can't have our command faculty being weaker than the combat faculty now, can we? Nie Yan smiled. This equipment didn't amount to much in his eyes, but it meant the world to Chu Chenghao and his other classmates. Xu Yan, Sha Tianyu, and Fei Jie excitedly chatted with Nie Yan. They badgered him to show off his gear until he finally relented. After which they were completely dumbstruck. He had a total of 4 pieces of legendary grade equipment while the rest were sub-legendary grade. Boss, what do you plan to do with Fu Guangtao and them? Xu Yan asked. Are you going to have them killed back to level 0? Fei Jie chimed in. Nie Yan shook his head with a smile. They're not worth my time. I'll let them agonize over themselves for a few days, then let them off with a warning. I'm sure they'll choose to do the smart thing. People like Fu Guangtao and Zhao Xiu posed no threat to him. There was no need for him to waste his time and effort on them. Seeing Xu Yan, Sha Tianyu, and Fei Jie talking to Nie Yan with such familiarity, the others also came over and spoke a few words. After exchanging a few forced pleasantries, they found out he was rather easy to get along with and they quickly started opening up. Wow, I never imagined you were Nirvana Flame. No wonder I thought your name sounded so familiar back in school. You're my idol. Everyone chimed in one after another. They all deeply admired Nie Yan. After all, for a single person to achieve what he did inside the game was incredibly difficult. At the same time, being able to talk face to face with Nirvana Flame was an experience they would never forget. They were really moved by his attitude toward them. At Nie Yan's request, his fellow classmates promised not to divulge his identity. From his perspective, if he could remain low-key and keep his peaceful school life for another day, he would. If the entire school knew he was Nirvana Flame, things would become extremely troublesome. As for Fu Guangtao and them, they were most likely far too embarrassed to ever talk about this day ever again. Besides, if they knew what was good for them, they would keep their lips sealed. I'll be taking my leave first. I still have some matters to attend to, Nie Yan said. His time was short. He bid farewell to Xu Yan and the others. Xu Yan and others understood that Nie Yan had already done a lot by coming all the way over here to personally rescue them. They knew a person like him was always busy and rarely, if ever, had any free time. Nie Yan hopped on the Darkwing Dragon, then took off into the air, instantly ascending more than several dozen meters. It flapped its wings and shot off into the distance, disappearing over the horizon. Wow, the boss equipment really is amazing. He even has that Darkwing Dragon on top of that. The Darkwing Dragon is awesome. I wonder when we'll get a flying mount like that, a warrior dreamed as he gazed at the horizon. Yeah, it would be amazing if we could get a powerful flying mount like that. Piffed. You'd have an easier time climbing Mount Everest. Obtaining a regular flying mount is already near impossible for most players, let alone one like the Darkwing Dragon. You guys should give up on the thought. Xu Yan poured a bucket of ice-cold water over their dreams. These people had to wake up to reality. The surrounding players let out deep sighs. Generally, obtaining a flying mount required a several thousand-man expedition team exploring the Griffin Woodlands for an entire day. In their eyes, perhaps only the leaders of powerful guilds were qualified to obtain a high-rank flying mount. When they looked at Nie Yan, it was as though they were gazing up at a towering mountain. In a deep basin surrounded by mountain ranges, located between the borders of the two empires, was a vast stretch of woodland about 1/5 the size of the Viridian Empire. It was shrouded in a dense fog all year round, making it hard to see further than a few meters in any direction. Only by clearing up this fog, with something such as a Dispel Fog Scroll, could players more easily explore this land. Griffin Woodlands was a diverse ecosystem, home to many different kinds of monsters, including flying mounts like griffins, wind serpents, and dragonflies. From time to time, even dragons would appear. Ass-Kickers United had around 5,000 players active in Griffin Woodlands at any given time. They were divided into 10 teams and exploring the map for unhatched flying mount eggs every day. Of course, the work was dangerous. They had to be ready for an attack anywhere and anytime, from the monsters native to this place as well as forces from rival guilds. Griffin Woodlands had many graveyards, allowing players to run to their corpses and revive quickly. As a result, when opposing guilds clashed, they would enter long and bitter struggles. However, Ass-Kickers United rarely suffered any losses. Angel Corps had at least 100,000 players scouring the map for flying mounts at any time, outnumbering Ass-Kickers United by more than 20 to 1. Guilds like Divine Protectors, God Executioner Sword, and Penumbra Empire had also dispatched teams to explore this map. Ass-Kickers United was at a pretty big disadvantage in terms of numbers, but their individual strength was fairly high. Even if they encountered danger, they could rely on their superb coordination and fast response times to escape. In reality, Ass-Kickers United could also dispatch a larger force of 50,000 players to Griffin Woodlands. But the impact on their strength would be too great. Weaker players entering this map were liable to encounter danger. So, Nie Yan had specifically instructed Guo Wai to only send 5,000 players at most. The rest should focus on leveling and class advancing as quickly as possible. As for flying mounts, they could always be caught at a later date. After soaring through the skies, passing forests, plains, and rivers, Nie Yan found himself above a vast ocean of low-hanging clouds with the occasional flying monster passing by. He couldn't help but be vigilant. Even though his rank 7 Darkwing Dragon was already pretty powerful, if it encountered an even higher rank flying monster or large flock of low-rank flying monsters, it would still be in danger. Nie Yan had received the coordinates of the Ass-Kickers United teams in Griffin Woodlands. But with the fog blocking his view, it was impossible to pinpoint their exact locations without going down to the ground. Everyone, gather at the southeast part of Griffin Woodlands. Coordinates, 385.288.386. Nie Yan passed down an order to all the team leaders. In a remote patch of forest, Paladin of the Elegy and his team had just cleared a wind serpent nest and obtained a flying mount egg. While recuperating, he received a message. Seeing that the sender was Nie Yan, Paladin quickly read through it. After which he issued out a command, "The boss is here. He wants us all to gather in the southeast. Everyone, get into formation. We're setting out." After hearing Nie Yan had personally come, the players grew excited and broke out in lively discussion. "Elegy, you aren't joking, right? He's really here." "Of course it's true. I said so." "Awesome." The players quickly gathered together and set out for the southeast. One after another, the Ass-Kickers United teams in Griffin Woodlands organized their ranks and headed out from all over toward the coordinates Nie Yan sent them. Nie Yan was just about to head down and get a rough idea of the situation inside Griffin Woodlands, when several dozen black dots appeared in the air off in the distance. A flock of flying monsters. Nie Yan's heart trembled. Faced with a flock of flying monsters, it was best to stay out of the way. If you were to accidentally irritate one of their members, you would end up surrounded and attacked. Not to mention they would call even more friends and wouldn't stop until you were dead. By the time Nie Yan was preparing to descend with the Darkwing Dragon, the black dots were already approaching fast in his direction. There were more than 20 flying monsters, a ragtag bunch composed of wind serpents, dragonflies, griffins, and so on. They had players riding on their backs. It was a team of players. At present, there were few powers in possession of 20 or more flying mounts. Nie Yan didn't know which guild the other side belonged to, but it had to be one of the larger ones. Since it was only players, Nie Yan wasn't too worried. These squadrons composed of different flying mounts generally couldn't coordinate very well together in aerial combat. So, they were easy to pick off. Even when the Darkwing Dragon was only rank 6, he had annihilated Alliance of Mages' aerial force. Now that it had advanced to rank 7, he had even less to fear. Hunting Fox was a first-rate player of Angel Corps. Though he ranked in the low 30s on their internal leaderboards, his Void Ray was one of the few rank 5 flying mounts in the guild. It had an extremely powerful ability which had already helped them capture 5 other flying mounts. It was their secret weapon. As per usual, Hunting Fox and his teammates were patrolling around in search of flying mounts, when they spotted a black dot in the horizon. Like the trained unit they were, they immediately went in pursuit of it. 26 flying mounts spread out in formation, then closed in on Nie Yan from all directions. "Leader, it has a player riding on its back," a warrior cried out in amazement. Hunting Fox squinted his eyes and looked more closely. There was indeed a person riding on that flying mount. What kind of flying mount is that? As they approached closer, Hunting Fox felt something was amiss. Then finally, he let out an audible gasp. "It's the Darkwing Dragon. Nirvana Flame is here." The group of players immediately descended into panic. Some pulled back their flying mounts while others continued advancing forward. "He's completely alone while there are 26 of us. What are you losing your heads over? God damn it. Bunch of spineless cowards." Hunting Fox cursed. The two sides hadn't even clashed, yet some people were already backing out in fear. Angel Corps had truly lost face. After being rebuked by Hunting Fox, the faces of his subordinates burned up in embarrassment. At the end of the day, they were still elites of Angel Corps. Yet they had lost themselves to fear at merely the sight of the enemy. This was because Nie Yan's deterring power was too great, not to mention his Darkwing Dragon's size and appearance was too shocking. The Darkwing Dragon had grown much larger after reaching rank 7. In front of it, their flying mounts looked like little children. Even the largest one among them was only a third of its size. Seeing such a large flying mount, and knowing it was the famed and dreaded Darkwing Dragon, how could they not panic? "Maintain the formation," Hunting Fox ordered in a deep voice. These Angel Corps players reined in their flying mounts. "Leader, according to the reports we received, the Darkwing Dragon is a rank 6 flying mount. But it shouldn't be this big. Do you think it ranked up?" a warrior asked. Hunting Fox knitted his brows as he weighed the matter in his head. Should he lead his team into surrounding the Darkwing Dragon? If he failed, he would undoubtedly be held responsible. If he succeeded, he would be rewarded handsomely for an outstanding achievement, and his position in the guild would definitely soar. To him, this was extremely tempting. Nie Yan stood up on the Darkwing Dragon's back. Due to the distance being too great, he could only make out the basic outlines of the silhouettes in the distance. Based on some of their unique physical traits, they were from the Satrine Empire. He watched as the other party gradually approached, showing no signs of fear. If a battle broke out, Nie Yan was confident he would come out on top. Nie Yan wanted to find out which guild the other side was affiliated with. The Satrine Empire had many powerful guilds, and their relationships with Angel Corps were far from harmonious. He didn't want to unnecessarily make new enemies. However, no matter how he squinted his eyes, he couldn't see the guild emblems on their chests. Nie Yan's gaze fell on one of the higher rank flying mounts in their group. It looked like a giant ray, except it was flying in the sky. It was ashen black with numerous tendrils growing on its underside that kept rippling back and forth, and a long tail hanging from its back. It was the rank 5 Void Ray. Nie Yan messaged Guo Wai, do you know which guilds have a Void Ray? Void Ray. First think Angel Corps, Divine Protectors, and Sapphire Shrine all have one, Guo Wai replied. After finding out Nie Yan's situation, he quickly found the information. Angel Corps. Nie Yan's eyes flashed with a cold light. If he encountered flying mounts from Angel Corps out in the wilderness, he would definitely seize the opportunity to kill a few of them to weaken their strength. As the two sides were about to meet, a thought popped into Hunting Fox's head. If Nie Yan attacked them first, then even if they lost, it wouldn't be his fault. After all, they were only retaliating in self-defense. If he succeeded in killing Nie Yan, he'd be winning big. As for how many flying mounts Angel Corps might lose in the process, he didn't care. Trading a few flying mounts for the death of Nirvana Flame. He believed Soaring Angel definitely wouldn't have any objections. Hunting Fox spoke to one of his trusted confidants, who then moved back to a tall, not very bright-looking mage and whispered something in their ear. Old Six, get in touch with the boss. We encountered Nirvana Flame. Have him come over to provide support, the blockhead mage shouted at the top of his lungs. As these words rang out, Nie Yan finally confirmed the identity of the other side. It was Angel Corps. He scanned his surroundings. There were a total of 26 flying mounts in the vicinity. Nie Yan still hadn't gotten an opportunity to test out the Darkwing Dragon's new strength. This would be its debut in battle after reaching rank 7. Putting on the Silk Spinner Ring, Cobweb Ring, Leaper Ring, and Crawler Ring, Nie Yan caressed the blade of Zenard's sword. The black flames flickering back and forth burned hot like his fighting spirit. Even though the Darkwing Dragon was powerful, facing off against 26 flying mounts all at once was still a bit much. Many flying mounts had powerful innate abilities. If they fought, he wouldn't necessarily come out on top. If Nie Yan waited for Angel Corps reinforcements to arrive, his odds would drop even further. At Nie Yan's command, the Darkwing Dragon let out a cry. Flapping its wings, it shot toward one of the enemy flying mounts. As the Darkwing Dragon's aura swept out, the low-rank flying mounts immediately descended into panic and hysteria. They fought the commands of their riders, their every fiber screaming at them to flee for their lives. The riders hurriedly reined in their flying mounts. Hunting Fox's lips curved into a cunning smile. Good, he's taken the bait. The reason he had his subordinate shout out those words earlier was exactly to lure Nie Yan into attacking first. Don't panic. He's no match for all of us. Alpine, Rice Ball, pincer him. Smelter, Bright Cloud, Garfield, attack him head on. Hunting Fox coldly ordered. Those called forth glanced at each other. Despite fearing both Nie Yan and the Darkwing Dragon, as well as knowing they were nothing more than cannon fodder, they had no choice but to grit their teeth and go up anyway. They were players of Angel Corps. If they didn't follow Hunting Fox orders at this moment, they would likely be forced out of the guild. 5 flying mounts closed in on Nie Yan from all directions. He swept his eyes over them, 3 Ackley's dragonflies and 2 wind serpents. These low-rank flying mounts were no match for his Darkwing Dragon, serving only as fodder to shave away at its strength. Nie Yan ignored them and had his Darkwing Dragon pounce toward one of the griffins. Seeing the Darkwing Dragon's steel-like claws coming down on him, the rider of the griffin lost his wits. If his griffin was caught, it would be killed beyond a shadow of a doubt. Don't run. Attack the Darkwing Dragon. Hunting Fox shouted. Hunting Fox might not care since the griffin wasn't his. But as the owner, how could he willingly send his flying mount to its death? The rider immediately had his griffin turn around and flee. He still held on to the hope that it could survive. It was an ill-founded hope. How could a griffin possibly be a match for the Darkwing Dragon in speed? Before the griffin could even fully turn around, the Darkwing Dragon's claws grabbed its wings, causing it to let out a mournful screech. The Darkwing Dragon's claws dug deep into the griffin's flesh and tore apart its wings. Blood sprayed everywhere as the griffin plummeted to the ground. If the rider had ordered his griffin to attack with everything it had just now, even though it wouldn't have prevented its death, he would have at least dealt some damage to the Darkwing Dragon. However, people were selfish. He wasn't willing to let his flying mount die just like that. Instead, his first instinct was to flee. This was precisely why Nie Yan dared to face Hunting Fox group but not a similarly sized flock of flying monsters. Shit. That fucking idiot. Hunting Fox couldn't help but curse. The griffin had died for nothing. The Darkwing Dragon brutally ripped it to shreds. One down. Nie Yan coldly smiled as his killing intent flared. Seeing this gory, bone-chilling scene, the other riders flinched in fear, a cold chill running down their spines. The Darkwing Dragon was too frightening. Leader, it's rank 7. Hunting Fox heart trembled. The Darkwing Dragon has ranked up. Flying mounts had to be fed life cores to grow stronger, which meant the lives of countless flying mounts had to be sacrificed to nurture a high-rank flying mount. It was already exceedingly difficult to raise the rank of rank 3 or 4 flying mounts, let alone a rank 6 like the Darkwing Dragon. Just how did Nirvana Flame do it? Now clearly wasn't the time to be pondering this question. With the Darkwing Dragon evolving to rank 7, they got much more than what they had bargained for. As the griffin's lifeless body fell into the fog below, the 5 designated cannon fodder came rushing over. Nie Yan hurriedly urged his Darkwing Dragon to drop down from the sky. At the same time, Hunting Fox accelerated forward with his Void Ray. He had it open its mouth and shoot out a bolt of gray lightning toward the Darkwing Dragon. Void Lightning. The Darkwing Dragon was already in the middle of evading 5 other flying mounts. It had no space to evade the Void Lightning. Hunting Fox timing was perfect. As the lightning came streaking over, Nie Yan's heart sank. No choice. We'll just have to tank it head on. Zap. The lightning struck the Darkwing Dragon. Sparks crackled and danced over its scales before quickly fading away. The Darkwing Dragon was completely unharmed. Its speed wasn't affected at all. Nie Yan suddenly recalled the Darkwing Dragon had magic immunity. It could ignore all magic below a certain level. Hunting Fox believed the Void Lightning could at least deal light injuries to the Darkwing Dragon. Then all the other flying mounts could seize the opportunity to gang up on it. However, seeing it completely brush off the attack, his eyes widened in disbelief. In the face of absolute strength, the Void Ray's most powerful attack looked like a joke. Executing a barrel roll midair, the Darkwing Dragon shot forward and grabbed one of the Wind Serpents by the underside with its powerful claws. The Wind Serpent writhed and struggled to no avail. The Darkwing Dragon clenched its claws and tore its slender body to shreds as flesh and blood rained down from the sky. What frightening strength! This was a rank 7 flying mount. Nie Yan clearly sensed the Darkwing Dragon's strength had increased many times over compared to when it was rank 6. It could sweep through everything in its path. As the 4 other riders circled in on Nie Yan, the Darkwing Dragon slaughtered a path out, killing 2 more flying mounts in the process. Even though it had suffered some light injuries in the process, the wounds rapidly healed without leaving a trace. Seeing a griffin closing in on him from the side, Nie Yan shot out a web line at its feathers. He then swung over, streaking through the air like a missile. He's here. Kill him. Kill him. The mage on the griffin cried out in fear. The nearby mages raised their staffs and fired their spells at Nie Yan. However, all their attacks missed. He was simply too fast. Nie Yan clung onto the griffin's underside with the crawler ring. He pulled out a flesh biter and stabbed it into the griffin's heart. This makes it 6. PFFSSTH. Blood sprayed out like a fountain. The griffin let out a miserable shriek. Flailing in the air, it plummeted into the fog below with rider and all. Nie Yan dropped down onto the head of an Ackley's dragonfly below him. Before the flying mount or rider could react, he stabbed a flesh biter into its eyes. PSSHHHT. A fetid, viscous liquid sprayed Nie Yan as the Ackley's dragonfly thrashed about in agony. He immediately started taking poison damage, a string of damage values rising up above his head. Activating the leaper ring, he jumped away while simultaneously downing a master antidote. With the poison cured, Nie Yan landed safely on the Darkwing Dragon's back. At this moment, a black eagle pounced forward. The Darkwing Dragon dodged to the side, but it was half a step too late. The eagle's claws streaked across its belly. However, the scales protecting it were too tough. The claws couldn't get through and only left a superficial wound. Thanks to its powerful health regeneration, the wound closed up within seconds. The more they fought, the more depressed the Angel Corps players felt. The Darkwing Dragon was simply too powerful. Magic was basically useless against it. Ordinary dragons were already incredibly resilient against magic, but the Darkwing Dragon was even more so. Their magic attacks all showed up as misses. As for physical attacks, most of their flying mounts were a whole 3 ranks lower than the Darkwing Dragon. Even if they managed to deal a bit of damage, it would only amount to a scratch. Not to mention the Darkwing Dragon had incredible regenerative abilities. The Darkwing Dragon left them feeling completely helpless. Angel Corps casualties were rapidly accumulating. Of the 26 flying mounts, 7 had already died, 3 were heavily injured, and 6 had suffered light injuries. Meanwhile, after taking more than 20 attacks head-on, the Darkwing Dragon was still only lightly injured. At this rate, they stood 0 chance of taking it down. The Darkwing Dragon's scales were covered in bloodstains. The smell of death and gore permeated the air. Seeing the blood-soaked and incomparably valiant Darkwing Dragon pouncing towards them, the Angel Corps players lost all will to resist. They despaired and scattered in all directions. With Angel Corps forces completely routed, Nie Yan felt even less resistance. He pursued these flying mounts with zeal. Seeing a wind serpent getting away, he shot out another web line, swinging through the air and landing on its back. He then drove a flesh biter 7 inches into it. Being struck by a flesh biter would deal at least light injuries. The more the flying mount struggled, the more the wound would worsen, until its injurious became severe and it was left bereft of all fighting strength. The arcane mage on the wind serpent's back recoiled in fear. But before they could do anything, Nie Yan closed in and slashed out with Zenard's sword. A streak of black flames cut across their neck. It was an instant kill. Seeing that there was no hope of turning things around, Hunting Fox could only helplessly urge his Void Ray to retreat as he fled east. Nie Yan's eyes swept over the fleeing flying mounts before locking onto the Void Ray, who was the highest rank out of all of them. Want to run? Not so easy. Nie Yan spurred his Darkwing Dragon into pursuit. The Darkwing Dragon was much faster than the Void Ray. The distance between them rapidly closed as 500 meters shortened to 300. Noticing the Darkwing Dragon on his tail, Hunting Fox face paled in fright. He had no qualms about sacrificing the flying mounts of others. But his Void Ray was the whole reason his position in Angel Corps was so high. So, even if he knew he had no hope of escape, he wouldn't helplessly wait for death. At Hunting Fox's command, the Void Ray sprayed out a cloud of black mist, enshrouding himself in a field of darkness that extended 50 meters in all directions. Just as the Darkwing Dragon was about to plummet into the black mist, Nie Yan hurriedly had it ascend, whereupon he spotted the Void Ray fleeing north. Taking a detour around the black mist, the Darkwing Dragon shot forward and rapidly closed in on the Void Ray. The black mist had successfully bought him some time. However, Hunting Fox didn't expect Nie Yan to catch back up so soon. 300 meters, 200 meters, 100 meters. The gap was quickly closing. Nie Yan was determined to hunt down the Void Ray. The Darkwing Dragon was too powerful. Hunting Fox had nowhere to escape. Hunting Fox was on the brink of despair. Seeing that Hunting Fox was on his last leg, Nie Yan's expression didn't change. When facing an enemy, he rarely allowed his emotions get the best of him, remaining as prudent as ever. As the saying goes, caution can guide a ship for 10,000 years. Overconfidence often led to downfall. As the Darkwing Dragon dived down with its claws outstretched, the Void Ray suddenly vanished into thin air and reappeared more than 100 meters away, dodging the attack. Void blink, Nie Yan furrowed his brows. He didn't expect the Void Ray to have this kind of special escape ability. However, the Void Ray was only delaying the inevitable. It still couldn't escape. Nie Yan had the Darkwing Dragon ascend, then shoot forward in pursuit of the Void Ray. He was preparing to dive down for another attack. Just as Hunting Fox was about to give up all hope, at least 100 black dots appeared in the horizon. A trace of hope lit up in his heart. The reinforcements from Angel Corps were here. Hunting Fox hurriedly had his Void Ray flee toward them. Angel Corps reinforcements were rapidly approaching. Nie Yan also noticed their arrival. There were more than 100 of them altogether. The reinforcements from Angel Corps. The reason he could decimate Hunting Fox 26-man team before was partially luck. His frightening attack power was enough of a deterrent, causing every single one of them to hesitate. That was why he could pick off 8 of their flying mounts so easily and force the rest into retreat. If all 26 of them had ganged up on him without any care for their own safety, the Darkwing Dragon likely wouldn't have held out for long, to say nothing of a similar situation with 100 flying mounts. Hunting Fox breathed a sigh of relief. Finally, safety was here. He glanced behind him with a mocking smirk, resisting the urge to shout, "Aren't you supposed to be so amazing, Nirvana Flame? Then why aren't you still chasing me?" However, his expression immediately froze. To his shock and dismay, Nie Yan wasn't retreating but rather closing in even faster than a moment ago. "Damn it. You're dead," Hunting Fox bellowed. He spurred his Void Ray to fly even faster toward the reinforcements. There was only 2,000 meters between them. They would reach each other in 30 seconds at most. Soaring Angel was leading the reinforcements, having gathered all the powerful flying mounts in Angel Corps. Once Nie Yan was surrounded, he was dead for sure. As long as Hunting Fox could hold out for another 25 seconds, Soaring Angel and the others would arrive in time to save him. He was filled with confidence, having completely forgotten how Nie Yan decimated his team just moments ago. Time was fleeting. 25 seconds was extremely short, but it could also decide life and death. Soaring Angel sat on his rank 5 wyvern. Seeing the Darkwing Dragon, he shouted, "Wind Serpent Squad Number 1, Ackley's Dragonfly Squad Number 1, pincer it from the sides. Thunder Eagles, circle behind and don't let it escape. The Darkwing Dragon dies here today." Soaring Angel didn't think Nie Yan would have the gall to continuing chasing his subordinate while under the threat of being surrounded by his forces. "This bastard is too damn arrogant," Soaring Angel shouted. Activating several buffs, he took out his longbow and notched an arrow. Bringing the bowstring to full draw, he took aim at Nie Yan. The arrow was like a meteor, shrouded in raging flames, as it cut across the air. This was his tracking arrow skill, which had a range of 1,000 meters. He could use it once every 5 days. As long as he could stall Nie Yan and the Darkwing Dragon for even a few seconds, their fates would be sealed. With the Void Ray only 30 meters away and the Darkwing Dragon flying 10 meters above it, Nie Yan suddenly accelerated forward. Activating the Leaper Ring, he sprinted along the Darkwing Dragon's back and sprung forward like an artillery shell as his silhouette streaked through the sky. As Nie Yan closed in on the Void Ray, he shot out a web line at its underside and swung back up into the air. Seeing Nie Yan flying over towards him, Hunting Fox panicked. He knew what the consequences would be if he allowed Nie Yan to get in melee range. Hunting Fox raised his staff and fired an arcane flame burst at the web line. Boom! The arcane flame burst burned through the web line. However, Hunting Fox was too late. Nie Yan had already swung over to the Void Ray. Grabbing onto its behind, he flipped himself over onto its back. At this moment, an arrow came whizzing forward. Nie Yan did a sidestep and brandished Zenard's sword, chopping it in half. Looking over in the direction of the shooter, Nie Yan spotted a longbow-wielding person loftily standing on a wyvern's back, Soaring Angel. Nie Yan's eyes flashed with killing intent. He was heavily outnumbered and in danger of being surrounded. Now clearly wasn't the time to let his emotions get the best of him. Repel. Soaring Angel's arrow had given Hunting Fox enough time to react. He waved his staff as a powerful repelling force swept out. Just as he was about to be pushed away, Nie Yan activated Death Exemption, nullifying the effects of repel. He dashed forward and slashed out Zenard's sword toward Hunting Fox's throat. Hunting Fox only saw a silhouette flash before him. He opened his mouth in an attempt to cast Howl of Terror, but no sound came out. His body froze. As his eyes slowly lost their light, he still had an expression of disbelief on his face. After killing Hunting Fox, Nie Yan slashed down on the Void Ray's neck with Zenard's sword. As the blade pierced through flesh, the Void Ray let out a miserable cry and violently flailed back and forth. H-A-A-A-H. Nie Yan ran Zenard's sword through the Void Ray's neck with lacerate. Blood gushed out like a fountain. The Void Ray let out a mournful cry and plummeted to the ground. As the Darkwing Dragon flew over, Nie Yan leapt onto its back. Soaring Angel believed the Void Ray could at least hold out for a few minutes. As long as they had a bit more time, they could have surrounded the Darkwing Dragon. However, he didn't expect the situation to take such a drastic turn. Nie Yan had killed both Hunting Fox and the Void Ray in front of more than 100 pairs of eyes, practically ignoring their existence. He bellowed out furiously, "Chase him down. Don't let him escape." Soaring Angel anxiously commanded his troops to surround the Darkwing Dragon. However, there was still quite a bit of distance between them and Nie Yan. It was already impossible to catch him. Nie Yan had the Darkwing Dragon rapidly descend, causing its speed to increase by more than 30%. The Darkwing Dragon was already incredibly fast. With its speed increasing even further, it was so fast no other flying mount could even come close to comparing. The Thunder Eagles, Wind Serpents, and other flying mounts failed to stop the Darkwing Dragon. Everyone stared on helplessly as it got farther and farther away, the silhouette on its back standing tall and loftily. After continuing the chase for several minutes, Soaring Angel and the others finally gave up. They could only watch the Darkwing Dragon disappear into the horizon. Boss, he's gone. Hunting Fox said Nirvana Flame's Darkwing Dragon is a rank 7 flying mount. The players stared nervously at Soaring Angel, fearful he would explode in a rage. Soaring Angel said in a deep voice, have our people start exploring the Phoenix Den and start gathering rank 7 flying mounts. His eyes brimmed with a deep killing intent. Nirvana Flame. Sooner or later, I'll make you pay for today. Understood. Several players nodded. Exploring the Phoenix Den at their current level really wasn't worth it. Their losses would definitely be huge. However, none of them dared to go against Soaring Angel's words. Nie Yan slowly descended with his Darkwing Dragon. This time around, even after killing so many flying mounts, including a rank 5 one at that, his Darkwing Dragon had only received minor injuries. It was definitely an overwhelming victory. After recalling the Darkwing Dragon back into his pet space, Nie Yan started traversing through the fog-filled forest, heading towards the designated location. More than 5,000 Ass-Kickers United players had gathered here. This was definitely a force to be reckoned with. Seeing Nie Yan arrive, these guildmates all excitedly rushed over to greet him. Boss, you're here. Boss, welcome. After nodding left and right, Nie Yan discovered a lot of these people were veteran members with most of them being familiar faces. The top members had all left to do their class advancement quests. Those left over were a little weaker, ranging from level 90 to 99. Paladin of the Elegy was leading them. Boss, we're all here like you asked, Paladin of the Elegy reported. Nie Yan nodded. With everyone gathered here, he could carry out his plan. How many flying mounts do we have on hand right now? Nie Yan asked. Only 3, Paladin of the Elegy replied. Most of the first-rate members with flying mounts had already gone off to do their class advancement quests. Have them take to the air and scout out all the flying mounts in this area, then report back to me. We're going to start capturing flying mounts, Nie Yan said. Paladin of the Elegy's eyes blanked. Capturing flying mounts? How are we going to do that? However, he had full confidence in Nie Yan. He relayed Nie Yan's orders to the 3 players with flying mounts, who flew up above the fog and started searching for other flying monsters in the vicinity. Have some people cut down some trees and get us some wood. Following Nie Yan's arrangements, the team got to work. Some went around gathering materials and crafting simple cages to make a flying monster prison block. Others spread out and were put on lookout duty. They all couldn't help but wonder what Nie Yan was trying to accomplish. About half an hour later, the preparations were complete. Nie Yan summoned his Darkwing Dragon, who was already fully recovered from the previous fight. The Darkwing Dragon's appearance immediately attracted everyone's attention. They looked up in awe at this all-imposing monster. Its enormous frame was completely covered in ashen scales reflecting a deep black luster, as if it were cast from molten steel. Boss, is it just me or did your Darkwing Dragon get a lot bigger? I don't recall it having that many scales before. The players broke out in lively discussion. Ever since Nie Yan's aerial battle with the forces of Alliance of Mages, the Darkwing Dragon had become quite famous. After getting to see it up close again, they were once more awed by its appearance. It ranked up, Nie Yan confirmed with a faint smile. Everyone was stunned. The Darkwing Dragon had ranked up. It was rank 6 before. Didn't that mean it was rank 7 now? Excluding the Darkwing Dragon, the highest rank flying mount they had encountered so far was only rank 5. Nie Yan was truly a legend. Be it his Golden Dragon, Darkwing Dragon, or Zenard's sword, everything he owned was shocking beyond belief. There were rankings that could be found online. At the top of the rankings for pets, flying mounts, and weapons were the Golden Dragon, Darkwing Dragon, and Zenard's sword respectively. Seeing the Darkwing Dragon, everyone couldn't help but sigh in admiration. At this moment, Nie Yan received a report. A wind serpent was spotted to the south. Nie Yan hopped onto the Darkwing Dragon. It flapped its wings and took off for the south. Several minutes later, a player riding an Ackley's dragonfly met up with Nie Yan. Boss. North Sky, where's the wind serpent? North Sky pointed Nie Yan in the right direction. Nie Yan looked over and saw a wind serpent perched on top of a tree among the low-hanging clouds. It was noticeably larger than ordinary wind serpents, with a mottled pattern design on its transparent wings, which looked similar to those of a dragonfly. On a branch of the tree also sat a nest with 2 large white eggs. Nie Yan's eyebrows raised in surprise. It was actually a rank 5 wind serpent, not to mention it was buy one get 2 free. They had really hit it big this time. In order to obtain a flying mount, you could either find an egg and have a beast tamer hatch it, or directly capture a full-grown one and tame it. The second method was obviously much harder. Unless you could completely restrain it, the chances of success were near zero. Flying monsters were wild and dangerous. In the process of taming it, it could suddenly lash out and attack you. After I capture the wind serpent, make sure to go in and collect the 2 eggs, Nie Yan said. He then flew over toward the wind serpent on his Darkwing Dragon. Understood. North Sky replied. He was curious as to how Nie Yan was going to capture the wind serpent. Noticing the Darkwing Dragon's approach, the wind serpent immediately raised its head on high alert. It eyed both the rider and flying mount, letting out hissing sounds with its red tongue. Like a mother protecting her nest, this was the usual first warning. The Darkwing Dragon let out a deep roar. This lowly wind serpent actually dared to challenge its prestige. A powerful dragon aura swept out. The wind serpent trembled, shrinking back its body and appearing much less imposing than before. However, it refused to leave its nest. Nie Yan jumped off the Darkwing Dragon and landed on the ground. After entering stealth, he sped toward the wind serpent and climbed up the tree. After becoming a luminous dancer, Nie Yan's cloaking stat had sharply risen. The wind serpent was completely oblivious to his presence. It was fully focused on the Darkwing Dragon. Nie Yan suddenly leapt forward. As his body flew through the air, he threw out a kick at the wind serpent's neck. Bang! It was sent flying off the branch. The wind serpent was stunned. Nie Yan's ambush was extremely effective. After honing himself in the ancient world for so long, his attacks were pinpoint accurate. He could easily deal with any monsters below rank 7. Just as the wind serpent was about to upright itself, Nie Yan came plummeting down with a backbreaker. KRRACK. Pulling out 2 flesh biters, he ruthlessly stabbed them into its body. PSSHFT. PSSFHTT. They pierced deep into its flesh. Unless they were carved out with a dagger, it was impossible to remove them. The 2 flesh biters crippled the wind serpent, greatly restricting its movements. Before the wind serpent had a chance to do anything, Nie Yan shot out a large web from his cobweb ring and firmly bound it up. The Darkwing Dragon came down from the sky at Nie Yan's command. Stretching out its claws, it flapped its wings and picked up the bound-up wind serpent. Nie Yan hopped onto the Darkwing Dragon and returned to the encampment. At this moment back at their temporary camp, the players from Asskickers United were making wild guesses about how Nie Yan was going to capture a flying mount. Thanks to the use of a Dispel Fog scroll, the visibility around here was quite good. They spotted the Darkwing Dragon flying over from the distance. The boss is back. Look, the Darkwing Dragon is carrying something in its claws. A moment later, they saw there was actually a wind serpent in the Darkwing Dragon's claws. It was completely bound up, unable to move. They were all dumbfounded. Just how did Nie Yan do it? Immobilizing a flying monster wasn't a simple matter. People had tried using web scrolls to capture flying mounts before, but the webs were instantly ripped apart. What they didn't know was that Nie Yan was using an upgraded cobweb ring. This was a secret he wouldn't reveal. If enemy guilds like Angel Corps caught wind of it, they would also start searching all over the place for cobweb rings. After all, cobweb rings weren't unique. Nie Yan had his Darkwing Dragon gradually descend and drop the wind serpent into a cage. Afterwards, another player sealed it shut. This kind of cage might look secure, but it was actually too flimsy to hold a flying monster. However, the wind serpent was crippled by 2 flesh biters and bound by a large web. Locking it up in a cage was more for good measure than anything else. Elegy, come tame this wind serpent, Nie Yan said. Me. No, it's fine. Paladin of the Elegy shook his head. I think there are others who are more deserving. Enough nonsense. Just come. There'll be plenty of flying mounts for the others as well, Nie Yan said. Paladin of the Elegy didn't dare to defy Nie Yan. He walked up to the cage and started taming the wind serpent. Generally, the taming process would take at least 1 to 2 hours. If you were unlucky, it could even last most of the day. Apart from the wind serpent, there were also the 2 eggs. Nie Yan distributed them to 2 members who were particularly skilled and trustworthy. Naturally, only contracted members of the guild were eligible to obtain flying mounts. This couldn't be helped. After all, flying mounts were a valuable asset. If an ordinary player obtained one and then withdrew from the guild, wouldn't they be taking a huge loss? Every guild had similar rules. So, no one found this unfair. Nie Yan continued to capture flying monsters, which were locked up in the cages one after another. About 2 hours later, an Asskickers United player succeeded in taming a flying mount. The wind serpent that Paladin of the Elegy was working on was a rank 5 monster, so it would still take a little longer. Nie Yan spent the whole day helping the members of Asskickers United get flying mounts. The harvests were better than he expected, having obtained 36 flying mounts altogether, 3 of which were rank 5. Most of these flying monsters were captured and transported over with the cobweb ring, their injuries pretty light. Some arrived looking like pin cushions, with numerous flesh biters sticking out of them, as the Darkwing Dragon carried them back in its claws. After these flying monsters were tamed into mounts, they were brought back to the guild's beast tamers for their injuries to be treated. Some would take a day or 2 to recover while others would take up to a week. One flying mount after another was tamed. Asskickers United's aerial force was rapidly expanding. When evening approached, Nie Yan received some news from Xie Yao. She had successfully hatched her phoenix. With this, Asskickers United had another rank 6 flying mount. As for what Xie Yao's phoenix was like, Nie Yan would have to wait for now. He was curious as to what sort of fortune she encountered in the middle of her class advancement quest to allow her phoenix to hatch. At one point, Nie Yan accidentally killed a rank 4 flying monster, causing his heart to ache. Picking up the loot it dropped, he discovered a pleasant surprise. Crossbow Enhancement Blueprint, Sub-Legendary. It was filled with all sorts of drawings and design outlines. After learning this blueprint, he could upgrade crossbow-type weapons, sharply raising their attack power and other properties. Nie Yan immediately thought of his Dullahan cavalry crossbow. Its attack power was already pitifully low at this stage of the game. It was just that he hadn't yet found a suitable replacement. If he could upgrade it, even better, then he wouldn't have to look for another crossbow. If I want to upgrade my Dullahan cavalry crossbow, I'll have to return to Kalor to get the materials first, then take some time to do some research. Nie Yan glanced at the time. It was about time to log off. After exiting the game, he stepped out of the game capsule. You're out now. Good, come. Let's go have some breakfast, Xie Yao greeted with a splendid smile. Nie Yan nodded. After brushing his teeth and washing up, he sat down with Xie Yao at the breakfast table. The rays of the early morning sun filtering through the window appeared especially bright. Xie Yao was as beautiful as ever in her bright yellow sundress. Her calm and gentle smile brought a feeling of warmth to his heart. After constantly chasing the apex inside the game, being able to come out and enjoy this kind of atmosphere in real life was an indescribable bliss. So, how is your phoenix? Nie Yan asked. He couldn't help but feel a little guilty. It had been a while since he had last checked up on Xie Yao's progress. Luckily, she was understanding. Knowing her significant other was ever busy, she'd vowed to do the same in an effort to be of use to him, to stand proudly by his side. It's a rank 6 flying mount that specializes in fire magic. Thanks to my influence, it knows a bit of light magic too. It also has the flame rebirth skill. Its defense and health are much lower than your Darkwing Dragons, but its magic abilities are top tier, Xie Yao replied. She had no complaints about her phoenix's strength. After inquiring about the phoenix's specific stats, Nie Yan had a more or less rough understanding of it. The phoenix and the Darkwing Dragon were two different types of flying mounts. The former specialized in offensive magic, while the latter leaned more toward close combat with high defense and resistance to magic. Its physical attacks far surpassed equal rank flying mounts. If the two fought on equal footing, the Darkwing Dragon would definitely come out the victor. Dragons were well known for their astonishing resilience to magic. The phoenix's ordinary attacks would have no effect on the Darkwing Dragon. If it allowed the Darkwing Dragon to get close, and the two scuffled at close range, it would be at even more of a disadvantage. So, in the rankings for various creatures, the Darkwing Dragon stood above the phoenix. It'll take me another 10 days to finish my class advancement quest, Xie Yao informed. Thinking about how she was going to become a holy magister, she was elated. She would finally have the qualifications to be of help to Nie Yan. In all of conviction, holy magisters were an absolutely awe-inspiring class. Their powerful magic could decimate a battlefield and reap countless lives. The most important factor that differentiated magisters from great mages was that a magister had a much deeper comprehension of the essence of magic, allowing them to tap into taboo powers. Some powerful forbidden magic could destroy the heavens and upend the earth. Holy magisters specialized in light magic. So, the damage they dealt to creatures of darkness far exceeded that of other magisters. Not just Xie Yao, but many more other magisters would emerge from Ass-Kickers United. They would become the guild's most frightening force. At present, the other guilds including Angel Corps only had a few members doing their class advancement quests, lagging far behind Ass-Kickers United. Before long, Angel Corps would realize that prioritizing capturing flying mounts over the fostering of master class players was a costly mistake. By neglecting the roots and pursuing the peak, the advantage they had built up so far would slowly erode away. After becoming a holy magister, you should be able to learn 1 or 2 forbidden spells. When the time comes and you can't decide which ones to pick, come ask me, Nie Yan said. He had a bit of knowledge on the forbidden spells of magisters. Okay. Xie Yao nodded enthusiastically. She had complete faith in Nie Yan. After finishing breakfast, Nie Yan and Xie Yao left for school, where they headed off for their respective classes. As soon as Nie Yan stepped into the classroom, he instantly became the center of attention. Everyone stared at him with strange expressions. Especially notable were Fu Guangtao and them, who looked at Nie Yan in fear before quickly turning their heads away. Nie Yan raised his brows in surprise. He suspiciously examined himself to make sure there was nothing on him before walking over to his desk. Ever since finding out that he was Nirvana Flame inside conviction, the students in the command faculty viewed him in a new light. They had a hard time treating him as the same low-key, quiet person as before. Good morning, boss. A student greeted. Thanks to Xu Yan's influence, he had entered Ass-Kickers United and was already a full-fledged member. Nie Yan's footsteps froze in place as a wry smile tugged at his face. He had no idea how to reply. He could already imagine how ridiculous it would look if more than half the class started calling him boss from now on. Morning. Nie Yan nodded, deciding to respond the same as he normally would. Good morning, boss. Good morning. Even Chu Chenghao, who had quite a bit of status in the class, greeted Nie Yan in the same manner. They all revered him from the bottom of their hearts. Even though Nie Yan could tell Chu Chenghao and the others were sincere in their greetings, they were still his fellow classmates. Being called boss by so many of them left him feeling uncomfortable. As Nie Yan sat down on his seat, Xu Yan inched himself closer. Boss. What do you think? 5 people from our command faculty have already joined Ass-Kickers United, and another 8 are planning to join soon. Soon enough, almost everyone in the class will be calling you boss, Xu Yan smiled brightly. Nie Yan waved his hand with a helpless smile. You guys should just call me Nie Yan. I feel my whole body cringing every time I hear someone in class calling me boss. Xu Yan laughed out loud. However, he sympathized a little. Perhaps after reaching Nie Yan's heights, one would no longer care for such forms of addresses. What Nie Yan wanted was something more genuine. Rather than having his classmates feel apprehension about approaching him, he'd wanted to grow more powerful from the shadows and keep his low profile so there wasn't such a barrier keeping him from making real connections. Alas, it was too late for that now. Boss, should we tell Undying Scoundrel and Big Sis Muslin about you being a student here? Besides Heavenly Kings and the Student Union, no one else can match their influence in the top military academy. After getting beaten so badly last time, those guys from Blood Fiends have plummeted in popularity. They're already no longer the same as before, Xu Yan said. Tell them. Nie Yan thought for a moment before shaking his head. Maybe in the future. Let them know they have full authority to recruit more members into Azure Windchime. However, the restrictions inside the guild are still the same, you can only pull in new members from the outside. Focus on quality over quantity. If they have any questions, they can contact me inside the game. Alright, I'll immediately call Big Sis Muslin. Xu Yan excitedly said. If Azure Windchime started recruiting members from within the top military academy, who knew how many people would flock to join? A crazy recruiting spree would sweep through the entire school. When Nie Yan, Xu Yan, and the others were chatting, Fu Guangtao came over. His complexion looked a bit unnatural, as if he hadn't gotten a wink of sleep all night. His eyes were filled with nervousness. Seeing Fu Guangtao walk over, Xu Yan, Sha Tianyu, and Fei Jie immediately narrowed their eyes. Most of the class shifted their attention over. At present, more than half the people in the command faculty were Nie Yan's. If Fu Guangtao tried to pull any tricks, he would immediately be crushed. Fu Guangtao's face flickered with various emotions. Ever since he found out Nie Yan was Nirvana Flame, he felt like his life was over, his mind shrouded in a haze. Nie Yan was undoubtedly the most powerful person in the entire Viridian Empire. If Nie Yan wanted him gone, all he would have to do was give the command, and several dozen high-level thieves would hunt him down until he was slaughtered back to level 0. This was most definitely possible with Asskicker's united strength. For the past day, Fu Guangtao felt an immense weight bearing down on his chest, pushing him to the brink of a mental breakdown. He couldn't help but get paranoid. Perhaps, Nie Yan had already given out the order to have him hunted down. It was just that they hadn't started yet. Nie Yan shot Fu Guangtao a disinterested glance, his expression as unmoving as Mount Tai. After being the guild leader of Asskickers United for so long, he already possessed the air of a big shot. Even in the face of perilous danger, Nie Yan could still maintain absolute calm, to say nothing of the present situation. Fu Guangtao was a small fry among small fry, one he could hardly deign to pay attention to. A heaven-favored talent. A top-ranking student in the entire nation. A 1 out of 10,000 genius who managed to enter the top military academy. In his eyes, they were simply first-year freshmen, immature brats who had yet to gain any life experience. When Fu Guangtao saw Nie Yan's appearance, he finally understood something. Previously, when he mocked Nie Yan, he had really been asking for trouble. The reason Nie Yan always ignored him wasn't that he was scared but rather he couldn't be bothered with a nobody like him. Fu Guangtao finally threw away the last bit of his pride and arrogance. He lowered his head and said in a humble voice, Nie Yan, please forgive me. I was truly blind. I don't expect you to let me off the hook completely, but on the account of us all being classmates, I'd be really grateful if you would go lenient on me. Xu Yan, Fei Jie, and the others were all dumbstruck. They didn't expect that someone like Fu Guangtao, who had his head so far up his ass that all he could see was his own bullshit, would suddenly take the initiative to apologize. Their eyes widened in shock. However, thinking about it, if they were in Fu Guangtao's shoes, they would likely do the same. The strength behind Nie Yan was simply too overwhelming. They weren't even on the same plane of existence as him. He was a giant who could crush them to death with a tap of his finger. Offending him was tantamount to courting death. In the command faculty, even dragons would have to submit to him. Some people should never be provoked. Nie Yan had long since anticipated Fu Guangtao would lower his head. Few people would be willing to stick it out until the very end in the face of absolute strength. Fu Guangtao had two paths ahead of him. The first was to continue butting heads with Nie Yan. There was only one possible conclusion to this path, he would be peakhead back to level 0 until he ultimately deleted his conviction account. This was something he couldn't bear. Close to half a year's worth of blood, sweat, and tears would go down the drain. The second path was to plead for Nie Yan's forgiveness. But from then on, he could never raise his head in front of his fellow students again. Even though Fu Guangtao was still internally quite conflicted, he still decided to lower his head to Nie Yan. This was his only option. Fu Guangtao, weren't you always so arrogant? When did you become so meek? Xu Yan sneered. Xu Yan's words cut like a sharp blade. Fu Guangtao clenched his fists. He was deeply reluctant, but he could only submit. He turned back to Nie Yan, who still hadn't given a response. Sha Tianyu and Fei Jie were about to say something as well. They also loathed Fu Guangtao and wanted to get a few jabs in too. Nie Yan raised his hand, signaling Sha Tianyu and Fei Jie to back down. He glanced at Fu Guangtao and said in an insipid tone, if it happens again, you know the consequences. Thank you. Fu Guangtao suddenly felt a huge weight lifted off his shoulders. Shooting a grateful look at Nie Yan, he made a deep bow, then quietly trudged away. He really didn't have the face to stay any longer. After Fu Guangtao apologized to Nie Yan, Zhao Xiyu and Bai Jun couldn't hold back any longer either. They also went up to plead for his forgivenesses. From now on, these people would never dare to stir trouble with him again. When Zhao Xiyu and the others left, Nie Yan withdrew his gaze. He pulled open his monitor and started browsing the web, the top military academies forums, and so on. The drama in the command faculty had finally come to an end. Nie Yan lazily stretched his limbs. He could finally get some peace and quiet. The sunlight shining through the window gave him a warm feeling. He let out a yawn, on the verge of falling asleep. Nie Yan, quickly look at the forums. Xu Yan quickly corrected himself after Nie Yan shot him a glare. What's up? Nie Yan asked. The school's social board, you're famous. Xu Yan exclaimed. What? War God Lei Su challenges the command faculty's Nie Yan. Why is he challenging you all of a sudden? Fei Jie cried out in shock. Sha Tianyu turned to Nie Yan and asked, do you know him? Nie Yan shook his head. This was out of left field for him too. He had heard a few things about War God Lei Su before. Lei Su was some kind of fighting champion and widely recognized as the strongest student in the top military academy. He was undoubtedly an influential figure. However, why would a person like that suddenly challenge him? This was too strange. He was only a first-year student and kept to himself. By all rights, no one outside the command faculty should even know his name. The only exception, of course, was his love-dovey behavior with Xie Yao. A love rival. Xu Yan's eyes lit up. This was certainly a possibility. After all, Xie Yao was undoubtedly a top beauty among the first years. Meanwhile, war god Lei Su was a famous playboy. Perhaps he had set his eyes on her. Yeah, that might be it, Fei Jie agreed. Stop making random guesses. We don't even know if this is really him, Nie Yan said. He still maintained a cool head in this situation. Coming up with wild theories before getting the facts straight was definitely a foolish action. News of war god Lei Su's challenge to Nie Yan spread like wildfire, quickly disseminating among the student populace. Practically everyone in the top military academy knew Lei Su. As for Nie Yan, only a few had heard his name in passing. He was a freshman who scored first overall in this year's entrance exams. But how was he worthy of making the war god take action? Nie Yan instantly became a hot topic of discussion. Suddenly, everyone in the school knew about him. The person in question only felt endless grief. This was the last thing he wanted. He rubbed his temples in annoyance, feeling a headache coming on. Just what the hell was going on? Oftentimes, matters would develop outside of one's expectations. When it occurred, there was nothing you could do to run away. After sulking over his bad luck, Nie Yan could only helplessly accept reality. Since war god Lei Su was challenging him, he would have to respond. I should just directly refuse. This sort of pointless battle has no meaning anyway, Nie Yan thought. If people knew what Nie Yan was thinking, the entire top military academy would erupt into an uproar. He actually dared to ignore the war god's challenge. This was the same as giving the other side no face. Nie Yan suddenly recalled how Lei Su had approached Muslin about joining Asskickers United last time during the in-game school gathering. However, before joining the guild, Lei Su wanted to meet him face to face first. Just what was this guy planning? Most of the students in the top military academy weren't aware that Nie Yan was Nirvana Flame. Their information was fairly limited. However, people at Lei Su's level likely already knew his secret identity. Luckily, it was unlikely these individuals would go around telling others. Nie Yan reconsidered for a moment before deciding to still refuse. This kind of duel wasn't his cup of tea. It was like two gladiators fighting in a coliseum for the entertainment of the crowd. It held no meaning. If Lei Su had challenged him in private, he might have been willing to accept. After all, this kind of opportunity was hard to come by. He wanted to experience Lei Su's strength firsthand and see where his own fighting skills were on the totem pole. The student populace were all discussing the duel between Lei Su and Nie Yan. The entire top military academy was bustling with noise and excitement. They all wanted to see if Nie Yan really was that outstanding for the war god himself to issue out a challenge on the forums without a care for his own status. At this moment, in the governing faculty, Xie Yao and 5 of her female classmates were chatting together. They were talking this and that, anything that crossed their minds. After familiarizing themselves with each other, they'd become a lot less reserved around each other and so had much more to talk about. Several of the girls in this group were especially lively. Xie Yao sat on one side listening to the others talk, maintaining a ladylike smile while occasionally chiming in with a word or two. A few of the male students in the class repeatedly snuck glances at the group. The person attracting their attention was undoubtedly Xie Yao. Her temperament was refined and gentle. She was so elegant one couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. Although she was reserved, the other girls around her naturally paled in comparison, simply serving as background extras to compare her beauty to. Did you girls hear? Apparently, war god Lei Su issued out a challenge on the forums to a first year from the command faculty. The whole school is talking about it right now, one girl gossiped. Really? Challenged by the war god? Are you sure? Are you? It should be, yes. His challenge is stickied at the top of the school's forums. The poster is confirmed to be him, no doubt. What kind of background does that first year have? Hearing these girls mentioning the command faculty, Xie Yao's ears perked up as a trace of anxiety flashed across her face. That student couldn't possibly be Nie Yan, right? Xie Yao, didn't you say your boyfriend is in the command faculty? His name is Nie Yan, right? If I heard correctly, Lei Su is challenging someone called Nie Yan. All the girls shifted their attention to Xie Yao. Yeah, that's him. I'll give him a call to ask what's going on, Xie Yao replied. She picked up her phone and walked off to a corner to call Nie Yan. What kind of person is that Nie Yan? No idea. These girls whispered to each other. They were quite curious about Nie Yan. Someone like Xie Yao naturally had to have an outstanding boyfriend. For him to be worthy enough of being challenged by war god Lei Su, he was definitely no ordinary person. After talking with Nie Yan, Xie Yao hung up and walked back to the girls. I just asked, it's him, Xie Yao said, as if this were nothing out of the ordinary. Aren't you worried about your boyfriend? A girl asked. Why didn't Xie Yao appear the least bit perturbed after finding out this shocking piece of news? Yeah, his opponent is war god Lei Su. The #1 expert in the whole top military academy. Your boyfriend is only a freshman. No matter how strong he is, how could he possibly be a match for Lei Su? These girls were clearly fans of Lei Su. Then again, who wasn't? Right, Xie Yao, who do you think will win? They all stared at Xie Yao, their eyes glistening in anticipation as they awaited her reply. I don't really know much about Lei Su, but I think my boyfriend will probably win, Xie Yao replied. She had absolute faith in Nie Yan. Let alone Lei Su, even if the top military academy's military instructor came over, she still believed Nie Yan would win. Ah, what else would you expect from a girl head over heels in love, a girl said, rolling her eyes. Yeah, I don't think Xie Yao's boyfriend will win. I heard ever since Lei Su first entered the top military academy, he's never once lost a fight. It's been like this for 4 whole years. Despite doubt being cast on her judgment, Xie Yao simply smiled. She still firmly believed Nie Yan would win. No one else could convince her otherwise. We won't know for sure until it actually happens. Even though the girls were absolutely confident Lei Su would win, under Xie Yao's perseverance, a trace of doubt surfaced in their hearts. Xie Yao didn't seem like the type to delude herself. She likely had good reason for her confidence. They all wanted to see what Xie Yao's boyfriend was like, hoping he wasn't just another boy with a pretty face. After finding out Xie Yao had a boyfriend, the male students in the class despaired. This was too much of a blow for their hearts to take. They all secretly hoped her boyfriend would get mercilessly beaten up by Lei Su. Only that would ease the pain of their broken hearts. And maybe, just maybe, if their luck was good, she would then even break up with him. They would suddenly stand a chance again. Oh, the thought. Of course, these hopes were no more than fantasies, something that would never come to pass in reality. The entire top military academy was looking forward to seeing who would come out the victor. Would Lei Su continue his unbeaten streak of 4 years, or would Nie Yan create a massive upset and take the belt from the king of the cage? To Nie Yan's shock and dismay, no matter where he walked in the top military academy, he would attract the attention of all those around. From time to time, their whispers and hushed voices would enter his ears. It caused Nie Yan a great headache, but there was nothing he could do about it. Since the date of the match was set to a month later, Nie Yan hadn't decided whether to accept it or not for the time being. He couldn't make heads or tails of Lei Su's intentions. Since Lei Su was challenging him, why a month from now and not today? Little did Nie Yan know that Lei Su was currently undergoing a strict training regime. As he was right now, he wasn't confident in taking on Nie Yan. If the students of the top military academy knew this, who knew what kind of reaction they would have? As per usual, Nie Yan continued going to classes. However, his daily school life had become incredibly hectic. Come evening, Nie Yan helped Asskickers United catch 56 more flying mounts. When all of them fully recovered from their injuries, the guild would have more than 100 flying mounts. Asskickers United actively prepared for war. After creating a force 100,000 men and several hundred siege engines strong, they set out toward Colt. A dark cloud of dust filled the air. As far as the eye could see, soldiers armed to the teeth trotted forward in formation. There were 20 guilds located in Colt, at least 10 of which had been acquired by the Monet Financial Group. They controlled 70% of the strongholds in the territory. When these guilds joined together, they made a formidable force. Asskickers United's 300 armored ice catapults and 100 trebuchets gradually advanced on the plains. This kind of sight was truly shocking to behold. Seeing Asskickers United's enormous army heading over there, the guilds in Colt all descended into panic. They mobilized their armies as fast as they could to help defend their home city. The cloud of war hung over Colt. The Monet Financial Group were preparing to launch an assault on Calore and deliver a ruthless blow to Asskickers United. But before they could even finish their preparations, the enemy had somehow beaten them to the punch, catching them with their pants down. The Shoro Stronghold. This stronghold belonged to the second largest guild in Colt, Dragon Universe. It occupied one of the major routes to Calore, which was why the Monet Financial Group spent an enormous sum of gold to fortify its defenses. The 20-meter-high walls were a great deterrence. Anyone who saw it would think twice before attacking it. About 8,000 troops were stationed on the walls. Elsewhere in the stronghold, 3 transfer points were up and running. As soon as a fight broke out, the 10 guilds in Colt acquired by the Monet Financial Group would dispatch at least 100,000 players over. There were also 5 magic cannons placed on the walls. Though they were quite powerful, they were still somewhat lacking compared to the gnome magic cannons. The most important point was that there were too few of them. In front of Asskickers United's several hundred siege engines, they might as well not exist. The Shoro stronghold was in sight. As the 100 trebuchets advanced forward, trying to get into position, the magic cannons on the walls started opening fire. Several shells arced through the air and blew up 2 trebuchets. But many of the shells were off target and struck the ground instead. After coming to a halt outside the stronghold, the 100 trebuchets were quickly assembled. The artillery teams then loaded the buckets with large boulders. Nie Yan stood at the peak of a mountain neighboring the plains. Looking down below, Asskickers United's troops stretched out across the battlefield. Then further off in the distance was the Shoro stronghold, whose defenses appeared completely inadequate. His heart was filled with pride and heroic spirit. His conquest of the entire Viridian Empire would start here. Start the assault. Nie Yan passed down the order. Immediately, several hundred boulders were launched in the air, whizzing through the sky before raining down on the Shoro stronghold. A section of the walls was instantly obliterated with rubble flying everywhere, and the 5 magic cannons were destroyed without a trace. The Shoro stronghold shook and groaned under the bombardment of the trebuchets. After several volleys, its walls completely collapsed into ruins. The stronghold was like a maiden stripped of her clothing, buck naked and defenseless in front of the players of Asskickers United. Nie Yan didn't order his troops to rush in immediately but rather had the armored ice catapults continue advancing in order to minimize casualties. After being shelled by the armored ice catapults again and again, the players in the Shoro stronghold were almost completely wiped out. This was an overwhelming defeat. There was no need for Nie Yan to take action himself. As his army swept through the other strongholds near Colt, this likely wouldn't change. He had absolute faith in the success of this conquest. Ass-Kickers United had declared a full-out war against the Monet Financial Group. Nie Yan had no idea how they would react next, but they definitely wouldn't go down without a fight. Nie Yan oversaw the progress of the war on one side and researched on how to improve the Dullahan cavalry crossbow on the other. He had already had Delphina duplicate the crossbow enhancement blueprint, which he then learned himself. Nie Yan had the players under him gather a few metals so he could start the remodeling process of the cavalry crossbow. The Dullahan cavalry crossbow was extremely elaborate. Its exceptionally sturdy metal body gave off a shocking sense of power. Its only flaw was its weight. It required both hands to hold up, and if your strength wasn't high enough, just lifting it up would be difficult. Following the blueprint, Nie Yan started making minor adjustments to the cavalry crossbow, replacing the middle section with the most flexible polonium, which was an extremely rare type of metal. Ass-Kickers United's guild treasury only had 3 ingots in total. Furthermore, the cable also had to be replaced. Nie Yan completed these tasks with the utmost meticulousness. His engineering, forging, and other skills had already reached master rank. So, as a master of all trades, it was fairly easy for him. After capturing the Shoro stronghold, Ass-Kickers United set out for the next stronghold. Nie Yan followed behind the army while focusing on remodeling his crossbow. About 6 hours later, the Dullahan cavalry crossbow's appearance had undergone a drastic change. The lath looked sleek and slender. It was much more flexible than before. As soon as it was drawn back, it would be full of tension. At the same time, because it was outfitted with a polonium body, its weight was greatly reduced. So, it was much more convenient to carry around. The remodeled Dullahan cavalry crossbow looked like a weapon that could conquer all. Even the strongest of heart would reel in shock when they saw it. It would take at least another 5 or 6 hours to completely remodel the cavalry crossbow. Not to mention Nie Yan was still missing a few rare metals. Even though he could supplement it with ordinary materials, the effects wouldn't be as good. Plus, the remodeling was a one-time thing. If he was going to do this, he was going to do it to the best of his ability. Otherwise, if later down the line he wanted to further upgrade it, he would be playing a game of catch-up. Nie Yan had Guo Wei send people to find the metals he needed. Nie Yan wondered what the properties of the fully remodeled cavalry crossbow would look like. Seeing the cavalry crossbow which was still a work in progress, Nie Yan suddenly thought of something. If the crossbow could be remodeled, shouldn't the same be possible for the bolts? The damage from ordinary crossbow bolts was fairly limited. If he could think of a way to create more powerful ones, it would greatly increase his damage. Nie Yan started forging the leftover polonium into crossbow bolts. Nie Yan came up with 3 types of bolts. The first was a 3-pronged head with a bleed effect. As soon as it hit, it would deal additional bleed damage. The second was replicating the flesh biters, with an inner mechanism that released hooks upon impact. As soon as they pierced the target, they would be near impossible to pull out. The third had a sharp spindle-shaped bolt head, the inside of which would be filled with poison. It could deal extremely potent damage to a target. Apart from these 3 types of bolts, if Nie Yan thought of any more in the future, he could simply create them. Thinking to this point, Nie Yan got to work. Crafting these bolts wasn't too strenuous for him. He could easily bring these ideas to life. It was a pity the effects of these 3 different bolts couldn't be combined into one. If he attempted this, not only would the power be greatly reduced, but the process would be extremely complicated and tedious. He could only give up on the idea for now. He would have to use different bolts for different types of situations. After a while, Nie Yan created a bolt with a 3-pronged head. He engraved it with all types of runes, greatly increasing its killing power. You have created a new type of crossbow bolt. Please give it a name. Nie Yan thought for a moment. Let's just call it a bleed bolt. You have successfully created a bleed bolt. Forging, engineering, tinkering plus 580 skill proficiency. Nie Yan examined the properties of this bleed bolt. Bleed bolt, attack plus 800, 30% bleed effect, duration, 5 minutes. This bleed bolt was amazing, especially the bleed duration. 5 minutes was extremely shocking. Nie Yan didn't expect making this sort of modification would have such a great effect. Not to mention the attack stat was also pretty great. Apart from the bleed bolt, Nie Yan also crafted the 2 other types of bolts, naming them flesh biter bolt and venom bolt respectively. There was no need to spend a lot of time on their names. What mattered was that they worked. He had Guo Wei deliver a large pile of metal ingots, crating out bolt after bolt. This type of work was fairly simple. The flesh biter bolt could inflict a crippling effect while the venom bolt could inflict poison damage. Nie Yan crafted about 120 bleed bolts, 200 flesh biter bolts, and 100 venom bolts. Creating these bolts took Nie Yan about 3 hours. He was pretty skilled in crafting anyway, and he wasn't lacking materials. Whenever he had some free time in the future, he would craft even more of them. Nie Yan stored these new bolts in different quivers, then placed them in his bag. In the future, he would use them when the situation called for it. After fully remodeling his Dullahan cavalry crossbow, he would see a huge improvement to his ranged combat ability. While Nie Yan was crafting his bolts, Ass-Kickers United had already swept through 11 strongholds, causing the guilds in Cole to piss their pants in terror and despair over their impending deaths. As soon as they saw Ass-Kickers United's army coming, they cursed their parents for not giving them an extra pair of legs. Nie Yan began reconstruction efforts on the several ruined strongholds Ass-Kickers United had conquered. Advancing at a steady pace, he planned to eventually swallow up all the guilds near Colt. As their assault continued, compelled by circumstances, some of the guilds that hadn't joined up with the Monet Financial Group gave up any resistance and surrendered to Ass-Kickers United. Only after putting forward extremely stringent conditions did Nie Yan allow them to merge into Holy Empire, Sapphire Shrine, the War God Tribe, and the other guilds in the alliance. These guilds numbered more than 100,000 players altogether. After fully absorbing them, the strength of the alliance would increase by quite a bit. Another day flew by. As evening approached, Nie Yan had Asskickers United's troops garrison in a recently reconstructed stronghold, bolstering its defenses. They would continue with their war efforts the next day. What left Nie Yan a little baffled was that the Monet Financial Group showed no signs of movement. The Monet Financial Group was like a predator hidden in the darkness. Asskickers United had already provoked it. It was simply waiting for an opportunity to strike. As long as the timing was right, it would leap out and take a ruthless bite out of Asskickers United. Undead Temple. Few players were aware that such a place existed on the surface world. The Undead Temple was located in a foggy abyss on the northwest border of the Viridian Empire. It was hidden deep within a labyrinth with an ever-changing structure. Even if players somehow cleared it, entering the temple was still incredibly difficult since most of the monsters that spawned there were over level 100. A group of several teams had once made their way through the labyrinth and stumbled upon this temple. However, they were all wiped out without exception. After learning about the existence of the Undead Temple, God Executioner Sword never stopped sending people over to explore it. Most recently, Chinhan and Matchless Divine Sword, the guild leader of God Executioner Sword, had entered this place. After passing the Undead Temple's defenses, they finally reached the inner hall. Their losses on the way were disastrous. Since the undead here were especially hostile against anything holy, they would ignore the warriors fighting for their aggro and rush straight at the paladins and priests. With the healers first to fall, the others soon followed. In the end, only 5 players managed to enter the Undead Temple. The interior of the Undead Temple was filled with all sorts of strange sculptures. At the front of the hall was the carving of a large skull with green flames flickering in its eye sockets. Chinhan's face was hidden behind a black cloak. His eyes scanned the surroundings with both suspicion and curiosity. As soon as he set foot into the Undead Temple, he felt a voice beckoning to him. He couldn't help but walk toward it. Boss, what's going on? The other players felt something was off about Chinhan. Clad in the armor of a warrior, Matchless Divine Sword wanted to say something. Chinhan raised his hand and said, "All of you, remain on standby." Everyone halted their steps. Staring at Chinhan with looks of bewilderment, they watched him continue walking forward. The green flames in the eye sockets of the giant skull at the front of the hall suddenly flared to life. Chinhan walked through a small, barely noticeable doorway. A shabby coffin appeared before him, emitting a ghastly death energy. It was already completely rotten through. He could vaguely make out the figure of the corpse lying inside. A quest he received some time ago came to mind. Are you willing to follow the will of death and revive Necromancer Vorderman? Chinhan walked up to the coffin and pushed open the lid. A pungent smell assaulted his nostrils, causing him to retch in disgust. Chinhan gazed at the corpse lying inside the coffin. It was dressed in extremely shabby robes. Its bones were dyed a deathly gray color and were covered with chunks of rotten flesh. It was extremely ugly. This corpse in front of him was none other than Necromancer Vorderman. Chinhan hesitated for a moment. If he went through with reviving Necromancer Vorderman, it meant he would be turning his back on the light and become the public enemy of the entire Viridian Empire. For the sake of power, after thinking for a moment, he gritted his teeth and extended his hand. In his grasp was a black pendant which emitted a shadowy radiance. A black light converged on his hand and slowly stretched out toward the corpse before finally entering it. A moment later, 2 green flames lit up in Necromancer Vorderman's eye sockets. His fingers slowly started moving as his gaze fell onto Chinhan. Chinhan immediately felt a cold and gloomy energy lock onto him, rendering him immobile. Inside the main hall of the Undead Temple, Matchless Divine Sword and several other players were anxiously waiting. Guild leader, Chinhan has been gone for so long. How come he still hasn't come back? Do you think something happened? A player asked. Yeah, should we go in and take a look? No, we wait. Matchless Divine Sword shook his head. If something had truly happened, a notification would have popped up. Look, it's Chinhan. He's back. Matchless Divine Sword and the others looked over to the front of the room. There was some difference between now and when Chinhan first went inside. For one, he had taken off his black cloak, and there was now someone standing beside him. This person was wearing his cloak. Their face was completely covered. It was impossible to make out their appearance. As Matchless Divine Sword and the others walked over, they immediately felt a cold and gloomy aura sweep over them. Boss, you're finally out. Matchless Divine Sword glanced at the strange person standing beside Chinhan. He wanted to ask what happened inside, and who this newcomer was. However, before anything could be said, Chinhan spoke, "We're going back." Matchless Divine Sword swallowed his words back down. Even though his heart was filled with doubt, he didn't dare to ask. Chinhan didn't like his subordinates asking too many questions. He could only shrug off the eerie feeling coming from the cloaked figure. The group disappeared behind the entrance of the Undead Temple. With the situation in Colt more or less under control, Nie Yan returned to Kalor and headed for his personal storage. Nie Yan planned to sort out his personal storage. As he walked through the streets, he felt like the sky today was especially gloomy. Thick, black clouds prevented any sunlight from penetrating through. Because of this, the temperature plummeted way below normal, as a cold wind swept through. Nie Yan recalled a period in the previous timeline when the entire Viridian Empire was enveloped in black clouds. Even during the day, it was as dark as night. This lasted for close to a month. Nie Yan suddenly thought of something. Is that event about to happen? The new expansion, Vengeance of the Undead. Of course, this was only a guess on his part. If a new expansion had come out, there would have been an announcement. Perhaps this black cloud cover was nothing more than an ordinary weather phenomenon. After all, the skies over color changed quite often. Nie Yan didn't know why, but he felt an uneasy premonition gripping at his heart, telling him something big was about to happen. This intense feeling nagged at his mind, leaving him unable to focus on anything else. In the previous timeline, the storyline of the Vengeance of the Undead expansion started out with a player stumbling upon Necromancer Vorderman's Necklace of Death. Slowly corrupted by its influence, they transformed into a powerful necromancer. Reviving Vorderman, the two raised an army of undead and took over a stronghold. With the stronghold as their strategic point, they erected a tower that flooded the sky with endless death energy, turning the place into a paradise for the undead. What happened after was something straight out of a horror story. The undead started swarming out to the nearby strongholds. Every person they killed would be reborn an undead. Their army grew larger and larger, to the point of becoming an uncontrollable disaster which threatened to engulf the entire continent. Both the Viridian and Satrine empires mobilized into action. With the paladins and priests as the main fighting force, the players and NPCs slowly repelled the undead back bit by bit. However, though the lands could bask in sunlight again and new life was born, many NPCs had died fighting against these forces of darkness. This ultimately led to players gaining much more influence, allowing them to control the political power in both nations. Nie Yan wasn't sure if someone had obtained Necromancer Vorderman's Necklace of Death. If this was indeed the case, it would probably be the start of the Vengeance of the Undead expansion. Once the expansion went live, it would be an unprecedented disaster of apocalyptic scale. Nie Yan suddenly thought of his great prophecy skill. He wondered if it would be useful in predicting this disaster. Nie Yan arrived at a square outside Asskickers United's office in Kalor. Opening his skill window, he activated Great Prophecy. A pillar of white light fell down from the sky and completely enveloped him inside. A warm light energy slowly spread out through his body. Just as Nie Yan was about to sense something, a powerful dark energy suddenly corroded the light energy from Great Prophecy. Bang! He felt a huge blow to his chest akin to his heart being split apart. Nie Yan staggered back and spat out a mouthful of blood. Great Prophecy has failed. All stats minus 30% for 5 days. Seeing this notification, Nie Yan couldn't help but knit his brows. How could Great Prophecy fail? It was probably because the scope of this event was too large for him to predict. This failed prophecy meant Nie Yan couldn't use Great Prophecy again for the next 10 days. Nie Yan had no way of confirming whether this really was the Vengeance of the Undead expansion. If he tried to warn the elders of the Viridian Empire about this disaster and he was right, they could prepare and make sure the calamity of the previous timeline wouldn't repeat itself. But if he was wrong and it was just him panicking over nothing, what awaited him was his own personal calamity. As the guild leader of Asskickers United, there was no way he could take this risk. Not to mention he had no idea when or where the undead would actually attack. Guo Wai, tell the engineers to stop crafting catapults and trebuchets and focus on producing no magic cannons. Also, invest 15 million gold into upgrading the walls of all our strongholds, Nie Yan said. This was the decision he came to after much reflection. For the sake of safety, Asskickers United had to prepare their defenses. I'll get to it immediately. Is something big about to happen? Guo Wai asked in a concerned tone. Don't ask for now. How much funds do we have? If we don't have enough, I can think of a way. About 8 million gold. Right now, our strongholds, the Starry Night Potion Shop, and other businesses generate about 2 million gold in profits every day. Because we're continuously expanding, our expenses are at about 1,500,000 gold a day, Guo Wai replied. This kind of income was unprecedented. Perhaps even Angel Core wouldn't be able to compare. Start selling some of our Dispel Fog Scrolls. We're starting to accumulate too many, Nie Yan said. For the sake of preserving the secret that Dispel Fog Scrolls could be bought from NPCs, Guo Wai would have people buy them within seconds of them refreshing in the shops. At present, Asskickers United had more than 1,000 Dispel Fog Scrolls in storage. If they continued on like this, it would be a huge burden on their finances. It was better to sell off some of their stock at a marked up price and rake in a nice profit. Guo Wai had his people set out across the Viridian Empire and start selling off the Dispel Fog Scrolls, listing up no more than 10 in every city. Instead of dumping them all at once, they would be offloaded bit by bit to keep them selling at target price. Before long, Dispel Fog Scrolls started appearing in the auction houses of various cities across the Viridian Empire. Because many of the large guilds didn't have them, they'd suffered heavy losses while exploring Griffin Woodlands. Though they knew from certain information channels that guilds such as Angel Core used them to greatly lower the difficulty of exploring the place, they didn't know how they acquired them. So, the moment they heard Dispel Fog Scrolls were up for sale in auction houses all across the empire, they immediately made a mad scramble for them, offering small fortunes for every single scroll. The price of Dispel Fog Scrolls was inflated to an excessive degree, with some scrolls selling for as much as 70,000 gold each, surpassing their real value by more than 10 times over. The frenzy of the market even exceeded Nie Yan's expectations. Sure enough, it was truly terrifying when pent-up demand was finally vented out. Upon learning that Dispel Fog Scrolls were being listed up for sale, the various large guilds immediately sent people to camp out the auction houses. Some guilds even sent their people over to other cities. Before long, the first batch of 100 Dispel Fog Scrolls were sold for a total of 6 million gold. The financial burden on Asskickers United was instantly reduced by quite a bit. After obtaining these Dispel Fog Scrolls, the lucky buyers would most definitely start exploring Griffin Woodlands again. It looked like Angel Core would soon be feeling the heat. To be able to manipulate the market from behind the scenes was truly an amazing thing. By monopolizing something trivial like the Dispel Fog Scrolls, Ass-Kickers United was able to sell them off for a ridiculously inflated price and rake in the profits. With the first batch of Dispel Fog Scrolls sold, the remaining would have to be sold off bit by bit. After earning a large sum of gold from selling Dispel Fog Scrolls, Ass-Kickers United started crazily upgrading the walls of their strongholds. Generally, ordinary guilds would be satisfied with junior or intermediate walls. Even among main strongholds, there were very few with advanced walls. Meanwhile, Ass-Kickers United had upgraded all their walls to advanced. If the amount of gold they spent on it was revealed, it would leave the vast majority of guild leaders ashamed and speechless. The amount of gold they invested into their strongholds' defenses wouldn't even amount to an odd scrap of what Ass-Kickers United put in. God Executioner Sword's Brocky stronghold, located on the border of Hilderloch, was run down and dilapidated. All around was endless barrens. Normally, players rarely ever visited this secluded and remote place. Only a few scattered players could be seen walking on the streets of the stronghold. Several hours ago, God Executioner Sword had placed the Brocky stronghold on lockdown, barring all outside players from entering. Only a select few were allowed entrance. Even then, they would have to undergo strict screening. In the conference hall of the guild headquarters at the heart of the stronghold, several hundred players sat in absolute silence. They nervously stared at the front of the room, where Chin Han and the cloaked figure stood. This was a group of die-hard members of God Executioner Sword, who received salaries from the guild. So, when Matchless Divine Sword summoned them, they had hurried over. Whatever he wanted them to do, they would do without question, even if they had to walk through fire. Chin Han let his gaze wander around the room. His eyes lacked any trace of emotion. Matchless Divine Sword turned to Chin Han. Here are 500 of my most trusted people. Matchless Divine Sword didn't know why, but he felt a sense of danger whenever he looked at Chin Han. The coldness in his eyes was truly terrifying. After interacting with him for these past couple of months, Matchless Divine Sword gradually understood his character. Even though he acted refined and amiable on the surface, when he wanted something, he wouldn't hesitate to become a bloodthirsty fiend. It was rumored that back in South America the Monet Financial Group had resorted to all sorts of despicable means to get rid of their rivals. Chin Han's hands were definitely stained with human blood. This was precisely why Matchless Divine Sword didn't dare to defy Chin Han. If he were to annoy Chin Han, he could already see the scenes of horror flash before his eyes, a cold chill running down his spine. Alright, begin, Chin Han said in an insipid tone. A sinister, ghastly cackle sounded from the cloaked figure next to Chin Han. The players in the room felt their hair stand on end as an uneasy feeling washed over them. Necromancer Vorderman still wore Chin Han's cloak, so no one could make out his appearance. All they could see was his bony, skeletal hand covered in patches of rotten flesh extending out. A black bone staff with a small skull at the tip in his grasp, his entire body ignited with a crimson flame. Vorderman waved his staff. 3-meter-long bone spurs erupted from the ground beneath the players' feet. PSSFFHT. Cries of agony rang out as blood sprayed everywhere. They were skewered, their bodies left dangling in midair. The hall resembled a mosaic from the very depths of hell. Matchless Divine Sword's face paled as he felt his blood freeze over. Turning to look at his boss, he discovered Chin Han's expression hadn't changed at all, almost as if all this were proceeding as planned. What a scary guy. Matchless Divine Sword quickly withdrew his gaze. As the bodies of the 500 players hung lifelessly in the air, dark red blood started flowing down from the bone spurs. Immediately after, their skeletons undid themselves of the flesh and muscles attached to them, until only their snowy white bones were left. They were alive. But rather than players, they were now monsters. They were mostly ordinary skeletons, with a few elites scattered among their ranks. Weapons, staffs, axes, swords, and so on, formed out of nothing in their hands as they were gifted with matching classes. This was only the first batch. After the first came the second and then the third. More and more players from God Executioner Sword, Penumbra Empire, and other guilds were sent over to the Brocky stronghold. They were all killed and turned into skeletons. When a player became a skeleton, they would have to wait until it was killed before they could revive. The only other option to escape this hell was if the necromancer controlling them died. Generally, players who revived after turning into skeletons would drop 2 to 5 levels and be in a weakened state for a prolonged period of time. Under normal circumstances, no player would willingly subject themselves to this. However, Chin Han was their boss. So, most of them had no choice but to obey his commands. More and more skeletons were being raised in the Brocky stronghold. Before long, they reached 30,000. Their movements were already no longer limited to the stronghold, and they started spreading out to the surroundings. At Chin Han's commands, the skeletons attacked 3 NPC villages and turned the inhabitants into skeletons as well. The skeleton army was quickly growing larger and larger. Since Chin Han kept things tightly under wraps, the news didn't spread. Many players were aware of the skeletons roaming around the Brocky stronghold, but they believed these were normal spawns. Never in their wildest dreams did they think another player was behind all this. Some of the slower players ended up being killed by the skeletons and also became members of the undead army. After turning into skeletons, they were confused and dazed, at a loss as to what was happening. Everything appeared tranquil. No one was aware of the encroaching disaster. Nie Yan had Guo Wai closely monitor any movements around the continent, especially those of the undead. Anything unusual would be reported to him immediately. On the second day of the assault on Colt, Ass-Kickers United's catapults and trebuchets continued razing strongholds to the ground. The number of guilds surrendering to them grew with each passing hour. The remaining several guilds had no way to reverse the tide and could only continue to struggle at death's door. Many of them received orders from Chin Han to fight until the last man standing, to resist until the bitter end. So, they had no choice but to continue throwing their lives away. But the difference in strength between them and Ass-Kickers United was like heaven and earth. All of their strongholds were destroyed under the bombarding of the trebuchets and catapults. The territory surrounding Colt was turned into ruins. More than 10 guilds fled with their members to the Brockie stronghold in Hilderloch. Finally, Nisode, Colt, and Kalor were connected, and there was no longer a weakness that an enemy could exploit. Originally, many of the recently conquered strongholds would have been handed over to the Dragonsaur Financial Group and World Block to develop. However, Nie Yan felt there was a huge storm on the horizon. So, for the time being, he delayed the opening of these real-world business districts. After easily sweeping through Colt, Ass-Kickers United entered another period of recuperation and started consolidating their newly acquired territories. During this time, the Monet Financial Group showed no signs of movement. This left Nie Yan feeling extremely uneasy in his heart. That aside, after collecting a large amount of rare metals, Nie Yan had finally finished remodeling his Dullahan cavalry crossbow. A brand new and improved cavalry crossbow appeared before his eyes. Different from when it was still a crude work in progress, the fully remodeled Dullahan cavalry crossbow was far more elaborate and contained all sorts of complex mechanisms. The front end was curved inward in the shape of a crescent. The nocks also had an additional 2 steel cables attached compared to ordinary crossbows for increased firing power. Though the fully remodeled cavalry crossbow was a bit bigger than before, its weight hadn't increased at all. Its sleek form brimmed with ferocity. At this moment, the cavalry crossbow looked like a powerful weapon of slaughter. Nie Yan examined the crossbow's properties. Reinforced Dullahan cavalry crossbow, legendary. Requirements: 800 strength. Properties: attack 1507 to 1725, ignore defense, 50% piercing damage, 50% chance to deal 500% critical damage, plus 1500 fire damage, pentabolt shot, chance to pierce through target. Range: 120 meters. Attack speed: 35. Weight: 53 pounds. Restrictions: thief, paladin, warrior. The cavalry crossbow's properties were greatly improved, especially the range, which had increased from 52 to 120 meters. As the level of the player base increased, some great mages already had ranges of 80 meters and some great demon hunters even had ranges of up to 100 meters. However, weapons with ranges of 120 meters were few and far between. Nie Yan could now lay in ambush 120 meters away, and kill a caster before they could even get in range. Apart from the range, the other properties of the cavalry crossbow also saw a huge boost, such as its attack power, which had increased 5-fold. Out of all the crossbow-type weapons in the hands of players right now, Nie Yan estimated the reinforced Dullahan cavalry crossbow ranked at the very top. Players would have a hard time finding another crossbow with such amazing properties. Nie Yan equipped the cavalry crossbow and took out 5 bolts from one of the quivers in his bag. After loading them into the crossbow, he took aim at a target and pulled the trigger. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. 5 bolts flew out toward a large tree 100 meters away. The bolts whistled through the air in a straight line. Put put put. The tree shook heavily as leaves scattered to the ground. One of the bolts happened to pierce through the trunk and continued flying onwards before finally losing power and falling to the ground. Amazing, Nie Yan muttered under his breath. Nie Yan put away the cavalry crossbow and focused on more important matters at hand. It would take Ass-Kickers United approximately 10 days to consolidate their new territory. Only then did Nie Yan feel it wise to annex another city. So, for now there was little to do here for him. Based on the events of the previous timeline, the vengeance of the undead expansion hadn't started yet either, though it might at any moment. The undead would first have to occupy a stronghold, and there was no sign of that happening yet. It was a worry for later. Due to Ass-Kickers United selling Dispel Fog Scrolls, there was a large influx of players entering the Griffin Woodlands. Competition intensified, as skirmishes broke out everywhere. Nie Yan decided it unwise to partake, so he ordered the elites of Ass-Kickers United to withdraw from Griffin Woodlands and told them to instead focus on leveling and tackling their class advancement quests. After all, based on Nie Yan's experiences in the previous timeline, master class players were far more valuable than low-rank flying mounts. It wasn't like Ass-Kickers United's aerial force was weak either, especially after his help the other day. Later on, when most of their players were master class, they could always capture more. Nie Yan wanted to make a trip to the Satrine Empire. He felt Angel Corps had been progressing too smoothly. He had to at least stir up some trouble for them, and he had still yet to pay them back for their previous meddling. However, a storm was brewing in the Viridian Empire with the Monet Financial Group at the center of it all. It simply wasn't feasible for him to go on a long trip right now. In case of any unforeseen circumstances, he had to be here to stabilize the situation. Looking at the level leaderboards, the highest level player was currently level 110. Nie Yan also had to start raising his level again. Luckily, when Xie Yao and the rest successfully class advanced, with so many powerful magisters, archbishops, sword saints, guardians, and other master class players, Ass-Kickers United would be as steady as Mount Tai. Regarding the Tyrant Abok set, Nie Yan currently had 4 pieces, the chestplate, gloves, cloak, and dagger. He was close to halfway there. He could already imagine the day when he completed this ultimate endgame set. Nie Yan had 4 clues for finding the remaining pieces of the Tyrant Abok set. One of them told him to head to Yemajan town in Hilderloch and talk to old blacksmith Westcott. Seeing this quest clue, Nie Yan raised an eyebrow. Hilderloch, wasn't that the old stomping grounds of God Executioner Sword? At the same time, Battle-Crazed Alliance's guild headquarters was also located there. They were the 2 largest powers in Hilderloch. However, the difference was that battle-crazed alliance didn't put all their eggs in one basket and instead expanded out to neighboring cities. So, their strength wasn't limited to one place. Meanwhile, God Executioner Sword never showed any interest in branching out their operations beyond Hilderlock. Should I head to Heiderlock? Nie Yan wondered. After pondering for a moment, he decided to go. He could find out clues on the next piece of the Tyrant Abok set and check out the situation over there at the same time. After preparing some necessary supplies, Nie Yan put on his cloak and headed for the transfer point. With a flash of white light, Nie Yan teleported to Hilderlock. Nie Yan had already lost count of how many times he had visited this place. Looking at the buildings on the streets, he was struck by a sense of nostalgia. He'd spend a lot of time here purchasing land, doing quests, and so on. After all, it was an easy-to-reach destination thanks to the transfer points. Nie Yan strolled through the familiar streets and headed for one of the shops operated by Asskickers United to see how business was going. At the same time, he also sent a message to Kill Love, asking to meet up at a tea house. After learning that Nie Yan was in Hilderlock, Kill Love immediately rushed over. Compared to when the two first met, their status were now quite different. Nie Yan had gone from being a nameless solo player to the leader of the #1 guild in the Viridian Empire, a major stakeholder in Battle-Crazed Alliance and Kill Love's immediate superior. After Battle-Crazed Alliance entered the alliance with Asskickers United, both sides cooperated together seamlessly. The funding Nie Yan gave to Battle-Crazed Alliance was always on time and never late. This was why they were able to grow to their current scope. Kill Love also fully complied with the terms of their agreement and became a solid arm to Asskickers United. After Nie Yan was finished perusing the various businesses, he headed for the tea house, passing by many high-level players on the streets. For every 10 players he met, 2 were from God Executioner Sword and 1 was from Battle-Crazed Alliance. One could tell how much influence these two guilds had in Hilderlock. Battle-Crazed Alliance had fewer people here. However, their levels and the quality of their equipment was higher than that of their counterparts in God Executioner Sword. It was difficult to clearly determine which side was stronger. Based on individual player strength, Battle-Crazed Alliance was only second to Asskickers United in the entire alliance. They ranked much higher than Holy Empire, Sapphire Shrine, and the others. Even though they weren't that large with only 80,000 members, they couldn't be looked down on in battle. Nie Yan thought back to how famous Battle-Crazed Alliance was for their battle prowess in his past life. Kill Love was a decent guild leader. Back then, he didn't lose because his guild was weak but rather he was faced with the might of a powerful financial group. But in this life, Nie Yan had brought them under his wing. With his protection, he would see to it that their downfall wouldn't repeat itself. Hilderlock's Glowfly Tea House. Business here was pretty slow with only a few tables occupied by players. Nie Yan entered the tea house. He found a corner to sit down in and quietly sipped his tea. No one was any the wiser about his presence. Not too far away from Nie Yan sat several other players. They chatted about all sorts of topics, including their levels, equipment, dungeons, and the matters of the major guilds. Anything that crossed their minds, they would talk about. They looked lackadaisical as if they had nothing better to do. Their levels weren't that high, hovering between the high 60s to low 70s. In this city full of level 90+ players, they could only count as third-rate players. Man, you're really something. It's only been a month and a half, and you've already caught up to us, a 30-something-year-old mage remarked. He shot a somewhat depressed glance at the 18-year-old warrior seated next to him. Hee, that's nothing. Give me another 2 months, and I'll definitely be caught up with the first wave players, the warrior proudly declared. To be able to get to level 70 in a little over a month, not bad. Well, let's have a look, shall we? As Nie Yan inspected the warrior with transcendent insight, his eyes widened in surprise. Wild Soul. In the previous timeline, Wild Soul was a powerful warrior. He ranked above Smokestub and consistently occupied one of the top 3 rankings among sword saints. He could be described as a heaven-blessed talent. But he had the vice of being insufferably arrogant, making it a point to thoroughly humiliate every opponent he defeated. His reputation outside the game wasn't all that stellar either. Based on the boastful tone Wild Soul was taking right now, one could easily tell how he would turn out in the future. Even though Nie Yan had accidentally stumbled upon a good seedling, he had no plans of recruiting Wild Soul into Asskickers United. If a player like that were to join their ranks, he would inevitably stir up a lot of trouble. Nie Yan thought for a moment. I can let Kill Love try and sort him out. As Nie Yan was sipping his tea, the conversation of the people chatting around him caused him to pause and perk up his ears. I don't know what's going on with all these skeletons showing up in the east of Hilderlock recently. They aren't like normal skeletons either. They gather in groups, and there are so many of them. Some of them are even led by elites. Isn't it strange for them to be so organized? They're also really aggressive. They kill anyone they spot. I went with a team to grind in the Barrens today. More than 10 of us were killed, and I only barely escaped. Man, that really scared the crap out of me, a mage gloomily said. Oh yeah, I heard about that too. Apparently, if you're killed by those skeletons, you end up becoming one yourself. Really troublesome, right? They've also been attacking some nearby villages. After they're through, they slaughter every last NPC. Nothing is left alive. More than 10 villages have already been turned into ruins. I'm guessing Hilderlock will send over guards to do something about them soon. It seems like most of those skeletons are coming from around the Brocky stronghold. Hush. Watch what you say. Don't let the people from God Executioner Sword hear you. Nie Yan pondered for a moment. This conversation he eavesdropped on lined up with his previous guess. It appeared the vengeance of the undead expansion really was happening. Likely, the corrupted player had only recently revived Necromancer Vorderman. If I continue letting them grow, things will become troublesome later. Nie Yan decided to go to the Brocky stronghold later to investigate. With his strength, even if he encountered danger, he could still escape with ease. After a while, Kill Love clad in a dark golden armor walked into the tea house looking like a steel titan. This small and empty tea house suddenly felt overly crowded. Each step he took caused the wooden floors of the tea house to shake and groan. Following behind him were two other players. Kill Love turned to Nie Yan. The two met eyes and gave each other light nods. After seeing Kill Love, the players in the tea house were dumbstruck. Look. There. That's Kill Love, the guild leader of Battle-Crazed Alliance. The players all had looks of reverence on their faces. They understood what Kill Love's name represented in Hilderlock. They all felt a heavy pressure weighing down on them. As Wild Soul gazed at Kill Love, there was a look of admiration as well as a hint of fanaticism in his eyes. He couldn't help but imagine how amazing it would be if he could wear such equipment one day. Kill Love was his goal. Wild Soul deeply respected him, not for his skills as a player but rather his remarkable leadership abilities. Every player in Battle-Crazed Alliance was strictly disciplined. Not just anybody could bring a guild to such heights. Excuse me, everyone, I have some business here. I'd like to ask you all to clear the premises. Thank you, Kill Love said. His voice carried an unquestionable authority. After hearing Kill Love's words, the players in the tea house got up and prepared to leave, including Wild Soul. Kill Love held quite a bit of influence in Hilderlock. Even the higher-ups of God Executioner Sword wouldn't dare to rashly provoke him. Seeing the players leaving one after another, Nie Yan sent a private message to Kill Love. You see that warrior over there? Have him join Battle-Crazed Alliance. He's a decent seedling, just that he's a bit on the arrogant side. You'll have to discipline him well. Just as Wild Soul was about to leave the tea house, Kill Love turned around and shouted, Hey, you there. The skinny brat in the armor, hold up. Wild Soul halted his steps. He turned his head back with a puzzled look on his face. Was Kill Love calling out to him? Yeah, you. Come back here, and take a seat, Kill Love said. Seeing Wild Soul still not reacting, he walked over and grabbed him by the collar behind his neck, then brought him back like he was carrying a cat. After being lifted up by Kill Love, Wild Soul felt depressed. He didn't dare to attack Kill Love, but that was only secondary. In front of Kill Love's overbearing strength, he couldn't muster up any resistance. The difference was too great. He felt utterly helpless. Kill Love glanced at the two players behind him. Have him join Battle-Crazed Alliance. Draft up a contract, and make him sign it. If he doesn't want to, show him the consequences. Wait. What? Why? Wild Soul stared at Kill Love in disbelief. This situation was simply too bizarre. Suddenly being hoisted up like some kind of a child, then forcefully conscripted to a guild, anyone would be confused. There is no why, Kill Love said in a cold tone. Seeing Wild Soul looking like he wanted to ram his head into a wall, he inwardly chuckled. Lil punk, just watch me whip you into shape. Wild Soul felt like he was going crazy. Just how did the situation develop this way? Even though he had always wanted to join Battle-Crazed Alliance, never in his wildest dreams did he think he would become a member like this. Can you at least give me a reason? I don't like your name. No one is wilder than me, Kill Love curtly replied. He then turned around and walked over to Nie Yan. You really expect me to believe that? Wild Soul rolled his eyes. Sign it. The mage following behind Kill Love placed down a contract in front of Wild Soul. Wild Soul skimmed over the contract. The restrictions weren't too harsh, and the benefits were generous. For a student like him who wasn't making any money and came from a medium household, it was certainly attractive. Wild Soul swallowed his saliva. He felt like a meat pie had dropped down from the sky. What if I don't sign it? We'll have you peakhead back to level 0 within 5 days, the mage replied without batting an eye. Do all people get recruited into Battle-Crazed Alliance like this? Shaking his head, Wild Soul didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He wasn't even given a choice. From a glance he could tell the mage wouldn't budge, so he relented and helplessly signed his name. Wild Soul looked over at Kill Love's side and was dumbstruck. From his perspective, Kill Love was a hero who could support heaven and earth, an unreachable and eminent existence. But at this moment, he was like a good subordinate to the person in the black cloak, his every action laced with great respect. Curiosity welled up in Wild Soul's heart. Just who was Kill Love talking to? Wild Soul had no way of getting an answer for now. That punk signed the contract, Kill Love said, glancing at Wild Soul in the back. Nie Yan nodded. Whether Wild Soul joined Asskickers United or Battle-Crazed Alliance made no difference. He no longer lingered on this topic and shifted the conversation to God Executioner Sword. What's the situation with God Executioner Sword? Nie Yan asked. Kill Love belonged to Hyderlock. So, he should know a bit more. Their growth exceeded my expectations, especially after absorbing all those guilds fleeing from Colt. They currently control 21 strongholds in Hilderlock. I've always felt like they have some powerful entity backing them. So, I've been trying my best to avoid any confrontation with them and branched out to other cities instead, Kill Love said. It appeared he was quite cautious with God Executioner Sword. Nie Yan nodded. Kill Love's decision was reasonable. If the two guilds came to a head, it was hard to say who would come out on top. With the victor gaining very little while the loser would be condemned to eternal damnation, it was easy to see why Kill Love wouldn't take the gamble. He knew better than to put his guild's future on the line. You're right to avoid a direct clash. They have the Monet Financial Group backing them. As you know, we recently conquered Colt. We'll soon be going to war with them, Nie Yan said. Kill Love stared at Nie Yan. Asskickers United already controlled such a large territory, but they were still provoking more powerful enemies. It seemed like Nie Yan wasn't satisfied with simply keeping his territory. He wanted to unite the whole Viridian Empire. Is it really possible? Thinking to this point, Kill Love's blood boiled with excitement. Has anything unusual been going on in the east of Hilderlock recently? Nie Yan asked Kill Love. Yeah. According to rumors, several villages were overrun by skeletons. I only just learned about it a few hours ago. So, I haven't had the time to send anyone out to confirm it yet, Kill Love replied. After all, the matter had only happened recently, and all of it was on God Executioner Sword's territory. So, his information was limited. It seems like I'll have to pay a visit there myself, Nie Yan thought. The two chatted for a while. Kill Love reported on Battle-Crazed Alliance's current state of affairs. They had been doing quite well for themselves with control of 16 strongholds which were located west of Hilderlock, east of Blaze City, and north of Autumnleaf City. The area where these cities shared a common border became their sphere of influence. All the surrounding guilds ended up suffering at their hands. They enjoyed a fairly stable position. Nie Yan gave an outline of Battle-Crazed Alliance's future growth. They could no longer avoid a confrontation with God Executioner Sword. For the sake of Ass-Kickers United's overall strategy, they had to fight. He would provide funding for the war and compensate any losses. With Nie Yan bankrolling everything, Kill Love had no objections. After all, the most headache-inducing aspect of a war was the cost. After the two finished chatting, Nie Yan bid Kill Love farewell. He left the tea house and disappeared in the streets. Seeing Kill Love walking over, Wild Soul couldn't hold back his curiosity any longer. Who was that? Kill Love smiled. He's a guy who others will never surpass. Wild Soul raised an eyebrow, then asked in a probing tone, Mad Rogue Nirvana Flame. There's always a higher mountain, a sky above the sky. The name of the Mad Rogue was made through countless battles and achieving amazing feats. From my understanding of him, he rarely reveals himself or his abilities, to the extent you get goosebumps just thinking about what he might be hiding. Consider yourself lucky for catching his eye. You're still wet behind the ears. Kill Love shot Wild Soul a glance, then walked out the door. Wild Soul stood there in a daze, ruminating over Kill Love's words. After leaving Hilderlock, Nie Yan summoned his Darkwing Dragon and set off for the east. Based on the information he received from Kill Love, the skeletons were appearing most frequently in the surroundings of the Brocky stronghold. He guessed there was probably something fishy going on there. About 10 minutes later, Nie Yan spotted a stronghold in the distance surrounded by barons. God Executioner Sword's Brocky stronghold. The Darkwing Dragon was too large. For the sake of lowering his chances of being discovered, Nie Yan recalled it and entered freefall. With a thud, he hit the ground and landed firmly on his feet. Nie Yan dashed toward the Brocky stronghold. He was still quite a distance away. After passing through a patch of forest, Nie Yan discovered an abandoned village. All that remained of this place were some collapsed walls and ruins. This place with expansive streets and large buildings was once a flourishing city. But now there was only the thick stench of blood lingering in the air. The bloodstains on the ground had yet to be washed away by the rain. Nie Yan's heart trembled. He could only imagine what kind of massacre took place here. Suddenly, a small skeleton popped out from behind some nearby ruins. Its sockets burned with a red spirit fire, and it wielded a long scythe in its hands. It came pouncing towards Nie Yan. It was a level 100 skeleton. Luckily, it was only an ordinary monster. Nie Yan could tell this was the skeleton of a deceased child. With a sidestep, Nie Yan evaded the attack, then struck out with a roundhouse kick. His foot struck the skeleton's head and sent it flying. The skeleton crashed into the ground, rolling several more meters before coming to a stop. As though it could feel no pain, it struggled back to its feet. Before the skeleton could stand up straight, Nie Yan followed up with a straight kick, striking it in the chest and sending it crashing into a wall. Thud. The skeleton fell back to the ground after rebounding off the wall. However, it still hadn't died. The skeleton actually had 50,000 health. Among level 100 monsters, it was fairly difficult to deal with. One could imagine what kind of frightening scene it would be if these skeletons gathered together into a large army and attacked a village, town, or stronghold. After taking 5 hits in a row, the skeleton finally collapsed into a pile of bone fragments. Just as Nie Yan was about to take his leave, a group of 100 skeletons made their way into the village. Nie Yan leapt up onto the roof of a nearby shop. He hid behind a wall, evading the sight of the skeletons. The skeletons roamed around the village, seemingly searching for something. After failing to discover what they were looking for, they departed together. After seeing that these level 100 skeletons were the same kind that had appeared in the previous timeline, Nie Yan confirmed his suspicions that the vengeance of the undead expansion was indeed happening. He was thinking about whether or not he should report this information to the Elder Council of the Viridian Empire. Although he hadn't predicted this with the Great Prophecy skill, he knew for a fact what was going to happen. If he successfully predicted this disaster ahead of time, he would go from a Grand Scholar to a Great Prophet, which would make him equal to a member of the Elder Council in both status and treatment. Among players, this was probably the highest position you could get. To become a Great Prophet was something Nie Yan had been looking forward to for quite some time now. Though he already held a lot of sway in the Viridian Empire thanks to his Grand Scholar title, it was nothing when compared to a Great Prophet. With it, he would cement his place at the top, all others forever to look up at him. This vengeance of the undead event was a blessing in disguise. Nie Yan had basically been handed the Great Prophet title on a platter. It'll be best if I secure some definite evidence first. Like this, I can get those old fogies in the Elder Council to believe me without question. The skeletons headed back in the direction of the Brocky stronghold. They appeared extremely organized, completely different from the mindless skeletons you would ordinarily encounter. These skeletons were likely being controlled by someone. The Brockie stronghold was under the control of God Executioner Sword this whole time. There was no news about it being taken over by an undead. Meanwhile, these skeletons were roaming around the vicinity of the stronghold. You would have to be a fool not to see the connection. Could it be? Damn it. Chin Han, that bastard. Nie Yan's heart sunk. If his guess was correct, then Asskickers United was in danger. If Necromancer Vorderman was revived by God Executioner Sword, then when the vengeance of the undead event started, the ones who would bear the brunt of it all would be Asskickers United. I have to sneak into the Brockie stronghold. Only then can I know for sure. Nie Yan arrived at the outskirts of the Brockie stronghold. Sure enough, the skeletons weren't attacking the players of God Executioner Sword. In fact, he spotted groups of skeletons patrolling the walls of the Brockie stronghold. An expedition team numbering around 600 players arrived some distance away from Nie Yan and set up base. They were here to investigate the origin of the skeletons, a path of bones in their wake. They quickly realized the mistake they'd made. While they were still setting up camp, more and more skeletons swarmed them from all around. These skeletons were actually fairly organized. They knew how to encircle a target and strike fast and hard. The players held out for about 10 minutes before eventually being swallowed up by the endless sea of skeletons. A black miasma corroded their corpses, melting away their skin, flesh, and muscles and leaving behind only white bones. They all transformed into skeletons and crawled back up to their feet. The skeleton army grew ever larger. Seeing these events unfolding from the safety of stealth, Nie Yan's heart was filled with fear. This was precisely how these skeletons multiplied so quickly in the previous timeline. The vengeance of the undead event back then had engulfed the entire continent and forever changed the layout of the Viridian and Satrine empires. The power balance was completely reshuffled. If God Executioner Sword really was behind the resurrection of Necromancer Vorderman, Nie Yan had no choice but to be careful. He definitely had to put a stop to this disaster before it spun out of control. Nie Yan wasn't afraid of ordinary players. Someone capable of rivaling him in the game hadn't emerged yet. However, Necromancer Vorderman was a different story. He had no way of gauging the strength of this legendary NPC. Nie Yan thought of Karsi. If he could rescue those imprisoned paladins, Karsi would become his servant. One legendary NPC versus the other, while he could sit to the side unafraid. However, that simply wasn't feasible for the time being. Recruiting an NPC like Karsi wasn't something that could be rushed. Thinking back to the events of the previous timeline, these undead would require at least 10 days to pose a serious threat to the continent, possible even up to 2 months if they were slow. Back then, after reviving Necromancer Vorderman, the fallen player immediately began slaughtering villages and crazily expanding his power. However, this unstable foundation ultimately led to his downfall at the hands of the players and the temple's Paladin Legion. In stark contrast, God Executioner Sword exercised much more restraint, slowly building up their army in the Brockie stronghold. Nie Yan sent word to Guo Wai to send the 100 thieves over. Their mission was to closely monitor the movements around the Brockie stronghold. If anything unusual happened, Asskickers United would immediately take action. In addition, if his conjecture was correct and this was the start of the vengeance of the undead event, their allies' battle-crazed alliance would be the first target. It was pivotal to fortify the defenses of their strongholds too. The horde of skeletons finished off the last of the expedition team at this time. They returned to an idle roaming state. A group of 5 skeletons were making their way in his direction. Nie Yan halted his steps. These skeletons were clearly stronger than the child one he dealt with previously. If I take out some of these skeletons, I can slow down the rate at which the undead are multiplying. Thinking to this point, Nie Yan had a plan. He chanted out an incantation and summoned Lil Gold. With his golden dragon's attack power and defense, dealing with these skeletons would be a piece of cake. After discovering Lil Gold, the jaws of the 5 skeletons rattled as they charged toward him. Lil Gold opened his maw and spewed out dragon breath, blasting the skeletons with scorching hot flames. Minus 13,231. Minus 11,988. Minus 12,714. A blanket of damage values rose up into the air. The skeletons surrounded and attacked Lil Gold. Explosive counter. Explosive counter. 2 powerful whirlwinds swept out from Lil Gold and instantly tore the skeletons apart, scattering their bone fragments on the ground. Battle Angel Kalena waved her staff and purified the skeleton remains. Several white souls floated into the air and disappeared. Nie Yan felt a warm feeling coming from the holy imprint on his hand. It had become ever so slightly clearer and more visible. The commotion had attracted the attention of the surrounding skeletons. They all started swarming towards Lil Gold. Their numbers kept increasing until there were more than 600 of them. Nie Yan hurriedly hid away in stealth. These skeletons are stupidly durable. It's best if I let Lil Gold deal with them. Lil Gold let out a deep dragon cry. A giant meteor came hurtling down from the sky. Boom. Some of the skeletons were instantly blown away. Rock and dirt flew everywhere as scorching hot flames engulfed the area. Most of the skeletons had survived the impact. However, their movement speeds were greatly reduced. As they trudged through the inferno, they collapsed into pieces. Meteor drop had swept away several hundred skeletons in one go. The surviving skeletons swarmed Lil Gold and started attacking without a care for their own lives. Explosive counter. Explosive counter. Explosive counter. Lil Gold let out a deep roar as a powerful maelstrom swept out. The attacks of the skeletons were quite strong. Lil Gold's health started rapidly falling. Fluttering above Nie Yan's shoulder, Kalena waved her staff. A gentle radiance fell over Lil Gold, restoring his health back to full. She then cast Radiant Barrier, enveloping him in a thin membrane of light. The skeletons immediately went from dealing up to 1,000 damage to only several hundred. Kalena still wasn't finished. She also gave Lil Gold several powerful blessings, instantly causing his stats to skyrocket. After the horde of skeletons was wiped out, Kalena purified them. Nie Yan brought Lil Gold on a hunt around the outskirts of the Braki stronghold, slaughtering all skeletons who dared to come near them. The number of skeletons God Executioner's sword had raised probably wasn't that large yet. If they knew Nie Yan had killed so many, they would probably feel their hearts ache. Nie Yan discovered the amount of light energy he gained from purifying these skeletons was much greater than what he got from creatures of darkness. His Holy Spirit heart progressed at an amazing rate. Before long, he reached another milestone. A notification jingle rang out. Another one of the seals on Zenard's sword had been broken. Sealed Zenard's sword divine. Nightmare Curse of the Dead, reduces the player's stats by 16%, effect halved by Barbarian Kelowit's blessing. Description: a godly weapon created by Calendar and imbued with the dark magic power of Dragon King Zenard. Failing to subdue the evil energy within Zenard's sword will result in a fatal backlash. 6 divine seals were placed on this sword by the god of war Kelo. Seals, 3/6. Properties: attack 2560 to 2827, critical plus 350, 30% chance to deal 700% critical damage, ignore level plus 35, ignore armor. Hell Execution, rank 6, chance to instantly execute an enemy when their health falls below 20%. Success rate is determined by level difference and enemy defense. Energy cost, 50. Cooldown, 3 seconds. Advanced Apocalyptic Extinction, inflict the enemy with 5 types of curses, rank 8 Exhaustion, rank 10 Cripple, rank 10 Disease, rank 10 Fear, and rank 10 Corrode. Duration, 10 minutes. Cooldown, 1 hour. Annihilation / rank 5, channel your energy into an enormous sword of dark fire and annihilate all enemies in your path. Deals 1000% damage to all enemies in a 3 by 20 meter area in front of you. Cooldown, 3 days. Restrictions, none. Creator, Calendar. After removing the third seal, Zenard's sword stats had sharply risen again. Its attack power had reached an astonishing 2560 to 2827. It also had a new skill, Annihilation / which could deal massive damage to all enemies in front of him in a straight line. Zenard's sword was even more overpowered than before. Its properties were already equivalent to that of a level 160 legendary weapon. Nie Yan finally began to grasp why it was widely regarded as a godly item. A divine weapon simply couldn't be compared to an ordinary legendary. This was only with 3 of the 6 seals removed. There was a saying called throwing a rock away for a gemstone. Legendaries really were nothing in front of divines. Kraut's Viper Dagger, which Nie Yan was using as a secondary weapon, was vastly inferior to Zenard's sword. Nie Yan thought for a moment. He wanted to see just how powerful his new rank 5 Annihilation / was. There weren't many powerful creatures in the vicinity, save for the occasional elite class skeletons. There was no harm in testing it out on them. Nie Yan commanded Lil Gold to retreat. He took its place and started attracting the aggro of the skeletons to himself. Compared to Lil Gold, they were much more eager to attack him. Before long, a large horde converged on this area. A long train of skeletons followed closely behind him. Nie Yan already had around 400 skeletons chasing him. The faster elite skeletons were at the front with the ordinary skeletons in tow. Seeing the skeletons getting closer and closer, Nie Yan slowly adjusted his position. As he ran around them, he gradually got them to form a straight line. Nie Yan suddenly stopped running. He turned around and pointed Zenard's sword up to the sky. Scorching hot flames as black as night poured out of the blade, transforming into 10 sword silhouettes which hung over the air above his head. As he slashed down, they merged into a single enormous, flaming sword which descended onto the crowd of skeletons. Boom! The ground shook violently as though the earth were being rent apart. The skeletons' jaws rattled in a cacophonous symphony as they were transformed into ash by the annihilating inferno of the slash. As the flames subsided, a gaping 3 by 20 meter wound was left on the ground. At least 100 skeletons were obliterated by the annihilation slash, including the several elites. Wow, even Nie Yan was left speechless by the might of the attack. A white light enveloped Nie Yan. I've leveled up. Nie Yan glanced at his character bar. He had reached level 101. What astonishing destructive power. Annihilation slash had its limits. It was comparable to a small-scale AoE skill in range and attacked only in a straight line. However, its might was far superior to that of any ordinary AoE skill. A 1000% damage multiplier combined with Nie Yan's already high attack power was extremely frightening. Even the elite skeletons were obliterated by this rank 5 annihilation slash. The horde of 400 skeletons was reduced by half. The remaining ones moved in to surround Nie Yan. But his little test run was over with. He escaped into stealth and allowed Lil Gold to deal with them. As someone who played the thief class, Nie Yan clearly wasn't specialized in dealing with large groups of monsters. If he had to deal with these skeletons one by one, it would take him an eternity to get through all of them. In the blink of an eye, Lil Gold wiped out a large number of skeletons, littering the ground with piles of bone fragments. Lil Gold's might was quite impressive. Combined with the support he received from Battle Angel Kalena, he was practically invincible, sweeping through everything in his path. These skeletons gave a fairly generous amount of experience, 5 times that of ordinary level 100 monsters. The only downside was that they didn't drop any loot. Even so, the experience alone made it more than worth it. Lil Gold was already level 98, 93%. Before long, he would reach level 100. Nie Yan wondered what kind of change would occur at that time. He was full of expectation. Braki stronghold. Donned in black robes, Chin Han was monitoring the progress of his skeleton army. He was utterly unaware of what was going on the outskirts of the stronghold, since all he had to go off was the number of skeletons currently under his control. The skeleton army had already grown to 60,000 strong and was still rapidly expanding. They attacked the nearby villages and intercepted passing players. Chin Han glanced down at his character bar. Displayed in the bottom right corner was the skeleton count. Chin Han's plan was progressing rapidly. The number of skeletons under his control kept rising, going from 30,000 to 50,000 and then to over 60,000 right now. Chin Han could roughly guess the situation outside. As the skeleton army grew, so too would their range of activity. For every 500 ordinary skeletons, an elite one would pop up, for every 20 elites, a lord would appear, and finally for every 5 lords, a variant lord would awake. They all gathered in groups, never going off on their own. If they encountered a player or perhaps a village, they would call over any allies in the vicinity and simply overwhelm the target with sheer numbers. As a result, the number of skeletons would multiply exponentially. Seeing the number of skeletons rapidly rising, Chin Han's ambitions grew larger and larger. He knew there was no more turning back. He could only brave forward on the path ahead of him. He would bury all his enemies in a sea of bones. A certain figure popped into his mind. Nirvana Flame, you better wash your neck because I'm coming for your head. About half an hour later, Chin Han looked at the skeleton count and discovered it hadn't risen by much at all. Last he checked it was at 63,527. Currently, it sat at 63,539. It had only gone up by a little over 10. This didn't make any sense. What was going on? Logically speaking, with so many skeletons roaming around outside, that number should be much higher. Chin Han knitted his brows. He stared at the skeleton count. Suddenly, the number plummeted down to 63,219. He shot up from his seat. Well played. This was likely an advanced magic. Nothing else contained the power to slay so many skeletons all at once. Did a powerful expedition team come here to investigate? Chin Han's eyes flashed with a cold light. Even if a strong expedition team came, nothing could stop the rise of his skeleton army. Chin Han walked to a crystal ball in the center of the hall. Everything the skeletons saw would be projected inside it. He had it focus on the area where all the skeletons were wiped out and saw an enormous golden dragon wreaking havoc across the battlefield. Chin Han's heart sank. Nirvana Flame, you actually came all the way over here. Projected inside the crystal ball, Lil Gold was trampling over the skeletons. He let out a dragon cry and called down a meteor from the sky. With a loud explosion, the surroundings were engulfed in a sea of flames. Several hundred skeletons let out mournful cries and collapsed on the ground. Chin Han could hear their souls screaming out in pain. He pounded his fist into the table. Nie Yan, you're always getting in my way at every turn. Chin Han ordered all his skeletons to converge on Nie Yan's location. Given the strength of these skeletons, taking down Nie Yan wasn't possible. Necromancer Vorderman was in the middle of erecting the Death Tower. He could only go stop Nie Yan himself. After reviving Vorderman, he had grown vastly stronger. He was far superior to any ordinary player. Let's just see how strong a shadow dancer really is, Chin Han coldly chuckled. He turned around and walked out of the hall. As time passed, Nie Yan noticed more and more skeletons congregating around him. Lil Gold was starting to get overwhelmed. Under the attack of the skeleton elites, his health fell bit by bit. If it weren't for the support of Battle Angel Kalena, he would have long since died. Even Lil Gold was having a hard time holding out. If an ordinary player encountered these skeletons, one could easily imagine their fate. Nie Yan opened up the divine recruitment window and summoned Paladin Lofus. After noticing the sea of undead trying to drown him, Lofus immediately buffed himself with a divine blessing, then charged into the fray alongside Lil Gold. He had a passive aura that reduced the stats of nearby creatures of darkness by 20%. As soon as Lofus appeared, the surrounding skeletons became enraged like a bull seeing the color red. Their jaws clattered and shook as they charged toward him. The battlefield immediately became hectic. Nie Yan knew summoning Lofus would evoke such a reaction. The undead particularly loathed anything holy. So, priests and paladins would easily attract their aggro. However, Lofus wasn't a soft persimmon. He cast out multiple purifies, killing droves of skeletons. Occasionally, he would refresh his buffs and heal both himself and Lil Gold. Holy radiant shine. A massive pillar of light descended from the sky, engulfing all the skeletons in the vicinity. They started melting under the light before disappearing into thin air. They were purified. The skeletons in the vicinity were cleared away again. With the aid of Lofus, the skeletons were being mopped up at an even faster rate. After only a few hours, Nie Yan had killed 3,000 skeletons. In the skeleton army's initial stages of growth, this was a heavy loss, enough to completely halt their growth. Nie Yan felt a change occurring in the holy imprint on his hand. Looking down at it, he discovered it was emitting a faint glow. He couldn't help but wonder what sort of use it had. Perhaps he could obtain a complete Holy Spirit heart if he continued killing these skeletons. At that time, all the seals on Zenard's sword could be removed. Just how powerful would this divine weapon be in its unsealed state? Nie Yan couldn't help but wonder. While Nie Yan was lost in thought, a skeleton in the crowd caught his eye. It was 2 heads taller than the others, and its bones were glistening dark gold, almost as if it were cast from metal. It wielded a great shield in one hand and a large war axe in the other. A Lord-class skeleton. Nie Yan activated Transcendent Insight. Skeleton King Leoric, Lord, level 130. Health, 24 million. Leoric knocked aside all the ordinary skeletons and charged toward Lil Gold. Bang! Leoric rammed into Lil Gold's chest with its shield, forcing him several steps back. Minus 23,489. What frightening damage. Nie Yan knitted his brows. With Lil Gold and Lofus' strength, they would have a tough time taking down Leoric. He unsheathed Zenard's sword and prepared to go up himself. Just as Nie Yan was about to pounce in, he felt a powerful darkness energy lock onto him from more than 100 meters away. He immediately sensed danger. Nie Yan looked over and spotted a cloaked figure standing in the distance. His eyes narrowed. The powerful aura of darkness coming off of the other side caused him to feel a cold nip at the back of his neck. The master of these skeletons was here. They wore a black robe with a collar embroidered with gold silk and a vivid-looking skull design stitched to their sleeve. In their one hand was a bone staff pieced together out of hundreds of bones, and in the other was a grimoire of the undead. Black flame burst. Qin Han waved his staff. A shower of black fireballs came pouring down on Nie Yan. A long-range bombardment. Gale step. Nie Yan instantly crossed several dozen meters and escaped the hail of fireballs. An attack range of 100 meters was almost unheard of among ordinary mages. Combined with how quickly the small-scale AoE spell was cast, ordinary melee-class players wouldn't stand a chance. A 100-meter range. You think you're some hot stuff, huh? Nie Yan chuckled, recalling the reinforced Dullahan cavalry crossbow in his possession. Nie Yan quickly pulled back. Taking out his cavalry crossbow, he took aim at Qin Han and pulled the trigger. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. 5 bolts shot out into the air. The 5 bolts crossed a distance of 110 meters and headed straight for Qin Han's heart. What kind of range is that? Qin Han felt his scalp go numb. He waved his staff and blinked a dozen meters away. Put. The bolts missed and struck a tree far behind Qin Han. Qin Han's face paled in fright. These bolts had a range of 120 meters. He thought he was already someone special with his attack range of 100 meters. Never in his wildest dreams did he think Nie Yan's crossbow would have an even greater range. In a battle between two equally fast-ranged players, a 20-meter advantage in attack range was an insurmountable difference. No matter how powerful the side with the shorter range was, it would all be useless if their attacks couldn't land. To say nothing of the fact that Nie Yan was vastly superior to Qin Han in speed. A 20-meter difference in range could allow him to thoroughly suppress the other side. Nie Yan cracked a faint smile. Watch how I toy with you to death. Nie Yan sped across the battlefield. He was as agile as a hare. He skillfully pulled out several bolts from his bag and loaded them into his crossbow within a 3-second time frame. He took aim at Qin Han and pulled the trigger. Crossbows had a great advantage over regular bows, and that was their stability while moving. As long as you properly calculated the distance, his movements wouldn't influence his aim. 5 bolts flew out in a straight line, streaking through the air and heading straight for Qin Han. Anywhere door. Qin Han blinked away and evaded the attack. But before he even got a chance to catch his breath, another 5 bolts came flying towards him. Qin Han's powerful arsenal of skills became completely useless in front of Nie Yan's superior range. In the beginning, Qin Han could keep up with the stream of bolts. But as he started running out of blink skills, he found it more and more difficult to evade. Seeing 5 bolts flying over and left with no other choice, he could only helplessly roll out of the way. Put. 5 bolts struck the ground several meters away from Qin Han. Before Qin Han could crawl back to his feet, yet another 5 bolts came flying over. He hurriedly rolled out of the way again. Fuck, what kind of fire rate is this? Qin Han cursed. Nie Yan's dexterity and attack speed were quite high, not to mention his recent work on his reinforced Dullahan cavalry crossbow. So, his reload speed and fire rate were unmatched. The cavalry crossbow could theoretically fire 5 bolts every 0.37 seconds. Nie Yan's stats weren't high enough to reach this limit. At best, he could currently achieve 5 bolts every 1.87 seconds, consistently maintaining a fire rate of 2.5 to 2.9 seconds. Even so, it was more than enough to wipe the floor with Qin Han. The more bolts Nie Yan shot out, the more accustomed he got to reloading. So, the delay between attacks became even shorter. Qin Han had to evade bolts every 2 to 3 seconds. The fact that he held out for this long was already quite impressive. Qin Han frantically hid behind a boulder for safety. The boulder blocked Nie Yan's view, giving Qin Han a brief moment of respite. Qin Han flipped open his grimoire and waved his staff. A group of 10 skeleton soldiers appeared before him. Hiding behind his troops, he finally felt a sense of safety. Now it's my turn. Qin Han gritted his teeth. He had never felt so humiliated before in his life. Seeing Qin Han's sorry figure hiding behind the boulder, Nie Yan coldly smiled. Their fight had barely started. So far, he'd only used ordinary bolts. Even if his attacks landed, the damage wouldn't be that high. The real fun would start now. As Nie Yan circled around the boulder with his crossbow raised, he only found 10 skeletons standing there and nothing else. Qin Han was nowhere to be found. Nie Yan knitted his brows. He suddenly thought of something. Invisibility potion. Eyes of truth. Nie Yan's eyes blossomed out with a crimson-red light. As he looked around, he spotted a faint silhouette hiding among the skeletons. Nie Yan raised his cavalry crossbow and locked onto Qin Han. Pulling the trigger, 5 bolts shot out. He then skillfully pulled out 5 more bolts, 3 bleed bolts and 2 flesh biter bolts, and reloaded the crossbow in a record time of 1.65 seconds. Another 5 bolts came flying out. Seeing Nie Yan's ominous gaze locking onto him, Qin Han's heart trembled. God damn it. What kind of ocular skill is that? He can actually see me from so far away. The effects of an invisibility potion were far inferior to that of a thief's stealth. Add this to the fact that the already enhanced Eyes of Truth had been upgraded even further after Nie Yan became a luminous dancer, and it became obvious Chin Han had no hope of escaping Nie Yan's sight. Nirvana Flame, I admit you've got some skill. But if you think you can kill me just like that, you've got another thing coming. Chin Han coldly snorted. He waved his staff. A skeleton with a bone shield immediately stepped out in front of him to block while 5 skeletons archers rushed forward to flank Nie Yan. Their ranges were about 80 meters. So, they had to move closer to hit him. Put. 5 bolts struck the skeleton's bone shield. Minus 7,555. Minus 8,392. Minus 7,912. Minus 8,222. Minus 8,033. Nie Yan wasn't a ranged class, so the damage he dealt was limited. Nie Yan knitted his brow. The skeleton with the bone shield had 300,000 health. Taking it down with only his crossbow would take forever. Let's see what kind of other tricks you have. Come at me, Chin Han said in a gloating tone. Put. Another 5 bolts struck the skeleton. Even though its health was falling bit by bit, it didn't move, standing firmly in place to protect its boss. Seeing Nie Yan continuously shooting at the skeleton, Chin Han sneered. Dumbass, you think you can kill my skeleton like that? He waved his staff and cast Dark Heal, restoring the skeleton's health back to full. Haha. Keep shooting. Waste more bolts. Chin Han laughed. As he looked around, his 5 skeleton archers were almost in range to shoot Nie Yan. Nie Yan was undeterred. His expression remained as cool as ever. He fired out 5 more bolts at the skeleton. What an idiot. It doesn't matter if you shoot 5 bolts or 10,000. The results will still be the same. Chin Han's eyes flashed with contempt. He still remained hidden behind his skeleton. Another volley of arrows struck the skeleton's great shield. The first 2 were blocked by it, but the third pierced right through the shield and hit the skeleton in the chest. Bang! The bolt tore right through the skeleton, destroying its bones, and continued flying towards Chin Han. Nie Yan smirked. After firing so many bolts, he finally triggered the piercing effect. This was precisely what Nie Yan had been waiting for. Nie Yan's hands didn't stop moving once. He loaded in another 5 bolts, took aim at Chin Han who was panicking in the distance, and pulled the trigger. When Chin Han was hiding behind his skeleton, he stood no further than 2 meters away. With something protecting him at the front, he let down his guard. He wasn't the least bit wary. He never considered Nie Yan's bolts might possess the piercing effect. As a result, tragedy befell Chin Han. There was simply not enough time to react at such a short distance. He waved his staff in a fluster, attempting to blink away. PSFFTH. The flesh biter bolt pierced into the side of his chest. The mechanism in the flesh biter bolt released as flesh hooks erupted out from the tip of its head and dug themselves deep into Chin Han's flesh. It was firmly jammed in between his ribs. A sharp wave of pain jolted Chin Han, knocking the wind out of him. His health instantly fell by more than half. He wanted to run and drink a health potion, but he found himself unable to move. It was a crippling effect. Before Chin Han had any time to react, a cold light flashed in front of him. Shit. I'm done for, Chin Han despaired. A bleed bolt pierced his glabella and came out from the back of his head. Blood sprayed out like a fountain. Chin Han's eyes glazed over as he dropped to the ground with a thud. The 5 skeleton archers and all other skeletons in the surroundings collapsed into a pile of bone fragments. Nie Yan faintly smiled. He was quite pleased with his performance. That last shot especially was aimed with the utmost perfection. He could even pass off as a skilled demon hunter. This was Nie Yan's first time killing a caster with his crossbow. The feeling was quite satisfying. A necromancer only amounted to this much. No matter how powerful they were, they would easily die after only a few hits. Likely, Chin Han still had many powerful spells he hadn't used. However, no matter how strong he was, he might as well not exist in front of Nie Yan's 120-meter attack range. Nie Yan put away the Dullahan cavalry crossbow and walked over to Chin Han's corpse. Let's see if this guy dropped anything good. Resting on the ground beside Chin Han's corpse was a thick, ancient book. Nie Yan's eyes widened in surprise. Isn't this the grimoire he was using as an offhand? Grimoires were relatively common offhands for casters. Nie Yan recalled Chin Han flipping through it when he was summoning the skeletons. He wondered what sort of properties it had. Nie Yan picked up the grimoire. A powerful darkness aura erupted out, but it was quickly nullified by his Holy Spirit imprint. Necronomicon, legendary, special item. Properties. Dark magic plus 50%. Apart from the bonus to dark magic, the Necronomicon also contained 5 advanced magics which could only be cast after certain conditions were met. Amazing. Nie Yan considered who to give this Necronomicon to, Tang Yao being the clear favorite. He wondered if arcane mages could use this item. The battle prowess gained with this legendary offhand would surely be immense. After storing away the Necronomicon in his bag, Nie Yan recalled Lil Golden Paladin Lofus, who had just slain Leoric. It was about time he changed location. After Chin Han revived, he would definitely send people over to surround him. Picturing what kind of expression Chin Han was making right now, Nie Yan coldly smiled. This first exchange was only the beginning. Just as Nie Yan prepared to leave, Battle Angel Kalena waved her staff. A white light fell over Chin Han's corpse, which gradually melted before completely disappearing. Nie Yan's jaws dropped. That's possible. He glanced down at his status bar. The Holy Spirit heart gained a massive amount of experience. He was close to breaking the 4th seal. Perhaps after being corrupted into an undead, Chin Han was also classified as a creature of darkness. A wicked thought surfaced in Nie Yan's mind. Did this mean he could break the fourth seal on Zenard's sword by killing Qin Han again? If Qin Han knew what Nie Yan was thinking, just what kind of reaction would he have? Would he cough out blood in a fit of rage? After a while, a large company of thieves arrived at the scene of the crime. They started searching for traces of Nie Yan, who had already long since departed. So, they came up with nothing. Boss, Nirvana Flame already left. What do we do? Back in God Executioner Swords Guild headquarters in the Braki stronghold, Qin Han let out a storm of curses and furiously stomped the floor. Because Battle Angel Kalena had purified his corpse, he had lost 2.5 levels worth of experience. Even worse, he had also dropped his Necronomicon. He had spent blood, sweat, and tears and died 3 times to obtain this legendary item from the undead depths. But now it was in the hands of the enemy, his arch-rival no less. How could he not feel indignant? Expand the search. Report back immediately if you discover Nirvana Flame. Qin Han gritted his teeth. Nie Yan was already aware of the existence of his skeleton army. He had to move things forward ahead of schedule to prevent Nie Yan from ruining his plans. At Qin Han's command, the skeletons under his control expanded their range of activities, attacking both players and NPCs alike and razing the villages near the Braki stronghold. Qin Han decided to go all out, no longer caring about exposing himself. These skeletons were extremely frightening, with few players possessing the might to stop them. The number of skeletons rapidly multiplied. I want to see how you'll deal with this, Nirvana Flame. Qin Han bellowed. He would soon have enough skeletons to attack more densely populated areas such as Hilderlock. When his skeleton army reached 1 million strong, he would launch a full-out assault on Asskicker's united strongholds. Nie Yan continued clearing the skeletons with Lil Gold. However, he clearly sensed their numbers suddenly swelling. Nie Yan gradually realized the terror of the vengeance of the undead event and why the skeleton army was able to sweep through the Viridian and Satrine empires in the previous timeline. A war that threatened to engulf the entire continent loomed over the horizon. Asskickers United had already finished making their preparations. As for whether or not they were enough remained to be seen. There wasn't much else they could do. Going on the offensive, which meant engaging the skeletons in the open wilderness, was far too dangerous. In fact, it would be incredibly stupid. Every death on your side would simultaneously see the enemy's army grow. Nie Yan thought for a moment. He should infiltrate the Braki stronghold to collect some evidence, then report his findings to the Elder Council. On one side, he could receive the Great Prophet title, and on the other, it would allow the Empire's army and the Temple's Paladin Legion to mount a proper defense. Thinking to this point, Nie Yan made his way toward the Braki stronghold. News of a large army of skeletons being spotted in the east of Hilderlock spread like wildfire. Players on the forums all speculated, giving birth to the wildest of rumors. Some guessed a new undead map that spawned skeletons had appeared. Others thought it was some sort of quest. As long as they cleared the skeletons, a boss would emerge who would drop a legendary item upon its death. No one could have ever imagined that it was the release of a new expansion. The general outlook of the situation was fairly positive. Even if these skeletons slaughtered villages and towns, there was no way they could make their way into a city, right? Everyone was oblivious to this approaching calamity. Even if someone reported these skeletons had attacked a city, no one would believe them. When word got out, Hilderlock had already dispatched an extermination force composed of 2,000 level 160 elite guards to deal with the skeletons. The general populace nearly couldn't contain their excitement any longer. With the guards taking action, the players believed the skeletons would be wiped out in a flash. All the large teams in Hilderlock mobilized into action and followed behind the extermination force, hoping to fish some benefits. Close to 1 million players in Hilderlock set off for the east. They had no idea they were heading straight to their deaths. Nie Yan arrived at the base of the Braki stronghold. Like a spider, he crawled up the walls and snuck inside, finding himself in the residential district. Surveying around, the streets were teeming with skeletons. Many were elites or even lords. One could imagine how terrifying it would be if they were to surround you. Nie Yan employed the techniques of a shadow dancer to stealthily move around the residential district. Nie Yan eventually arrived outside a 2-story building. He kicked off a nearby wall and leapt up onto the roof. Breaking into a sprint, he bounded 6 meters through the air and clung onto the side of a wall. He then started clambering his way up. With his high dexterity and jumping, the buildings, walls, and other structures inside the stronghold posed no obstacle to him. Surveying the surroundings from a high vantage point, Nie Yan noticed a stone shrine in the distance. It was quite imposing with its sinister, ashen-colored walls. Nie Yan didn't know why, but this shrine gave him an uneasy feeling. After hesitating for a moment, Nie Yan decided to go over there for a look. Nie Yan snuck past the skeletons and arrived outside the shrine. The entrance was sealed shut. The gates were 5 meters tall and made out of solid metal. It was impossible to pry them open. A group of skeletons were approaching from the distance. Nie Yan hurriedly ducked behind a corner. After not discovering anything, the skeletons departed, disappearing behind the end of the street. Nie Yan investigated the outside of the tower. Looking up, he spotted a hatchway on the roof. I wonder if I can get in from there. He leapt onto the roof and made his way over. Letting himself in, he found himself inside an attic filled with junk. Nie Yan was about to leave, when something in the room caught his eye. Walking over, he rummaged through the boxes and fished out a necklace. It emanated a powerful aura of darkness. Quite old, Nie Yan examined the necklace. Necromancer Vorderman's lost necklace. Properties, unknown. This mysterious necklace had no properties. Appraisal didn't seem to work on it either. Nie Yan thought for a moment and decided to store it away in his bag for now. After finding nothing else in the attic, Nie Yan continued down the stairs into a wide and spacious hall. Letting his gaze wander, his footsteps froze. First it looked like a giant mess of bones, then his mind processed the wings spanning half the room and its 26-meter-high frame. A bone dragon. It stood completely still, like an unmoving statue. This bone dragon dwarfed the Darkwing dragon in size. If the two were to stand side by side, the Darkwing dragon would reach up only to its abdomen. So terrifying. I can't imagine what it'll be like if it's revived. Nie Yan inspected the bone dragon with transcendent insight. It was a level 160 demonic lord. My god. How is anyone supposed to deal with that? Demonic lords were frightening existences. Thankfully, they were very rare. Nie Yan had only ever encountered one in his past life. It was a behemoth, but he had been killed before he could even get a good look at its appearance. Nie Yan vaguely recalled there being such a bone dragon in the previous timeline. If he wasn't mistaken, Carsey personally slew it. It seems like players aren't a match for this bone dragon. We can only leave it to an NPC. Investigating around, Nie Yan spotted multiple Lord-class skeleton kings roaming around. At the front of the room stood a figure in a black cloak muttering some kind of incantation. Is that necromancer Vorderman? In the ancient record books, Vorderman was described as an incredibly powerful necromancer. This kind of NPC who could shape the history of the continent was definitely a frightening existence. Nie Yan didn't dare to approach any closer. If Vorderman discovered him, even he feared he might not get out alive. All magisters had a method that could render unknown transfer scrolls useless. Nie Yan was even less willing to take a risk against a legendary necromancer like Vorderman. Don't tell me I'll have to back away, just like that. Nie Yan felt a bit reluctant. He had already come all the way here. Going back without anything to show for it was a bit depressing. Nie Yan suddenly thought of the shadow clone skill. Its stats were even higher than his. But more importantly, even if it died, there would be no loss for him. Nie Yan pulled up his skill window and summoned his shadow clone. A silhouette appeared before Nie Yan. Its appearance was identical to his own, almost as if they had come from the same mold. It had 30% higher stats than him with all his skills and equipment. He could use it to carry out work that was too risky for him to do himself. Nie Yan had the shadow clone enter stealth and slowly approach Vorderman from behind. Noticing several skeleton kings coming over, Nie Yan had the shadow clone activate the pygmy ring and shrink down to a third of its original size. The skeleton kings patrolled around, unaware of the shadow clone passing between their legs. Time ticked away. Nie Yan carefully controlled the shadow clone from his hiding spot. Although it had a large variety of skills in its arsenal, it could only use a few of them by itself. If it encountered a monster, the most it could do were the basics: buff itself, debuff the enemy, and robotically swing its weapon. At least with him controlling it, its execution of skills would be far less restricted. The shadow clone inched closer and closer to Vorderman. The two were only 20 meters apart. Vorderman was chanting out an incantation. He was completely focused, unaware of the shadow clone's presence. Nie Yan raised his eyebrows in surprise. Vorderman appeared to be carrying out a ritual to revive the bone dragon. Nie Yan had the shadow clone continue approaching closer. Even at 10 meters, Vorderman didn't appear to have noticed anything. Transcendent Insight. Vorderman. Level. Titles: Legendary Necromancer. Necromancer Vorderman's level was too high. The shadow clone had no way of seeing through it. Even if the shadow clone were to ambush Vorderman, killing him was an impossible task. If Vorderman finished up with the ritual, the shadow clone would definitely be a goner. So, time was of the essence. Nie Yan had the shadow clone circle around Vorderman. Various magical items were scattered on the ground. He collected a few of them to serve as evidence, including a bone fragment used in the ritual for summoning the bone dragon. After obtaining these items, Nie Yan had the shadow clone retreat. It passed within 5 meters of Vorderman. Seeing Vorderman still completely oblivious to the shadow clone's presence, a dangerous thought popped into Nie Yan's mind. I should try stealing from Vorderman. The shadow clone slowly inched closer to Vorderman. The distance between the two was getting shorter and shorter. Nie Yan held his breath as his heartbeat raced. He prayed Vorderman wouldn't wake up. The shadow clone finally arrived within arm's length of Vorderman. Nie Yan had the shadow clone extend its hand and use steel. Steel failed. Damn it. Nie Yan's heart tightened. Seeing Vorderman still chanting away and oblivious to the shadow clone, only then did his heart calm down. Ever since steel reached rank 16, it had rarely ever failed. Nie Yan could steal from any monster, regardless of their level. Vorderman was the first NPC at too high of a level for steel to always be a success. Let's try again. Nie Yan had the shadow clone use steel again. Steel successful. You have obtained a sable dragon core. Nie Yan raised an eyebrow. This was the first time he saw a sable dragon core. He was curious if it was the same as a life core, or something else altogether. Vorderman still showed no signs of reaction, with only the bone dragon's awakening in its eyes. This guy sure is way too focused when chanting. Alright then, I won't hold back. After using steel several more times, Nie Yan obtained 3 sable dragon cores and 1 synthesis gem. Nie Yan was laser focused while having the shadow clone steal from Vorderman. The slightest slip up wouldn't just cost him the shadow clone but possibly his own life as well. At this moment, Vorderman opened his eyes. His eye sockets flared with ferocious crimson flames. Nie Yan's heart tightened. Crap, he's awake. He hurriedly had the shadow clone activate Gale Step and flee into the distance. Nie Yan retreated in the opposite direction, slipping into the dark shadows of a corner. Before long, the silhouettes of the shadow clone and Vorderman were no longer in view. Not even 30 seconds later, he received a notification of the shadow clone's death. Damn, what a frightening NPC. Nie Yan activated a return scroll and disappeared with a flash of light. When he opened his eyes again, he was already back in Hilderlock. He reviewed the Shadow clone's last moments before death. Vorderman had instantly crushed it to death with Shadow Tangle. Wow, so ruthless, so fast. Nie Yan checked his harvests. 2 of the Sable Dragon cores were rank 8 and the other was rank 9. They were life cores. Seeing these 3 items, he faintly smiled. The Darkwing Dragon had really lucked out this time around. With their aid, it could break through to rank 8 and possibly even rank 9. After consuming a large quantity of life cores, the Darkwing Dragon would fall asleep for at least half a month. Since Nie Yan would be needing it in the near future, he could only set these Sable Dragon cores aside for now. Apart from this, there was also the synthesis gem. With either the help of a jewel crafter or Pandora's box, it could be used to combine 3 accessories together. The only restriction was that they had to be of the same type. For example, you could only merge rings with rings or necklaces with necklaces. Nie Yan immediately thought of the several special rings in his bag. Since he only had 2 ring slots, he had to keep switching them out every time he needed to use their abilities. It was extremely inconvenient. Sometimes when he encountered an emergency, there was no time to swap to the ring he needed. With this synthesis gem, he could combine the Crawler ring, Silk Spinner ring, and Leaper ring together and never again have that problem. Thinking to this point, Nie Yan took out Pandora's box. After placing the Crawler ring, Silk Spinner ring, Leaper ring, and the synthesis gem inside, he hit confirm and watched the magic happen. With a flash of dazzling light, the 4 items merged together into an exquisite, silver-white ring. It had a lifelike carving of a spider on the face with web-like engravings covering the band. Please name this item. Nie Yan thought for a moment. Let's just call it the Web Crawler ring. Naming successful. Nie Yan equipped the Web Crawler ring. After making his way to the battle-crazed Alliance Guild headquarters, Nie Yan met up with Kill Love and talked about the current state of affairs in Hilderlock. If the vengeance of the undead event wasn't handled properly, battle-crazed Alliance was in danger of being destroyed. The funds promised to him last time by Nie Yan were already in Kill Love's account. He'd immediately started fortifying the defenses of all his strongholds as agreed upon. But only now did he understand the gravity of the situation. Not daring to dally, he started using his influence to stop the players in Hilderlock from setting off towards the east. Even though he couldn't stop everyone, he still managed to dissuade some of them. After settling all the matters in Hilderlock, Nie Yan teleported back to Kalor. Guo Wai already knew the rough situation. He spared no efforts in setting up defenses. Nie Yan asked about a few specifics. It appeared Guo Wai was handling everything fairly well. Nie Yan's next stop was the Elder Council. Right now only by relying on the strength of the NPCs could the vengeance of the undead event be dealt with. 2 level 180 guards clad in dark gold armor stood outside the entrance of the Elder Council. These 2 guards were both sword saints. Few players dared to come here in the previous timeline. Anyone who tried to force their way inside would meet with tragedy. Back then, a master class player tried taking these 2 guards on. Even though their level was above 180, they still got beaten black and blue. If you didn't have a high rank title, you might not even have the qualifications to speak to these guards. Nie Yan was fairly special. Be it his Grand Scholar, Luminous Dancer, or Advanced Devil Slayer titles, all of them allowed him to speak to them. Seeing Nie Yan walking over, the 2 sword saints stopped him. What business do you have here, Sir Nirvana Flame? One of the sword saints asked. He looked to be in his 40s with a well-groomed beard. I'd like to request to meet with the Elder Council, Nie Yan stated his intentions. Please hold for a moment. I'll report your arrival. The sword saint headed inside. Time slowly ticked away. Yet there was no reply from inside. Nie Yan started getting anxious. Another 15 minutes passed before the sword saint finally came out. He shook his head. Elder Redwin said the Elder Council is currently holding a meeting. They won't be seeing anyone. You can come back some other time. If the matter is urgent, I can pass it on for you. Nie Yan had a vague impression of Elder Redwin. He was a duke with an esteemed status in the Viridian Empire. At the same time, he was well known for being petty and rude. His reputation among players was terrible. Thinking about having to pass on this information to someone like that, even if they had the title of Elder, he couldn't help but feel somewhat depressed. Nie Yan shook his head. No, it's fine. Nie Yan stared at the building in front of him. Even though the entrance was right there, he had no way of entering inside. The Elder Council was truly haughty. Nie Yan was deeply troubled. As he was mulling over this issue, a figure suddenly popped into his mind, Karsi of the Temple of Light. Karsi's position in the Viridian Empire was fairly exalted. If he knew about the revival of Necromancer Vorderman, he could and would directly meet with the Elder Council. Thinking to this point, Nie Yan headed toward the Temple of Light. After entering the building, he found Karsi in the same place as before. Your Holiness, Karsi, it's good to see you again, Nie Yan greeted. Hello, Nirvana Flame. You look troubled. How can I help you? Karsi asked in a kind tone. He didn't have any trace of arrogance. I've come to report some worrying news. Nie Yan explained in detail his discovery at the Braki stronghold as well as what he believed Necromancer Vorderman was planning to do. He also brought out the evidence he previously collected. Necromancer Vorderman. That vile thing. I didn't expect him to revive again. I'll take you to the Elder Council. Come with me, Karsi said. The 2 left the Temple of Light and hurried over to the Elder Council. Nie Yan followed behind Karsi and arrived outside the entrance of the Elder Council. After seeing Karsi, the 2 sword saints didn't dare to get in the way and directly let them in. Nie Yan got a first-hand taste of the difference in status. His position was already quite high in the Viridian Empire. But it still wasn't enough to allow him to directly barge into the Elder Council. After passing through numerous winding corridors, the two arrived in the main hall of the Elder Council. Nie Yan finally stood face to face with the 7 people with the most authority in the Viridian Empire. Seated in the highest position was the legendary Jebbia the Great. Jebbia the Great was a wizened old man with a hale and hearty complexion. Donned in silver-white robes, he appeared all the more dignified. He was, as were the other 6 elders, in their late 60s and early 70s. Nie Yan's gaze fell on an elder with a hook-shaped nose and sharp, hawk-like eyes. This shifty-looking fellow was precisely Elder Redman, who was widely known among players in the previous timeline, albeit not for anything good. Karsi placed his hand over his chest and bowed. I pay my respects, Jebbia the Great. Karsi. Jebbia the Great nodded with a faint smile. What brings you here, my old friend? I've come here bearing bad news. Necromancer Vorderman has revived again. He already started raising his undead army in the east of Heiderloch. If we don't stop him now, a disaster will befall our entire empire. Karsi turned to Nie Yan and had him report his findings. After listening to Nie Yan's words, Jebbia the Great sank into deep thought. Nie Yan gazed at this legendary figure in front of him. Jebbia the Great rarely ever revealed himself to the public eye. Even when Vorderman's undead army threatened to engulf the Viridian and Satrine empires in the previous timeline, he never made an appearance. However, at that time, there was never a need for him to take action. The temple's Paladin Legion and several legendary NPCs were enough to control the situation. Nie Yan started contemplating. Qin Han was basically digging his own grave. The vengeance of the undead was only a small expansion. Even if it propelled him to the forefront for a short period of time, it would be impossible for him to destroy the Viridian and Satrine empires. Just what was he scheming? If he were in Qin Han's shoes, he would preserve his own strength. Then in a kamikaze-style attack, he would lead the skeleton army into wiping out Asskickers United. Neither side would come out the victor, as both sides would have lost everything. Like this, even if he deleted his account and restarted from scratch, it would be worth it. If this really was Qin Han's plan, that was all the more reason Nie Yan couldn't allow him to succeed. I sensed a powerful darkness energy to the east of Hilderloch when I was making a prophecy. That's why I went over there to investigate, Nie Yan said, taking the opportunity to mention his great prophecy skill. Prophecy. Jebbia the Great finally took notice of Nie Yan's Grand Scholar title. You said you discovered Necromancer Vorderman in Hilderloch. Do you have any evidence to back up your claims? Elder Redwin asked. He was trying to cast doubt on Nie Yan. This hateful old coot. Nie Yan cursed Elder Redwin in his heart. However, his expression didn't change. He took out the evidence he collected in the Brockie stronghold, including the necklace. These items all radiated a powerful dark energy. These items indeed linked to Necromancer Vorderman, but they don't prove anything. You can just as well be spouting nonsense for a moment of fame, Elder Redwin said. He clearly had it out for Nie Yan since the moment he showed up outside the Elder Council. Nie Yan knitted his brows. There were many unlikable NPCs in conviction. However, Elder Redwin definitely stood at the top. If Nie Yan's status were high enough, he could completely disregard these hateful NPCs. Everyone stared at Jebbia the Great, awaiting his decision. Jebbia the Great pondered for a moment, then said, Nirvana Flame, thank you for bringing this information to our attention. You should go back first. We'll look over the matter, and only then make a decision. Nie Yan nodded. He expected as much from these NPCs. This was only him giving a warning. Later on, when the vengeance of the undead event truly began, they would think back to his words. Then I'll be taking my leave. May the glory of light eternally be with you, Jebbia the Great. Nie Yan bowed, then turned around and left. Leaving the hall, Nie Yan happened to catch a glimpse of Elder Redwin's mocking smile. Nie Yan's heart sank. Karsi also bid farewell to the elders, then followed Nie Yan out. Don't be discouraged. Jebbia the Great will seriously look over this matter, Karsi comforted. Seeing Karsi's warm smile, this was the first time Nie Yan felt like an NPC was alive. However, there was still a big difference between NPCs and players. Unlike players who could speak freely, their dialogue always followed along a certain script. Thank you. Nie Yan nodded. After bidding farewell to Nie Yan, Karsi headed back to the Temple of Light. Seeing Karsi's back disappear behind the corner of a street, Nie Yan couldn't help but anticipate the day when he could have this legendary holy magister serve at his side as a servant. Too bad this wasn't possible for the time being. Nie Yan estimated he would have to wait until Asskickers United had at least 50 or 60 master class players to make this dream a reality. Nie Yan headed to his personal storage. It was about time to do some spring cleaning, and he needed to make his move as well. Guo Wai, assemble all the flying mounts for me, Nie Yan said. Most of the new flying mounts in Asskickers United had already recovered from their injuries by now. It was time to feed them life cores and raise their ranks. Nie Yan tidied up his personal storage until he eventually received word from Guo Wai that the flying mounts were all gathered in the square in front of the guild headquarters. Putting the life cores in his bag, he headed for the crypt stronghold. Outside the guild headquarters was a sealed-off training ground. It had room for 6,000 players. At this moment, there were 200 players gathered here. Half of them were flying mount riders while the rest were just here to see what was going on. Seeing Nie Yan walking over, everyone came up to greet him. Boss. Hello, boss. Nie Yan nodded back. They were all wondering why Nie Yan had called them here. Did he have some sort of task for them? Summon your flying mounts, Nie Yan said. After hearing Nie Yan's order, the players spread out and summoned their flying mounts. More than 100 flying mounts instantly emerged on the training ground. The onlookers gasped as their hearts trembled in shock. This was Asskickers United's Air Force. Although it couldn't compare to Angel Corps, after all, the other side had a head start, it was still quite formidable. Nie Yan started distributing life cores to the riders based on the element of their flying mounts. Life cores. Boss, just where did you get all these? A player asked in shock. Everyone stared at Nie Yan, eager to hear the answer. I got them while I was doing my class advancement quest in the ancient world, Nie Yan replied. This information was no secret. Even if other guilds knew he had obtained life cores in the ancient world, there was no way they could assemble an expedition team and set out there. So, he didn't see any harm in revealing the origin of these life cores. Each rider received 6 life cores. Everyone was a bit dazed. This was their first time seeing so many life cores. Nie Yan glanced at his bag. These life cores were only the tip of the iceberg, not to mention they were all rank 4 or lower. The rank 5 and 6 ones were still all there. He planned to hand them out when there were more high-rank flying mounts in the future. For now, these low-ranked ones would do, and he still had more than 1,000 of them even after giving away so many. Don't feed your flying mounts everything at once. That way they won't take too long sleeping digesting it, Nie Yan advised. Understood. The riders started feeding their flying mounts. They chose the lowest rank life cores first, feeding them one at a time. Nie Yan also fed the Darkwing Dragon a few low-rank life cores. He didn't dare to feed it the Sable Dragon cores for the time being since the energy inside them was too great. If it couldn't digest them immediately, it would fall asleep and enter a dormant state, during which the Darkwing Dragon would be completely out of commission. Nie Yan received a report from the 100 Thieves. He had sent them over to Hilderlock to monitor the progress of the Vengeance of the Undead event. The undead were multiplying at a shocking rate. At present, Chin Han had at least 160,000 skeletons. An army of this size was already extremely frightening. If it was allowed to run rampant, things would spin out of control. What left Nie Yan feeling a bit depressed was that Xie Yao and all of them were currently in the middle of their class advancement quests. He had some of the strongest players in the game on his side, yet none of them could help him right now. If only he could go to Hilderlock with them to grind skeletons and put a halt to Chin Han's wicked plans. Thinking about how he would be facing an endless horde of skeletons in the future, Nie Yan felt his scalp go numb. Just what can I do to deal with those skeletons? Nie Yan racked his brains. He really was out of ideas. He could only have the artisans in his guild prepare some light-type scrolls, accessories, potions, and other items. Light was the bane of all undead. He suddenly recalled he could still recruit 30 paladins from the Temple of Light for his own personal use. The paladins there were all fairly powerful, 30 could already be considered a formidable force, especially when it came to taking care of monsters like skeletons. The light element dealt 200% damage to undead. These things were far from enough to deal with the skeleton army though. Nie Yan could only slowly think of more ways later on. Nie Yan headed for the Temple of Light. He planned to see just what kind of paladins he could recruit. On the way there, he received a message from Tang Yao. I finished my class advancement. Nie Yan blanked for a moment before his face lit up with joy. You're a magister now. Yeah, Tang Yao nodded. Nie Yan didn't expect Tang Yao to finish his class advancement so quickly. He had come out much earlier than the others. It appeared his quest went pretty smoothly. That's amazing news, Nie Yan excitedly said. The addition of a magister would greatly help them in dealing with the skeleton army. Nie Yan recalled no master class players had appeared yet when the Vengeance of the Undead event happened in the previous timeline. Back then, even the highest level players were only around level 80 to 90. This was why the level 100 skeletons had seemed near impossible to deal with. Maybe we won't have to rely on the NPCs after all. If we can get a few more magisters, we'll have nothing to be afraid of. Magisters possessed astonishing destructive might. Every guild treated them as an important strategic resource worth nurturing. A lone magister taking on tens of thousands of enemies wasn't something out of a fantasy. If a magister were allowed to cast forbidden magic, they could easily wipe out entire armies. Most AoE forbidden magic had target circle radiuses of at least 250 meters. Some especially powerful ones even went up as high as 500 meters. Nie Yan had once witnessed a magister casting forbidden magic before in the previous timeline. At that time, he felt as if the sky were collapsing and the earth were being rent apart. However, forbidden magic generally required high-ranked catalysts such as grimoires and mana crystal essence to cast. Not to mention the cast time was ridiculously long, taking at least 30 seconds to 3 minutes. Some even consisted of 10-minute long chants. There was a direct correlation between the cast time and the power of the forbidden magic. Forbidden magic was easily interrupted, especially by lightning-fast thieves who were specialized in ambushes. So, taking thorough precautions was crucial before attempting to cast forbidden magic. Not long after Tang Yao became a magister, Xie Yao reported that she had successfully advanced to a holy magister as well and was preparing to learn her first forbidden magic from the mage tower. In terms of dealing with undead, holy magisters were much more powerful than ordinary magisters. Xie Yao had also finished earlier than expected. The several of them were incredibly powerful. So, it took them no time at all to wrap up their class advancement quests. Furthermore, they had brought back bountiful harvests with them. Like this, there were 3 master class players in the game, and all of them were from Asskickers United. Asskickers United had taken another step forward toward hegemony. With magisters, they could sweep through the entire Viridian Empire. News of Xie Yao and Tang Yao's successful advancement into magisters was first announced in the Mage Association before rapidly disseminating through the rest of the player base. Asskickers United's guild chat boiled over with excitement as everyone fervently discussed the magister class. No one knew how powerful it was exactly, so they could only leave it up to wild speculation, and Nie Yan naturally didn't spoil. The forums in every region of conviction were also blowing up. Magisters and shadow dancers had become the hottest topic. Many players couldn't help but wonder which was stronger between the two. Truthfully speaking, each class had their own strengths and weaknesses. If it were a 1 versus 1, the shadow dancer would definitely have the advantage. Their unrivaled speed and ambush ability allowed them to easily cut down a magister. However, most magisters wouldn't simply wait for death to come. Their combat prowess was also quite formidable. Every magister had a large number of blinks and teleports. If they were allowed even a little time to cast forbidden magic, let alone a single shadow dancer, even 100 would all lose their lives. Nie Yan browsed the forums. Many players were debating over which was stronger, a magister or shadow dancer. However, all their arguments were based on subjective opinions. After all, no one had truly witnessed the strength of the two classes yet, or else they would definitely be in the shock of their lives. After Tang Yao and Xie Yao finished their class advancements, Ass-Kickers United was bound to produce only more master class players. In the end, just how many would succeed in their class advancements? Nie Yan could only wait and see. Ass-Kickers United had about 160 players who were qualified to undergo their class advancements right now. Naturally, he didn't expect all of them to succeed. Sometimes, a bit of luck was required too. Every player who advanced to a master class, apart from being incredibly talented, was also blessed with a favorable environment that nurtured their growth. Those who didn't have such luck could only wait a few months to make a second attempt. The future appeared right within reach. When Xie Yao and Tang Yao finished learning their forbidden magic, Nie Yan planned to bring the two of them with him to clear some of the skeletons around the Brockie stronghold. Like this, they could hamper the progress of the Vengeance of the Undead event. Apart from Xie Yao and Tang Yao, before long, pieces of news spread out from the Warrior Association. A player called Lei Su had successfully advanced to a Sword Saint. This was the 4th master class player. Lei Su. Nie Yan furrowed his brows. He recalled Lei Su's achievements in the previous timeline, a famous character who always stayed within the top 3 of the warrior rankings. Previously, in the in-game gathering organized by the students of the top military academy, Lei Su had approached Painted Muslin and Scoundrel and asked to join Ass-Kickers United. However, Lei Su wanted to meet him first. Since he too focused on his class advancement quest in the ancient world, he ended up neglecting the matter. The revelation that Lei Su was a student in the top military academy was truly shocking. After leaving the ancient world, Nie Yan had tried sending a whisper to Lei Su. However, he didn't receive a reply. He believed the two of them would meet sooner or later. So, he initially didn't bother sending people to find Lei Su. However, he didn't expect that fellow to be so strong, advancing to a master class shortly after Tang Yao and Xie Yao. One had to understand, Tang Yao and Xie Yao were specially nurtured by Nie Yan himself. He had passed on the information he had seen about magisters online in the previous timeline to them, allowing their class advancement to progress much more smoothly. In contrast, Lei Su had relied completely on himself. This definitely earned Nie Yan's admiration. Lei Su had asked to join Ass-Kickers United. His achievements without a powerful backer were already this high. There was no way Nie Yan could allow a talent like this to be poached away by other guilds. He quickly had Guo Wai send out people to look for Lei Su. If Lei Su were found, Nie Yan would definitely invite him personally. Lei Su's advancement to a Sword Saint baffled players. Most players had never heard of his name before. Previously, he was nothing more than an obscure nobody. Now he was known throughout the entire game. Everyone was asking which guild he belonged to, only to be left dumbstruck when they discovered that he was guildless. On one hand, for a solo player without the backing of a guild to advance to a master class so quickly was incredibly impressive. One could imagine how skilled he was. On the other hand, it was hard to believe that someone like that had never been recruited into a guild. After Lei Su became a Sword Saint, various guilds mobilized into action trying to find him and recruit him into their ranks. Kalor, Plague Valley. The monsters that spawned in this map were at least level 120. Many were even as high as level 150. Among their ranks were many elites. Generally, only a 20-man team composed of level 100 or higher players would dare to enter this place. In the jungle down in the valley, a player clad in dark violet armor and wielding a great sword was passing through the trees, searching for his prey. The player was Lei Su. He had a tall and sturdy build, standing at around 185 centimeters tall. He was bulging with muscles, but they didn't appear bulky or restrictive. He was brimming with strength. Normally, Lei Suhei would bring his team with him to run dungeons. However, after becoming a Sword Saint, he wanted to test out his new power. So, he came to this place alone. This place was completely isolated from the rest of the world. He had no idea how much of a commotion his advancement to a Sword Saint had caused. Many guilds were searching for him, looking through every nook and cranny in every city. In addition, he turned off all communications. There was no way for anyone to contact him. While traversing through the jungle, Lei Su encountered many level 140 to 150 monsters. However, he easily cut them down. The incredible might of a Sword Saint left him endlessly excited. A giant mountain demon beast appeared off in the distance. It was wandering aimlessly among the trees. A level 130 lord. After pondering for a moment, Lei Su strapped his sword to his back and charged forward. The mountain demon was 5 meters tall and wielded a 3-meter long log as a club. Seeing Lei Su charging over, it swung the log down at him. Lei Su nimbly jumped away. Boom. The log left a large depression in the ground. Lei Su threw out a punch. Thwack. A powerful destructive force exploded out from his fist, ringing out like a clap of thunder. The mountain demon staggered several steps back before tripping on the ground. As it struggled back to its feet, Lei Su leapt into the air and ruthlessly struck the mountain demon in the chin with his knee, sending its body flying back. As the battle progressed, Lei Su became more and more accustomed to the strength of a sword saint. He was simply fighting with his fists, and this level 130 lord was nothing more than his punching bag. If he unsheathed the sword of Sanad from his back, the mountain demon would probably be beaten even more miserably. Lei Su landed on the ground behind the mountain demon and grabbed it by its horns. With a shoulder throw, he ruthlessly sent it crashing into a nearby tree. Sword saints couldn't compare to shadow dancers in speed. However, they were far more powerful in terms of raw strength. Their attacks were extremely astonishing. Several dozen equal-level great berserkers wouldn't necessarily be a match for a sword saint. About 5 minutes later, the mountain demon couldn't handle the abuse any longer and heavily collapsed to the ground. I didn't expect the battle to end so quickly. Lei Su was astonished by his strength. After taking a ready stance, he threw a punch into the air. The power radiating from his fist caused a loud explosion to ring out through the air. So powerful. If this fist were to hit a player, they would probably die instantly. Lei Su unstrapped the sword of Sanad from his back, then slashed down with his blade, sending a crescent-shaped sword beam flying out. Boom. A 6-meter-wide wound was carved into the earth. He was starting to comprehend the mysteries of a sword saint. Lei Su caressed the blade of his sword. At present, there were only 4 master-class players in the entire Viridian Empire, of which the only 2 melee-class players were him and Nie Yan. He wondered how far Nie Yan's strength reached. Who was stronger between the two of them? His eyes lit up with anticipation. Nirvana flame, let's see who'll come out on top. While numerous guilds were frantically searching for Lei Su had his people make an announcement. Anyone who wanted him to join their guild would have to first beat him in the arena. All of a sudden, the guilds felt like a bucket of ice water had been dumped on their heads. None of them had even a single master-class player right now. How were they supposed to challenge Lei Su? Quite full of himself, huh? But I guess he has the bite to back up his bark, Nie Yan remarked after seeing Lei Su's announcement. At present, the number of people capable of rivaling him could be counted on his fingers. Nie Yan dispatched people to get in touch with Lei Su. He also wanted to see how strong Lei Su had become after advancing to a sword saint. Nie Yan had nothing to take care of for now, so he decided to make a trip to the crypt's stronghold and meet up with Xie Yao. Xie Yao stood outside the entrance of the guild headquarters. Seeing Nie Yan approaching, she immediately went up to greet him. A white radiance enveloped Xie Yao, who radiated a powerful holy power. The gentle light contrasted with her fair face, making her appear even more lovely. Seeing Xie Yao's angelic-like appearance, Nie Yan's heart trembled. Walking up to Xie Yao's side, Nie Yan felt a holy aura wash over him. At this moment, she already had 7 pieces of legendary equipment and had just advanced to a holy magister. He couldn't help but wonder how strong she had become. Where's Tang Yao? Nie Yan asked. He went to get some things from his personal storage. He'll be back in a minute, Xie Yao replied. She gazed at Nie Yan with her bright eyes, her expression filled with warmth. After a while, Tang Yao hurried over from around the street corner. Sorry, I'm late. Tang Yao scratched his head, still catching his breath. Nie Yan glanced at the arcane fairy floating by Tang Yao's side. Blub blub blub. It was, like always, blowing out bubbles and pulsing out waves of mana into the surroundings. Wow, your arcane fairy is rank 6. Nie Yan asked in surprise. He could clearly feel that the aura surrounding the arcane fairy was much stronger than before. It had also grown bigger. Hehe. Yeah. Rank 6.5. Tang Yao rubbed his nose. Nie Yan's heart shook. A rank 6 arcane fairy was already quite powerful. Evolving it was incredibly difficult, to the extent that filling its experience bar by just 1% required a ridiculous sum of experience. However, according to rumors, someone in the previous timeline had raised their arcane fairy to rank 6.5. Though there wasn't a big boost to its stats, it gained the spirit transcendence property, allowing its owner to learn an extra 2 forbidden spells compared to ordinary magisters. Magisters could only learn 3 forbidden spells, of which only one could be a massive area offensive spell. This was already quite amazing. However, the rank 6.5 arcane fairy broke through this limit, allowing a magister to learn 5 forbidden spells, of which 2 could be massive area offensive spells. Forbidden spells had extremely long cooldown times, 10 days being on the shorter end and a month on the longer. Some especially powerful ones even had cooldowns of up to 2 months. One could imagine the significance of having an extra 2 forbidden spells at hand. Not bad, your arcane fairy is ranking up pretty fast. Do your best to get it to rank 7, Nie Yan said with a voice full of pride and motivation. Tang Yao was definitely the fastest to train his arcane fairy up to rank 6.5 in both the previous and present timelines. Maybe in the future, it would reach rank 7. No one knew what a rank 7 arcane fairy was like. Even for most magisters, it was an existence equivalent to a divine grade item. Yeah. It's getting harder and harder to raise its rank. Not to mention rank 6 to 7 is a huge bottleneck. I did some calculations in my head. It'll take me close to a year to evolve it to rank 7, Tang Yao said. His knowledge of raising an arcane fairy definitely far surpassed that of any other player. Tang Yao had become deeply attached to his arcane fairy, pouring blood, sweat, and tears into raising it, much unlike other players who treated their arcane fairies merely as tools. Perhaps this was why his arcane fairy had ranked up so quickly. Let's go hunt some skeletons. I'm betting Blade Light, Sun, and the others will be done with their class advancement quests in a few more days, Nie Yan said. In the near future, Ass Kickers United would have a huge influx of master class players. Xie Yao and Tang Yao were already aware of the situation with Necromancer Vorderman. They understood the severity of the situation. Qin Han's skeleton army was rapidly expanding. They were no longer satisfied with merely attacking villages and towns and had started attacking leveling spots and dungeons with high concentrations of players and even some small cities. Their growth was gradually getting out of control. Some skeletons had even entered the borders of Kalor territory. Nie Yan planned to kill as many as he could. Ass Kickers United had already fortified their strongholds in preparation for the invasion of the undead. Taking on the skeleton army head-on was a foolish idea. They could only wait for the Viridian Empire and Temple of Light to dispatch their troops to deal with the situation. Borrowing the help of the NPCs to eliminate Necromancer Vorderman was the wisest choice. Nie Yan's only goal was to preserve as much of his strength as possible during this vengeance of the undead event. As the three teleported to Hilderlock, Nie Yan suddenly recalled something. Follow me. We're making a small detour. Nie Yan led Xie Yao and Tang Yao to the Temple of Light in Hilderlock. After arriving outside the entrance, both Tang Yao and Xie Yao were baffled. What did Nie Yan bring them here for? The three of them walked into the Temple of Light. Seeing Nie Yan, an NPC in white robes walked up to greet him. Greetings, Sir Luminous Dancer. The NPC was extremely respectful, behaving like how a subordinate would treat a superior. Hearing how the NPC addressed Nie Yan, Xie Yao and Tang Yao were shocked. Nie Yan was a luminous dancer, meaning he was special even among shadow dancers. I need some help. Nie Yan voiced his intentions of wanting to recruit paladins. Yes, right away. Here is the list of paladins you can recruit from the Temple of Light. Please take a look. A window with the names of 800 paladins popped up in front of Nie Yan. As a luminous dancer, he had the authority to recruit 30 paladins to do his bidding. Naturally, after their task was over, he would have to pay out some compensation. However, it was quite cheap considering he would only have to fork out a few thousand gold to recruit them for several days. Nie Yan glanced over the stats of the paladins. Most of them were level 120 plus. Some were even as strong as level 150. They were all powerful elites in the service of the temple. Nie Yan recruited 16 level 150 paladins while the remaining were all level 140 plus. After a while, a group of paladins entered the hall of the Temple of Light. The 30 of them lined up in rows of 6 and columns of 5. They were all clad in identical silver-white armor. Their movements were in sync, like a small corps that had trained together. Their equipment was excellent. Each of them had 20,000 to 30,000 health. They certainly looked like a formidable force. Sir Luminous Dancer, we're willing to serve. May the light be with you. The eyes of these paladins burned with zealous fervor. They had absolute faith in Nie Yan and respected his will. They would carry out any command he gave them, including committing suicide. Seeing so many paladins, Tang Yao's jaws dropped. He turned to Nie Yan with a look of shock and asked, are all these guys your mercenaries? Damn. Recruiting 30 of them at once, and they're all level 140 to 150 elites. This is crazy. Yep, they look pretty strong. We just don't know how effective they'll be when we're clearing the skeletons. Nie Yan glanced at the paladins. All of them were tall and bulking, and their equipment was orderly. Tang Yao thought for a moment. Ever since he started the game, Nie Yan had given him surprise after surprise. As time passed by, he grew stronger and stronger. However, he realized he still couldn't see through Nie Yan's true strength. He faintly smiled. You never fail to throw me for a loop. Xie Yao quietly stood beside Nie Yan. Seeing Tang Yao's astonished expression, she faintly smiled. She had long since gotten used to this. Nie Yan, Xie Yao, and Tang Yao left the Temple of Light with the recruited paladins in tow. Nie Yan glanced at the paladin corps following behind him as he walked through the streets of Hilderlock. They really were too eye-catching. Unlike his divine recruitment, the NPCs recruited from the Temple of Light couldn't be recalled. Though these paladins couldn't avoid the sights of players, they could. Nie Yan had the 30 paladins clear the path forward. Meanwhile, he, Xie Yao, and Tang Yao put on their cloaks and followed from behind. These 30 paladins immediately attracted the attention of the players on the streets. A group of paladins like this appearing in Hilderlock was definitely shocking. Do you think the Temple of Light dispatched them to deal with the skeletons? Maybe. It's definitely possible. The players discussed fervently. They didn't notice Nie Yan, Xie Yao, and Tang Yao following behind the paladins at all. Nie Yan discovered some suspicious people trailing the paladins. They were players from God Executioner Sword. Qin Han's side had definitely become aware of these paladins. They would surely make a move. However, Nie Yan wasn't worried. Even if they were surrounded after stepping out of the city, with 2 magisters here, there was nothing to be afraid of. Tang Yao and Xie Yao could easily wipe them out with a simple spell. Not to mention Hilderlock wasn't only the territory of God Executioner Sword. If a fight broke out, battle-crazed alliance could come to their aid at any time. The 30 paladins headed out of Hilderlock, then set out for the east. At this moment, the territory around Hilderlock had already become a barren filled with the undead. There were skeletons roaming everywhere. Many players didn't dare to step out of the city and had already left for elsewhere to level. So, recently the number of players hanging around in the region had plummeted. It was bleak and desolate. Nie Yan, Xie Yao, and Tang Yao followed the paladins outside the city. Before long, a large number of skeletons emerged from a hillside in the distance. They stretched out as far as the eye could see, surging forward like an unending tide. Looks like God Executioner Sword sent out these skeletons after locking down our positions. These guys really move quick. Nie Yan turned to Xie Yao and Tang Yao, you guys are up. With so many skeletons, we'll get to grind to our heart's content. Xie Yao nodded. Don't worry. They can send as many as they want, we'll kill them all. I was looking for a decent place to do some leveling anyway. Tang Yao excitedly said. Gripping his staff, he prepared to start. The sea of skeletons swarmed toward Nie Yan, Tang Yao, Xie Yao, and the 30 paladins. Quickly skimming over the surroundings, Nie Yan spotted several large boulders nearby. They were 5 meters high and scattered all over the area. These overhanging boulders were obstacles the skeletons would have a hard time getting over. For the clumsy undead skeletons, climbing was an incredibly difficult task. By relying on these boulders, they could provide themselves with some safety from the relentless onslaught of the skeletons. Let's go over there, Nie Yan said. He dashed toward one of the boulders. Both Tang Yao and Xie Yao used a blink skill to teleport after Nie Yan. The 30 paladins followed behind them. One of the biggest factors that set apart magisters from great mages was that the cooldowns and cast times for their ordinary skills were greatly reduced. Teleport skills like blink would have their cooldowns reduced from 50 to 20 seconds. So, they could be used much more frequently. Tang Yao and Xie Yao quickly reached the boulders. Nie Yan had the 30 paladins get into position. After chanting out an incantation, he summoned Lil Gold. He didn't need Paladin Lofus for the time being. The strength of their current force was enough. At this moment, the mob of skeletons swarmed over from all around. Nie Yan and the others were completely surrounded. If ordinary players were to encounter this kind of situation, they would likely pass out from fear, an endless sea of skeletons, cackling violently, ready to make you one of them. Even a powerful team of first-rate player would eventually be overwhelmed and swallowed up. The silhouettes of several dozen thieves appeared on top of a hill in the far distance. Leading them was a thief in silver-gray leather armor. They were players of God Executioner Sword. Unfettered, that's the golden dragon of Nirvana Flame. Those paladins are with him too. A thief cried out after seeing Lil Gold emerge on the battlefield. Nirvana Flame. Unfettered's heart trembled. As he looked closer, he saw the 30 paladins standing in front of Nie Yan and 2 others, forming a human wall. Who are those 2 beside him? I think that's young Sparrowhawk to his left and the other should be Yao Yao. An arcane magister and a holy magister, a player replied. After confirming this, Unfettered immediately reported the information back to Chin Han. Their group continued observing the battle. No matter how strong they are, I refuse to believe they can stand up against tens of thousands of skeletons. Unfettered said. From his point of view, their skeleton army was invincible. It had wiped out everything in its path and had yet to meet any real resistance. Even some of the more powerful villages and towns still ended up being buried under the sea of skeletons and transformed into ruins. In contrast, Nirvana Flame's side only had 3 players and 30 level 140 to 150 elites. The thieves from God Executioner Sword observed from the sidelines. Looking up ahead, they saw multitudes of skeletons converging on Nie Yan's group. They had expressions of schadenfreude on their faces. They wanted to see if Nie Yan would end up just like those countless other experts before him, consumed by the sea of bones. The skeletons closed in on Nie Yan's group. There was roughly 70 meters between them. The skeletons had already entered Xie Yao and Tang Yao's attack range. After becoming magisters, their base attack ranges had reached 80 to 90 meters. Combined with the bonuses from their equipment, their attack ranges surpassed 100 meters. Nie Yan, should I start? Tang Yao asked. Nie Yan nodded. Xie Yao, hold on for a moment. Let Tang Yao go first. Nie Yan glanced at Tang Yao and Xie Yao's stats. With the bonuses from the rank 6.5 Arcane Fairy, Tang Yao's mana pool had already reached 120,000, far more than ordinary level 100 great mages or even most magisters. Having 40,000 mana was already quite astonishing. Xie Yao's mana was roughly half that of Tang Yao's at 60,000 mana. However, her magic power was 20% higher than Tang Yao's. Each had their own strengths and weaknesses. Before the skeletons got any closer and started attacking them, having Tang Yao thin out their numbers would be the best choice. At the same time, Xie Yao could conserve her mana. Xie Yao waved her staff, casting the mana surplus spell on herself. After activating this spell, when her mana bar was full, it would continue to accumulate at the rate of her mana regeneration up to 30,000 mana and last for up to 3 hours. This was also one of the ways to increase her mana. Seeing the skeleton swarming over, Tang Yao's eyes lit up with excitement. I finally get to test out the strength of a magister. Flame wall. Flame wall. Flame wall. Raging flame walls erupted in the distance. The first flame wall emerged 30 meters away, then gradually started expanding. Every 5 meters another flame wall would appear until Tang Yao had cast a total of 7. The first wave of skeletons made contact with the first layer of fire. As they passed through the raging flames, a string of damage values displaying 10,000 floated up above their heads. They braved through the first flame wall, only to meet with the second, then the third, and so on. After passing through 5 flame walls, the ordinary skeletons collapsed into pieces. The elites managed to survive through the flame walls. However, they were few and far between. Even then, they still had to face the assault of 30 paladins. Before they could even take several steps, they were purified by holy light. The flame walls continued burning for roughly 3 minutes. Tang Yao quickly brandished his staff, erecting flame wall after flame wall, transforming the surroundings into a sea of fire. More and more skeletons collapsed into piles of bone fragments under the flame walls. These remains were quickly purified by Battle Angel Kalena. Time ticked away. No matter how many skeletons swarmed over, they were still transformed into ash all the same. Seeing this scene from atop the hillside, the thieves from God Executioner Sword were dumbstruck. They glanced at each other in dismay. These flame walls were too fierce. How was this possible? Seeing the skeletons getting wiped out wave after wave without getting any closer, they started losing confidence. Would these skeletons really be able to kill Nie Yan's group? I refuse to believe they can keep this up forever. They'll have to run out of mana sometime. Unfettered said. Flame Wall was a spell with one of the highest mana costs. Around 15 minutes later, Tang Yao was still casting flame walls one after another. It didn't look like he would be running out of mana anytime soon. As more and more skeletons collapsed on the ground, Nie Yan and the others' experience bars skyrocketed, filling up chunk by chunk. In the blink of an eye, their bodies lit up with a brilliant light. They had all leveled up. These skeletons gave ample experience. Holy power surged into the Holy Spirit imprint. Nie Yan glanced at the seals on Zenard's sword. The fourth seal was already showing signs of being released. If they continued hunting mobs at this rate, all the seals on Zenard's sword would be unlocked within the next 2 to 3 months. Nie Yan was full of expectation. I'm going to recover my mana. I've used up about a third, Tang Yao said after looking at his mana. The mana cost of Flame Wall was truly astonishing. These kinds of wide area spells with high killing power required a fairly large amount of mana. No matter how much mana a player had, it would be impossible to bear this kind of high mana consumption indefinitely. Right now, he had to maintain a certain amount of his mana reserves, lest he finds himself helpless in an emergency. After Tang Yao stopped casting spells and the flame walls dispersed, more and more skeletons circled in. Just as they approached within 50 meters of Nie Yan and the others, pillars of light descended from the sky. A blanket of damage values rose up into the air. In a short while, they were purified into ashes by the holy light. The skeletons collapsed in droves. Unlike Tang Yao's magic, Xie Yao's AoE spells couldn't cover every single corner of the battlefield. Nie Yan had Lil Gold cover the gaps, spewing out dragon breath and blasting the skeletons away. Nie Yan pondered for a moment. For the sake of increasing their mobbing efficiency, he had Lil Gold clash with the skeletons head-on. The skeletons quickly swarmed Lil Gold, thinking he'd gone astray from the group. Lil Gold endured the assault of these skeletons with his powerful defense. Further in the back, the 30 paladins continuously healed him. His life was in no danger as his health bar was constantly maintained at full. Explosive counter. Explosive counter. Under the endless assault, powerful tempests of power erupted from Lil Gold, sweeping through all the skeletons in the vicinity. Nie Yan glanced at Lil Gold's level. He was at level 99, 62%, only a step away from level 100. Expectations flashed across Nie Yan's eyes. When Lil Gold finally broke through level 100, just how strong would he become? The thieves on the hillside were completely stupefied. Rather than Nie Yan's group despairing as they were swallowed up by the sea of skeletons, it more looked like they were having a field day farming the skeletons and receiving a power leveling session. Back at God Executioner Swords Guild headquarters, Qin Han had received a report from Unfettered. Looking at the video he sent him, his eyes flashed with a cold light. Boss, we can't keep going on like this. No matter how many skeletons we send, all we're doing is making them stronger. Unfettered said. He felt extremely helpless right now. Qin Han crushed the teacup in his hand. Nirvana Flame, don't think you're invincible just because my ordinary skeletons can't do anything to you. This is only the beginning. You guys keep observing, Qin Han ordered. Understood. Nie Yan and the others' mobbing speed was astonishingly fast. In only half an hour, they had killed several thousand skeletons. As skeletons kept dropping at their feet, Lil Gold received his share of the experience. His experience bar was gradually rising, already reaching 93%. He was exceedingly close to leveling up. In another 5 minutes or so, Lil Gold would reach level 100. Seeing skeletons stretching out as far as the eye could see, Xie Yao waved her staff and chanted out 2 sets of invocation syllables. Any spell that required a magister to chant 2 sets of syllables or more was incredibly powerful. However, it likely wasn't forbidden magic. Large-scale offensive forbidden magic required at least 30 sets of syllables. After Xie Yao chanted out the last syllable, a white portal opened up in the sky. 2 angels with spotless, white wings flew out. A dazzling holy radiance poured down toward the earth, enveloping everything within a 50-meter radius. All the skeletons caught in the spell were instantly exorcised, vanishing without a trace. Meanwhile, the skeletons that were outside the range trembled in fear, not daring to move. After a while, the 2 angels disappeared, and the portal closed up. This was Nie Yan's first time seeing such powerful advanced magic. Despite not being forbidden magic, some advanced magic could only be learned after advancing to a magister. Few ordinary players would be able to cast it. In the previous timeline, Nie Yan hadn't met many magisters. The him of back then was a far cry from being qualified to associate with such experts. In the few times that he did meet one, he had been beaten like a mutt. Not bad, that spell is pretty powerful, Nie Yan remarked. Right as these words left his mouth, Lil Gold lit up with a golden radiance, a level up. Nie Yan quickly pulled open Lil Gold's stats page. All of his stats, including health, defense, attack power, and so on, had risen sharply. At present, he already had more than 260,000 health. On top of that, he had the dragon armor type, which granted high damage reduction to both physical and magic attacks. Lil Gold had a high growth rate. For every level up, he gained over several times more stats than ordinary pets. After reaching level 100, this difference became all the more clear. According to rumors, the guild leaders of God Executioner Sword and Penumbra Empire had spent a great many resources acquiring golden dragons of their own. Despite being the same type of creature, theirs simply couldn't hold a candle to Lil Gold and were far weaker. Though their golden dragons looked quite intimidating and scary, they didn't amount to much in actual battle. Apart from the boost in stats, Lil Gold obtained a new skill called Dragon Fear which could inflict the fear status effect on all creatures within a 30-meter radius. Also, most of his skills received an upgrade, including explosive counter which rose to rank 10. When it activated, it dealt 3 hits instead of 1, and its area of effect was much greater than before. At present, Lil Gold was equivalent to a rank 6 creature. He could easily crush any ordinary monster. Lil Gold's frame expanded to 6 meters in height while his scales now had a violet gold luster to them. It was a beast without equal, it stood unrivaled. Seeing the change in Lil Gold, the thieves from God Executioner's sword broke out in a cold sweat. He had grown even more powerful than before. After reaching level 100, Nie Yan could feed Lil Gold ordinary life cores. When a life core was fully digested, his stats would see a modest increase. Nie Yan planned to continue nurturing Lil Gold and the Darkwing Dragon. Both these creatures had high growth rates. As their ranks rose even higher, they would become all the more powerful. After leveling up, Lil Gold became even more invincible. He left a trail of raging flames on the ground wherever he passed. When the skeletons behind him entered these flames, they were burnt to ashes. As for those who did manage to close in, they never amounted to enough to surround Lil Gold. Nevertheless, fearless they struck him after getting in melee range, only to be blasted into smithereens by explosive counters. The rank 10 explosive counter was even more frightening than before. Previously, it only dealt 1 hit. But now it dealt 3, meaning it dealt triple the damage in the same time frame. In the blink of an eye, piles of bone fragments littered the ground. The endless waves of skeletons swarming over couldn't get past Lil Gold and Xie Yao's attacks. As for the 30 paladins, Nie Yan was still looking over their stats. Each of them had their own strengths and weaknesses, and not all their skills were the same. Naturally, they all had the most basic paladin skills. While Nie Yan's group was crazily sweeping up the skeletons, a large group of skeletons had gathered together in an area roughly 1,000 meters away. There were 100 altogether, 70 elites, 28 lords, and 2 variant lords. Normally, the greater the number of players a skeleton killed, the more they would progress. According to rumors, when powerful lord or variant lord class skeletons were purified back into ordinary players, the killers would receive a large stats reward, causing their stats to rise by a good chunk. However, this was for later. Out of every 1,000 to several thousand skeletons, only 1 lord class skeleton might appear. For Chin Han to gather all these lord and variant lord class skeletons together showed just how much he wanted Nie Yan dead. Once these skeletons finished their preparations, under the cover of the ordinary skeletons, they started setting out towards the direction of Nie Yan's group. Even though they were much taller than ordinary skeletons and were easily recognizable, with so many skeletons attacking from everywhere, they weren't easily discovered. Normally, lords were already quite powerful, let alone variant lords. A level 100 variant lord was roughly equivalent to a level 150 lord. 100 skeletons composed of elites, lords, and variant lords was enough to pose a threat to Nie Yan's group. Nie Yan, Xie Yao, and Tang Yao were oblivious to the approaching danger. They were still clearing away the ordinary skeletons. Nie Yan glanced at their levels. All 3 of them had reached level 103. This was an excellent place for a power leveling session, far surpassing any other leveling spots. Check your kill counts. Xie Yao, what are you at? Nie Yan asked. About 3,000, Xie Yao replied. I see. What about you, Tang Yao? Nie Yan asked. He believed Tang Yao probably had the highest kill count out of all of them. Almost 5,000. Before Tang Yao even finished speaking, he quickly corrected himself, I'm already at 5,000. Nie Yan checked his kill count. All the skeletons Lil Gold killed counted as his. Like Xie Yao, it was also over 3,000. I just received a quest. Tang Yao raised an eyebrow. After his kill count broke past 5,000, a notification popped up. What kind of quest? It's called Save the Viridian Empire. The first quest in the chain asks you to kill 5,000 skeletons. I've already completed it. The next quest wants me to kill 20,000. Damn, that's a lot, Tang Yao said in a gloomy tone. After grinding for so long, he had only killed 5,000 skeletons. Yet the second quest actually wanted him to kill 4 times as much. Does this quest have any special requirements or conditions you have to follow? Nie Yan asked. He didn't recall hearing about this kind of quest in the previous timeline. However, thinking about it, when the Vengeance of the Undead event was underway, the number of players who killed more than 5,000 skeletons definitely didn't exceed 5. So, information about this quest not spreading was quite normal. It seems like even if you don't complete the quest line, you can still go and receive a reward from the Elder Council of the Viridian Empire. This quest is issued out by them, Tang Yao said after reading through the quest info. The Elder Council was finally making a move. Nie Yan wondered if his prediction of the Vengeance of the Undead event would count as a successful prophecy. If it did, he might receive the Great Prophet title. He thought for a moment. He couldn't go back now. He would go and check later. After all, haste makes waste. If this quest only gave experience, it wouldn't really be worthwhile. Nie Yan hoped it would give some other rewards. A quest on such a grand scale should at least give a piece of sub-legendary grade equipment. Nie Yan and Xie Yao's kill counts hadn't reached 5,000 yet. They could only wait and see later. Tang Yao continued killing the skeletons with Flame Wall. Compared to other AoE spells, Flame Wall was quite cost-effective. All he had to do was continuously cast it. The flame walls could kill all the skeletons that came charging over, not to mention its cast time was super quick. 15 minutes later, Nie Yan received a notification that should be the same quest Tang Yao got. As he glanced at his kill count, he realized it was only at 4,800 and still hadn't reached 5,000. What's going on? What was that notification about then? Nie Yan opened up the notification with a look of doubt, as dazzling rays of golden light flashed out from his body. After looking it over, he discovered his Advanced Devil Slayer had evolved. Your Advanced Devil Slayer title has become Junior Adjudicator of Light. Nie Yan glanced at the properties of Junior Adjudicator of Light. This title actually ranked above Luminous Dancer. It was also a title related to the Temple of Light, and it was extremely prestigious, allowing him to wield even more authority within the temple. With regards to the title's properties, Extreme Intimidate and his other skills all saw some improvements. He also gained a new skill called Junior Adjudicator Aura, which dealt persistent, purifying damage to all undead within a 25-meter radius. At the same time, it also boosted the attack of all nearby allies by 30%. This Junior Adjudicator Aura was definitely an amazing skill. No matter how many active skills a player had, if they weren't used properly, they would be useless. On the other hand, passive skills gave you a boost no matter what. For any player, the more passive skills, the better. Players with more passive skills had an innate advantage over others on the battlefield. This held especially true for warriors, who had many powerful passive aura buffs to support them and further raise their defense. Nie Yan was pleasantly surprised by the evolution of his Advanced Devil Slayer title. Still in ecstasy, he glanced over the battlefield, at the ready to jump back into the fray. It was then he noticed something off. Several large skeletons had braved past Tang Yao's flame walls, endured Xie Yao's holy magic, and came charging over. Xie Yao and Tang Yao's attacks dealt a little under 10,000 damage to them. Nie Yan inspected one of the large skeletons with transcendent insight. It was 3 meters tall with pitch black bones. Variant Skeleton King Apbatas, Variant Lord, level 100. It was actually a Variant Lord, and it wasn't just one. There was also a large number of lords and elites around it. Nie Yan's heart sank. He guessed Shin Han had sent over these skeletons to kill them. Watch out, there's a Variant Lord coming over, Nie Yan warned in voice chat. Nie Yan, how strong is a Variant Lord? Tang Yao asked. He had never encountered a Variant Lord class monster before. So, he didn't know how powerful they were. Don't let yourselves get hit. Variant Lords are really powerful. A level 100 Variant Lord is basically equal to a level 150 Lord, Nie Yan replied. Tang Yao and Xie Yao were both cloth-armored casters. Even though their defense had risen sharply after becoming Magisters, they still wouldn't survive a single hit from a Variant Lord. With his leather armor, high defense and defense rank, Nie Yan could probably endure a few hits from a Variant Lord. However, he had no way of tanking indefinitely like plate-armored warriors. Hearing Nie Yan's words, Tang Yao and Xie Yao raised their vigilance. The two Variant Skeleton Kings were fast approaching. The putrid stench coming of their bones was dizzying. Nie Yan looked down at his status bar. He was inflicted with a debuff. Plague Disease. All stats minus 30%, movement speed minus 20%. Dread. Attack power and magic power minus 30%. These were the special debuffs of Variant Skeleton Kings. Shortly after Nie Yan's group was affected by the debuffs, Battle Angel Kalena waved her staff. Rays of light fell over their bodies, sweeping away all negative status effects. They also received 6 blessings, which greatly increased their various stats, including movement speed, health, and defense. Damn, where did you get that angel from? She's amazing. Tang Yao exclaimed after looking at his status bar. The value of a guardian angel like Kalena was definitely no lower than his arcane fairy. The arcane fairy and Kalena specialized in different things. The former raised their owner's stats, mana, and mana recovery rate, while the latter was proficient in all sorts of support magic, including blessings and removing debuffs. I got her after becoming a luminous dancer, Nie Yan replied. Looking up ahead, the Lord-class skeletons were getting closer and closer. The two Variant Skeleton Kings brandished the great war axes in their hands and charged over. Leave one of them to me, Xie Yao said after glancing at her skill bar. Are you sure? Nie Yan asked. Even though Xie Yao had obtained many pieces of legendary grade equipment, she had yet to show off her true strength in front of him. Yeah, Xie Yao nodded in earnest. Nie Yan always felt Xie Yao required his protection. He rarely let her take action on the battlefield herself. Only now did he realize that he had no understanding of her true strength. The fact that she could successfully become a holy magister and obtain so many pieces of legendary grade equipment was clear proof of her skill. Alright. Leave the other Variant Skeleton King to me, Nie Yan declared confidently. It would be a piece of cake for him. Hey, if you two are taking one each, what am I supposed to do? Tang Yao joked. Don't worry, you can deal with the rest, Nie Yan chuckled. Tang Yao rolled his eyes. You two sure are cruel. Not only am I third wheeling here, but you're also leaving me to deal with all these lords and elites by myself. Nie Yan and Xie Yao smiled at each other. I'll have Lil Gold and the 30 paladins support you. Phew, that sounds more like it. Tang Yao breathed a sigh of relief. Seeing the Variant Skeleton King getting closer and closer, Xie Yao dashed over to the side. With a wave of her staff, a holy judgment descended from the sky. Xie Yao was the first player to attack the Variant Skeleton King. So, it immediately aggroed onto her. It brandished its war axe and charged toward her. Xie Yao ran off some distance, leading the Variant Skeleton King away. Seeing Xie Yao coming over, the skeletons nearby moved into surrounding her. Just as Xie Yao was about to be surrounded, she activated Glorious Light of the Divine. Her body shone with a dazzling, silver-white radiance, which enveloped everything within a 50-meter radius. The skeletons in the vicinity started emitting white smoke as their bones slowly melted. This holy light was far from dangerous to ordinary monsters. But to these skeletons, it was their nemesis. They retreated one after another, lest they be purified into ash. Wherever Xie Yao passed, the skeletons would retreat in a fluster. Like this, she wouldn't have to worry about the small fry and could focus on dealing with the variant Skeleton King. Xie Yao led the variant Skeleton King into an open space. Waving her staff, she unleashed a flurry of spells on it. -9.323. -8,957. -9,159. A string of damage values floated up above the variant Skeleton King's head. It let out an enraged roar and quickly closed in on Xie Yao. Brandishing its war axe, it chopped down on her. Flash. Xie Yao's body disappeared as she re-emerged some distance away behind the variant Skeleton King. She continued bombarding it with magic. CRRAASH. The variant Skeleton King struck the spot where Xie Yao previously stood, leaving a large gash in the earth. Seeing that it had missed, it looked around in a daze until it felt its back being attacked. Only then did it discover that Xie Yao had gotten behind it. The variant Skeleton King immediately turned around and rushed toward Xie Yao with its war axe raised. Xie Yao waved her staff, buffing herself with a speed-boosting spell. She immediately became as quick as the wind. As she kited back, she fired out spell after spell. Xie Yao gracefully dodged and kited back, causing the variant Skeleton King to run around in circles. It had no way of getting close to her. Meanwhile, Nie Yan used the Dullahan cavalry crossbow to lure the other variant Skeleton King to the side. Looking over in Xie Yao's direction, it appeared he didn't need to worry about her at all. Her movements reminded him of the several encounters he had with magisters in the previous timeline. Their kiting technique was truly marvelous. As long as there was no interference from the outside, Nie Yan was confident Xie Yao could easily dispatch that variant Skeleton King. Nie Yan lured the variant Skeleton King into some nearby thickets. After activating extreme deterrence, all the ordinary skeletons in the surroundings scattered away, giving him an open stage to deal with the variant Skeleton King. He unsheathed Zenard's sword and pounced forward. Seeing Nie Yan dashing over, the variant Skeleton King let out a thundering roar and chopped down with its war axe. Nie Yan's figure blurred as he dodged the variant Skeleton King's attack. Circling to the side, he leapt forward and slashed down on its chest. The variant Skeleton King staggered several steps back, then charged back forward. Nie Yan employed the techniques of a shadow dancer. His silhouette blurred and flickered in every direction. No matter how the variant Skeleton King swung at him with its war axe, it couldn't touch a single hair on his head. All of its attacks were futile. Facing the variant Skeleton King in a one-on-one situation was nothing difficult. Killing it was simply a matter of time. As a variant lord, it had a huge amount of health. Due to the effects of glorious light of the divine and extreme deterrence, the ordinary skeletons couldn't approach Nie Yan and Xie Yao. So, they all swarmed toward Tang Yao. Lil Gold let out a loud roar. It barreled forward into the crowd of skeletons and collided with a Lord-class Skeleton King. He was immediately surrounded by 5 other Skeleton Kings and entered a hectic 1 vs 6 melee. The paladins formed a human wall in front of Tang Yao, protecting him from any oncoming enemies. At the same time, they continuously restored Lil Gold's health. After erecting a perimeter of flame walls around him, Tang Yao raised his staff and began chanting. The darkness elemental energy in the air surged toward him, creating a powerful tempest with him standing at the center. 1 set of syllables, 2 sets of syllables, 3 sets of syllables. Nie Yan looked over in Tang Yao's direction. From the intense fluctuation of magic in the air, he could tell Tang Yao was casting forbidden magic. As for what kind of forbidden magic, he couldn't tell. Time ticked away. The paladins were met with a fierce assault. Fortunately, they could heal each other as they endured the endless waves of attacks. At this moment, all 30 of them raised their swords into the air and erected an enormous radiant barrier which protected them all. The skeleton lords relentlessly attacked the barrier, but it showed no signs of faltering. After chanting 10 sets of syllables, Tang Yao finally cast his forbidden magic. Decree of Dusk. A ripple of dark energy slowly spread out toward the surroundings. Each and every skeleton lord it touched suddenly froze in place as if they had been paralyzed. The Decree of Dusk spread out for 500 meters before finally stopping. All the skeletons caught in the spell turned completely motionless. What powerful forbidden magic! Nie Yan glanced at the frozen variant Skeleton King in front of him. He himself was also immobilized by Decree of Dusk. However, a moment later, Tang Yao dispelled the spell's effects on him. Tang Yao could freely decide who the Decree of Dusk did or didn't affect. All of the skeletons were completely immobilized. This was an excellent opportunity. Tang Yao waved his staff. Wave after wave of flames started pouring down on the skeletons from the sky. The surroundings were immediately transformed into a sea of flames. A blanket of damage values rose up into the air. Tang Yao's damage was extremely frightening when he went all out. Tang Yao, how long does this forbidden magic last for? Nie Yan asked. He circled behind the variant Skeleton King and unloaded one skill after another. I don't know either. This is my first time using this spell. I think it keeps the ordinary skeletons CC'd for around 70 seconds. As for the lords and variant lords, I'm not sure. Be careful, Tang Yao said as he focused on DP Sing, blasting 30 elite and 6 lord-class skeletons to smithereens while the remaining were at half health or lower. A 70-second crowd control. Nie Yan gulped. This Decree of Dusk was truly frightening. If Tang Yao managed to cast this forbidden magic on the battlefield in a war, the enemy would definitely be doomed. The only flaw, one which it shared with all forbidden magic, was its long cast time. It required the caster to chant 10 sets of syllables, which equated to 100 seconds. In a chaotic battle, only the most skilled players with excellent awareness could cast such magic without being interrupted. Most magisters had excellent awareness over the situation on a battlefield. When no one was paying attention, they would start casting forbidden magic. Then, when people least expected it, they would obliterate the enemy with magic. Tang Yao's combat awareness was superb. He saw the paladins protecting him as an opportunity to cast Decree of Dusk. This forbidden magic bought Nie Yan and Xie Yao a lot of valuable time. The effects of Decree of Dusk started wearing off on the variant Skeleton King. Its fingers started twitching, then its hands and both arms as it raised its war axe. Just as it was about to completely break free, Nie Yan targeted it with extreme intimidate, immobilizing it again. He then struck out with a maelstrom of high-damage freedom skills like Backbreaker, Reverse Grip Backstab, and Phantom Assassination. Minus 29,384. Minus 32,444. Minus 63,787. In a flash, the variant Skeleton King only had 30% health remaining. Xie Yao was also dealing in the range of 20,000 to 30,000 damage a hit. Though her burst damage wasn't as frightening as Nie Yan's, nor her attack speed as high, she had still whittled her variant Skeleton King down to 45% health. By the time Decree of Dusk wore off on the variant Skeleton King, Xie Yao's teleport skills like Blink and Anywhere Door were already long since off cooldown. Tang Yao had given her some time to catch her breath. Over on the hillside in the distance, the thieves from God Executioner's sword were struck speechless. They believed the elite, Lord, and variant Lord skeletons dispatched by Qin Han would definitely be enough to kill Nie Yan's group. However, not only were they not dying, they were hardly struggling at all. In the blink of an eye, almost half of the 100 elites and Lord skeletons were killed. The two variant lords were also on low health. Unfettered quickly reported to Qin Han. Back in the God Executioner Sword Guild headquarters, Qin Han was both shocked and infuriated after watching through the video Unfettered sent over. It had taken him a long time to gather these elite and Lord class skeletons. Seeing so many of them fall, he felt his heart bleeding. If these elite and Lord class skeletons were used to deal with ordinary players, he could have raised at least tens of thousands more undead. Seeing Nie Yan and Xie Yao dealing with a variant Skeleton King respectively, waves of shock swept through Qin Han's heart. Was this the might of a Shadow Dancer and Magister? If Ass-Kickers United produced several more Master class players, powerful Magisters in particular, the Vengeance of the Undead event might come to an abrupt and premature end. Qin Han had received information that Ass-Kickers United already had 60 players doing their class advancement quests. Meanwhile, his side only had 6. In terms of Master class players, Ass-Kickers United had once more gotten a lead on them. Qin Han started growing anxious. If he gave Ass-Kickers United any more time, he would have to face an ever-growing number of Magisters, Shadow Dancers, Sword Saints, and other frightening Master classes. Boss, what do we do? At this rate, our two variant Skeleton Kings will be killed. Unfettered asked in an anxious tone. Split up into 2 groups, and kill them with the help of the variant Skeleton Kings. Qin Han replied in an icy tone. All 30 players in Unfettered's group were fairly skilled thieves in God Executioner Sword. As long as they could hamper Nie Yan and Xie Yao, the variant Skeleton Kings could do the rest. After receiving Qin Han's order, Unfettered hung up the call. Looking over at Nie Yan's group in the distance, his lips curved into a bitter smile. He had absolutely no confidence in dealing with Nirvana Flame. However, an order was an order. If he wished to stay in God Executioner's sword, he had to carry out Qin Han's commands. The 30 thieves split up into 2 groups and headed for Nie Yan and Xie Yao's respective locations. With a powerful kick, Nie Yan sent the variant Skeleton King staggering several steps back. Suddenly, he sensed something off. His heart trembled. Enemy thieves. Nie Yan immediately activated Eye of Truth. Looking over in the distance, he spotted a dozen or so silhouettes heading towards him. We have uninvited guests. Everybody, watch out, Nie Yan warned in voice chat. Seeing Nie Yan gazing over at them with his demonic gaze, Unfettered's heart sank. Shit, we've already been discovered. Unfettered was astonished by Nie Yan's awareness. His group was more than 70 meters away, yet Nie Yan had still detected them. This was outrageous. After hearing Nie Yan's warning, Xie Yao immediately buffed herself with skills that increased her awareness. She also detected several thieves heading in her direction. Anywhere Door. Casting her gaze away from the variant Skeleton King, Xie Yao disappeared from her original position and reappeared 20 meters away. With a wave of her staff, a shock wave of holy light swept through everything within a 20-meter radius. Bang bang bang. Xie Yao's spell struck the thieves in the surroundings, forcing them out of stealth. There were 8 thieves altogether. Damage values ranging from 3,000 to 4,000 floated up above their heads. Xie Yao was simply too fast, catching them off guard and giving them no time to dodge or even react. After being struck by her magic, moving became incredibly difficult, and their skills grayed out. As they barely retreated several steps back, a giant pillar of light descended from the sky and blasted them into the air. The 8 thieves all fell back to the ground dead. Since they were a bit farther away, the other thieves hadn't been detected by Xie Yao. Seeing this scene, they almost wet their pants in fright. Had she noticed them as well, they would probably be cold corpses lying on the ground right now too. The remaining thieves no longer dared to approach Xie Yao. She returned her attention back to the variant Skeleton King. Over on Nie Yan's side, he completely ignored the enemy thieves. Several of them tried to ambush him. However, before they could even get their attacks in, he instantly cut them down where they stood. Ultimately, the remaining thieves were all frozen with hesitation. Even though they had received Qin Han's orders, simply throwing their lives away for nothing wasn't an option either. As for Tang Yao's side, they stood even less of a chance. Guarded by a human wall of 30 level 140 plus elite paladins, ambushing him was basically impossible. The number of elite and lord-class skeletons falling to the ground grew with each passing minute. Qin Han finally couldn't endure it any longer and ordered their withdrawal. The sea of skeletons swiftly retreated. The two variant skeleton kings were taken down by Nie Yan and Xie Yao. Collapsing into a pile of bones, they were immediately purified. In this short period of time, Qin Han's skeleton army suffered devastating losses. Without any confidence in victory, he didn't dare to launch a second wave of attacks. Seeing the skeletons scattering every which way like a bunch of rats, Nie Yan and the others had no idea which direction to give chase. They could only give up for the time being, regroup, and recuperate. Damn. Is it over already? I was just getting started too. Tang Yao said, distinct unsatisfaction thick in his voice. Whether it was leveling up or progressing in the quest, he had advanced by leaps and bounds in both. If these skeletons started avoiding them like the plague, how were they supposed to continue? Considering how many skeletons we've killed, I'm betting Qin Han's heart is bleeding out right now, Nie Yan chuckled. Even though they couldn't completely stop the vengeance of the undead event, they had hampered its progress by quite a bit. This bought the players from Asskickers United some additional time to complete their class advancement quests. While they were chatting, a giant bone dragon appeared over the horizon in the distance. It was looking all over for them. Nie Yan, Xie Yao, and Tang Yao spotted it early. They hurriedly dashed into a nearby forest and switched to another place to hunt skeletons. No one knew who was responsible for it, but some thief from God Executioner Sword leaked the video of Nie Yan and the others facing off against the skeleton army online, creating a huge stir on the forums. Not many people were too shocked at seeing Nie Yan solo one of the variant skeleton kings. After all, they had already witnessed him accomplish too many unbelievable things. What caught their interest were the two magisters by his side, Xie Yao and Tang Yao. Many people were taken aback by how powerful a magister was. Xie Yao's teleporting skills and countless instant cast spells left her variant skeleton king completely powerless to fight back. But the most shocking sight was Tang Yao casting Decree of Dusk. The area of effect was massive, and the duration was ridiculously long. This was the spell of a magister. Too frightening. The players on the forum started looking over some information. They learned that magisters could learn up to 3 forbidden spells. They previously had no idea what forbidden magic truly represented, but Tang Yao had sparked their imagination. 3 forbidden spells, did that mean all 3 would be as amazing as Decree of Dusk? Angel Corps Guild headquarters, Soaring Angel and the other higher-ups were holding a meeting. He had just received a report from a subordinate. After watching through the video, he knitted his brows. Likewise, the rest of the players in the room also stirred. Boss, that young Sparrow Hawk spell is too powerful. If we'd be hit by such a spell in a guild war, we'd lose at least 6,000 troops. I heard magisters can learn up to 3 forbidden spells. Does that mean young Sparrow Hawk has 2 more similar skills? Hearing the discussion of the players below him, Soaring Angel was also worried. Asskickers United already had 3 master class players, while Angel Corps still didn't even have 1. This wasn't a good sign. Furthermore, he heard that Asskickers United had 60 players doing their class advancement quests at this very moment. How many level 100 plus players do we have in the guild? We just looked it up. We have 36 in total right now. One had to be at least level 100 to do their class advancement quest. Asskickers United already had 60 players in the middle of theirs and another 100 or so players who met the requirements. Meanwhile, Angel Corps only had 36. The disparity between both sides was as clear as day. Asskickers United had many high-level players. This was a well-known fact. Not to mention the butterfly effect produced from having so many top experts gathered together wasn't as simple as adding 1 plus 1. There was a saying that went, even a world-class athlete can't do anything about an awful teammate. A team was only as strong as its weakest link. Oftentimes, the members who weren't skilled enough would end up dragging the rest down. However, Asskickers United didn't have that problem. More than half of all the top talents and experts in the Viridian Empire had been recruited by Nie Yan. The strength of their main team was far beyond players' imaginations. A lineup like this had unlimited growth potential. So, they had long since pulled far ahead of the competition. Even though Angel Corps was an enormous leviathan capable of sweeping through the entire Satrine Empire, their peak players were far too lacking compared to Asskickers United's. Furthermore, after seeing how powerful flying mounts were, Soaring Angel had poured all his efforts into acquiring them. Only after seeing master class players emerge from Asskickers United did he realize his mistake. It turned out that the most powerful assets weren't flying mounts but rather master class players. So, he could only start turning course now. After all, even a wealth of riches couldn't buy foresight. The Monet Financial Group was the same. Even though they had amassed enormous power, bringing God Executioner Sword, Penumbra Empire, Divine Protectors, and dozens of other guilds together, they still hadn't produced a single master class player. They were destined to fall behind Asskickers United in this respect. Nie Yan was blessed with foresight. For Asskickers United to have taken the lead under his leadership was no coincidence. Qin Han was harassed endlessly by Nie Yan's group of 33. His skeleton army received attacks from all sides and suffered heavy losses. With them popping in and out erratically in different locations, a single bone dragon wasn't enough to keep them in check. Even though his forces were still rapidly expanding, their growth had been hindered quite a bit. Located within the Shadow Forest was an enormous clearing. There were few monsters in the vicinity. So, not many players came here. Qin Han and Matchless Divine Sword appeared on the outskirts of the clearing. Boss, are you really sure about this? I'm worried the Monet Financial Group will be implicated, Matchless Divine Sword voiced his concern. He couldn't help but feel apprehensive and fearful of the plan Qin Han was about to enact. If Chin Han failed, God Executioner Sword would be done for. The Monet Financial Group had nothing to lose. If they lost, they could simply withdraw from conviction. On the other hand, Matchless Divine Sword would be lucky to receive a bit of compensation after the guild he had painstakingly built up was destroyed. Matchless Divine Sword thought for a moment. The Monet Financial Group had acquired God Executioner Sword anyway, and he had personally received a lot of benefits. If Chin Han wanted to destroy his guild, there was nothing he could do to stop him. The victor is king, and the loser is a villain. If my plan succeeds, who in the entire Viridian Empire would dare to touch our Monet Financial Group? If it fails, we can simply withdraw from conviction. Then what can they do to us? Chin Han patted Matchless Divine Sword on the shoulders. Don't worry. I don't mistreat my own. Matchless Divine Sword nodded with an ingratiating smile on the surface, but inwardly cursed his heart. Chin Han had a hypocritical personality. He was allowed to turn his back on others, but others weren't allowed to turn their backs on him. Right now, since he had a use for Matchless Divine Sword, he naturally behaved amiably. Later on, when Matchless Divine Sword was no longer useful, Chin Han wouldn't hesitate to toss him aside like a wet rag. So, Matchless Divine Sword resolved himself to fish up as many benefits while he still could. While Chin Han wasn't paying attention, he would carefully siphon away the guild's funds to his own personal bank account. Quite a few people in the Monet Financial Group's alliance shared similar mindsets. Chin Han was so focused on frantically raising his strength, he had neglected the dangers brewing in his own camp. They patiently waited. About 15 minutes later, more than 20,000 players from Crimson Moon arrived on the scene. They organized themselves into an orderly formation. Evil Dancer reporting in, everyone is here and accounted for. Evil Dancer was a mage in black robes. He looked around and said, everyone, wait here. Others will be arriving soon. Before long, another 20,000 players arrived in the clearing. They were from Sky Renders. They were led by their guild leader, Streaking Dumpling. Evil Dancer and Streaking Dumpling greeted each other. The two started a quiet discussion. Say, Dumpling, my brother. With how things are going, who do you think will win at this rate, the Monet Financial Group or Ass-Kickers United? Evil Dancer asked. Hard to say, it has nothing to do with us anyway. All we have to do is play our part, and the Monet Financial Group will keep giving us money. Speaking of which, the terms they put forward this time are really generous, don't you think? Streaking Dumpling replied. Evil Dancer gave a meaningful smile and no longer lingered on this topic. Time ticked away. One guild after another arrived in the clearing. There were more than 20 altogether, numbering an astonishing 500,000 players. They were all brimming with anticipation. Chin Han had promised them extremely generous terms for merging them all together into one super guild. They felt the Monet Financial Group was really going all out. With so many guilds gathered together, they would become a Leviathan-like existence in the Viridian Empire. Combined with God Executioner Sword, Divine Protectors, and Penumbra Empire, they outnumbered Ass-Kickers United more than 3-1. Chin Han's bid for hegemony appeared all the more feasible. Some guild leaders learned from certain channels that the Monet Financial Group was behind the vengeance of the undead event and that their target was Ass-Kickers United. After the skeleton army chipped away at their strength, the Monet Financial Group would swoop in and deal the killing blow. Someone had done some rough calculations. Chin Han would have to pay an absolutely frightening sum to carry out a merge of this scale. However, from their point of view, an oligarch like the Monet Financial Group didn't lack money. Even though some people doubted Chin Han's intentions, they quickly discarded their doubts. Given how large the Monet Financial Group was, they were probably trustworthy. Not to mention they weren't acquiring and merging a single guild but more than 30 large guilds. The guild leaders believed even the Monet Financial Group wouldn't dare to make an enemy out of so many powers. So, they heeded Chin Han's call. The clearing was filled with players stretching out as far as the eye could see. Some God Executioner Sword players were in charge of maintaining order. They informed the leaders of the various guilds that Chin Han would be making an appearance soon and to please wait patiently. Matchless Divine Sword gazed into the distance. He couldn't see an end to the players. Q Chin Han, are you really planning to slaughter all these players? Matchless Divine Sword asked, his voice slightly trembling, unable to calm his heart down. Chin Han remained expressionless. Matchless Divine Sword felt his blood freeze over. Chin Han's lack of response was an answer in itself. He could imagine what kind of bloodbath was about to take place here. Boss, then what about my own guild members in God Executioner Sword? Matchless Divine Sword asked. There were still roughly 6,000 God Executioner Sword players in the clearing in charge of keeping the order. Sometimes, sacrifices are necessary for the greater good. Give them some compensation. All of this is the doing of Necromancer Vorderman. God Executioner Sword and the Monet Financial Group have no part in it, Chin Han replied in an insipid tone, then turned around and walked away. Watching Chin Han's back disappearing behind the trees, Matchless Divine Sword clenched his fists before letting out a deep sigh and letting go. If his own guild members also ended up being killed, his prestige in God Executioner Sword would plummet to rock bottom. If he couldn't even protect his own subordinates, what kind of guild leader was he? However, Chin Han was a fellow who was willing to employ any means to achieve his goals. He didn't dare to go against Chin Han. If he did, the consequences would be unimaginable. In the end, he could only compromise on his own beliefs. After more than half an hour, the guild leaders were starting to get suspicious, wondering why Chin Han still hadn't come out yet. At this moment an enormous bone dragon appeared in the sky. It flew down toward the clearing. Standing loftily atop its head was a necromancer in black robes. Vorderman waved his staff, causing bone spurs to instantly erupt from the ground, covering everything within a 1,000-meter radius. Tens of players were instantly killed, drenching the earth in blood and drawing a scene straight from hell. Foolish humans. Cry out in despair. Wail in anguish. Let the darkness engulf you, and become my eternal undead servants. Vorderman cackled heinously, his piercing laugh ringing out through the clearing. It's that necromancer and the bone dragon. We've been tricked. Son of a bitch. Monet Financial Group, you won't get away with this. Streaking Dumpling cursed. Everyone, retreat. These players were both shocked and furious. They didn't expect the Monet Financial Group to lead them into a trap, planning to massacre them all. They fled in every direction. But to their dismay, they discovered they had already been surrounded. Countless skeletons were flooding in from everywhere, cutting off their paths of escape. They were faced with an endless sea of skeletons. The fallen players on the ground quickly revived, becoming powerful skeletons, and started attacking their former allies. After receiving a tip from Guo Wai, Nie Yan, Xie Yao, and Tang Yao hurried over and hid behind a remote hillside. Seeing this scene, their hearts were filled with shock. Damn, Qin Han is really ruthless, massacring 500,000 players all at once. Isn't he afraid of them taking revenge? Tang Yao asked with a pale face. He's bringing about his own demise. He's already lost all trust. In a few months, he'll know the consequences of his own actions, Nie Yan said. Not only had Qin Han offended these guilds, but God Executioner Sword, Divine Protectors, and Penumbra Empire would be wary of him from now on as well. The strength the Monet Financial Group painstakingly gathered was fated to collapse from within. With the death of so many players, the undead army instantly broke past 1 million strong. This was truly a frightening force. Nie Yan, I'm worried Qin Han will launch his attack on us after this, Xie Yao said in a concerned tone. Nie Yan nodded. This was bound to happen sooner or later. If Qin Han thinks it'll be easy to destroy Asskickers United, he's got a whole nother think coming. Having expanded his skeleton army by 500,000, Qin Han's ambitions had probably equally swelled. It wouldn't be long now before he started attacking more densely populated places like strongholds. In the following few days, Qin Han's skeleton army gradually made its way toward Kalor, sweeping through any villages or towns they encountered along the way. Battle-crazed Alliance was the first to be targeted. 10 of their 13 strongholds fell to the skeleton army. They hunkered down in their remaining 3 strongholds, refusing to budge. Nie Yan had ordered the 10 strongholds to be abandoned for the sake of preserving their strength and concentrating their defenses. Naturally, they hadn't given up those strongholds to Qin Han without a fight. Taking advantage of their position as defenders, battle-crazed Alliance wiped out a large number of skeletons from the safety of the walls. Once the walls were breached, they immediately retreated. Like this, they dealt heavy losses to the enemy and minimized the casualties on their side at the same time. Qin Han's skeleton army laid siege to battle-crazed Alliance's 3 remaining strongholds for a long time without any success. A large number of skeletons were stationed outside the strongholds while the rest continued on toward Kalor. As for Necromancer Vorderman and his bone dragon, no one knew where they had gone. It seemed as though they had vanished into thin air. With the invasion of the massive skeleton army looming over the horizon, Nie Yan spent more and more resources on fortifying Asskickers United's defenses. For the sake of reducing their defensive perimeter, they had no choice but to give up many of their strongholds. This was simply unavoidable. Nie Yan checked the time. The servers would shut down in another 10 minutes. Another day had passed just like that. He wondered when Blade Light and the rest would finish their class advancement quests. As the undead army rapidly expanded, an announcement was sent game-wide. The vengeance of the undead expansion was starting. Wretched undead, their silhouettes cast a shadow over this land once more. Their vile existence is like a plague of locusts, swallowing up all life in their path. Followers of the light, pick up your weapons and drive back these foul beings to the depths they crawled out from. The vengeance of the undead expansion was finally underway. Since the skeleton army had grown too large to ignore, the Viridian Empire had no choice but to take notice. They dispatched NPC troops to defend Kalor perimeter and made a call for players to help deal with the skeletons. The pressure on Qin Han increased substantially. While Nie Yan was busy dispatching the guild's forces and clearing away the skeletons, a notification jingle rang out. Nie Yan glanced at the notification. Your prediction of the vengeance of the undead was successful. Please head to the Elder Council to receive your Great Prophet title from Jebbia the Great. Nie Yan was already a Great Prophet. However, this title would only take effect after being officially conferred by the Empire's most powerful individual, Jebbia the Great. Afterwards, his position in the Viridian Empire would skyrocket, putting him on equal footing with the members of the Elder Council. Nie Yan's eyes lit up with excitement. He had longed to become a great prophet for quite some time now. He initially believed his prediction of the vengeance of the undead event wasn't valid since his great prophecy skill had failed. So, this turn of events came somewhat unexpected. Even if the skill had failed, he had warned Jebbia the Great about the revival of Necromancer Vorderman in advance. Nie Yan couldn't help wonder what kind of special rewards came with the Great Prophet title. However, it was already too late for him to meet with the Elder Council right now. He could only wait until he got back on the game tomorrow. His heart was filled with a mix of nervousness and expectation. Nie Yan logged off and stepped out of the game capsule. Following their regular routine, Nie Yan and Xie Yao ate breakfast together and headed off for school. The top military academy was the same as usual. The tree-shaded paths were filled with students walking to and fro. After bidding farewell with Xie Yao, Nie Yan headed off to class. When he stepped through the door, he immediately noticed something off. There were several dozen unfamiliar faces in the classroom. Nie Yan swept his gaze over these people before finally stopping on a male student sitting in his seat. This fellow wore a gray t-shirt and had a haughty, delinquent-like air about him. He shot over an aggressive glare. Xu Yan, Sha Tianyu, and Fei Jie anxiously waved their hands at Nie Yan, signaling him to quickly leave. Seeing the expressions of the trio, Nie Yan instantly understood what was going on. These people had come here looking to stir trouble. There were more than 30 unfamiliar faces in the class. They were tall and robust. Based on the way they carried themselves, he could tell they weren't simple. Nie Yan calmly walked toward his desk, not the slightest hint of fear in his eyes. Xu Yan and the others smacked their faces with their palms. How could Nie Yan be so stupid? When you encountered a situation like this, the obvious thing to do was to quickly turn around and leave, not come walking over nonchalantly. Fellow student, I believe you're sitting in my seat. Please get off, Nie Yan said with a cold yet polite smile. The student showed no signs of getting up. He lazily glanced at Nie Yan. Named Song Chen, a fourth year in the mech fighting faculty. Nie Yan found this name somewhat familiar. He recalled Song Chen had ranked fairly high up in the school's last fighting competition. However, since he hadn't competed in that competition, his impression of this fellow wasn't that deep. Sorry, never heard of you, Nie Yan said in a curt tone. Hearing Nie Yan's words, Song Chen's expression turned somewhat rigid with irritation. He coldly snorted. I heard Lei Su challenged you. I came over to see how strong you are, to judge whether you're qualified or not. Nie Yan rolled his eyes. This fellow had come to challenge him. He had no interest in these sorts of meaningless fights. A bunch of small fry like you. Nie Yan said in disdain. Tisk, this kid is pretty cocky. He's pretty full of himself for a first year. Looks like he needs to be taught a lesson on respecting his seniors. The 34th year students were cracking their knuckles, looking like they were rearing for a fight. People like Zhao Xiu, Fu Guangtao, and the rest were shaking in fear, trying to make themselves as scarce as possible. Seeing these fourth years about to take action, Xu Yan, Sha Tianyu, Fei Jie, and Chu Chenghao stood up without fear. They nodded at Nie Yan with resolute looks on their faces. Afterwards, others started following suit until more than half the class stood up. Fu Guangtao struggled internally for a long time before gritting his teeth and also taking a stand. Zhao Xiu and Bai Jun were shocked at the sight of Fu Guangtao standing up. They hesitated for a moment before ultimately deciding to remain seated. They wanted no part in this mess. Seeing so many students in the command faculty siding with Nie Yan, Song Chen coldly chuckled. Wow, who knew the command faculty had so many brave people? Color me impressed. This has nothing to do with them. Let's head to the gymnasium. That place has more open space, Nie Yan said blandly. All right. Your words, not mine. Remember, we didn't force you, Song Chen said, playing with the coin in his hand. Xu Yan and the others were about to say something, but Nie Yan cut them off. You guys stay here. They're only here for me. Nie Yan followed Song Chen to the gymnasium with the roughly 30 other fourth years in tow. 5 especially large fourth years stayed behind, sealing off the entrance of the classroom. Xu Yan and the others had no way of getting past them. They were no match for these fourth years. The difference in strength between a fourth year and first year was too great. Xu Yan, they took Nie Yan away. What do we do? Fei Jie anxiously asked. Calm down, let me think. Xu Yan hesitated for a moment before saying, there's no other choice. We can only call Muslin, Scoundrel, and the others over. Xu Yan took out his cell phone and dialed Painted Muslin's number. Meanwhile, close to 34th years surrounded Nie Yan as they walked toward the gymnasium, preventing him from escaping. Glancing at Nie Yan, Song Chen had a cold smile on his face. He had long since wanted to teach Nie Yan a lesson, partly because he was jealous of all the attention Nie Yan was receiving lately after being challenged by Lei Su, and partly because Nie Yan was Xie Yao's boyfriend. Song Chen had always been infatuated by Xie Yao, but Nie Yan had beaten him to the punch. He was naturally unhappy about this. Lei Su wasn't the type of person to pull any tricks. Since he directly challenged Nie Yan on the forums, that definitely meant Nie Yan had a bit of strength. So, as a form of insurance, Song Chen had brought several dozen others with him. Even if Lei Su came here himself, there was no way he could do anything against so many people. Song Chen was no stranger to this sort of underhanded bullying. After everything was said and done, the victims could only swallow their humiliation and admit it was an ordinary match. The group walked into the gymnasium while those at the back closed the doors. The people outside would have no way of knowing what was going on. Nie Yan swept his gaze over these fourth years. Their builds, muscle distribution, how they walked, and so on, not a single thing slipped his eyes. Since advancing to a shadow dancer, his fighting techniques had improved by leaps and bounds. Furthermore, he gained the ability to judge how strong a person was and where their weaknesses were from their posture and movements. This sort of keen sense allowed him to erupt with frightening destructive power in a fight. Some passersby who saw Nie Yan being brought to the gymnasium felt sorry for him. Similar situations had happened many times before. It appeared he was about to be taught a cruel and brutal lesson. The 36 students formed a large circle with Nie Yan at the center, staring at him like a pack of hyenas. Would you rather us kick your ass one by one or all together? Song Chen asked with a mocking smile. Nie Yan was in no position to do anything. Song Chen would have someone go up to probe his strength. If he lost, they would beat him up mercilessly. If he won, they would all jump on him. You can all come at me at once. Saves me the trouble, Nie Yan said in a calm tone. He cracked his knuckles and started stretching his limbs. It had been too long since he had taken any action outside the game. He didn't know what his strength was like right now. But he could clearly sense he had grown stronger. He was itching for a fight. It'll be tough dealing with so many all at once. Looks like I can't afford to hold back, Nie Yan thought. Don't regret your words later. Song Chen snorted. Seeing Nie Yan standing as unyielding as Mount Tai, he felt slightly uneasy. He couldn't see through Nie Yan's strength at all. But after thinking for a bit, he had close to 30 people on his side. There was nothing to worry about. Enough nonsense. Are we going to fight or what? Song Chen coldly snorted. Who did Nie Yan think he was, war god Lei Su? Even Lei Su wasn't so full of himself to think he could take on so many people at once. Nie Yan was simply courting death. Teach this brat a lesson. Let him know his place. Song Chen crossed his arms like he was about to watch a show play out. With so many of them, even if all of them only struck Nie Yan once, he would still end up heavily injured if not dead. Interesting. Do you want me to come over and help? A voice rang out from a corner of the gymnasium. Everyone stopped dead in their tracks. Song Chen looked over to the source of the voice and saw a man leisurely leaning against a window. Why are you here? Nie Yan asked in surprise, his eyes landing on none other than Bayonet. Bayonet was truly like a ghost, suddenly appearing out of nowhere. Even Nie Yan had no idea when he got here. Your old man no longer requires my services. So, he had me go back to you, Bayonet said with a faint smile. Father Nie Yan had recruited many retired experts, making his job pretty cushy. How did this guy get in here? Song Chen knitted his brows. Bayonet's sudden appearance caused a feeling of danger to sprout in his heart. I don't know. The other fourth years shook their heads in bewilderment. No one had noticed Bayonet's arrival. It's fine. I can handle them myself. Nie Yan waved his hand. Bayonet nodded. He had a good understanding of Nie Yan's personality. He wouldn't try showing off without being assured of his victory. Song Chen gazed at Nie Yan, who still remained calm and composed despite being surrounded by so many people. The feeling of uneasiness in his heart only grew stronger. He suddenly felt the urge to back out. But if he retreated like that, he would lose all face. Song Chen was at an impasse. We have the absolute advantage in terms of numbers. Song Chen reassured himself. All 36 of them were elites of the mech combat faculty. Each and every one of them had gone through harsh training, and quite a few among them were only second to Lei Su. Nie Yan was merely a freshman. He refused to believe Nie Yan could do anything against them. He started suspecting Nie Yan and Bayonet were bluffing to get them to back off. If that were the case, those two were really looking down on them. Song Chen raised his hand and gave the signal. Go. Beat the living shit out of him. If anything happens, I'll take care of it. Of course, Song Chen didn't actually dare to kill anyone in the top military academy. However, he had no qualms about heavily injuring Nie Yan. Song Chen's lackeys circled in on Nie Yan. Nie Yan readied himself, preparing for a fierce and bloody battle. The tension in the atmosphere was palpable. Song Chen and the others were about to pounce in for the kill when, bang. The gymnasium doors were kicked open. A large number of students flooded in and sealed off the perimeter. There were about 400 people in total. Song Chen's group never expected so many people to come to Nie Yan's rescue. They were instantly frozen in shock. Raising their vigilance, their eyes shifted warily between Nie Yan and these new uninvited visitors. Though these students varied in age and build, they all carried the same air of confidence about them. They clearly weren't a group to be provoked. Song Chen, these guys are from Azure Windchime. One of the fourth years in the mech combat faculty cried out in shock. At this moment, Xu Yan, Sha Tianyu, Fei Jie, and the rest came rushing in too. Boss, are you alright? Xu Yan asked anxiously. Nie Yan shrugged, I'm fine. A dozen or so students came rushing forward from behind Xu Yan. Boss, you're not hurt anywhere, are you? Boss. The students from Azure Windchime greeted Nie Yan respectfully, visible excitement in their eyes. Nie Yan gazed at these people. Based on some distinct features, he could identify some of them. The one who rushed to the front with the restless and anxious attitude was Undying Scoundrel. The tall, elegant, and dignified beauty behind him was Painted Muslin. Behind her were Lustboy, Natural Fiend, Edgeless, Monochrome, and many others. Nie Yan couldn't identify all of them, but he could roughly tell who was who. Edgeless was tall and hulking. As he moved his neck and wrists, his various bones let out popping sounds akin to stir-frying chestnuts. A bunch of trash. How dare you bother our boss? You must be tired of living. Edgeless sneered. Song Chen's group instantly fell into a disadvantage. Given they were outnumbered more than 10 to 1, they were doomed no matter what they did. With Edgeless and the others referring to Nie Yan as boss, a thought suddenly crossed Song Chen's mind. His face instantly paled. He rigidly turned his head to stare at Nie Yan. Could it be that this first year was actually Nirvana Flame? A bomb? No, rather a nuke had just been dropped on him. His mind went blank. Suddenly, he felt like he was the most unfortunate person alive. The others in Song Chen's group were also lamenting their bad luck. Azure Windchime was undoubtedly one of the most powerful clubs in the top military academy, and they had just provoked Nirvana Flame. No wonder Azure Windchime had come out in full force. Nie Yan wryly smiled. He roughly understood what had happened. Likely after seeing him getting dragged away to the gymnasium, Xu Yan panicked and contacted Muslin, Scoundrel, and the others for help. Boss, what do we do about these guys? Should we strip them naked and throw them out onto the field? Undying Scoundrel asked with a devious grin. Hearing Scoundrel's words, Song Chen shrunk back in fear. If that really happened, they would be too ashamed to return to school, especially the several female students among them. All color drained from their faces. Hee, that sounds like a pretty good idea. Edgeless nodded, his eyes falling on Song Chen. Nie Yan shook his head with a helpless smile. These guys were just as roguish in real life as in the game. Naturally, they couldn't do something as outrageous as that. Hey, you lot from the mech combat faculty. You can come at me all at once. If you win, I'll let you go, Nie Yan said. He still wanted to test out how much he had grown. Scoundrel, Edgeless, and the others were dumbstruck. As long as Nie Yan gave the word, they could dish out a world of pain to Song Chen's group. Why was he still putting himself in harm's way? Was he really that confident in taking on so many people? Muslin, Scoundrel, you guys stand back. I'll settle this myself, Nie Yan said. Scoundrel and the others glanced at each other. However, after seeing Nie Yan's valiant appearance, they backed off to the side. His orders were absolute. Seeing Muslin, Scoundrel, and the others actually vacating the premises, Song Chen turned to Nie Yan. This isn't a trick, right? Nope. As Song Chen stared at Nie Yan, he felt like he was staring at a towering mountain. They already had no other choice. Fine. You better not go back on your word. Song Chen gritted his teeth. Their only hope of escape was by defeating Nie Yan. No matter how strong he was, there was no way he could take on all 36 of them at once, right? I never go back on my word. Hearing Nie Yan's words, Song Chen waved his hand. Everyone, go. Beat the shit out of him. Several people at the front suddenly pounced forward. Nie Yan's pupils shrunk as a peculiar feeling overtook him. The movements of these people seemed to slow down to a crawl, giving him ample time to react. He suddenly stepped forward. Dodging a punch from one of them, he retaliated with an elbow strike, delivering a heavy blow to their solar plexus. Thud. That student curled up like a shrimp and collapsed to the ground. He was twitching incessantly as his eyes rolled over to the back of his head. A one-hit KO. Another 3 students rushed forward from Nie Yan's sides and rear. His silhouette blurred as he executed a spinning kick from a difficult position, striking one of them in the face and sending them flying. Nie Yan exchanged blows with more than a dozen people. His knees, legs, fists, elbows, every part of his body transformed into a sharp weapon. His punches and kicks were full of power. No one could endure a single hit. Combined with the fact Nie Yan was targeting their weak spots, one strike was enough to rob them of all their fighting ability. Nie Yan took down 6 people in the blink of an eye. Observing everything from the window ledge, Bayonet's eyes flickered with surprise. Nie Yan had grown much stronger compared to before. Even he couldn't help but be amazed at Nie Yan's progress. Nie Yan's attacks were only slightly slower than his. In terms of strength, Nie Yan even surpassed him. Painted Muslin, Undying Scoundrel, and the others were all completely dumbstruck. For Nie Yan to be strong in the game was already impressive enough. They never expected him to be such a freak in real life as well. They finally understood why war god Lei Su publicly issued a challenge to him on the forums. Nie Yan was definitely qualified. Even Lei Su might not be a match for him. The sight of 6 of their fellow classmates collapsing on the ground caused Song Chen and the rest to break out in a cold sweat. Nie Yan's attacks were absolutely ruthless. Just a single move was enough to have them out for the count. Even in professional fighting competitions, this sort of brutal and decisive fighting technique was rare. Everyone's eyes were focused on Nie Yan. None of them could understand why a simple move from him would possess such frightening destructive power. One person after another collapsed on the ground. Even though Song Chen and the others had tried to lock down Nie Yan with human wall tactics, his movements were simply too quick. Not only did they fail to trap him, but he had also taken out another 3 of them instead. Seeing multiple people charging over, Nie Yan let out a grunt. He slid forward and struck out with a side kick. Bang! He sent one of them flying into 5 others, causing them to stagger several steps back before regaining their balance. Throwing out a punch, he knocked out another person. He was like a fox in a henhouse, sweeping through everything in his path. In the blink of an eye, 36 people were reduced to 25. The remaining people in Song Chen's group retreated far back in fear, no longer daring to charge forward anymore. Nie Yan felt the wind howl past his fist every time he threw a punch. This sort of explosive power filled his heart with glee. Awesome. Nie Yan couldn't suppress the excitement in his heart. As he dashed forward, he dodged a jab and countered with a right hook. An explosive force surged through his arm. Bang! He could feel the sensation of bones breaking transmitting through his fist. The student collapsed to the ground and fainted. Nie Yan knew not to take things too far. He didn't target any vital areas. Though his attacks appeared ruthless, the opponents only passed out from the pain of their bones breaking. They would fully recover with a month and a half of rest on a hospital bed. Song Chen and the others felt their scalps go numb at the sound of their fellow classmates' bones being broken left and right. Nie Yan was simply too frightening. With his killing intent flaring out, he seemed just like a death god. At this moment, they had no doubt in their minds that he could kill them. Song Chen despaired. Seeing Nie Yan looking over in his direction, he wanted to cry but no tears would come out. He lost all will to fight. As Nie Yan dashed over, these students were scared witless and scattered like rats. Bang! Song Chen felt a heavy blow to his abdomen as his innards churned violently. His face warped with pain as he collapsed to the ground clutching his stomach. No words could describe the shock Muslin, Scoundrel, Xu Yan, and the others felt right now. They finally witnessed Nie Yan's true strength. These 4th years from the mech combat faculty often behaved in an unbridled manner in the top military academy. However, in front of Nie Yan, they were like a bunch of meek lambs. Even though they had also landed a few blows on him, he was quite resilient. It was like they were striking a steel plate, hardly hurting him at all. Instead, they would be the ones crying out in pain. About 20 minutes later, all 36 students from the mech combat faculty were lying on the floor groaning in pain or passed out. Call over the school's medical staff and scram. Nie Yan glanced at Song Chen curled up on the ground. In a 36-on-1 fight, all of them had been soundly defeated. Song Chen and the others probably wouldn't want this kind of humiliating news to get out. But if they did try to spread any unsavory rumors about him, he had long since recorded a video of their entire exchange with his phone. With the proof right there, even if the top military academy found out, Song Chen's group would be the ones in trouble, not him. He was simply acting in self-defense. So, he was in the clear. Like a beaten mutt, Song Chen struggled to call up the school's medical staff. They could now only wait for medical treatment, most of them in far too much pain to so much as move. Nie Yan dusted himself off, then turned to Scoundrel, Muslin, and the others with a faint smile. Let's go out for a drink, my treat. Everyone broke out in cheers. Boss, you've really kept us in the dark. If it wasn't for Xu Yan calling us, we would have never known you entered the top military academy. Scoundrel said in an aggrieved tone. Since he's been avoiding us for so long, how about we have him make it up by toasting each and every one of us? Yao Yao should also be with you, right? Why don't you call her over too? Painted Muslin said with a smile. She knew Xie Yao and Nie Yan went to the same school. I'll call her up, Nie Yan replied with an embarrassed smile. News of Nie Yan being Nirvana Flame would probably start quickly making the rounds. Soon, the entire top military academy would be in an uproar. This was how shocking this matter was. Him being a fellow student was a huge deal to the members of Azure Windchime. With him here, their morale soared, and their hearts were freed from many worries. From now on, their influence would grow even bigger. Nie Yan took Xie Yao, Painted Muslin, Undying Scoundrel, and the others from Azure Windchime out for drinks. Meanwhile in the top military academy, news of Nie Yan being Nirvana Flame spread like wildfire through the top military academy until it basically became common knowledge, creating a huge uproar. Furthermore, the fact that Xie Yao was Ass-Kickers United's #1 holy mage, Yao Yao, also became widely known. Nirvana Flame was undoubtedly a legendary figure in the eyes of Conviction's players. The only ones who could rival him were Soaring Angel of Angel Core and plenty of Fallen Angel. They were all overlords of their own regions and unreachable existences to ordinary players. Who would have expected such a famous player to appear in the top military academy? Not to mention he was a fellow student and only a freshman at that. This revelation was simply too shocking. No wonder War God Lei Su issued out a challenge to Nie Yan. From their perspective, given how godly Nirvana Flame was inside the game, he was probably pretty strong in real life as well. After finding out Nie Yan was Nirvana Flame, everyone automatically placed him up there in the rankings alongside Lei Su and the other strong fighters. Before long, the gang found a suitable restaurant. They sat down together, and the celebrations began. After some self-introductions, Nie Yan finally knew who was who. He never expected so many Ass-Kickers United elites to be students of the top military academy, such as Painted Muslin, Undying Scoundrel, Edgeless, Monochrome, Lustboy, and Natural Fiend. There was also Mistaken Smile who had already graduated long ago. He worked during the day. So, he couldn't make it. Besides the elites, there were also many second-rate guild members. Nie Yan could also recognize their names. The top military academy was full of talented people. Everyone who joined Ass-Kickers United was definitely skilled after running the figures. The average level of Azure Windchime's members was 93. Even the weakest among them hovered around level 90. Nie Yan chatted merrily with everyone. Undying Scoundrel still deeply revered him. Especially after witnessing him defeat Song Chen and the 35 other fourth years from the mech combat faculty, his admiration for him only grew deeper. As for the others, even though Nie Yan was younger than most of them, they still viewed him as their boss and treated him with respect. Nie Yan swept his eyes over the group. Painted Muslin was a teacher's assistant. She was a few years older than them and occasionally teased him. The others were also similar to their in-game personas. Painted Muslin was undoubtedly a tall beauty with a graceful figure and fairly amiable temperament. It was no surprise all the members in Azure Windchime called her Big Sis. Undying Scoundrel behaved exactly the same as he did in the game. He was a bit roguish and a huge chatterbox. Monochrome was somewhat taciturn and fairly reserved. Edgeless was pretty rambunctious and carefree, a stark difference to how he behaved in-game, to the extent you wouldn't believe the two were the same person. Lustboy was still a tender youth. He was the youngest out of all of them. Natural Fiend was a few months older than Lustboy. He appeared innocent and well-behaved, but his mind was full of devious tricks. Nie Yan felt gratified finally getting to interact with all these people in real life. Boss, you were amazing. You beat them all. They couldn't even touch you. You should teach us some time. Lustboy said. Sure. Just come find me in the command faculty after class, Nie Yan smiled. Seeing Nie Yan chatting happily with Undying Scoundrel and the others and everyone treating him so respectfully, Xie Yao couldn't help but feel proud of him. Getting such a group of brilliant, heaven-blessed elites to admire you from the bottom of their hearts wasn't a simple matter. Looking over the room, Nie Yan turned to Xu Yan and asked, how come Fu Guangtao isn't here? Huh, why would invite that guy here? Xu Yan still held a grudge against Fu Guangtao. Let bygones be bygones. Didn't he also stand up with you guys when Song Chen and his gang came to our class? From this alone, I think it's alright to forgive him. There's no point in holding a grudge over such a small matter, right? Call him over to have a drink with us, Nie Yan said. Even though he had no plans of assimilating Fu Guangtao into his camp, their past grievances had already been settled. Xu Yan, Sha Tianyu, Fei Jie, and the others pondered for a moment. They had a new understanding of Nie Yan's personality. Xu Yan nodded. Alright, I'll ring him up and tell him to come over. After a while, Fu Guangtao came over. He could hardly contain his excitement. He didn't expect Nie Yan to take the initiative to invite him, making him feel all the more ashamed. His actions previously had really been out of line. Though he had no extravagant hopes of joining Azure Windchime, he at least hoped to mend his relationship with Nie Yan. After spending the entire afternoon drinking, eating, and chatting, the get-together finally came to an end. Nie Yan and Xie Yao bid everyone farewell before hopping on a bus heading home. I really enjoyed today. I finally got to meet Painted Muslin, Xie Yao said with a bright smile. Painted Muslin was one of her closest friends in the game. Nie Yan faintly smiled. After getting to know Painted Muslin and the others, Xie Yao's time in the top military academy would no longer be as lonely. While on the bus, Nie Yan checked the top military academy's forums on his phone. He discovered it was overflowing with discussion, and he was the hot topic. Comments were flooding in endlessly. Nirvana Flame is actually a freshman in our school. That's so crazy. Our school's competitive conviction team is saved. With Nirvana Flame joining, East University, North Institute, and all those other schools better step aside. Do you really think Nirvana Flame has the time to join such a boring club? The students on the forums were chatting about all sorts of different topics, most of which was related to Nie Yan. Someone posted up an image of him and Xie Yao walking together on campus. He looked fairly ordinary, far lacking compared to those pretty boys most girls drooled over. Yet he was together with a beautiful goddess like Xie Yao. It would be strange if people didn't gossip about them. Previously, many people felt Nie Yan wasn't good enough for Xie Yao. But now the two were suddenly being labeled as a match made in heaven. Seeing these meaningless discussions, Nie Yan chuckled to himself. After returning home, there was still plenty of time before evening. Nie Yan and Xie Yao went to their private gym and spent the next few hours exercising. Recently, Nie Yan had fitted the villa with various exercise equipment. Like this, he could test his physical fitness at home. He discovered his punching force, squats, and so on had all risen sharply. This was definitely a pleasant surprise. Nie Yan punched out in front of him. His fist colliding with the air produced a loud cracking sound. After becoming a shadow dancer, Nie Yan felt like his body had undergone a world-shaking transformation. It was probably related to the game capsule. The models he and Xie Yao used could promote muscle growth through electrical stimulation and the nutrient fluid they were submersed in. There were probably also many other factors at work that led to his shocking progress. In a private workout room back in the top military academy, Lei Su was supporting a 100 kilograms barbell on his shoulders as he continuously did squats. He was already soaked in sweat. Xiao Yu pushed open the door and entered the workout room. He walked over to Lei Su and said, I just got my hands on something interesting. Want to take a look? Finishing one last rep, Lei Su set the barbell down. He then turned to Xiao Yu and asked, what sort of thing? Look for yourself. Xiao Yu tossed the phone to Lei Su. Lei Su opened the video. The scene of Nie Yan facing off against Song Chen and the 35 other fourth years from the mech combat faculty entered his eyes. Is that Song Chen? Lei Su asked in surprise. He was familiar with Song Chen's strength. In the last school-wide fighting competition, he had placed 6th. He was a fairly decent fighter. There were several other he recognized, all of whom were fairly strong students in the mech combat faculty. Yet Nie Yan completely wiped the floor with this group of people. This was too frightening. It looks like he's grown even stronger than before. Judging from what's shown in the video, his punch force definitely exceeds 1,000 kilograms. Imagine that. It's barely been a couple of months, and he's improved so much. This guy's growth is way too freakish. Xiao Yu let out a deep sigh. Lei Su bitterly smiled. No matter how hard I train, it seems the gap between us is only growing wider. Just what kind of hellish training does he do? We've been told to make contact with him, Xiao Yu said. He had already received orders from the seniors. No matter what it takes, they had to recruit Nie Yan into Heavenly Kings. His strength simply couldn't be ignored. I'll do it, Lei Su said. He and Nie Yan were bound to cross blades inside the game anyway. Alright, then I'll leave it to you. Xiao Yu turned around for the door. Seeing Xiao Yu's departing figure, Lei Su suddenly realized something and cursed out loud, wait, you bastard. You just baited me, didn't you? All that talk before was just to lead me into volunteering myself. Xiao Yu cracked a sly smile. Too late if you've only realized now. When the servers reopened, Nie Yan and Xie Yao stepped into their game capsules and entered the game as per usual. Nie Yan headed to the Elder Council. He planned to collect his reward for becoming a great prophet. Just like before, 2 sword saints were guarding the entrance to the Elder Council. When the bearded, middle-aged sword saint saw Nie Yan coming over, he immediately gave a respectful salute. Greetings, great prophet. Jebbia the Great is looking for you. Please follow me. Before, when Nie Yan was still a grand scholar, though these 2 sword saints spoke politely, they still had an air of arrogance about them. Now, however, their attitudes had done a complete 180. There was even a hint of flattery in their tones. They were very careful with their words, for fear of offending him in the slightest. Arrogant before and respectful after, these NPCs were truly snobbish. Sure enough, the Great Prophet title was really something else. One could immediately tell from the attitude shift in these sword saints. Only when your status was high enough could you make them bow down and submit. Nie Yan couldn't be bothered to fuss with them. Under the lead of the bearded sword saint, he entered the Elder Council. After walking through a long corridor, he could see the enormous meeting hall up ahead. Jebbia the Great sat on his throne at the front of the Great Hall. The other elders sat to his left and right. They all wore solemn and dignified expressions. As Nie Yan entered the hall, he sensed an icy gaze locking onto him. Nie Yan looked over toward the source of the gaze and found Elder Redwin glaring at him with eyes full of hostility. Nie Yan knitted his brows. Just what was going on with this NPC? This old fart seemed to have it out for him ever since they first met. After becoming a great prophet, he could sense a peculiar albeit faint energy coming off of Redwin. It felt somewhat similar to that of Necromancer Vorderman. Is this a clue to a quest? Nie Yan's heart trembled. There was something fishy about Elder Redwin, he was certain. He vowed to himself to get to the bottom of it. At this moment, a notification popped up. Your suspicions drive you to investigate Elder Redwin more deeply. You have received the quest, Traitor in the Elder Council, Redwin's Betrayal. Nie Yan's eyes widened in surprise. He didn't expect to trigger this kind of quest. He couldn't help but wonder how Elder Redwin's betrayal was related to Necromancer Vorderman. Welcome, Great Prophet. We've been expecting you. As the head of the Elder Council, I thank you on behalf of the entire Viridian Empire for warning us about the vengeance of the undead in advance. You've bought us a lot of time and helped us avoid even more disastrous losses, Jebbia the Great said in a dignified tone. Nie Yan shifted his gaze away from Elder Redwin and turned to face Jebbia the Great. Your kind words flatter me, Your Majesty. I was only doing what any loyal citizen of our great Viridian Empire would do. May the God of Light bless every virtuous soul on this land, Nie Yan replied with standard quest dialogue. Jebbia the Great nodded with a faint smile, a trace of praise in his eyes. As a great prophet, you possess the same authority as a member of the Elder Council in the Viridian Empire. If the situation calls for it, you may mobilize the troops of a city to serve our cause. However, you have to abide by the teachings of the God of Light. You cannot use the Empire's forces to settle personal scores or trample the weak. You must swear to always uphold justice and root out all evil. I can mobilize the Empire's forces. Nie Yan sucked in a breath of cold air. Generally, every city had at least 2,000 to 3,000 NPC soldiers stationed in them, while large cities like Kalor had up to 8,000. He felt his blood boiling with excitement, visions of this large and formidable force following his every command flashing before his eyes. However, this authority came with a lot of restrictions, and that was he had to abide by the teachings of the God of Light. He couldn't use it to trample on the weak or settle personal scores, meaning he couldn't mobilize the Empire's forces against rival guilds, unless he was administering justice and punishing evil. Thinking for a bit, Nie Yan felt this new authority would come in handy in the vengeance of the undead event. Qin Han had his skeletons, while Nie Yan had the Empire's army. It was time to see which side was stronger. As Nie Yan lost himself in his fantasies, Jebbia the Great continued, as a great prophet, you will receive the Great Prophet Medal. This item is a relic from the ancient past. It's already been 600 years since the last great prophet rose to prominence. Those bearing the title are recognized as being his chosen ones. They can communicate with him directly and receive his will. Since time immemorial, those holding this title guided our empire on the path of light, steering it clear from the darkness. May the light be with you. Hearing Jebbia the Great's words, Nie Yan couldn't help but wryly smile. What receiving divine will? His prediction before this was nothing more than knowledge from his past life. He had no way of communicating with God directly. Thinking to this point, he felt like a fraud. Nevertheless, he had high hopes for the Great Prophet Medal. It was a relic passed down from antiquity. So, it definitely couldn't be lacking. Jebbia the Great got up from his throne and slowly descended down the stairs. Seeing Jebbia the Great walking over to Nie Yan, Elder Redwin's expression flickered with jealousy. The Great Prophet Medal was something even he coveted. According to rumors, the Great Prophet Medal and Book of Order are the two items that possess the most authority in the secular world. The former allows you to receive God's will, and the latter allows you to maintain order in his place. Nirvana Flame, you already have a volume of the Book of Order on you, don't you? Yes, Your Majesty, Nie Yan replied respectfully, placing his hand over his chest and giving a bow. Ever since the first Supreme Pontiff of the Temple of Light passed away, returning to God's embrace, that seat has remained vacant for over 1,000 years. The 36 chapters of the Book of Order are scattered throughout the continent. However, the Great Prophet Medal can guide you to the remaining chapters. When you gather them all, you will become the new Supreme Pontiff. Jebbia the Great gazed kindly at Nie Yan. Nie Yan didn't expect the Great Prophet Medal to lead him to the other chapters of the Book of Order. He had no idea these two items had such a connection. Even though he knew the locations of many chapters, he never had any hopes of one day collecting all 36. After all, there were simply too many of them. Missing even a single one meant he couldn't complete the set. So, even though he dreamed of completing the Book of Order, he didn't have high expectations. This was why he gifted 5 chapters to Bayonet. However, Jebbia the Great was telling him to collect them all. Could the so-called Great Prophet Medal's guidance truly allow him to become the Supreme Pontiff of the Temple of Light? Nie Yan couldn't help but get excited. If he could truly become the Supreme Pontiff, one could imagine how much authority he would hold in the Viridian Empire. He would only be second to Jebbia the Great, the Empire's most influential person. Furthermore, the Temple's forces didn't fall under the jurisdiction of the Empire. Their followers could be found throughout the continent, and they had the powerful Paladin Legion. Even more frightening was that all priests belonged to the Temple of Light. If a priest was excommunicated, their stats would fall by at least 30%. If he became the Supreme Pontiff, he would have control over an entire class. This kind of power was beyond frightening. However, this was all predicated on him already having completed the Book of Order. Collecting all 6 volumes was an extremely difficult task, almost impossible even. Jebbia the Great walked up to Nie Yan. He had a simple, bronze medal in his hand. The face was engraved with totemic symbols, and its surface was covered in a fine layer of platina. Jebbia the Great placed the medal over Nie Yan's chest. A dazzling holy radiance enveloped him as he felt power surging through him. He really wanted to check out the properties of the Great Prophet Medal. But with Jebbia the Great standing in front of him, he didn't dare to be distracted and focused his attention wholeheartedly on answering any questions. Jebbia the Great placed his hand over Nie Yan's shoulder. With a kind smile, he said, no matter what happens, even if everyone in the world misunderstands you, you must persevere. If you stay true to yourself, to your convictions, the darkness will eventually pass, and the light will break through the clouds and illuminate the land once more. Nie Yan sank into deep thought. Could Jebbia the Great be hinting at something? Perhaps it was related to the betrayal of Elder Redwin. The other elders walked up to offer their congratulations. Without missing a beat, Nie Yan responded to them appropriately with the standard NPC jargon. He had long since become accustomed to this. As for Elder Redwin, he simply put on a fake smile as they shook hands. Nie Yan sank into deep thought after dealing with the elders of the Elder Council. If he wanted to investigate Elder Redwin, where should he start? Even if he knew, should he start now? After all, the undead army was fast approaching. In the end, he decided to put this quest on the backburner. Nie Yan finally had time to examine the Great Prophet Medal. Great Prophet Medal Divine. Properties. All stats plus 30%, all skill ranks plus 3, equipment level requirements minus 30. Vigor of the Prophet. Increase the stats of all pets by 100% for 1 hour. Cooldown. 10 days. Restrictions. Nirvana Flame. Creator. Rector. This Great Prophet Medal was extremely amazing. Just the all skill ranks plus 3 alone already made it a godly item. That was to say, this property only appeared in legendary grade or higher items. If it only had all skill ranks plus 1, it would already be incredibly impressive. Nie Yan glanced at Backbreaker, Backstab, and his other skills. Those already at rank 16 didn't see any increase since that was the cap. However, his other skills had improved greatly. Furthermore, the equipment level requirements minus 30 property also caused his blood to boil with excitement. This meant that the Tyrant Abok set he was in the middle of collecting could now be equipped at level 150 instead of 180. The Great Prophet Medal was truly worthy of being a divine grade item. The all stats plus 30% was also pretty good. Apart from these 3 properties, the Vigor of the Prophet supplementary skill was also pretty useful. It could increase the battle prowess of his pets by 100%. It would definitely shine when he encountered a dangerous situation. The only depressing part was that its cooldown was simply too long, on par with Adjudicator of God. It wasn't a skill he would dare use rashly. What a way to start the day. Nie Yan was truly excited after obtaining the Great Prophet Medal. This was a title that countless players could only dream of. Great Prophet, Junior Adjudicator of Light, Luminous Dancer, these 3 matchless titles would definitely make people gasp in amazement. After leaving the Elder Council, Nie Yan headed to the guild treasury. He withdrew a large amount of materials in preparation to craft Advanced Holy Illumination Scrolls. Advanced Holy Illumination Scrolls were master-grade items. At present, only a limited number of scroll crafters could produce them. They were used in dealing with the undead, capable of dealing fatal damage to them. Nie Yan stored at least 30 portions of crafting materials in his bag. When he had some downtime in the middle of leveling, he could craft the Holy Illumination Scrolls. After stocking up on necessities and making some additional preparations, Nie Yan received a report from Guo Wai. They had found War God Lei Su. He had teleported moments ago to Kalor and was now heading south in the direction of the central auction house. Nie Yan thought for a moment. It's about time I meet up with him. He started making his way towards the central auction house. A thief from Asskickers United was tailing Lei Su, constantly reporting on his location. Seeing the coordinates, Nie Yan lightly knitted his brows. Lei Su wasn't heading to the central auction house but rather Asskickers United's guild office. Nie Yan entered stealth. He burst into motion as he dashed through the streets. Several minutes later, Nie Yan arrived at the guild office. Lei Su was already there, talking with some Asskickers United players outside the entrance. I want to see your boss. Have your superiors call him over, Lei Su said. He swept his gaze over the Asskickers United players. The players could sense the domineering aura coming off of Lei Su. Furthermore, his high-level metal armor looked to be the equipment of a top-ranked player. They didn't dare to dally. Perhaps this person was one of the boss friends. Please wait a moment. I've already passed on the word to our executive guild leader, the manager of the office said in a polite tone. At this moment, Nie Yan dispelled his stealth and gradually materialized into view. BB boss. Greetings, boss. Boss, when did you get here? The players were surprised at Nie Yan's sudden appearance, however, they quickly recovered from their stupor and greeted him one after another. Speak of the devil, Lei Su muttered in a daze. Nie Yan and Lei Su nodded at each other, almost as if the two had known each other for a long time. We finally meet. Lei Su laughed. Nie Yan nodded with a faint smile. You sure are a hard man to find. Speak for yourself. Lei Su grinned. Sure enough, it wasn't a coincidence. Nie Yan was looking for Lei Su to recruit him into Asskickers United. How about a match? Lei Su asked with sparkling eyes. After meeting Nie Yan, his blood was already boiling over with excitement. Challenging the strong was what he lived for. I'd be glad to keep you company. But if you lose, Nie Yan stared at Lei Su. Then I'll join Asskickers United. But what if you lose? Lei Su asked, meeting Nie Yan's gaze. He was brimming with fighting spirit. Even though he knew his chances of beating Nie Yan were slim, he still wanted to give it a try. I'll do whatever you ask, Nie Yan said. This was his first time facing a sword saint as a shadow dancer. He was also uncertain of his chances. In the previous timeline, when he encountered sword saints, he couldn't even break through their armor, he naturally suffered miserable defeats. But in this life, he was overflowing with confidence. Even if he encountered another master class player, he was confident in defeating them, or his 2 lives of experiences would be a waste. The players stared at Lei Su in shock. At present, he was a random nobody compared to Nie Yan. Even though some of them recognized his name, that was the extent of their knowledge. They were stunned by his bold challenge, and even more so by Nie Yan gladly accepting it. Who is this guy? I don't know. While the players were quietly discussing with each other, Lei Su and Nie Yan had already entered inside the guild office and made their way toward the arena stage in the courtyard. This place had 5 arena stages, which were there for guild members to exchange pointers. One was naturally too small for the two of them. So, Nie Yan merged all 5 into one enormous arena stage. News of Nie Yan PvPing with someone quickly spread through the guild. More and more members were teleporting to Kalor and rushing over to the guild office. In the blink of an eye, the courtyard was packed to the brim with 2,000 players. Those who couldn't squeeze inside could only curse their luck for being late. They had their friends inside show them what was going on. Watching the live stream was better than nothing. A big brouhaha was taking place in the Kalor guild office. Before long, the news spread outside of Asskickers United. Someone posted a link to the live stream on the forums, immediately causing an uproar. The viewership skyrocketed to the tens of millions and was still rapidly growing. Everyone was talking about the match. The forums had an unofficial player ranking. Nie Yan was right there at the very top. He had never moved from that spot in the last several months, nor was a single person even close to challenging his position. Many people hoped another dazzling figure would appear to knock him off his throne. However, they were always left sorely disappointed. Finally, another person had shown up to challenge Nie Yan. No matter the outcome, this match would become a classic. All the players were paying attention to this match. That Lei Su guy has pretty amazing equipment. I see at least 2 pieces of legendary grade equipment. Everyone was waiting for the match to start. Nie Yan and Lei Su had already finished their preparations. Let's begin, Nie Yan said. Lei Su nodded. The highly anticipated match was finally starting. Nie Yan entered stealth, disappearing from sight. Lei Su brandished his great sword. His expression was extremely focused. His opponent was Nirvana Flame. He didn't dare to be careless. He buffed himself with a shield as a feint. Golden membrane of light enveloped his body, almost as if he had donned a layer of golden armor. Lei Su carefully observed his surroundings. However, he couldn't detect even a trace of Nie Yan's presence. He was inwardly shocked. Nie Yan's stealth was frightening. His awareness was at least 80% higher than that of an equal level, top-rank warrior. However, it was still useless against Nie Yan. Lei Su suddenly felt a killing intent lock onto him. His pupils shrunk. He's coming. Lei Su let out a roar. He leapt high into the air, his great sword igniting with raging flames, then came ruthlessly plunging down on the ground. Boom. His sword stabbed into the arena stage, sending a powerful and fiery shock wave sweeping out. Web-like cracks rapidly spread through the stage, almost the earth itself was being rent apart. The might of Lei Su's strike was truly astonishing. From one moment to the next, the spectators changed their opinion, from looking down on this challenger to only feeling admiration. Everyone shared a collective thought, so fearsome. I missed. Lei Su scrunched his face in confusion. He had clearly locked onto Nie Yan's position. How did his attack fail to land? At this moment, a cold light flashed behind Lei Su's head. Fast. Lei Su quickly turned and raised his left arm to block. Clang. A metallic sound rang out as Zenard's sword clashed against Lei Su's arm guards. Nie Yan's attack was blocked. Blocked. The warrior's block effect was triggered, and all damage was negated. Lei Su brandished his great sword and ruthlessly cleaved down on Nie Yan. Nie Yan dodged to the side, evading the attack. Crass SHH. The sword beam struck the ground, leaving a 3-meter-long scar on the stage floor. What frightening destructive power. Nie Yan's heart shivered. If he had been hit by this attack, with the powerful destructive might of a sword saint, he would be badly maimed if not dead. Lei Su repeatedly blocked Nie Yan's attacks as he wildly slashed out with his sword. Before long, the arena stage was covered in cracks with rubble scattered everywhere. The frightening destructive power left the spectators speechless. At best they saw dazzling sword beams flying out in every direction. The match was too fast and hectic for the normal eye to follow. Sword saints really are powerful, Nie Yan remarked. In terms of destructive power, shadow dancers simply couldn't compare. However, their advantage lay in their astonishing speed. No matter how Lei Su swung his sword, in the eyes of Nie Yan, his movements were as slow as a snail. Nie Yan nimbly evaded Lei Su's attacks, avoiding one sword beam after another. Finding an opening, he dashed forward, and with an elbow strike, he ruthlessly struck Lei Su in the abdomen. Clang. Lei Su slid several meters back before regaining his balance. Minus 6,358. Lei Su's defense was extremely high. So, Nie Yan could only deal this much damage. Right after landing the elbow strike, Nie Yan entered stealth. He shot forward and instantly closed the distance, lining Zenard's sword up with Lei Su's throat. Nie Yan's movements were too quick. Lei Su had no time to raise his arm to block. He could already feel the searing heat of Zenard's sword nearing his neck. Just as the attack was about to land, his pupils shrunk. In this critical moment, he somehow managed to move his body by instinct alone. Roar of the Berserker. A powerful force erupted out from Lei Su, sweeping out in all directions. Nie Yan didn't expect Lei Su's reaction speed to be so quick. Seeing the wave of force heading towards him, he immediately activated Gale Step, taking advantage of the brief invincibility to block the attack. Roar of the Berserker bought Lei Su several seconds. He quickly opened up some distance, retreating more than a dozen meters. Nie Yan once more disappeared into stealth. Lei Su held up his sword as he gazed at his surroundings warily, not daring to let his guard down for even a moment. After discovering Nie Yan hadn't given chase, he finally had some time to catch his breath. Sure enough, he really is amazing. I'm glad he lived up to my expectations. Lei Su couldn't help but sigh in praise. For Nie Yan to remain undefeated up until now wasn't without reason. At this moment, Lei Su became even more serious. Glancing down at his skill bar, he prepared for a fierce battle. Even though Lei Su knew his chances of winning were slim, he couldn't let others look down on him. Nie Yan and Lei Su's battle came to a deadlock. Lei Su was fairly skilled at PvP. It was no surprise he had maintained the #1 spot on the warrior rankings for so long in the previous timeline. He didn't lose out in the slightest to Blade Light or Smoke Stub. In fact, he even surpassed them. Conviction was filled with experts. Even if Nie Yan had knowledge from his past life, it wasn't possible for him to recruit every single last one of them to his side. At least with Lei Su joining their ranks, Ass-Kickers United would have another valiant general. Seeing Lei Su taking a defensive posture and on full alert, Nie Yan caressed the blade of Zenard's sword with his hand. He had zero intention of losing this match. He would no longer hold anything back. It was time to go all out. Lei Su buffed himself with several skills that raised his awareness. However, it still wasn't enough to pinpoint Nie Yan. He kept himself calm, moving step by step to prevent his senses from dulling. At this moment, a flame flashed before his eyes. There. Lei Su slashed out with his sword. A crescent-shaped sword beam brimming with destructive power struck the ground, sending rubble flying out everywhere. The attack missed. Something was wrong. He wanted to defend, but it was already too late. Backbreaker. Nie Yan shot forward like a lightning bolt. Lei Su had no time to react at all. Bang. Zenard's sword struck him in the back. A breathtaking attack. It was too fast for the human eye. -5322. A damage value floated up above Lei Su's head. However, contrary to Nie Yan's expectations, Lei Su wasn't crippled. Instead, he turned around and slashed down on Nie Yan. It's a bodyguard skill. Nie Yan's heart trembled. He hurriedly evaded and retreated back into stealth. As a precaution, Lei Su had buffed himself with Bulwark of the War God before the two exchanged blows. A golden aura wrapped around his body, bolstering his defense as well as making him immune to all crowd effects from physical skills. This was the most frightening aspect of a warrior. If an ordinary thief met a sword saint, they wouldn't be able to leave even a scratch on their armor, let alone immobilize them. On the other hand, the powerful attacks of a sword saint could finish them off in just a few hits. However, Lei Su was facing Nirvana Flame. There was a clear difference. Nie Yan's movement speed and attack speed were more than 2 times higher than Lei Su's. Seeing numerous shadows darting around him, Lei Su wildly swung his sword around. But never once did it connect. Nie Yan always dodged before he could even finish his swing. He would then quickly have to defend himself against the flurry of attacks Nie Yan dealt in retaliation. His health slowly fell. Lei Su's defense was high. Furthermore, sword saints had an innate ability that reduced all incoming physical damage by 70%. He had an enormous advantage against all physical damage classes. As a result, though the damage Nie Yan dealt to him was limited, it was quickly adding up. Lei Su's 80,000 health was gradually chipped away to only 20,000. Downing an advanced health potion, he restored some of his health, but it didn't even fill up half his health bar. He immediately stuck on a combat bandage while quickly retreating backward. Nie Yan suddenly emerged at Lei Su's side. With a swift kick, he struck Lei Su in the hip and interrupted the combat bandage. Damn it. Can't even catch my breath, Lei Su gloomily remarked. As the battle stretched on, Lei Su's health quickly fell to critical levels. Meanwhile, he hadn't even touched a single hair on Nie Yan's body. The speed of a shadow dancer was simply too outrageous. Before becoming a luminous dancer, Nie Yan was already much faster than most top-ranked thieves. After completing his class advancement quest, his speed increased even more thanks to the luminous dancer's innate ability. This caused his speed to reach an extremely frightening level. Even some level 150 to 160 dexterity type lords would be helpless against him, to say nothing of Lei Su. The exchange between Nie Yan and Lei Su left the spectators dumbstruck. Lei Su's strength caused many players to gasp in admiration. Sure enough, sword saints were powerful. No wonder he dared to challenge Nirvana Flame. However, Nie Yan's devilish speed left everyone speechless. Even such a powerful sword saint couldn't pose a threat to him. He still appeared to be dodging and maneuvering around with ease. Nie Yan was already displaying the pinnacle of a shadow dancer's movement techniques. He would always appear at the most optimal moments when the opponent was the most defenseless, then unleash an onslaught of attacks. Lei Su was being treated like a punching bag. Thinking this was how he was going to meet his end, Lei Su howled with anger. He activated Rage of the Berserker. His muscles swelled in size as he grew 2 heads taller, making him resemble an enormous barbarian. His skin turned ash gray like the color of stone. Seismic Slam. War Trample. Rampage. After activating Rage of the Berserker, Lei Su lashed out with one skill after another, all of which were small area attacks. Wherever he passed, the arena stage would quake and crack. Brimming with strength and tyrannical without compare, he let out a roar and charged forward, barreling straight for Nie Yan. Like a juggernaut, he tore through everything in his path. Nie Yan didn't expect Lei Su to explode with so much power. He blocked the Seismic Slam and War Trample with Shadow Waltz. However, he failed to completely dodge the charge and rampage as the berserk energy erupting out from Lei Su brushed against him. -7610. The leather armor defense of a thief was too weak, unable to endure a single attack from a sword saint. After being struck, Nie Yan's stealth was dispelled as he gradually materialized into view. Lei Su could finally see him clearly. Lei Su brandished his great sword. As he slashed down, a sword beam came sweeping out. He was like an enraged beast, letting loose with a storm of fierce attacks. He was like the living embodiment of destruction, destroying everything in his path. Nie Yan evaded to the best of his ability, but even he couldn't cope with such a flurry of attacks. One of the sword beams nicked him, dealing in the excess of 16,000 damage. This was the difference between leather and plate armor. A sword saint could easily break through a thief's defense. However, a thief would find it difficult to even leave a dent on a sword saint's armor. Even a shadow dancer was the same. Nie Yan didn't dare to eat another attack. He quickly drank an advanced health potion to restore some of his health. Flicker strike. As a sword beam came cleaving down on him, Nie Yan disappeared from his original spot. He instantly re-emerged behind Lei Su and stabbed toward his throat with Zenard's sword. Arg! Lei Su bellowed out, erupting out with a powerful force that prevented Zenard's sword from inching any closer, and cleaved down with his sword. Nie Yan retreated half a step back, then spun around to the side as he brushed past Lei Su. Reverse grip backstab. Nie Yan's attack was executed beautifully. I can't block. Lei Su's eyes flashed with alarm. He couldn't keep up with Nie Yan's tempo at all. The difference in speed was too great. Nie Yan could easily land attacks on him, while he had to exert everything he had to even land a single hit on Nie Yan. Minus 16,444. PSHHFTT. Zenard's sword plunged into Lei Su's back. Nie Yan followed up with lacerate, opening up an even larger wound as blood came spraying out. Even though Bulwark of the War God was powerful, it couldn't protect Lei Su forever. The stab toward Lei Su's throat was blocked. But after launching another attack an instant later, he finally dealt damage. The damage from Nie Yan's critical hit was fairly high, leaving Lei Su with only about 10,000 health remaining. Lei Su immediately became anxious. He opened his mouth and let out a deafening roar. Roar of the wild. A destructive sound wave came sweeping out in every direction. Nie Yan immediately sensed the danger, activating Mind Immune to evade the attack. He quickly retreated more than a dozen meters and entered back into stealth, disappearing from view. Nie Yan maintained his stealth and lingered around in the distance with a faint smile on his face. He planned to let the bleed damage shave away at Lei Su's health for the time being. This was one of the ways thieves could deal with warriors. Minus 1,333. Minus 1,333. Minus 1,333. A string of damage values floated up above Lei Su's head. His health was gradually falling, but Nie Yan showed no signs of appearing. He knew what Nie Yan was trying to do. He took out a recover scroll and used it, his health bar filling back up by 20%. Time slowly ticked away. The health Lei Su had restored back with the recover scroll was gradually being eaten away. The bleed effect lasted for a total of 20 seconds, causing Lei Su to somewhat despair. This bleed damage was frightening. Even if he had more health, there was no way he could withstand this forever. Lei Su gradually became aware of just how frightening Nie Yan's various stats were. Even his most basic attacks could deal so much damage. PvPing with Nie Yan truly made him feel depressed. Nie Yan eyed Lei Su from the shadows. Seeing his health falling lower and lower, he faintly smiled. It's about time I settle this. He gradually made his way over. Lei Su only had a little less than 10,000 health left. He planned to risk it all with one final attack as he kept moving about. Suddenly, he couldn't move his legs. Shit, it's lockdown. Lei Su quickly activated Whirlwind Slash in an attempt to prevent Nie Yan from attacking from behind. He was enveloped by a vortex of sword light. Whirlwind Slash lasted for 3 seconds, buying him enough time for lockdown to wear off. But the moment it wore off, Lei Su discovered he had been immobilized again. Is his lockdown off cooldown already? Lei Su was filled with doubt. A skill like lockdown had a cooldown of at least 30 seconds. How come Nie Yan could use it again so soon? What Lei Su didn't know was that Nie Yan also had Extreme Intimidate on top of lockdown. Its effects were similar but even more powerful. As Lei Su's Whirlwind Slash ended, before he could even activate a second skill, Zenard's sword appeared in front of his throat, the raging black flames surrounding the blade threatening to consume all life. Cut throat. Feeling the searing heat assaulting his face, Lei Su attempted to block with the aura from Bulwark of the War God. However, he couldn't use it again so soon after blocking an attack. As for his other defensive skills, there was no time. Nie Yan's attack came at the most opportune time. Lei Su's reaction was a bit too late. He simply had no time to block the cut throat. The sharp blade of Zenard's sword came down on his throat, ruthlessly slicing open a large wound. Minus 9,895. Lei Su lost all his remaining health. Thud. Lei Su collapsed to the ground. It's over. Nie Yan sheathed Zenard's sword. He was quite pleased with his last cut throat. The spectators didn't find this outcome surprising at all. From the beginning of the match to the end, Lei Su was always on the back foot. Nie Yan's speed was simply too oppressive. However, they still deeply admired Lei Su. There were definitely no more than 5 players in the entire Viridian Empire who could push Nie Yan this far. Everyone was dumbstruck. This was the strength of a shadow dancer and sword saint. Many players replayed the video of the match at half or quarter speed, watching everything back in slow motion. From one shot to the next, the video was analyzed. What was impossible to see live became crystal clear in the replays. Nie Yan and Lei Su's grasps of skill cooldowns and reaction speeds were especially impeccable. After playing the match back countless times over, only then did everyone understand just what a shadow dancer represented, the absolute pinnacle of speed. As a sword saint, Lei Su's attacks were by no means slow. However, he couldn't hold a candle to Nie Yan. He was abused like a punching bag while his health was slowly shaved away. Even if he had unrivaled defense and health, he would still eventually succumb to the endless barrage of attacks. In terms of class matchups, a sword saint could easily suppress a shadow dancer. But in the face of Nie Yan's devilish speed, Lei Su was completely helpless to retaliate. The forums say Magisters beat Sword Saints beat Shadow Dancers, and Shadow Dancers beat Magisters, sort of like a Rochambeau relationship. But how come, after watching the match between Nirvana Flame and Lei Su, I feel like Shadow Dancers can completely suppress Sword Saints? What can you even do against that ludicrous speed? A player analyzed in a speechless manner. PFF'd. Did you already forget who Lei Su was facing? Just because Nirvana Flame can beat Lei Su using that kind of method doesn't mean others can. I'm betting ordinary Shadow Dancers would have the floor wiped with them. The player thought for a moment. This made sense. With such high health and defense, a Shadow Dancer would generally never take action against a Sword Saint in the wilderness. Because to them, Sword Saints were too tough to chew. Even if they mounted the perfect ambush, taking down a Sword Saint generally wasn't possible. Their only advantage was their powerful fleeing ability, allowing them to not lose even if they couldn't win. In other words, the match wasn't fair to begin with. Lei Su had an innate advantage. However, Nie Yan was simply too powerful. He used his high stats to overcome this class disadvantage. Though Lei Su had lost, the fearsome destructive power of a Sword Saint remained engraved deeply in the minds of the players. At present, 3 classes had appeared among the Master Class players: Sword Saint, Magister, and Shadow Dancer. Each one was supremely powerful, sparking the imaginations of countless players. If they could successfully class advance, even if they couldn't become as amazing as Nie Yan or Lei Su, they would still stand at the apex among ordinary players. Master classes were definitely the symbol of the strong. Everyone fervently discussed master classes, all of them talking about wanting to reach level 100 and tackling their class advancement quests. They had no idea how difficult it was. Even Asskickers United's top elites, despite possessing amazing equipment, Nie Yan couldn't guarantee every one of them would succeed. Luck played an important factor too. Out of hundreds of thousands of players, maybe 1 or 2 would have a chance of reaching Master Class. Nonetheless, after this match, the title of Master Class became highly coveted. After a while, Lei Su revived. Lei Su looked a bit dejected. I lost and pretty handedly too. Even if we go for a rematch, I think the result would still be the same. Yeah. Time to fulfill your end of our agreement, Nie Yan said with a faint smile. Lei Su had agreed to join Asskickers United if he lost. Nirvana Flame has sent you a request to join Asskickers United. Do you wish to accept? Yes. Lei Su has joined Asskickers United. After finding out Lei Su had joined the guild, the players of Asskickers United were overcome with excitement. He had undoubtedly proved his strength in his match against Nie Yan. Him joining meant the guild had another peak expert. Also as a warrior, he stood on equal footing with Blade Light and Smoke Stub. They were overjoyed. A rising tide lifts all boats. As members of Asskickers United, the guild's growth was naturally their growth as well. This was definitely something worth celebrating over. Before long, news of Lei Su joining Asskickers United spread out to the outside as well. This was a world-shaking development. A fresh tide of experts put in their applications to enter the guild. After all, Asskickers United had it all, both a powerful growth potential and backing. As for how far a colossus like them would go or what they would be like in the future, no one really knew. Those who previously decided not to join Asskickers United also started reconsidering. If they waited until Asskickers United had united the entire Viridian Empire to join, it would be too late. Most large guilds highly valued seniority, new members would have to work twice as hard to obtain a spot among the veterans. It didn't matter how strong they were, only those who went through the fire together and came out on top received the best treatment. Lei Su's entry into Asskickers United had set off a whole new wave of players looking to join the guild. After settling some guild affairs on his side, Nie Yan started chatting with Lei Su. Since both of them were from the top military academy and had heard of each other's names before, they had no trouble interacting and seemed destined to become friends. Many warriors from the guild came over to give their greetings, welcoming Lei Su into the guild. At the same time, they also asked him to give them a few pointers. Seeing the Asskickers United players happily chatting with Lei Su, Nie Yan quietly withdrew from the crowd. It appeared he wasn't needed here anymore. Just as he was about to take his leave, his notification bar flashed. Lei Su sent Nie Yan a private message. Besides challenging you, I also came here today to invite you to join Heavenly Kings. Are you interested? Heavenly Kings. Nie Yan's eyes trembled. Looking over at Lei Su in the distance, his expression changed. He had no idea at all that Lei Su was part of Heavenly Kings. At the start of the school year, Nie Yan had learned from his father what kind of existence Heavenly Kings was. Whether in the political, military, or business sphere, their influence ran deep. If he could join them, it would be of enormous benefit to World Block. His father repeatedly told him that if he had a chance to join them, he definitely had to accept no matter what, and to just open his mouth if he needed anything. Given how serious his father was, he naturally kept these words in mind. Since Nie Yan now had the chance to join Heavenly Kings, he definitely couldn't let it slip by. Can I have a meeting with your higher-ups first? Nie Yan asked. He was extremely careful with his words. Heavenly Kings definitely couldn't be offended. If Lei Su was a member and he could join through Lei Su's referral, he could naturally wish for nothing more. However, he also didn't want to appear too eager or impatient, for fear of something backfiring. Seeing that Nie Yan was interested, Lei Su replied, "Of course you can. Our higher-ups have already been expecting you for a long time." After watching the videos of Nie Yan fighting in his match with Nie Yan today, Lei Su felt a lot of admiration for Nie Yan. He couldn't be happier if Nie Yan joined Heavenly Kings. So, he didn't think too much when answering. Lei Su's words gave Nie Yan a piece of information. It appeared Heavenly Kings had been eyeing him from the start. That meant his chances of joining were even higher. Are there any requirements or restrictions for joining? Nie Yan asked. Generally, these types of secret clubs had strict sets of rules. Nie Yan didn't want to be restrained too greatly. So, he wanted to weigh the pros and cons first. If joining Heavenly Kings was beneficial to him, he would definitely be happy to join. However, if it wasn't of any help to him and he would be restricted instead, it wasn't really worth it. After talking about the origins of Heavenly Kings, Lei Su said, "Our club doesn't require much of our members. You can freely join, and you can also request to leave. But while you're a member of the club, as long as it doesn't pose any harm to your interests, we're all supposed to cooperate together and support each other." Lei Su's words dispelled some of the misgivings in Nie Yan's heart. It seemed Heavenly Kings was fairly open-minded. It was simply an organization for students to meet up and help each other. The key point was that every member of the club held astonishing influence and authority. Nie Yan didn't know which part of him had attracted the attention of those people. But since they had invited him, that meant he was a valuable asset in their eyes. "If you're willing to join Heavenly Kings, you can call me up after you log off. I'll send you my number." "Alright, thank you." Nie Yan nodded. Seeing Nie Yan agree, Lei Su faintly smiled. Ever since he joined Heavenly Kings, he had never seen a single person refuse their invite. Nie Yan being willing to join was only to be expected. "I hope we'll have many happy days ahead of us." As the spectators scattered, Lei Su received several team invites from within the guild. Though these teams were mostly composed of second-rate players, he gladly accepted and agreed to run a dungeon or two with them. What surprised Nie Yan was that 50 other fairly skilled, first-rate players entered Ass-Kickers United alongside Lei Su. They were his followers who often joined him in running dungeons. Several of them had strength that was only one step below him. With a team of experts like this supporting him and his powerful background, for him to reach his current heights was only to be expected. With more than 50 skilled experts joining Ass-Kickers United, Nie Yan felt like a meat pie had dropped from the sky. If he had to gather these players the normal way, he would have to spend a lot of time and effort. Luckily, they had delivered themselves right up to his doorstep. Though they were still Lei Su's subordinates, if anything major happened in the future, they would follow him in helping the guild. After settling all his affairs on this side, Nie Yan planned to resume hunting skeletons with Xie Yao and Tang Yao. When the three of them met up in the transfer area, they received news that Qin Han had crossed the borders of Kalor territory from the south with a large army of skeletons. Furthermore, hordes of skeletons had appeared in Nisod and Colt. Qin Han had already mobilized his troops in attacking the strongholds in Colt. Attacking the weakest point, he planned to seize control of the strongholds while slaughtering his way forward and expanding his forces at the same time. Nie Yan could no longer continue to leisurely hunt skeletons. He hurriedly mobilized Ass-Kickers United's troops to face Qin Han and his skeleton army. The Raybit stronghold was in a state of emergency. The Aransan stronghold was in a state of emergency. The two small strongholds in Colt were the first to be attacked. They were surrounded on all sides by an endless sea of skeletons. Guo Wai had received a report from his moles and God Executioner sword. The number of skeletons had already surpassed 2,008,000 of which were lords. This kind of military strength was truly frightening. The Shoro stronghold, this was the most important stronghold connecting Colt to Kalor. Ass-Kickers United had already discovered skeletons showing up in its vicinity. Nie Yan glanced at the map. Qin Han's next move was probably to take down the Shoro stronghold. Like this, Kalor would be isolated from Colt and Nisod. It was divide and conquer. Nie Yan pondered for a long time. The Shoro stronghold was an extremely important strategic location. As long as he could hold onto it, he could freely move around his catapult legion, steamrolling everything in his path. The land surrounding Colt was basically all flatlands and plains. With the Shoro stronghold as a foothold, they could freely advance to attack and retreat to defend. The skeleton army's campaign would be put to a stop here. Nie Yan started mobilizing a large number of catapults towards the Shoro stronghold. At the same time, he had many high-level players hurry over as well. Since a transfer point hadn't been set up there yet, Ass-Kickers United could only teleport to the closest town and rush over to the Shoro stronghold by mounts. It was about a 15-minute journey. Nie Yan, Xie Yao, and Tang Yao rushed over to the Shoro stronghold on their flying mounts. In the previous battle, the Shoro stronghold had been razed to the ground by Ass-Kickers United's catapults. However, after reconstruction efforts, it looked even grander than before. After arriving over the Shoro stronghold, Nie Yan and the other two jumped off their flying mounts and landed on the walls. The perfect vantage point. They surveyed the surroundings, spotting a few skeletons roaming around here and there. These were only reconnaissance units. The main army had yet to arrive. Nie Yan started setting up defenses in preparation for the battle, both inside and in the vicinity of the stronghold. This job was delegated to only the most trusted members of Ass-Kickers United. Before long, around 70 catapults had been transported to the Shoro stronghold. They were set up on top of the walls. With the elevation bonus, they had a range of about 500 meters. After making sure everything was ready and in order, Nie Yan had Guo Wai provide the 60,000 players guarding the stronghold with a bunch of items for dealing with the skeletons, including Holy Judgment scrolls, Twisting Vines scrolls, and so on. The Shoro stronghold had been transformed into an impenetrable bastion by Nie Yan. In the next few hours, Nie Yan received several reports. The Raybit and Aransan strongholds had both already fallen. The skeleton army continued to move with sweeping momentum toward the Baguette stronghold, destroying all villages and towns in its path like an unstoppable torrent. Nie Yan stayed near the Shoro stronghold for several days. On the third day, he received word that Blade Light and Sun had completed their class advancement quests. This news came as no surprise to him. It was only natural they succeeded. Even though he was happy for them, what Ass-Kickers United required right now were magisters and archbishops. These classes had much more of an impact in large-scale conflicts. Nie Yan closely monitored the progress of Painted Muslin, Black Hell, Black Heaven, and the others' class advancement quests. However, it looked like it would take them on average another 15 days to finish. Meanwhile, the situation at the Shoro stronghold was getting more urgent. After sweeping through more than a dozen strongholds in Cold, Qin Han's skeleton army was already converging on it. Around 400,000 skeletons had gathered in an area several kilometers away from the Shoro stronghold. Faced against such an enormous force, Nie Yan definitely wouldn't dare to dispatch players to deal with them. As soon as they ventured into the wilderness outside the safety of the stronghold walls, they would become prey for the skeletons. The large skeleton army was slowly gathering around the Shoro stronghold. The fighting could break out at any moment. While standing atop the walls of the stronghold, Nie Yan had a mysterious smile on his face. He held a scout report in his hands. It's finally time. Standing in the middle of the skeleton army, Qin Han in his black robes was staring at the stronghold's walls in the distance. He had just received word that Nie Yan had already set up defenses in the Shoro stronghold and was waiting for him to arrive. Qin Han's lips curved into a disdainful smile. You want to stop my skeleton army with just these measly defenses and troops? You really are underestimating me too much. The great skeleton army was unstoppable, razing every village and town it came across. Any players or guilds in their way were slaughtered into submission and left trembling in fear. This caused Qin Han's ambitions and confidence to swell to astronomical levels. With millions of skeletons at his command, he naturally wouldn't put the tiny Shoro stronghold in his eyes. After taking down the Shoro stronghold and passing through a ravine, he would sweep through all of Kalor. He would uproot all of Asskickers United from the ground. Qin Han recalled how Nie Yan had sniped him from afar. How could he forget? It was his single most humiliating defeat since entering the game. He would absolutely pay it back tenfold. Kill. A powerful psychic wave erupted out from Qin Han and spread out in every direction. This was him passing down his command. The skeleton army slowly advanced toward the Shoro stronghold like a surging tide. Standing atop the stronghold walls, Nie Yan gazed into the distance. Stretching out as far as the eye could see was a vast sea of skeletons. No wonder the NPCs described these skeletons as locusts. That was exactly what they looked like, a swarm of locusts. Gradually, the skeleton army drew closer and closer. They were about 1,000 meters away from the walls. The skeletons at the front triggered the traps Asskickers United had set up around the perimeter of the stronghold. Explosions and pillars of flames erupted into the air, transforming the thickets in the vicinity into a sea of fire. Under the raging inferno, numerous skeletons rattled their jaws and collapsed into pieces. Even so, it was far from enough to stop the army's advance. The fire continued to burn for 15 minutes before gradually settling down. Afterwards, the skeleton army encountered all sorts of traps, from pitfalls to spike traps, explosive traps, and so on. At least 50,000 skeletons were wiped out. After failing to make any headway due to all the traps, Qin Han became increasingly infuriated. Under his command, the skeleton army forcefully pushed forward. They advanced even more frantically than before. It was like a sea bones. No matter how many skeletons at the front were killed, those at the back would step over their bones and continue forward. 800 meters, 700 meters, 600 meters. The skeletons were getting closer and closer, causing the players guarding the Shoro stronghold to feel more and more pressure weighing down on them. Boss, they're almost here. Shouldn't we bombard them now? You idiot. Look at where they are. That's easily more than 500 meters. Way out of range. The catapults won't hit. As the skeletons drew closer, the atmosphere in the Shoro stronghold grew more tense. If they were facing another guild, they definitely wouldn't be afraid. But what they were facing was a mindless horde of skeletons. Many among them had fought these skeletons before. They were like unkillable cockroaches, always gathering in large groups and swarming forward without fear of death. The players who were killed by them would also join their ranks. Anyone would feel helpless facing this kind of enemy, to say nothing of the fact that what they were up against right now was a skeleton army several 100,000 strong. Don't be afraid, guys. With such high walls, these skeletons can climb up only by piling up on top of one another. All the mages and priests have to do is blast them with magic. We'll kill as many as we can. Even if they do breach through our defenses, the stronghold might fall, but we'll still have our lives, or are you saying we can't outrun a bunch of slow-moving skeletons? As for those who can't get away fast enough, I can only recommend you work more on your cardio. Nie Yan faintly smiled. The players broke out in laughter. The tension in the air eased up by a lot. Nie Yan stuck to one hard and fast rule, and that was to never have a direct clash. He would shave away at the enemy's numbers as much as possible. However, as soon as the skeleton army breached their defenses, he would order an immediate retreat. Since it was like this, the players from Asskickers United relaxed substantially. Seeing the skeletons marching over step by step, they really did appear awfully slow. Faced with this kind of enemy, as long as they weren't surrounded, they could easily get away. The horde of skeletons had already arrived within 300 meters of the Shoro stronghold. Catapults, open fire. Nie Yan ordered. The 70 catapults that had long since been ready immediately launched their payloads into the air. Countless shells arced through the sky and fell toward the skeleton army. Boom, boom, boom. Frost explosions rang out through the battlefield, encasing countless skeletons in ice. Afterwards, the armored ice catapults were swiftly reloaded in preparation for a second barrage. Close to half of the skeletons within 500 meters of the stronghold were wiped out. However, this didn't slow the rest down. Stepping over the bony remains of their fellow skeletons, they gradually approached the stronghold walls. It was time for the mages to shine. Standing atop the walls, they waved their staffs. A torrent of magic came pouring down on the skeletons below. The mages took turns casting AoE magic on the skeletons below. All sorts of different spells amalgamated together, producing a light show of fire, ice, and lightning. The skeletons collapsed in droves and turned into piles of bones. Only about a tenth of the skeletons survived the bombardments from the catapults. However, even after arriving below the walls, they could only wander around aimlessly. They had no way of climbing the stronghold. In the end, they were cleaned up by the mages. The skeleton army was pretty terrible at sieging. Before long, the ground below the walls was filled with piles of bones, which only grew higher by the second. Even though the skeleton army's losses were severe, ever more skeletons were flooding forward. Qin Han fervently urged his skeleton army to press forward. Even if the losses were greater, he wouldn't care. He wanted to crush every obstacle in front of him, especially Nie Yan. That fellow had to die. He knew Nie Yan was leading the defenses at the Shoro stronghold, so he couldn't get himself to withdraw. Meanwhile, information about Qin Han being the dark hand behind the vengeance of the undead event and his treachery that led to the massacre of more than 500,000 players from 30 different guilds was exposed online. The players on the forums erupted in righteous anger, condemning his actions, and his reputation was forever tarnished. Nie Yan took advantage of the opportunity to leak that Qin Han was also controlling Divine Protectors, God Executioner Sword, and Penumbra Empire from behind the scenes. More and more players started siding with Asskickers United and spurning the three other guilds. Nevertheless, Nie Yan understood that even though public opinion was on his side, the outcome would still be determined by the side with the bigger fists. Only a single victor could emerge between Asskickers United and the Monet Financial Group. The area below the Shoro stronghold had already become a land of death with bones scattered everywhere. They were slowly piling up, 5 meters, 10 meters, 15 meters. Gradually approaching the height of the walls. The skeletons were climbing up this mountain of bones. The players on the walls couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat seeing the single-minded aggression of these skeletons. Hovering over Nie Yan's shoulder, Battle Angel Kalena repeatedly waved her staff, purifying the remains of the skeletons. However, she simply couldn't keep up with the rate at which the bones were piling up. Priests, paladins, purify those remains. Nie Yan commanded. The priests and paladins raised their staffs and swords respectively. A curtain of light descended from the sky, dissolving the skeletal remains one after another. The size of the mountain of bones was slightly reduced. The battle was reaching a climax. Nie Yan gazed off in the distance. Around 10,000 skeletons with pitch-black bones appeared in his vision. His heart trembled. Qin had already started dispatching his elite and lord-class skeletons. The skeletons at the front gathered below the stronghold walls, with more and more piling on top of one another. The elite and lord-class skeletons stepped over them, and tanking the barrage of magic, they started climbing their way to the top. If these elite and lord-class skeletons were allowed to reach the top of the walls, the consequences would be grave. Sparrow Hawk, use your forbidden magic. Nie Yan shouted. Tang Yao had 5 forbidden spells in total. One was on cooldown while he could still use the other 4, among which 2 were wide-scale offensive spells, definitely enough for the skeletons to have their fill. Tang Yao started casting his magic, chanting out one syllable after another. Sensing the intense magic fluctuations around Tang Yao, the players in the vicinity immediately retreated back. Sparrow Hawk is casting forbidden magic. What powerful fluctuations! The players in the vicinity gasped in shock. It seemed like the surroundings were about to be ripped apart. Everyone's hearts were beating fast. From the stirring of the magic energy in the air, they could tell Tang Yao was in the middle of casting a wide-scale offensive magic. They couldn't help but look on with excitement and anticipation. Just how powerful would this spell be? The skeletons were still tirelessly climbing the mountain of bones. Standing far off in the distance in the middle of the skeleton army, Qin Han stared at the change occurring on the Shoro stronghold's walls. The sky was quickly shrouded by clouds of black flames. The intense magic fluctuations caused his face to pale. A thought crossed his mind: forbidden magic. Qin Han had seen the video of Tang Yao casting forbidden magic last time. Decree of Dusk wasn't an offensive magic, but its might still couldn't be looked down on. The spell this time looked even more astonishing. Clouds of black flames blotted out the sky over the battlefield, stretching out for 1,000 meters. The surroundings turned gloomy, like the coming of darkness before a storm. Qin Han didn't dare to linger around any longer. He quickly retreated several kilometers back, only stopping after confirming he was safely out of range. It was already too late to pull out his troops. As he gazed at the distant Shoro stronghold, he saw Tang Yao levitating in the air, his robes flapping in the wind. Tang Yao waved his staff as an enormous vortex of magic energy converged on him. At this moment, he was like a deity. The intense pressure prevented the skeletons below from moving even an inch. So this is forbidden magic. Qin Han muttered. He couldn't suppress his jealousy toward Nie Yan. So far, Asskickers United already had 6 master class players, 2 of which were magisters. Meanwhile, his side didn't even have a single master class player. If he had just one magister, the situation right now would be completely different. He felt extremely depressed. Why did all the top players flock to Asskickers United? He had previously attempted to bribe the top players in Asskickers United over to his side, but he only managed to poach a few second-rate small fry. Just what did Nie Yan do to make these people so unwaveringly loyal to him? Archon Flame Apocalypse. Tang Yao's spell was already nearing completion. After chanting out the last syllable, thunder and lightning crackled across the clouds. Black lightning and raging black flames started falling down from the sky like a torrential downpour. Everything stretching out for 1,000 meters was raining black flames. A sight like this was truly spectacular and awe-inspiring. Each and every skeleton that came in contact with the raging inferno was transformed into piles of ashes. Even the Lord-class skeletons weren't spared. It was like a scene straight from hell. Countless skeletons cackled and rattled their jaws as they struggled within the flames. As the Arch and Flame apocalypse was going strong, one ray of light after another fell over Tang Yao. He leveled up 5 times consecutively, going from level 103 to 108. Even Tang Yao was dumbstruck. Every level after 100 required an astonishing amount of experience. But a single forbidden spell had allowed him to rise 5 levels all at once. One could imagine how many skeletons had died. The Arch and Flame apocalypse lasted for a total of 3 minutes before finally settling down. Everything stretching out up to 1,000 meters of the Shoro stronghold was swept clean. The earth was scorched black, and it looked like the surface of the moon with craters everywhere. The mountain of bones had also disappeared. The entire battlefield was swept clean. The siege of the skeleton army came to an abrupt halt. Seeing the destruction wrought by the Arch and Flame apocalypse, everyone sucked in a breath of air, their hearts battered by waves of shock. So this was the power of forbidden magic. Too frightening. Everything in a 1,000-meter wide area was destroyed. Not even a blade of grass survived. No wonder forbidden magic was labeled as the most powerful magic of magisters. Sure enough, it was out of this world. Sparrow Hawk's spell is terrifying. Yeah, apparently he shot up 5 levels right after using it. My god. Can you imagine just how many skeletons he killed? Ass-Kickers United's players were discussing fervently. The power of forbidden magic was deeply engraved in their minds. Advancing to a magister became the dream of all the mages. Qin Han gazed up ahead. In front of him was a vast, empty barren. Tang Yao's forbidden magic had wiped out at least 38,000 skeletons. Since the start of the battle, his side had already lost more than 70,000 skeletons. Yet his army had failed to even reach the top of the walls. No matter how strong your forbidden magic is, let's just see how many you can cast. Qin Han shouted, his expression twisting with rage. Since he had already reached this point, he definitely wouldn't withdraw. If he couldn't even take down the Shoro stronghold, he had no hope of defeating Ass-Kickers United. Before long, another enormous horde of skeletons flooded toward the Shoro stronghold, launching a second wave of attacks. The siege of the Shoro stronghold attracted the attention of the entire player base. Tang Yao's Arch and Flame apocalypse left them speechless. The forbidden magic of magisters could truly be described as heaven-sundering and earth-rending. Those who initially weren't too optimistic started changing their minds. Perhaps Ass-Kickers United did have what it'd take to repel the skeleton army. Ass-Kickers United had already warned players not to engage with the skeletons under any circumstances. Now whenever players encountered one, they would immediately flee. Like this, the growth of the skeleton army slowed down significantly. They could only rely on massacring NPC towns and villages to expand. This caused Qin Han to feel a sense of crisis. If he could only rely on slaughtering NPC settlements to expand, the growth of his skeleton army would have no way of keeping up with the rate they were dying at. If it continued on like this, they would eventually collapse. Qin Han thought of another extreme method and put it into work. He announced that anyone who voluntarily became a skeleton would be compensated 5 gold a month. There were plenty penniless, low-level players in conviction, many of whom flocked to him. After learning Qin Han was resorting to this method to recruit skeletons, Nie Yan chuckled to himself. Qin Han was at the end of his rope. His skeleton army had already been effectively quarantined. He would be lucky if their numbers even broke past 8 million. As long as Ass-Kickers United continued fighting them at the forefront, they would be whittled away until nothing was left of them. Nie Yan, I just received a title called Apocalypse Savior, Tang Yao said after glancing at his notification window. Apocalypse Savior. How many skeletons did you kill? Nie Yan asked in shock. Tang Yao looked down at the skeleton kill count. 40,000. No wonder. Nie Yan exclaimed. Tang Yao had really killed a frightening number of skeletons. What kind of effect does the Apocalypse Savior title give? Magic power plus 10%, cast time minus 10%, Tang Yao replied. These effects were pretty good. Tang Yao's magic power and cast speed were already at the top among mages. With the effects of this title, he would be unrivaled. Nie Yan turned to Xie Yao. When the next wave of skeletons arrives, you should cast your forbidden magic too. The skeletons were basically serving themselves up on a silver platter. Nie Yan definitely couldn't let this opportunity go to waste. If Xie Yao also obtained the Apocalypse Savior title, Ass-Kickers United would have 2 peerless magisters. It would be extremely difficult for Nie Yan to obtain the Apocalypse Savior title. For a melee class like him to kill 40,000 skeletons was nigh impossible. Even if he summoned Lil Gold, it still wouldn't be feasible. However, he paid close attention to his Holy Spirit Heart quest. This place was a sea of bones. If he could purify enough skeletons, it might be possible for him to break another seal from Zenard's sword. Over the next few days, Qin Han's skeleton army launched wave after wave of attacks, only to be repelled each time by the players of Ass-Kickers United. More than 300,000 skeletons crumbled to piles of bones below the walls of the Shoro stronghold, which still hadn't been breached. Looking at the Shoro stronghold from the outside, the walls were falling apart with cracks everywhere. For it to last so long against this endless tide of skeletons was practically a miracle. During this time, Xie Yao also obtained the Apocalypse Savior title. Heaven's Domain Descent was even more powerful than Arch and Flame Apocalypse, wiping out 60,000 skeletons in the blink of an eye. The Shoro stronghold refused to fall. Qin Han felt extremely frustrated and swore up a storm. He refused to be defeated like this. He continued to mobilize his skeleton army toward the Shoro stronghold. Victory or defeat in this battle was no longer just about the stronghold. Over the course of his conquest, Qin Han had already taken down 70 strongholds. The War God tribe in Nisode and battle-crazed alliance in Hilderlock were all turtling in their several key strongholds. As long as the Shoro stronghold fell and the main force of Ass-Kickers United was defeated, he could completely crush them beneath his feet. At present, more than half of Ass-Kickers United's elites were in the Shoro stronghold. Anyone heading to Kalor had to pass through this stronghold. Even if taking it down would come at a great cost, Chin Han refused to back down. Damn it. Keep attacking. Chin Han fiercely spurred on his troops, mobilizing another 500,000 skeletons. He was going to take down the Shoro stronghold, no matter what. At this moment, standing on top of the walls, Nie Yan had a smirk on his face. He had achieved his goal. Chin Han was completely focused on him. With close to 1 million skeletons laying siege on the Shoro stronghold alone, the pressure on the other guilds was greatly reduced. Tang Yao and Xie Yao had already cast their forbidden magic. Under the frantic assault of the skeletons, the mages were all running low on mana. They were akin to dried up oil lamps. But the relentless assault of the skeletons showed no signs of stopping. They kept coming and coming, never giving the mages a breather to recover their mana. The walls were breached. Warriors had to form human walls to keep the skeletons from swarming the stronghold. They were slowly being overwhelmed. Seeing the mages out of mana, Nie Yan gave out an order, everyone, use your scrolls. Don't feel too bad about using them since I'm the one footing the bill. Nie Yan's joke evoked a few chuckles. The players activated the scrolls. A torrent of holy light flooded out, beating back the skeletons once more. The clash between both sides was intense, with neither side willing to back down for even a single second. Eventually, some skeletons pushed through the human wall of warriors and started slaughtering the mages. Boss, we can't hold on any longer over here. Boss, we have a breach. The walls were being overrun. Nie Yan knitted his brows. Should we give up on the Shoro stronghold already? If we keep fighting like this, we're going to suffer heavy losses. But if we withdraw now, all of Kalor is going to be swarmed by Chin Han's skeleton army. While Nie Yan was racking his brains for a solution, a figure appeared beside him and asked, need some help. Nie Yan looked over. A warrior clad in ornate gold armor entered his eyes. Behind him were 50 high-level players. Without Nie Yan's instructions, Lei Su wasn't sure what to do. Seeing the situation going south, he took the initiative to ask. The east side of the walls. That section is about to fall. Go over there and help. Thanks, Nie Yan said. Alright, no problem. I'm also a member of Ass-Kickers United now. It's the least I can do. Lei Su chuckled. He then hurried over to the east side of the walls with his comrades. The walls on the east side of the stronghold were breached. A large number of skeletons were flooding in as a fierce battle broke out. With high health and defense, the skeletons braved the magic and slaughtered one player after another. The fallen would immediately reanimate and join the ranks of the enemy. Guys, we can't let these skeletons get past us, or else the consequences will be even more severe. Plug the breach. Warriors, go up and stop them. We have to beat them back. More warriors rushed to the front and stopped the skeletons from advancing forward. Even though the skeletons were attacking fiercely, the players guarding the walls didn't back down in the slightest. After all, they were the elites of Ass-Kickers United. Skeleton after skeleton threw themselves fearlessly at the human wall, gradually overwhelming them, when a thundering voice rang out, warriors, move aside. I'll deal with it myself. Lei Su appeared from behind a corner. He looked like a golden armored war god as he rushed into the fray. It's war god Lei Su. Everyone, make way. Even though the players of Ass-Kickers United were still a bit unfamiliar with Lei Su, most of them knew he had joined the guild and had seen his duel with Nie Yan. No one knew when, but his nickname of war god also started spreading. It was a befitting title for someone who was capable of fighting Nie Yan to such an extent. The warriors stepped out of the way, opening up a path. At this moment, two large skeletons charged toward Lei Su. Nothing more than a pile of bones. Lei Su arrogantly smiled. He slashed down with his great sword, firing out a crescent-shaped sword beam towards the two skeletons. Bang! The two skeletons were instantly smashed apart as bone fragments flew out in every direction. Lei Su's attacks were domineering. Even though they couldn't match the range of mages, most of them reaching no more than 10 meters, their destructive power was unrivaled. Seeing the skeletons climbing the walls, Lei Su charged forward to greet them. Slashing out wildly with his sword, he smashed every skeleton in range into pieces. The skeletons struck Lei Su with their axes. However, the attacks were stopped by the golden aura protecting his body, giving off sparks as the attacks bounced off. They couldn't deal any damage to him. Swinging out with a punch, Lei Su struck one of the skeletons in the chest. Boom! His fist instantly shattered it into pieces. The surrounding players gaped their jaws in shock. So powerful. This was unrivaled, absolute strength. It was the pinnacle of warriors. A giant lord-class skeleton king came stomping over. It had just finished off two players. Seeing Lei Su tearing through one skeleton after another, it immediately charged over while brandishing its great war axe. The skeleton king looked invincible with its metallic bones. A single stroke from its axe could leave a large crater in the wall. Defense stance. Lei Su raised his great sword, blocking the skeleton king's blow. Clang. Lei Su's body sunk as cracks started appearing on the ground beneath his feet. However, he still remained unyielding like a boulder. Rhaaaghhh. Lei Su slashed out with his great sword as a crescent-shaped sword beam cleaved into the skeleton king's body. Minus 33,555. Not only was Lei Su taking on a skeleton king alone, he was also slowly forcing it back. The surrounding players were dumbstruck. His strength was truly astonishing. Lei Su's appearance averted a potential disaster. The players from Ass-Kickers United managed to repel the skeletons once more. Nie Yan looked over the current statistics of the battle. So far, Ass-Kickers United had lost 60 players. Once the casualties exceeded 100, he would probably call for a full retreat. Losing the Shoro stronghold wasn't too terrible of a loss. After all, his main goal was to shave away at the strength of Qin Han's skeleton army. Once the walls fell, there was no need to fight until the bitter end. Nie Yan's basic strategy was to cull the enemy's numbers while minimizing casualties on his side as much as possible. He would make Qin Han pay a heavy price for every stronghold taken. Until finally the skeleton army was weakened enough, at which time he would deal the fatal blow. As the holder of the Great Prophet title, Nie Yan could mobilize the troops stationed in any of the cities in the Viridian Empire. However, it would be foolish to think that the 8,000 NPC soldiers stationed in Kalor could defeat a skeleton army 8 million strong. So, he could only rely on his current turtling tactic. Even by offering a nice reward for players willfully turning into skeletons and raising any NPC village or town he could find, it still wasn't enough. The large majority of the player base heeded Nie Yan's warning to stay as far away from the skeletons as possible. Qin Han was enraged. His skeleton army was slowly dwindling in size. He became all the more determined to destroy the Shoro stronghold. To that end, he had his troops launch an even fiercer assault. After another afternoon of non-stop fighting, Ass-Kickers United had wiped out a further 150,000 skeletons. However, they were gradually being overwhelmed. The Shoro stronghold likely wouldn't hold for much longer. They received an order from Nie Yan. Under no circumstances were they to engage the skeletons if the situation looked unfavorable. Losses had to be kept to the absolute minimum. Even if the skeletons flooded into the stronghold, the Ass-Kickers United players weren't to tangle with them. Boss, we can't hold out much longer. The walls are already overrun with skeletons. Everyone, we're making a full retreat. Evacuate through the transfer point. Warriors, bring up the rear, but don't recklessly throw your lives away. Don't panic. Squad number 1 retreat first, then squad number 2, squad number 3, and so on. Nie Yan ordered. As soon as the words left his mouth, the players began an orderly withdrawal. Boss, what do we do about the catapults? Have the catapults continue firing for 3 more minutes, then destroy them beyond repair. Don't leave a single one for the enemy. Nie Yan said in a deep voice. Even though his heart ached at the thought of losing 70 armored ice catapults, he had no other choice. If they weren't destroyed, they would fall into Qin Han's hands. Besides, Ass-Kickers United still had another 500 catapults and trebuchets. This loss was bearable. The players from Ass-Kickers United withdrew from the Shoro stronghold en masse. With a flash of light, they teleported away. The skeletons flooded into the Shoro stronghold and overflowed into the streets and alleys. But no matter how fast they ran, they were still slower than the fleeing players. When more than half of the players had evacuated through the transfer point, a series of explosions rang out. The armored ice catapults lined up in the center of the stronghold were all blown up. Go, go, go. Nie Yan ushered the players through the transfer point. When the last one teleported away, he destroyed it. At this moment, Qin Han arrived at the top of the Shoro stronghold's walls. Gazing inside, it was deserted. There wasn't a trace of any players. Ass-Kickers United's forces had long since withdrawn. What was left behind was an abandoned stronghold. Qin Han stomped his feet and let out a torrent of curses. Nie Yan was too treacherous. He had lost close to 500,000 skeletons, and all he had to show for it was a deserted stronghold. The enemy's casualties didn't even exceed double digits. Even though the destruction of 70 catapults was significant, for a rich magnate like Ass-Kickers United, it could easily be recovered from. Qin Han gradually understood Nie Yan's plan. If he had to sacrifice 500,000 skeletons every time he laid siege to a stronghold, it wouldn't be long before his skeleton army was wiped out completely. Qin Han might be ruthless, but Nie Yan was even more so. There were 2 other strongholds situated close to the Shoro stronghold. Nie Yan was in the middle of fortifying them. Their locations weren't as good. So, he set up relatively fewer defenses. He would be lucky to shave away even 200,000 skeletons from Qin Han's army. Nie Yan and the others stood on top of the walls of the Visor stronghold, gazing into the distance. If I were Qin Han right now, I'd probably be driven mad with anger. He spent so much effort to conquer the Shoro stronghold, only to find it completely deserted. Lei Su chuckled. Nie Yan smiled. He could picture Qin Han's face right about now. His eyes flashed with a cold light. Defeating you couldn't be any easier. Don't think you're invincible just because you have that little skeleton army. Even if it was bigger, I'd still take you to the cleaners. After taking down the Shoro stronghold, Qin Han's next target would definitely be the Crypt stronghold. It was the main headquarters of Ass-Kickers United. It couldn't be allowed to fall. It was surrounded by 5 other strongholds, which would provide a decent buffer. While the skeleton army was making their way through them, Nie Yan would make his preparations for the final decisive battle. Nie Yan started mobilizing all the forces available to him, which included Ass-Kickers United's players, the elites of other guilds, Kalor NPC soldiers, and so on. In the meantime, Qin Han's skeleton army had halted their advance. Qin Han realized he couldn't continue on like this, or he would eventually be forced into the passive. So, he decided to hold back his troops to recuperate and adjust their tactics. After receiving a report from his scouts, Guo Wai sent Nie Yan a message. Nie Yan, Qin Han's skeleton army has stopped moving. What do we do? That's good news. We need all the time we can get. Quickly gather the materials and produce more catapults. Nie Yan said. In the previous battle, he had witnessed the impact of the armored ice catapults firsthand. They were unrivaled weapons of destruction. Understood. Guo Wai nodded. What's our production output like? Nie Yan asked. With our output at max, we can probably manufacture 20 catapults a day. The only issue is the lack of crafting materials. It's simply not sustainable. We'd only last 3 days at most, Guo Wei replied. Wars were fought with production ability, and Ass-Kickers United was unrivaled in this aspect. Other guilds might only produce 2 or 3 catapults a day, whereas they could produce 20. Have Holy Empire, Sapphire Shrine, Radiant Sacred Flame, and the rest help us gather crafting materials. We're focusing all our efforts into production, Nie Yan said. At this moment, they had to pump out as many catapults as possible. I'll get to it right away. Even though Ass-Kickers United had lost 70 catapults at the Shoro stronghold, they still had another 350 catapults and 159 trebuchets remaining, all of which had been accumulated over the past couple of weeks. On top of that, they could produce 20 catapults a day. There was nothing to worry about. Even if they suffered some losses, they could quickly be replenished. By the time Nie Yan finished arranging everything, the servers were about to shut down. Nie Yan and Xie Yao logged out of the game. Nie Yan sent Lei Su a text message. Before long, he received a reply. Head to the second conference hall in the top military academy. Come quick. Someone wants to meet you. Nie Yan gazed at Xie Yao. He decided not to inform her about Heavenly Kings for the time being. He didn't want her to get anxious. A secretive club like Heavenly Kings would certainly evoke a sense of fear. They were simply too powerful and influential. They could easily decide a person's fate. Seeing Xie Yao's bright smile, Nie Yan felt it was better the less she knew about some things. He wanted to protect her happiness forever. I'm finally about to meet with Heavenly Kings. Nie Yan clenched his fist. No matter what, he had to enter this club. It would give him the backing he needed to deal with the Monet Financial Group and Century Financial Group. The Monet Financial Group and Century Financial Group were like swords hanging over his neck. The moment he slipped up, he would lose everything. So, Nie Yan frantically sought more power. Nie Yan and Xie Yao ate breakfast together, then headed off to the top military academy. After the two parted, he made his way toward the second conference hall. In the mind of both students and teachers, the second conference hall was an extremely special existence. This was a place Heavenly Kings had secured for themselves with their influence. They would occasionally gather there for meetings. There were several such conference halls on the premises of the top military academy that didn't permit ordinary students to enter. Nie Yan arrived at the entrance of the second conference hall. A student walked up to greet him. You're Nie Yan. Nice to meet you. I'm Luo Lin, an external member of Heavenly Kings. Please follow me, Luo Lin said politely. Alright. Nie Yan nodded, following behind Luo Lin. From Luo Lin's steady footsteps, Nie Yan could tell his physique was fairly good. Even an excellent person like this was only an external member in Heavenly Kings. Nie Yan's heart was filled with doubt. Why would Heavenly Kings pick him of all people? The top military academy had the smartest and brightest students of the entire country. On top of that, wherever you looked you would find people with deeper backgrounds than Nie Yan. World block couldn't possibly be the reason. They hadn't grown large enough yet to be worthy of Heavenly King's attention. Could it be something about him personally? However, just what did he have that would make them view him so highly? Lost in thoughts, Nie Yan walked inside. After passing through a long corridor, the two arrived in front of a sealed door. Please enter. The general and the others are all waiting for you, Luo Lin said. General. Nie Yan knitted his brows. Probably someone's code name or something. It naturally didn't occur to him that the person in question was actually a part of the military. As for what the members of Heavenly Kings were like, he had no idea. The things he knew about them was only scratching the tip of the iceberg. Their immense influence was enough to make large financial groups and other major powers tremble in fear. Nie Yan pushed the door open. The conference room wasn't that large. There was a long, rectangular table at the center with a dozen people seated around it. The lighting was dim, but he could still make out everyone's faces. His gaze landed on Lei Su. He had watched videos of Lei Su's bouts in international competitions before. So, he recognized him immediately. As for the others, he didn't know any of them. Nie Yan gazed over at the front of the room. Sitting at the head of the table was a middle-aged man with a dignified expression. He wore an ashen-colored blazer. Nie Yan could feel a domineering pressure coming from him, one that came from having stood in a high position for a long time. He had an austere air about him. A trace of doubt flashed in Nie Yan's mind. Could he be part of the military? After spending so much time with his father, Nie Yan was quite familiar with the disposition of a soldier. His judgment was most likely correct. The middle-aged man seemed to hold the highest authority in this room. Seated to his left and right were several other men in their later years. They were all likely heavyweights in the top military academy. Nie Yan and the middle-aged man met eyes. The two nodded at each other. The middle-aged man opened his mouth. Why don't you take a seat first? Sit next to Lei Su. I'll start with the introductions. I'm Mo Yuntian, a member of Heavenly Kings. He pointed at a youth to his far right. He's the current president of the club, Xiao Yu. He'll take it from here. Nie Yan walked over to the empty seat next to Lei Su and unhurriedly sat down. He swept his gaze over everyone in the room. Xiao Yu smiled at Nie Yan. I'll be giving you a rundown on the history of Heavenly Kings as well as its rules. If you're willing to join, we can begin right away. I'm willing. Nie Yan nodded solemnly. Numerous people dreamed of joining Heavenly Kings but would never get the chance in their lifetime. He naturally wouldn't let this opportunity slip by. As his knowledge of the club grew deeper, he understood him joining would be a huge boon to World Block. Xiao Yu nodded and started explaining the club's history as well as introducing its current members. The more Nie Yan listened, the more his shock grew. The people here included high-level officials, high-rank military officers, and big shots in the business world. Their power was astonishing. They could call the winds and summon the rains. Though the club only had 26 people, their influence wasn't limited to their current members. Some former members had to withdraw from the club due to various circumstances but still continued to watch over it. On top of this, they also had powerful external contacts. If they wanted to, they could even influence the political sphere of the entire nation. Back in the day, your father and I shared a bit of friendship. But he was discharged later on. Mo Yuntian smiled. Yes, my father's mentioned you before, Nie Yan hurriedly replied. A thought crossed his mind. Since his father and Mo Yuntian had that connection, perhaps the reason he could join Heavenly Kings was related to his father calling in a few favors. His father was in a fairly prominent position. He had helped the nation secure a large quantity of polonium and other strategic resources. If one didn't have backing, how could they dare to run this kind of operation? He had an inkling of what was going on. Once politics were involved, everything became complicated. Him joining Heavenly Kings represented the merging of two powers. As for why Nie Yan was selected over everyone else, Heavenly Kings had likely considered many factors. After being introduced to all the members, Nie Yan hurriedly greeted each of them. He didn't dare to be impetuous. At present, he occupied the lowest position, and he wielded no authority so to speak of. Every person here represented a major power. By making connections with them, it would be that much easier to do business later on. Lei Su brought over the youths and started chatting, allowing Nie Yan to jump in. Since they were all roughly in the same age range, there was plenty to talk about. The older folks also wanted to get to know their newest member and walked up to greet him. Heavenly Kings didn't have many strict rules, comparatively speaking, they were fairly lax. There was only one rule everyone had to abide by, and that was no infighting. If it did occur, the ones at fault would be harshly punished or even excommunicated. As long as you adhered to this rule, everything else would be easy. This was why the vast majority of members didn't dare to stir up trouble. Even though Nie Yan was pretty much a nobody despite being the heir to World Block, no one dared to look down on him. After all, being able to enter Heavenly Kings was a symbol of power in itself. They started talking to Nie Yan about different cooperative partnerships. My family invests in heavy metals. We'll probably have a chance to work together in the near future, a youth called Ling Yu said. Alright, that would be great. Nie Yan chatted with everyone. He didn't expect to secure so many lucrative business deals for World Block with just a few short conversations. He understood these people were expressing their goodwill. Since it was mutually beneficial, he naturally wouldn't let these good things go to others. Behind each person here was an astonishing power. He definitely couldn't let any opportunity slip by. This was going to be the start of World Block's rise to prominence. As Nie Yan chatted more and more, he gradually became familiar with everyone. He got along with Lei Su and Xiao Yu best. Nie Yan, don't pay attention to that guy Xiao Yu. He's full of evil tricks. Why else would Mo Yuntian let him become the president of Heavenly Kings? Lei Su said, throwing an irritated side glance at Xiao Yu. Xiao Yu rolled his eyes, then smiled at Nie Yan. Nie Yan chuckled. Compared to Lei Su, Xiao Yu was a bit more earnest. His personality was similar to Nie Yan's. So, the two got along pretty well. As for Lei Su, his personality was extremely straightforward, and he valued loyalty more than anything. He was also pretty easy to associate with. Apart from Xiao Yu and Lei Su, Nie Yan also chatted with Ling Yu a bit more. After learning about Ling Yu's background, he was completely shocked. Ling Yu was the heir to the Ling family, an immensely influential family with a long history and deep ties to both the business and political world. Lei Su came from an influential military family. Meanwhile, Xiao Yu was Mo Yuntian's nephew. His mother was a high official, and his father was a high-rank officer in the army. Nie Yan sucked in a cold breath of air. Everyone here came from extraordinary backgrounds. He paled in comparison. From now on, you're a member of Heavenly Kings. If there's anything you need, you can directly contact me, Mo Yuntian said. Alright, thank you General Yuntian. Nie Yan nodded. Mo Yuntian gazed at Nie Yan. He ruminated for a moment, then said, I want to ask you a question. Ask away, General, Nie Yan politely replied. He wasn't blind. He could naturally tell Mo Yuntian was the person in Heavenly Kings that shouldn't be provoked the most. Did you recently experience tremendous growth? I'm talking about your fighting strength, Mo Yuntian asked. Nie Yan was confused. Why would Mo Yuntian ask this kind of question? However, he answered without skipping a beat, correct. And you recently advanced to a shadow dancer, yes. Mo Yuntian gazed deeply at Nie Yan. Nie Yan's heart trembled. Ever since becoming a shadow dancer, he had seen rapid growth in his fighting strength, and it was showing no signs of stopping. Additionally, he discovered that many shadow dancer skills shared similarities with real-world fighting techniques. After realizing this, he seemed to comprehend an entire new realm. This left him extremely baffled. Why did a fantasy video game seem connected to the real world? Could it be that Mo Yuntian knew more about this? Nie Yan sensed there was a deeper story to all this. However, he didn't dare to openly ask. Nothing good could come from poking his nose too deep. If Mo Yuntian wanted him to know, he would have already spoken. Yes. Hearing Nie Yan's reply, Mo Yuntian seemed to confirm something and nodded. Alright, that's all I wanted to know. Nie Yan noticed a peculiar flicker in Mo Yuntian's eyes. Xiao Yu, Lei Su, and the others were bewildered. Nie Yan and Mo Yuntian's conversation made no sense at all. What did fighting strength have to do with becoming a shadow dancer? Only a few senior members among them understood what was being talked about. The rest weren't qualified to know. I have a favor to ask of you. Are you willing to help me? Naturally, you can refuse, Mo Yuntian said in a mild tone. Despite not knowing what Mo Yuntian was planning, Nie Yan still quickly replied, please ask away, General. I'd be happy to help. I have a group of several dozen youngsters with me, a fairly talented bunch. They're also all level 100 in conviction, but they haven't started their class advancement quests yet. Considering you've already passed yours, I wonder if you could teach them a thing or two. After they succeed, I also hope you can guide them on the mastery of their respective master classes. Of course, I'm not asking you to do this for free. If you help me, you can count it as me owing you a favor, Mo Yuntian said. Everyone stared at Nie Yan in astonishment. They all understood Mo Yuntian's disposition. He was a man of his word, never going back on a promise. His word was worth its weight in gold. They were all perplexed. The favor he was asking, it couldn't just be this, right? Never in their wildest dreams did they think he had an interest in expanding into conviction. Nie Yan must have really been born under a lucky star. If it were them, they would definitely agree without hesitation. They understood how valuable a favor from Mo Yuntian was. Nie Yan sank into deep thought. He was extremely puzzled. Was nurturing a group of master class players really that important to Mo Yuntian? All gazes were on Nie Yan. Everyone was waiting for his reply. If Nie Yan agreed to Mo Yuntian's request, he suddenly wouldn't be a nobody anymore. They would have to reevaluate his position in Heavenly Kings. Mo Yuntian wanted Nie Yan to train his troops. Could it be that master classes had some sort of relationship with real-life training? I can do it to the best of my ability, Nie Yan replied. There was no harm to him agreeing. Instead, having Mo Yuntian's backing would be greatly beneficial to him. Good. Mo Yuntian heartily laughed. If you need any help with the training process, just say the word. Mo Yuntian turned to the several other youths in the room. The Nie family's businesses, I want you all to watch over it. Consider it giving this old man some face. Ling Yu nodded with a smile. If it's General Yuntian asking, how could I dare refuse? The several others also hurriedly agreed. Nie Yan felt blessed. He understood full well just how much of an impact the backing of these people would have on world block. Thank you, General Yuntian, Nie Yan said. The youngsters under my care are a bit prideful. So, you'll have to excuse their behavior. But since you're all young, I figure you'll get along wonderfully with time. I'll have them come meet you in a moment. Mo Yuntian smiled. All right, Nie Yan nodded. As the meeting continued on, Nie Yan gradually familiarized himself with everyone in the room. Until finally Mo Yuntian received a text. He turned to Nie Yan and said, all right, follow me. Xiao Yu, Lei Su, you two come along too. It's about time anyway. The meeting is adjourned. Everyone in the conference room got up from their seats. Nie Yan, Xiao Yu, and Lei Su followed behind Mo Yuntian. After passing through a long, narrow hallway, they arrived at a large and spacious gymnasium. The gymnasium was 6,500 square feet. Standing in the center were about 30 people. Their ranks were strictly organized, and they gave off a harsh and stern air. When Mo Yuntian walked in, they immediately stood at attention and gave him a salute. Mo Yuntian waved his hand. At ease. Nie Yan swept his eyes over these 30-odd people. His heart trembled. They only looked to be in their mid-20s and they wore civilian clothes. However, he could sense a dense murderous aura coming off of them. They were definitely experienced veterans who had come straight from the battlefield. They were supposed to be in military uniform, but today was an exception. This group gave off a domineering pressure just by breathing. Mo Yuntian wanted him to teach them. Nie Yan was a bit concerned. Was he really up to the task? If he fought against the students of the top military academy, he would definitely win. He was unrivaled in the school. However, he'd yet to get a proper grasp of his strength, and he hadn't the slightest inkling how strong a soldier was. Mo Yuntian had a gratified expression on his face. These people were elites he'd handpicked from different sections of the army. He spoke to them, this young man here is Nie Yan. Starting today, he'll be your instructor. He'll be teaching you a brand new, revolutionary method of training. The 30-odd youths all looked at Nie Yan. Seeing he looked no older than 19, their expressions turned weird. Some even had looks of disdain in their eyes. What? Do you have any objections? Mo Yuntian expressionlessly asked, sweeping his gaze over the group. A tall youth standing at the front of the group stepped forward, his posture as straight as a board. Reporting to General Yuntian, we feel he is unfit to be our instructor. He said in a booming voice. His gaze landed on Nie Yan. From their point of view, Nie Yan was too young, while they were elites of the army. If their comrades back on the battlefield found out Mo Yuntian had an immature brat train them, they would become the laughingstock of the army. Hearing these words, Nie Yan wasn't the slightest bit upset. After interacting with his father for so long, he had a deep admiration for those in the army. If they didn't like something, they wouldn't bite their tongue but rather openly speak their mind. Compared to the kind of people who would flatter you on the surface but wouldn't hesitate to stab you in the back when given the opportunity, they were much more straightforward and easier to get along with. Mo Yuntian lightly chuckled, then turned to Nie Yan. Get the strongest person among them to come out, we can find out whether I'm qualified or not, Nie Yan said, his tone containing a slight hint of arrogance. If he showed any signs of weakness in front of this group, not only would he not win any respect, but he would be looked down on even more. These people didn't expect Nie Yan to challenge them directly. Their impression of him improved a little. Mo Yuntian glanced at Nie Yan. Even though he knew Nie Yan was strong, he wasn't too optimistic. These youths he selected were seasoned veterans of the battlefield, having crawled back from the abyss of death countless times over and faced all sorts of extremely dangerous situations. What they trained in were killing techniques. Though it appeared Nie Yan had picked up a thing or two himself, he would likely lose in a real fight. Mo Yuntian didn't want him to teach them combat techniques but rather how to enhance their strength with the virtual reality helmets and game capsules. Mo Yuntian suddenly recalled Nie Yan had a bodyguard called Bayonet by his side. He was one of the top-ranked mercenaries in the world. Maybe Nie Yan had learned a thing or two from him. Wang Duo, step forward 3 steps. Yes, sir. The same soldier who had spoken up just now took 3 steps forward and stood at attention. Mo Yuntian glanced at Nie Yan, then stepped back. Take your position. This is just a friendly spar. I trust you won't take things too far. Understood. Wang Duo nodded. Nie Yan remained silent. Wang Duo was probably the strongest opponent yet. After all, this fellow was an elite of the army. He didn't dare to be neglectful. He slowly focused his mind. Everyone made space for the two, their eyes falling on the center of the gymnasium. They didn't have high hopes for Nie Yan. After all, he was a civilian who'd never seen the battlefield, and the fighting techniques he learned were probably inferior to those taught to the army's elites. Though Mo Yuntian, Lei Su, and Xiao Yu knew Nie Yan was a skilled fighter, they didn't know to what degree. This was simply because all the opponents he'd fought so far were too weak. They couldn't draw out his full strength. Wang Duo appeared quite imposing as a murderous aura rolled off him. Nie Yan didn't dare to underestimate him. Even though he wasn't bulging with muscles, Nie Yan could tell his body was brimming with explosive strength. Wang Duo did a light bow and then took a fighting stance. You're the youngest opponent I've faced so far. On that merit alone, you've earned my admiration. When I was your age, I was only an inexperienced new recruit. Even so, no matter who I'm facing, I will never hold back in a fight. I wouldn't dream of asking you to. Let's have a good spar, Nie Yan said in a calm tone. He performed a bow in return and also took a fighting stance. Begin, Mo Yuntian shouted. Prepare yourself. Wang Duo shot forward and threw a punch at Nie Yan's abdomen. His fist whistled through the air, brimming with explosive strength. In the next moment, he stomped down toward Nie Yan's knee with his foot. He's fast. Nie Yan's eyes narrowed. Shifting his foot, he threw his knee forward. Bang! The two exchanged blows as their bodies shook from the intense impact. So strong. Wang Duo stared at Nie Yan with a hint of shock. He could tell Nie Yan wasn't any weaker than him in terms of raw strength, even surpassing him by a bit. He felt a numb sensation in his arm. For a fighter, 20 years old was far from their peak. They still had much more room for growth. With how strong Nie Yan was despite his young age, he would grow up to become an incredible monster later on. In this respect, he had already lost. He was 28, 9 years older than Nie Yan. After several exchanges, Wang Duo's shock only grew deeper. Nie Yan was much stronger than he expected. Even now, he still hadn't seized any advantage. In fact, the more he fought, the more pressured he felt. He cast the reminder of Mo Yuntian aside and started using all his strength. His attacks were ruthless. They were all fatal moves. Nie Yan's mind was laser-focused, calmly responding to every attack. Sure enough, the elites of the army were something else. In the beginning, he was somewhat on the back foot, nearly receiving a direct blow several times. However, as the fight continued, he slowly got used to it. Wang Duo and Bayonet's combat styles were different. Bayonet's movements were extremely quick. If you gave him any kind of weapon, even something as mundane as a pencil, he could kill you within seconds. He often aimed for the vitals, and his attacks always came at peculiar angles. On the other hand, Wang Duo was the type to attack hard and ferociously. He aimed for a person's joints. If you were hit by his attacks, you wouldn't immediately die. However, you would definitely end up crippled and lose all ability to resist. In terms of fighting skill, there was naturally a difference between Bayonet and Wang Duo. If a freak like Bayonet went all out, he could have Wang Duo dead on the ground within minutes without a shadow of a doubt. Nie Yan had sparred with Bayonet several times, and he would always come out of it learning something new. When facing Wang Duo right now, Nie Yan felt a new sensation. He slowly became absorbed in the fight. This is great. I've finally found a suitable opponent at my level. I can fight to my heart's content. Nie Yan felt his blood boiling with excitement. At the start, his punches were a bit stiff. However, as time passed and his body gradually warmed up, his punches brimmed with explosive power. His footwork was also becoming faster and faster. From time to time, he even employed the techniques of a shadow dancer. The fight between Nie Yan and Wang Duo gradually heated up. Watching the storm of blows, the spectators were endlessly shocked. Lei Su gaped his mouth in shock. He felt the gap between himself and Nie Yan widening even more. He gloomily said, "Shit. Just how does that kid train? He's only 19 and already this strong. How are others supposed to compete?" Mo Yuntian's eyes were shining as he watched the fight between Nie Yan and Wang Duo unfold. He didn't expect that Nie Yan could go toe-to-toe with the aces he'd handpicked from the army. It appeared he had greatly underestimated Nie Yan's strength. Didn't you already advance to a sword saint? You should examine yourself closer. You might make some astonishing discoveries, Xiao Yu remarked. Lei Su gazed at Xiao Yu with a look of doubt, then sank into deep thought. It would explain why Mo Yuntian confirmed with Nie Yan he was a shadow dancer before asking him to train these aces. Have you heard of the shadow dancer mech suit? Xiao Yu asked. The latest dexterity type mech suit. Isn't that still in development? Only a concept model was shown. That kind of bleeding-edge technology is off limits, unless you're an ace mech pilot in the army. It's forever out of reach to plebeians like us. I haven't even gotten near a current model mech suit, let alone touch one, Lei Su gloomily said. Mech suits were usually found in military bases or warships in outer space. Ordinary people could only watch videos about them online. I heard there are other powerful models, such as Sword Saint, Archbishop, and Magister mech suits. Xiao Yu mysteriously smiled, providing no further comment. He returned his attention to the match between Nie Yan and Wang Duo. Are you saying? Lei Su's mind trembled. Xiao Yu had just dropped a bomb on him. The dots finally connected in his mind. It hadn't been long since Lei Su completed his class advancement quest. His grasp of a sword saint barely scratched the surface. However, after becoming one, he could feel a brand new world opening up to him. His future growth potential was unlimited. It all makes sense now. Lei Su said in a rare eureka moment, clenching his fists. He had finally found his path forward. Only after truly comprehending the essence of a sword saint would he grow stronger. It's best if you ask Nie Yan for some guidance. Mech pilots have a saying, the melding of mind and body can evoke miraculous strength. Those who can tap into this power will grow incredibly strong. Nie Yan has probably grasped a bit of this feeling, Xiao Yu said. This was likely the real reason Mo Yuntian wanted him in Heavenly Kings. Nie Yan really was blessed with luck. With Mo Yuntian's backing, he could pretty much do anything he wanted in China. Regarding this sort of complicated science, Lei Su felt his head spinning. However, it was true he should ask Nie Yan for guidance. Seeing the match go on for so long without a clear victor in sight, the 30 or so other soldiers started seeing Nie Yan in a new light. Wang Duo was undoubtedly the strongest among them. In a one-on-one fight, none of them were his match. Yet Nie Yan was going toe-to-toe with this very same person and even more so maintaining a slight advantage. Combine this with his young age, and they were completely convinced of his ability. One of the good points of army men were that they were straightforward. They respected the strong. Nie Yan had proven he was qualified to be their instructor. As Lei Su and the others conversed, the match was entering its climax. Wang Duo launched off the ground with a flying side kick toward Nie Yan's head, his leg sweeping up a powerful gust of wind. Nie Yan stepped to the side and raised his arm to block. Bang! He skidded several steps back. His heart tightened. Wang Duo's kick was extremely powerful. Seeing Wang Duo pounce forward in pursuit, he didn't dare to dally and duck to the side. Wang Duo didn't stop his assault. He launched another flying kick, this time aiming for Nie Yan's head. Seeing Wang Duo's continuous chain of kicks, the other aces broke out in a cold sweat. They had sparred with Wang Duo before and knew just how frightening his kicks were. Many of his opponents had their necks snapped in half by them. And right now, since the fight had reached its crucial phase, he was going all out. If an accident were to occur, the consequences would be grave. Seeing Wang Duo's kick coming towards him, Nie Yan's pupils shrank. Just as he was about to be struck, he ducked and narrowly dodged by a hair's breadth. Wang Duo's attack missed and he landed on the ground. He raised his leg and came down on Nie Yan's head with an axe kick, his foot cutting through the air like a blade. Nie Yan suddenly accelerated. His body twisted in a peculiar angle as he dodged Wang Duo's attack yet again. Bang! Wang Duo's foot smashed the gymnasium floor, causing cracks to spread out from the wooden planks. In his flurry of attacks, Wang Duo was unaware he was already using the hard-style martial arts taught by the army. The force behind his every strike was astonishing. If this fight continued on, someone was bound to get seriously injured or even killed. Mo Yuntian wanted to stop the match several times. However, every time it looked like Nie Yan was done for, he would somehow escape, and it seemed like he was doing this with ease too. Mo Yuntian couldn't help but sigh in admiration. Mo Yuntian suddenly noticed something in Nie Yan's movements. This was the shadow dance sequence. He had watched the trial runs of the shadow dancer mech suits. There was no mistaking it. They were one and the same. The shadow dance sequence was a movement prediction algorithm. However, it required the pilot to achieve a certain degree of speed for maximum effectiveness. The shadow dancer mech suit would run countless simulations in a split second and select the most optimal evasive maneuver. This sort of dodging ability generally wasn't thought possible without the assistance of a machine. However, Nie Yan was living proof this wasn't true. Xiao Yu, who do you think will win? Lei Su asked. Nie Yan and Wang Duo's fight had him trembling in trepidation. Nie Yan originally maintained a certain advantage. However, once Wang Duo went all out, Nie Yan was instantly forced on the back foot. He was almost defeated several times over, only narrowly dodging by the skin of his teeth. This was a hair-raising and nail-biting match to follow. Wang Duo's axe kick that destroyed the gymnasium floor was violent beyond compare. If that same kick landed on a person, it would shatter their bones. I'm not sure either, but if I had to guess, I think Nie Yan will lose. Wang Duo's iron leg technique is too fearsome, Xiao Yu replied. Mo Yuntian shook his head. Wang Duo is going to lose. This match will end within the next 3 minutes. Xiao Yu and Lei Su had a look of doubt on their faces. Wang Duo clearly held the advantage right now. All Nie Yan could do was dodge for his life, helpless to retaliate. Why was Mo Yuntian so certain Nie Yan would win? Mo Yuntian chuckled. Keep watching, you'll see. Nie Yan lacked sufficient combat experience. He'd never met an expert on Wang Duo's level before. This was why he appeared to be in dire straits. When he familiarized himself some more with the combat techniques of a shadow dancer, Wang Duo would quickly find himself on the losing end. Nie Yan really did cut a bit of a sorry figure right now. However, with every second that passed, he became a little more proficient in the techniques of a shadow dancer. His comprehension grew deeper and deeper. Faster, faster, faster. This was the essence of a shadow dancer. Wang Duo's continuous kicks failed to hit their mark. His heart was filled with a sense of urgency and uneasiness. He increased the ferocity of his attacks. With another kick, his foot stabbed toward Nie Yan's chin like a sharp dagger. Nie Yan's pupils suddenly dilated before instantly contracting. At this moment, he felt like Wang Duo's movements had slowed to a crawl. He slightly retreated back, 1 step, 2 steps, and stopped, not a step less or more. Whoosh! Wang Duo's kick swept past Nie Yan's face. It fell just centimeters short of hitting his cheek. This is the feeling. Nie Yan felt the power in his body tingling as a miraculous strength overflowed through him. His muscles brimmed with strength. Nie Yan didn't immediately retaliate. Wang Duo halted his steps. Bracing his hand against the floor, he threw out another kick. Nie Yan nimbly dodged. Every attack from Wang Duo missed by the smallest margin. What the hell is going? Wang Duo sensed something wrong. The uneasiness in his heart became even more intense. Even though his attacks were faster and fiercer, they didn't have any effect. Nie Yan seemed to be always one step ahead of him. Nie Yan had reached an astonishing speed. All the spectators saw was a silhouette dashing about. They couldn't clearly see his position. Damn, is this guy still human? What frightening speed. With every attack dodged, Nie Yan's movements became smoother and smoother. This is a shadow dancer. What a wonderful feeling. As Nie Yan's speed increased, the openings in Wang Duo's attacks became crystal clear. Nie Yan smoothly employed the shadow steps. His silhouette blurred, his movements too fast for the eye to follow. His hand extended out, striking like a viper, as fast as lightning. Wang Duo's attacks missed. He instantly sensed danger. A silhouette flashed behind him. He wanted to counter and retaliate, but it was already too late. He felt a chill at the back of his neck and inwardly despaired. I'm done for. Nie Yan's hand came down with frightening speed and power. As long as the chop landed, Wang Duo would lose his life. Wang Duo felt the Grim Reaper's scythe around his neck. After all, he had experienced life and death situations countless times before. He wouldn't lose himself like an ordinary person. He calmly waited for Nie Yan's judgment, knowing any resistance at this moment was futile. He directly accepted death. Wang Duo's resolve garnered Nie Yan's respect. A normal person definitely couldn't remain so calm in the face of death. The situation had changed too quickly. In the blink of an eye, Wang Duo was in danger of losing his life. No one had caught Nie Yan's movements clearly. Seeing his chop coming down on Wang Duo's neck, everyone held their breaths. Everyone understood Nie Yan could easily end Wang Duo's life right now. A dense killing intent bore down on Wang Duo but suddenly vanished without a trace. Nie Yan's hand came to a stop at the very last second. He gently chopped Wang Duo in the back of the neck, then stepped back. Many thanks for going easy on me. Wang Duo opened his eyes. He breathed a sigh of relief, feeling as if he had just traveled to the underworld and back. I lost, Wang Duo said in a somewhat dispirited tone. However, he immediately recovered. For people like him, winning and losing was ordinary. As long as he still had his life, it was something worth rejoicing over. Nie Yan faintly smirked. Wang Duo was fairly gracious even in defeat. He was a real man. Just as Nie Yan was about to say something, the 30-odd soldiers immediately organized themselves and stood at attention. Instructor, please guide us. Nie Yan was dumbstruck. Are they referring to me? He turned to Mo Yuntian, only to see him nod back with a faint smile. Nie Yan felt an indescribable surge of emotion in his heart. These soldiers were all elites under Mo Yuntian. They were aces of the army. Them calling Nie Yan instructor was proof they recognized his strength. Born the son of an army man, Nie Yan had inherited some of his father's thinking. He also believed strength reigned supreme and subconsciously devoted himself to training his body. However, having only faced students, he had no clear view on the extent of his progress. There was a clear difference between them and real fighters. But this match with Wang Duo today gave him new confidence. He wasn't any weaker than the elites of the army. Nie Yan became all the more aware of the changes that occurred to his body after advancing to a shadow dancer. Just what sort of secrets did this title hold? Knowing he wouldn't find the answer right now, Nie Yan stopped thinking about it. He focused on his task at hand. He had to instruct the 36 soldiers in front of him. Wang Duo retreated back into the ranks. He was thoroughly convinced of Nie Yan's strength. When he gazed at Nie Yan, his eyes flickered with a hint of zealotry. He admired anyone stronger than him. Especially Nie Yan, who was even younger than him. He could already imagine what Nie Yan would be like in a few years. He no longer had any doubts about this new instructor Mo Yuntian found for them. After receiving Mo Yuntian's approval, Nie Yan faced the group. Some of you might feel reluctant or unwilling. After all, General Mo Yuntian found a 19-year-old kid who's still in school to be your instructor. The army is a place where strength speaks. I won't try to win you over to my side with flowery words. If any of you are dissatisfied, you can come forward and take it up with me. We'll settle it with our fists. Starting today, as long as none of you can beat me, I am your instructor. Since General Yuntian is leaving you guys in my care, I naturally have to produce some results, Nie Yan said. Even though his tone was laced with arrogance, this was a must in the army. He knew this was the only way to tame this prideful bunch. The several dozen soldiers stood up straight with their chests out and heads held high. They were already thoroughly convinced of Nie Yan's strength after watching him beat Wang Duo. So, none of them voiced any complaints. Good, now give me a head count, Nie Yan said. Nie Yan quickly received the number, 36 people in total. He had to whip them into shape to Mo Yuntian's satisfaction. Thinking about the arduous task at hand, he felt a heavy weight on his shoulders. Introduce yourselves. State your name, age, etc. Nie Yan swept his eyes over the group. Since Mo Yuntian had placed them in his care, he naturally had to know a little bit more about them. Wang Duo and the others turned to Mo Yuntian. Seeing the general give a nod, he stepped up. Reporting to instructor. Wang Duo, 26 years old, 721st Special Mech Brigade, Major General. Nie Yan's mind trembled. A 26-year-old Major General, and a member of the 721st Special Mech Brigade. He had heard rumors of this unit's outstanding military achievements. Any random soldier from there would receive the treatment of a major. Lei Su and Xiao Yu dropped their jaws in shock. Wang Duo actually belonged to the 721st Special Mech Brigade, not to mention he was a major general. Reporting to instructor. Lin Yi, 25 years old, 275th Special Starship Brigade, Major General. Reporting to instructor. Luo Yi, 26 years old, 721st Special Mech Brigade, Major General. One by one, they stepped forward and introduced themselves. Nie Yan felt his head spin. They were at least senior colonels, while there were even 3 major generals. Not to mention the oldest of them was only 27. If Nie Yan hadn't known, he would have remained ignorant. Now that he knew, he was flabbergasted. These guys all belonged to special brigades and had reached the rank of senior colonels and major generals at such a young age. Their futures were limitless. Yet Mo Yuntian had tasked him with training such a group. A feeling of incredulity welled up in his heart. Next year, they'll be participating in a military-wide competition. If they place high in the rankings, they can directly enter the 12th Mech Armored Corps. Originally, I wanted you to help me improve their synchronization rate and conviction. However, you're far stronger than I expected. Having you serve as their instructor will be good for everyone. For the next 12 months, I'll leave them in your care, Mo Yuntian said. I can only promise to give it my best, Nie Yan replied, forcing a wry smile. These guys were all high-ranking officers. Any one of them was a figure he couldn't afford to offend. Mo Yuntian chuckled. I believe in your strength. Are you interested in enlisting? With your skills, passing the physical examination is simple, and then you can easily enter the 12th Mech Armored Corps. Your father served, and now he's doing business on behalf of the country. If you're willing to enlist, I'm sure he'll be over the moon. Nie Yan hurriedly waved his hand with a panicked expression. Please don't joke around with me, General Yuntian. I have no plans of enlisting. If Mo Yuntian spoke with his father, he might really end up being sent off to the military. He had no grand ambitions of climbing the ranks of the army. All he wanted was for his family to live a happy and peaceful life. Seeing Nie Yan's strong refusal, Mo Yuntian could only let out a deep sigh. Fine, I won't force you. If you change your mind one day, you can come find me at any time. The deadline is 1 year from now. After that, joining the 12th Armored Mech Corps will be difficult. Nie Yan didn't even have to think about it. He definitely wouldn't serve in the military. If he became a soldier, he would have to go on a tour in outer space. Far from home for at least several years, this kind of life wasn't for him. Hearing Nie Yan's refusal, Lei Su couldn't believe his ears. Did Nie Yan not know what the 12th Mech Armored Corps was, what this force represented? He really wanted to go up and beat the stupidity out of Nie Yan. The 12th Mech Armored Corps was a special armed force independent of the military. According to rumors, they would be outfitted with the most advanced mech suits. One could imagine what a supreme honor it would be to serve in it. He would kill for a chance to join them, but Nie Yan had directly refused without a second thought. Seeing that his words had no effect on Nie Yan, Mo Yuntian could only give up. I'll leave their training in your care. Yes, General Yuntian. I heard you have a bodyguard called Bayonet by your side. How skilled is he compared to you? Mo Yuntian asked. Even though he had heard of Bayonet's name before, he hadn't seen the man in action. He didn't know how strong Bayonet was or whether his fame was just for show. He's much stronger than I am. I'd be lucky to last even 20 minutes against him, Nie Yan replied. This was the cold, hard truth. Even though he had grown much stronger in these recent days, he was still a far cry away from Bayonet, who far surpassed even the top assassins and mercenaries on the international stage. Oh. Mo Yuntian was a bit shocked. Hearing Nie Yan could only last 20 minutes against Bayonet, Wang Duo and the others were skeptical. After all, they had witnessed Nie Yan's strength firsthand just moments ago. Nie Yan saw Mo Yuntian and the others were doubtful. However, he understood Bayonet's strength better than anyone. He sometimes wondered if Bayonet had also served as a special forces soldier in his younger years. Mo Yuntian gazed at Nie Yan's eyes. He isn't joking. You can rest assured leaving these guys in my care. General Yuntian, I'll definitely show you satisfactory results, Nie Yan said. A thought crossed his mind. Even if he didn't want to enlist, there was no harm in building up a good relationship with these aces of the military. Wang Duo, Lin Yi, and the other 34 all had bright futures ahead of them. Even if they failed to enter the 12th Mech Armored Corps, this bit of a connection would still be quite helpful to him. Little did Mo Yuntian know that Nie Yan was already thinking about how he should expand his network of contacts. Nie Yan turned to Wang Duo, Lin Yi, and the others. In the evening, come meet me in front of the Ass-Kickers United Guild office in Kalor. As for during the day, I'll have Bayonet train you guys. Yes, sir. Wang Duo, Lin Yu, and the others already viewed Nie Yan as their instructor. Nie Yan naturally didn't refuse. In the military, this sort of superior-subordinate relationship was incredibly important. Father Nie was a prime example of this. He had been the captain of a squad. Later on, he was discharged while many of his subordinates continued climbing the ranks. Even though most of them ended up in far higher positions than he had ever reached, they still fondly called him squad captain every time they met. It was a relationship that lasted a lifetime. If Nie Yan wanted Wang Duo, Lin Yu, and these other elites to remember him, he would have to earn their genuine respect and reverence. He had no experience in training soldiers, so he could only push this job to Bayonet. However, when it came to teaching people about conviction, there was no one more suitable. Bayonet, come out. Nie Yan turned to an empty corner in the gymnasium. Wang Duo, Lin Yi, and the others were confused. Who was Nie Yan talking to? There was no one there. At this moment, a slim figure stepped out from the corner of the gymnasium. There were only a few benches and tables over there. Wang Duo, Lin Yi, along with Mo Yuntian, Lei Su, and the others' minds trembled. They had been in the gymnasium for so long yet never noticed there was anyone else in here with them. What kind of hiding ability was this? If Bayonet wanted to kill them, none of them would have a chance of surviving. At such a close distance, with any half-decent weapon, he could wipe them all out in an instant. He's strong. Wang Duo, Lin Yi, and the others shared the same thought. Bayonet really did live up to his reputation. At this moment, Mo Yuntian ALS couldn't help but envy Nie Yan. A person like Bayonet would be a huge asset to the military. Wang Duo, Lin Yi, and the others finally believed Nie Yan's previous words. Over the next year, he'll be training you in combat techniques, Nie Yan declared. You know, whipping people into shape isn't part of my pay grade. If you have additional work for me, I'd like to request a raise. Bayonet chuckled. Of course, he was joking. He had nothing better to do anyway. This would at least add a bit of amusement to his day. In his eyes, Wang Duo and the rest were still young and inexperienced. Looking at them, he couldn't help but recall some old memories. He deeply sighed. The past couldn't be changed. He had already left the military long ago. Nie Yan smiled. Help me train these guys. I trust General Yuntian won't be stingy. Mo Yuntian examined Bayonet more closely. Bayonet looked somewhat familiar. However, they weren't acquainted. He wouldn't forget an individual like Bayonet. As Bayonet walked forward, Wang Duo, Lin Yi, and the others felt a heavy pressure bear down on them. Their hearts shivered. When they gazed at him, a peculiar light flickered in their eyes. Damn, this guy is not to be messed with. Thinking about how this kind of top expert would be training them, they felt their blood boiling with excitement. Bayonet swept his gaze over the trainees. His lips curved into a sadistic grin. I can train you guys, no problem. The question is whether you guys can endure it or not. Those of you who can't tolerate some pain should scram right now. Bayonet's words sparked a hint of anger in their hearts. Wang Duo said in a serious tone, we won't shrink back. Good, you guys better remember those words, Bayonet said. Wang Duo, Lin Yi, and the others' zeal made him recall his early days in the military when he was only 16. At this moment, Mo Yuntian received an urgent call. After saying a few words, he bid everyone farewell and departed. Nie Yan left Wang Duo, Lin Yi, and the others in the care of Bayonet. He would likely have no problem dealing with this group. Nie Yan happened to catch the reminiscing look in Bayonet's eyes. His mind trembled. Ever since he recruited Bayonet, aside from a few things related to his profession, he never spoke about why he became a mercenary, his own personal history, or anything in that sphere. He was definitely a man with a story. However, Nie Yan had no intention of prying into Bayonet's history. If he wanted to win someone over to his side, respecting their privacy was important. Mo Yuntian had already prepared an apartment for the trainees close to Nie Yan and Xie Yao's residence. Furthermore, he had reserved this gymnasium as their training grounds. After handing everything over to Bayonet, Nie Yan, Xiao Yu, and Lei Su walked out of the gymnasium. You really lucked out this time, didn't you? You get to be the instructor of all these elite soldiers. It'll definitely help you build your connections in the future. Still, I can't believe it. 25 to 26-year-old senior colonels and major generals. They're all important figures in the military. If they can enter the 12th Mech Armored Corps, their influence will increase even more. When you're sitting high atop the clouds in the future, you better not forget his brothers. Xiao Yu chuckled, patting Nie Yan's shoulder. Nie Yan chuckled. He knew Xiao Yu was just joking. Xiao Yu's family was influential both in the political and business world. On the other hand, he was only just starting to make a name for himself. Even if another several decades passed, he wouldn't necessarily be able to overtake Xiao Yu. General Yuntian invited you to participate in the selection exams for the 12th Armored Mech Corps. How could you refuse? Do you even know what kind of an existence the 12th Armored Mech Corps is? They report directly to the Council of Generals. Lei Su exclaimed in an aggrieved tone. Everyone has their own path, Nie Yan replied calmly. Lei Su bitterly smiled. Nie Yan's lack of interest left him at his wit's end. If you want to join the 12th Mech Armored Corps so bad, I can try and help you, Nie Yan said. Really? Lei Su's eyes lit up with excitement. Nie Yan nodded. With Lei Su's skills, entering the military was only a matter of time. He could throw Lei Su a bone. It wasn't some scheme to have Lei Su owe him or anything. As long as Lei Su could put in a good word for him every now and then, he would be satisfied. I, Lei Su, am a man of honor. If you can help me enter the 12th Armored Mech Corps, I'll forever be in your debt. Lei Su patted his chest. If you prove your strength, I'm sure General Yuntian will give you a chance. During the day, you can train alongside Wang Duo and the others with Bayonet. In the evening, come report to me along with them, Nie Yan said. He already had to train 36 individuals. An extra head wouldn't make a difference. As for Lei Su's grandiose declaration, he didn't take it too seriously and dismissed it with a laugh. Regardless, today's harvests were quite fruitful for Nie Yan. He had joined Heavenly Kings and finally started building his network of contacts in the top military academy. He had planted the seeds. In the future, they would bloom into beautiful flowers and bear plentiful fruit. After passing through the corridor on the way out, the three bid farewell to each other and went their separate ways. Nie Yan returned to class. The rest of the day quickly went by without anything of interest happening. As the final bell rang, he and Xie Yao returned home. Nie Yan, we'll have a 5-day holiday next week. How about we return to Huahai together? Xie Yao asked. Sure. It's about time we head back and see how everyone is doing anyway. When the time comes, I'll have my father send someone to pick us up. Nie Yan nodded. Xie Yao brightly smiled. Nie Yan knew Xie Yao was feeling a bit homesick. He gently stroked her fair, white cheeks. The two ate supper together. When evening came, they entered the game. Nie Yan appeared in the crypt's stronghold. Recalling his appointment with Wang Duo and the others, he headed to the transfer point and teleported to the Ass-Kickers United Guild office in Kalor. Wang Duo and the others arrived in a hurry. One player after another entered the guild office and organized themselves in rank and file in the inner courtyard. Since their appearances had changed, Nie Yan couldn't tell who was who. Looking at their levels and equipment, he was shocked. None of them were under level 100, and their gear was excellent, with each one of them having at least one or two pieces of sub-legendary or legendary equipment. This was the first time Nie Yan realized there were still many experts outside of Ass-Kickers United. They were all solo players, unaffiliated with any guilds. Looking over the players before him, he recognized several familiar names: Unchained King, Dane the World, and several more. In the previous timeline, these were all famous characters. They had each appeared for a time on the leaderboards for master classes. However, they disappeared later on and gradually faded from the minds of players. Nie Yan had once tried recruiting them, but they were impossible to get in touch with. So, he could only give up in the end. He didn't expect all of them to suddenly appear in front of his doorstep today. Wang Duo and the others focused their attention on Nie Yan. They were all familiar with the resounding fame of Nirvana Flame. With him right before them in the flesh, they felt different than in the gymnasium earlier in the day. The overbearing pressure coming from him caused them to tremble in fear. Recalling his several famous assassinations, they felt a chill behind their necks. They couldn't help but feel a sense of respect. Is everyone here? Nie Yan asked. Reporting in, instructor. Everyone is accounted for, a warrior said. They had all learned from Mo Yuntian that Nie Yan was Nirvana Flame. So, they referred to him as instructor. Nie Yan had no plans of making them change their form of address. He nodded. Good, state your real names. We'll start with you. I'm Wang Duo, a warrior clad in dark gold bone armor said. His character name was Unchained King. I'm Lin Yi, an arcane mage in gray robes said. His character name was Dane the World. After all the trainees introduced themselves, Nie Yan finally knew who was who. These were elites of the army. Their innate talents were frighteningly high. The fact they could become high-level experts inside the game wasn't surprising at all. Seeing everyone's character names, Nie Yan also sucked in a cold breath of air. All 36 of them were famous figures in the previous timeline. Nearly half of them had succeeded in reaching their respective master class. If such a group were to join the Monet Financial Group or Angel Corps, one could imagine how much of a blow it would be to Ass-Kickers United. Of course, the same held true vice versa. Nie Yan couldn't help but wonder how many other hidden experts there were in Conviction. If they all gathered together, they'd form an astonishingly powerful force. However, they wouldn't be under the banner of any guild. Thinking about it, the likelihood of this was pretty high. However, these people wouldn't pose a threat for the time being. Ass-Kickers United had grown to a level where they wouldn't easily be shaken by other powers, especially now that they had taken the lead and produced multiple master class players. The sight of 36 level 100 plus players standing in rank and file was quite spectacular. None of them had started their class advancement quests yet. That was where Nie Yan's job would begin. His first course of action was to determine who was ready to go do their class advancement quest and who still required some more training. Hold on a moment. I'm having someone come over to add you into the guild, Nie Yan said. He had already got in touch with Guo Wai. Registering these 36 people to the guild was a simple matter. Understood. All 36 trainees answered in unison. Apart from this, I'll also be evaluating your strength. Everyone who meets the requirements will receive some materials from me. Afterwards, they can directly go ahead with their class advancement quests, Nie Yan said. After a while, Guo Wai rushed out of the transfer point with several people in tow. Are we adding all these people into the guild? Guo Wai was dumbstruck after seeing Wang Duo and the others. Standing neatly in rank and file before him were 36 level 100 plus players. Based on their appearances and the quality of their equipment, he could tell they were definitely experts. After serving as Ass-Kickers United's executive guild leader for so long, he had at least this bit of insight. Guo Wai had searched every nook and cranny in Kalor and several other cities without finding any level 100 plus players. On the other hand, Nie Yan had brought over 36 of them. Just how did he accomplish this? Just what hole did these experts come crawling out of? Who are these people? Guo Wai couldn't help but ask. He felt a military-like air from Wang Duo and the others. It's complicated. Just add them into the guild. They'll be reporting directly to me, Nie Yan said. He gave Guo Wai a brief explanation. He had no way of clarifying the situation. After picking up the clues, Guo Wai immediately understood Nie Yan was in some sort of special circumstance that didn't allow him to talk freely. Nie Yan's status as a member of Heavenly Kings was a secret. He wasn't allowed to tell anyone. Guo Wai registered Wang Duo and the others to the guild. After exchanging a few words with Nie Yan, he took his leave. He was a busy man. Nie Yan could handle the rest. Like this, Wang Duo and the others could be considered real members of Ass-Kickers United. Nie Yan had some of the guild's top elites spar with them. After which he confirmed 6 of them could attempt their class advancement quest straight away. As for the rest, they weren't up to snuff yet. Nie Yan outfitted Wang Duo, Lin Yi, and 4 others with the best equipment from the guild treasury. On top of this, he provided them some information and tips for class advancing. The knowledge on reaching master classes was limited. Nie Yan had written down his own experiences from both lifetimes plus everything he'd learned from Xie Yao, Sun, Lei Su, and a few others who'd successfully class advanced. The data slowly became more comprehensive. This information was something only a scarce few people in Ass-Kickers United really grasped. Nevertheless, the nuggets of enlightenment would be immensely beneficial to those looking to reach their respective master class. With this information, Wang Duo, Lin Yi, and the rest would have a much easier time class advancing. Wang Duo, Lin Yi, and you four, take this resource guide I've compiled and go do your class advancement quest. The rest of you, come with me to hunt skeletons. Nie Yan said. Even though Mo Yuntian wanted his help to help them increase their synchronization rate, it was still early. There was no need to rush. Wang Duo, Lin Yi, and the other four packed up some essentials, then set off to do their class advancement quests. At this time, Lei Su finally arrived. Nie Yan had also summoned Sun, Blade Light, Xie Yao, and Tang Yao. They were all going to hunt skeletons together. If Qin Han wasn't going to do anything, they would take the initiative to attack. They would shave away at as many of his forces as possible and not give him any time to expand. Nie Yan was just about to set off with his team, when Guo Wai rushed over to report that their players had discovered Vorderman and Qin Han in the Holy Mountain to the east of Kalor. They seemed anxious to retrieve something inside the mountain. A 50-member team had been leveling nearby when they were ambushed by the Bone Dragon. In the end, only a few thieves escaped. Ass-Kickers United's players had watched videos of Qin Han before. So, they quickly identified him. Qin Han. What's he doing at the Holy Mountain? Nie Yan knitted his brows. The Holy Mountain was located to the far east of Kalor. It was nowhere near the region the skeleton army was occupying. That place was within the Temple of Light's sphere of power. It was rumored the temple had erected several shrines deep inside the mountain. However, this was an old legend. Few players knew the exact locations of the shrines. But Qin Han wouldn't appear in a place like the Holy Mountain for something as simple as leveling. Nie Yan, what are you planning to do? Should we send out a few people to take him out? Guo Wai asked. Sending some thieves to assassinate Qin Han was a fairly simple matter. No need, I'll go there myself. Nie Yan's sixth sense was tingling. He didn't feel assured sending someone else to do this job. Out of everyone in Ass-Kickers United, Nie Yan was definitely the most suitable person for this task. Alright, but be careful. Qin Han has that powerful necromancer beside him. If you encounter any danger, you have to get out quickly. Guo Wai gazed at Nie Yan with a look of concern. Don't worry. Nie Yan smiled. Sun, Blade Light, and the others were chatting about the latest news coming out of the vengeance of the undead expansion while waiting for Nie Yan. When they saw him turn back to them, they stopped talking. Sun, Blade Light, I'll have you two lead everyone in clearing the skeletons. Make sure you don't get into a drawn-out battle with them. Get out as soon as you feel like you'll be surrounded, Nie Yan said. He felt at ease leaving Sun and Blade Light in charge of the team. After knowing them for so long, he had great faith in their abilities. Alright, don't worry. You can leave it to us. Blade Light smiled. Big brother, do you want me to come with you? Sun asked. They all knew Nie Yan was heading for the Holy Mountain. It's okay. I'll be fine by myself. Nie Yan shook his head. After bidding farewell to everyone, Nie Yan left Kalor and dashed toward the Holy Mountain. Seeing Nie Yan's back disappearing behind a corner, Blade Light and the others set off to clear skeletons. While Nie Yan was making his way toward the Holy Mountain, he was also in a chat group with Lei Su, Wang Duo, and the others. He was telling them about his own enlightenments regarding the master classes. He hoped they could glean something from his guidance and improve their strength. Nie Yan's understanding of the synchronization rate in regards to master classes was still shallow. He didn't have a clear idea or concept in his head. He could only try to impact his knowledge as best as he could. As for whether the trainees would gain anything from it, that would depend on their own comprehension and luck. After patiently listening to Nie Yan's explanations, Lei Su, Wang Duo, and the others had reaped a lot. When there was time, they would start practicing. Afterwards, under Blade Light and Sun's leadership, they started hunting skeletons. They were a group of top experts. So, their mobbing speed was quite fast, not to mention they were applying guerrilla tactics. They were taking full advantage of the hyperlink rings and the arcane mage's teleport gate spell to come and go as they pleased. With Sun serving as the marker and scouting around the map, as soon as it looked like their team was about to be surrounded, Tang Yao would teleport to him with the hyperlink ring. He would then open up a teleport gate for the other members to follow. Like this, they achieved full team teleportation, allowing them to easily move around to any corner of the map and evade the encirclement of the skeletons. They would strike the skeletons with powerful AoE magic, inflicting heavy losses to the skeleton army, while the enemy couldn't do anything to them. Meanwhile, in a densely forested area in the Holy Mountain, a team of 20 players were grinding mobs. Leading them was a large and tall warrior who was built like an ox. He was level 98 and clad in level 100 twink gear. Apart from those freaks in Ass-Kickers United, he was considered fairly strong among ordinary players. His skin was black and glossy. He was a player from Africa. The other team members were also from various parts of the world. They were international students studying in China. So, they chose to converse in Chinese. 10 minutes, guys. We must get there fast. Can't have boss stolen, the warrior anxiously said. His Chinese clearly wasn't fluent. Boss, almost there. 1,000 meters at most. They made their way forward. Suddenly, a dragon roar shook the entire forest. A powerful pressure bore down on them, stifling their breathing. What happening? The warrior's face paled. The sky darkened. An enormous bone dragon descended from the air. The entire group lost their heads in fear. My Jesus God. BB Bone Dragon. Run. Everyone run. These players immediately scattered like frightened rats. Seeing the enormous bone dragon, the idea of fighting back never even crossed their minds. It was simply too powerful. They were absolutely no match for this kind of frightening existence. Everyone fled in different directions. In their hearts, they were simply trying to save their lives. If any of them died, that person could only blame their bad luck. The warrior discovered the bone dragon's target was him. He suddenly recalled the 2 items in his bag. His face paled. No matter what, he couldn't let himself be killed. Seeing the bone dragon pouncing over, he took out an unknown transfer scroll and crushed it. With a flash of light, he teleported away. After escaping with an unknown transfer scroll, his body relaxed. He was in the clear. However, the moment he'd crushed the unknown transfer scroll, a figure walked out from behind a tree. It was Necromancer Vorderman. Vorderman waved his staff. A powerful fluctuation rippled out through space. The warrior who had teleported away suddenly found himself pulled back to his original spot. He looked around in a daze, discovering he hadn't gone anywhere. Normally, something like this would never happen. Before he realized what happened, the enormous bone dragon came down on him. Its claws gripped tightly on his body. The warrior wailed out in pain as he was directly crushed to death, transforming into a ray of light. He dropped a piece of equipment along with 2 other items. After killing the warrior, the bone dragon took to the skies and continued pursuing the other players. A second figure walked out from behind the trees. It was Chin Han. He walked over to the corpse of the warrior and collected the loot. 1 piece of equipment and 2 thin pieces of papyrus. The latter let out a faint, holy light, which evoked a sense of loathing in Chin Han. He examined the 2 items. Written on their surfaces were the words, Book of Order. This is the 7th chapter. Vorderman, are you certain we have to collect these things? I can't even use them. Chin Han turned to the cloaked Vorderman in the distance. Yes. When you've collected all the chapters from the Book of Order, I'll teach you how to deal with them, Vorderman replied. His voice was hoarse and sharp, like the sound of nails on a chalkboard. Alright, I'll believe you again this time, Chin Han said in a deep voice. Vorderman's eyes flickered behind his cloak. He didn't say anything else. Chin Han and Vorderman headed toward the depths of the holy mountain, disappearing behind the trees. Nie Yan arrived at the base of the holy mountain. He headed toward the coordinates his subordinates reported. The bone dragon was spotted flying southwest. The thieves from Ass-Kickers United were tailing Chin Han and Necromancer Vorderman. Several of them were killed by the latter after entering within 500 meters of the 2. So, they no longer dared to approach too close, maintaining a distance of at least 1,000 meters. Like this, it was impossible to get a good read on Chin Han's exact location. They could only report the general direction he was heading. As Nie Yan made his way forward, he bumped into several thieves from Ass-Kickers United. Boss. The thieves greeted excitedly. Where did that necromancer go? Nie Yan gazed into the distance. The forest up ahead was shrouded by a dense fog. It would be difficult to find a path forward. We lost track of those 2 around here, but that bone dragon is over there. One of the thieves pointed at the peak of the mountain. Nie Yan gazed up at the top of the mountain. There, a black dot flew in the air before disappearing behind the peak. You guys can return to Kalor, Nie Yan said. All the monsters in the area up ahead were over level 100. Since none of these thieves had reached level 100 yet, they would likely meet with danger if they headed any deeper. It was better to relieve them of their duties and let them get back to leveling instead. Understood. Boss, you be careful too. Yeah, that necromancer is dangerous. Hearing Nie Yan telling them to go back, the thieves voiced their concerns. They understood they wouldn't be of any help. Vorderman was too powerful. Nie Yan entered stealth and dashed through the forest. After passing a swampy area, the holy stone in his inventory started glowing with a bright and gentle light. Nie Yan's heart trembled. There was a piece of the tyrant Abok set here. Nie Yan looked around. All he saw was a dense forest shrouded by thick fog. He could hardly make out a thing. If he wanted to search for that piece of the tyrant Abok set, he would have to give up on pursuing Chin Han. Chin Han was probably planning something major for him to abandon his skeleton army and come with Necromancer Vorderman here. Thinking it over, Nie Yan recorded down the coordinates to this location. He would come back to look for the piece of the tyrant Abok set some other time. Nie Yan set off at his fastest speed, flitting through the forest. About 15 minutes later, Nie Yan arrived halfway up the mountain. He saw the enormous bone dragon in the sky. It looked like a small dot from this far away. It circled in the air for a moment before slowly descending into the fog-covered summit. Nie Yan knitted his brows. Why did the bone dragon land over there? In the previous timeline, Nie Yan had visited the summit of the holy mountain. However, he did so only after the Vengeance of the Undead event concluded. He found nothing but ruins. Rumors had it that a shrine once stood there, but had been destroyed early on in the expansion. Thinking to this point, Nie Yan's eyes lit up in realization. Chin Han's appearance here absolutely wasn't a coincidence. He was probably plotting something huge. Despite knowing the great dangers involved, Nie Yan still decided to go over there for a look anyway. Powerful level 120 to 130 monsters, with many elites and even the occasional lord, walked the forests covering the mountainside. At this stage of the game, no players dared to come here. So, it was still unexplored. Nie Yan carefully evaded the monsters in the vicinity. He encountered many corpses on the ground. The system hadn't cleared them away yet. This signified they had only been recently killed. Necromancer Vorderman was most likely the culprit. There were signs of human activity around the shrubbery on the ground. Nie Yan followed the tracks. About half an hour later, he spotted a shrine towering over the fog in the distance. Standing about 10 meters high and covering a 1,000-meter wide area, it was majestic with a dazzling splendor. Nie Yan was shocked. He didn't expect to find such a grand shrine in the middle of the forest. When Nie Yan came here in the previous timeline, it had long since turned into ruins. Even though it occupied quite a lot of space and one could vaguely make out the silhouette of a shrine, apart from a few roaming skeletons, there was pretty much nothing else. But now, this shrine emitted a powerful holy aura, blossoming out with a dazzling radiance. As Nie Yan cautiously approached the shrine, he saw the bone dragon perched on top, digging its large, vice-like claws into the roof. It let out a loud cry. With every flap of its wings, the entire shrine shook. Segments of worked stone fell down, as the first signs of destruction started showing. Nie Yan gazed inside the shrine. He saw several corpses collapsed near the entrance. Judging from their white robes, they were priests. It appeared they had died while trying to prevent an intruder from entering. He assumed Qin Han and Vorderman were already inside. Thinking for a moment, he entered and started making his way through a long corridor. He passed by the corpses of many priests on the ground. The holy auras around their bodies had all but corroded away. They gave off a rotting smell as black blood oozed out of their wounds. Nie Yan's heart sank. Did Vorderman do all this? Nie Yan slowed his steps, taking great care not to be discovered. He buffed himself with several skills that increased his stealth and cloaking. Even though he knew these skills would have an extremely limited effect on Vorderman, there was no harm in a little added protection no matter how small. If he was discovered, he likely wouldn't even have the chance to escape. After passing through the corridor, Nie Yan arrived in a large hall. He spotted several silhouettes up ahead and could hear voices talking. Vile undead, the god of light won't forgive your crimes. Judgment will come, and you'll forever be banished to the abyss of darkness. This voice was solemn and dignified. Following immediately after was a hoarse cackle. You fools, struggling obstinately even when death is near. Your god won't come and save you. Hand over those items. If you become my servants, I'll grant you eternal life. Nie Yan was puzzled. What was Vorderman looking for here of all places? Suddenly, he could feel violent magic fluctuations coming from the hall. Light and darkness were clashing fiercely. A stray shock wave of darkness energy flew out into the corridor, instantly shattering a nearby pillar which was large enough for two grown men to wrap their arms around its circumference. Gale step. Nie Yan quickly retreated far away. With a loud crashing sound, the area he previously stood on was covered in a pile of rubble. His face slightly paled. These NPCs were too powerful. Even the aftershocks of their attacks could kill him. If he approached any closer, he would be putting his life at great risk. However, he was reluctant to leave just like that. Thinking for a bit, he activated the web crawler ring. He stuck to the wall and started making his way toward the hall. He had an unknown transfer scroll in his hand, ready to crush it at the first sign of danger. The battle in the center of the hall was reaching its climax. Necromancer Vorderman waved his staff. A tide of howling spirits surged forward. At the other end were three silver-robed priests from the temple. They stood in a triangle formation and were supporting a white barrier. The priest at the front was the oldest among them, a dignified expression on his face. He was enshrouded in a strong holy aura. As for the two behind him, their appearances were hard to make out. Qin Han stood off to the side in a corner. His face was hidden behind a cloak. So, it wasn't possible to make out his expression. Nie Yan crawled up to the ceiling. He looked down and gazed at the people below. Vorderman and the three priests clashed fiercely, neither side backing down as magic flew out everywhere. As a result, they didn't notice Nie Yan's arrival. The shrine shook violently. The bone dragon wanted to bring the whole place down. If the structure wasn't protected by a strong holy power, it would have long since collapsed. Nie Yan could feel cracks spreading out across the walls. This place was on the verge of collapse. If the roof came down, the first person to be crushed to death would be him. An ordinary person would have probably left already. However, Nie Yan was a daredevil. He believed those three priests wouldn't be so easily killed. He could sense a strong, holy power coming from them, similar to that of Battle Angel Kalena. Those three priests were also legendary figures. Nie Yan wanted to take advantage of this battle to fish up some benefits. Vorderman was too powerful. As he waved his staff, a vortex of wraiths battered the barrier. Cracks started appearing. It was on the verge of shattering. You stubborn fools. Your pitiful resistance is futile. Submit to the darkness. Embrace it. Quietly accept your deaths. Vorderman cackled madly. A whirlpool of darkness energy hovered around him, transforming into blooming, black lotus flowers. A powerful darkness energy swept out. Nie Yan felt a little lightheaded. All strength was rapidly being sapped away from his body, as he nearly fell off the ceiling. His heart trembled. It was a mind-based crowd control magic. Mind immune. Miss. The psychic wave swept over him. At this moment, the wraiths rammed into the holy barrier. Bang! The membrane shattered into shards of light. The wraiths surged forward, swarming over the three priests. This was the end. Nie Yan knitted his brows. If those three priests fell, it was the signal for him to leave. He tightly clutched the unknown transfer scroll in his hand. As the swarm of spirits were about to engulf them, the three priests waved their staffs and chanted out an incantation. Their bodies ignited with fierce holy flames. When the spirits came in contact with the flames, they wailed out in pain as they were burned out of existence. The old priest's robes fluttered back and forth. With his entire body enshrouded by holy flames, he looked like a deity in the flesh. Vanquish all darkness, by the will of the god of light, the old priest chanted out an incantation. A pillar of light descended down on Necromancer Vorderman. Sure enough, these three priests wouldn't allow themselves to be killed so easily. The elderly priest appeared to be holding something. Nie Yan focused his gaze. His heart trembled. In the hands of the priest was a chapter from the Book of Order. The chapter emitted a dazzling light. This was a formidable holy power. For NPCs, the chapters from the Book of Order were exceptional offhand equipment. Nie Yan felt a warm feeling on his chest. The Great Prophet metal emitted a faint glow, informing him there were 9 chapters from the Book of Order in the vicinity. He gasped in astonishment, nearly losing his grip and falling off the ceiling. The old priest had 2 chapters. As for the other 7, Nie Yan shifted his gaze toward the cloaked figure standing off in the corner. They were in Qin Han's possession. Could it be that Qin Han and Vorderman were running around collecting chapters from the Book of Order? What exactly were those 2 planning? Nie Yan was filled with doubt. When he killed Qin Han last time, he didn't drop any chapters from the Book of Order. This was proof he had only started collecting them recently. In such a short period of time, he had actually acquired 7 chapters. With the aid of Necromancer Vorderman, his speed was simply astonishing. Vorderman, hurry up. Stop fooling around, Qin Han urged in an annoyed tone. They had already wasted enough time here. At this moment, Vorderman waved his staff and summoned a monstrous black wraith. It let out a sharp cry and pounced toward the 3 priests. Die, you stubborn old fools. Necromancer Vorderman cackled madly. Bang, bang. The 2 younger priests were sent flying back by the wraith. The old priest struggled to wave his staff. He invoked a powerful holy light to defend against the wraith. Necromancer Vorderman was too strong. He stood no chance. Bang. The wraith rammed into the old priest, sending him flying back before heavily crashing into the ground a dozen meters away. He groaned out in pain. 2 chapters from the Book of Order dropped out of his hand. Even though all of them were legendary figures, Vorderman could already be considered a demigod. The 3 priests were not his match. Necromancer Vorderman's lips cracked into a satisfied smile. He had finally defeated those 3 priests. He started walking over to the 2 chapters from the Book of Order. Nie Yan became anxious. If Qin Han obtained these 2 chapters, he would have 9 in total. Even more, he would continue collecting the others. A thought crossed Nie Yan's mind. Should I try stealing those 2 chapters? Nie Yan judged the distance. He was 100 meters away from the 2 chapters. Meanwhile, Vorderman was already within 20 meters of them. If he went through with it, he wasn't even sure he could keep his own life, let alone get to the chapters before Vorderman. Thinking to this point, Nie Yan could only give up on the idea. What surprised him a bit was that Vorderman still hadn't discovered him. It appeared the stealthing ability of a shadow dancer was much greater than he originally thought. Since it was like this, he decided to stick around a while longer and watch how things would play out. Necromancer Vorderman stood over the corpse of the old priest and let out a dastardly chuckle. The chapter of essence and chapter of perseverance are finally in my hands. Did you powerless dregs really think you could keep them away from me? What a joke. He bent down to pick up the chapters. As his hand came in contact with one of the chapters, his entire body froze. He let out an enraged roar, damn it. You rats. What did you do? A powerful holy light bound Necromancer Vorderman. At this moment, the elderly priest slowly struggled back to his feet. You vile undead, die. The old priest waved his staff. A raging sphere of holy flames condensed in his abdomen, rapidly expanding before swallowing him whole. A trace of fear flashed across Necromancer Vorderman's face. He didn't expect such a turn of events. The 3 priests had hidden a powerful formation inside the chapters. He had accidentally activated it and was now completely immobilized. At this moment, the old priest detonated all the holy energy in his body to release a powerful explosion. As death loomed over him, the red flames in Necromancer Vorderman's eye socket suddenly throbbed. Boom. Nie Yan felt like his whole world had turned into a dazzling whiteness. All he could hear was a loud ringing in his ears. He couldn't open his mouth to speak, and his mind stopped thinking as well. It was as if he were in purgatory. Just what kind of effect did this elderly priest's self-destruct spell have? A long time later, the white light slowly dissipated. Nie Yan could finally see the surroundings again as the ringing in his ears gradually faded. The entire shrine was unscathed. There was no damage to it at all. Vorderman and Qin Han were collapsed in the middle of the hall, while the bodies of the 3 priests had already disappeared without a trace. Only the 2 chapters from the Book of Order remained. The self-destruct spell was a special type of holy magic. It only affected creatures of darkness. So, Nie Yan was completely unharmed while Vorderman and Qin Han had received serious injuries. Nie Yan's gaze landed on the 2 chapters from the Book of Order. His heart trembled. He pushed off the ceiling and leapt toward the 2 chapters. Just as he closed in on them, he noticed from the corner of his eye Vorderman struggling back to his feet, swaying unsteadily. Nie Yan widened his eyes in shock, a cold chill running down his spine. He still isn't dead. However, there was already no turning back. Nie Yan extended his hand and shot out a web line at the 2 chapters. Even though he was still in midair, his aim was pinpoint accurate. The web line stuck to both chapters. With a flick of his wrist, Nie Yan pulled the 2 chapters into his hand. Got it. Nie Yan cried out in elation, his heart racing in his chest. However, he couldn't celebrate too early. As Nie Yan landed on the ground, he broke into a roll to reduce the impact of the fall. Gazing over in Vorderman's direction, he spotted Qin Han slowly getting up to his feet. The 2 had suffered heavy damages, especially Qin Han. His robes were torn to pieces, revealing patches of black, scorched skin. He had been shielded by Necromancer Vorderman. With his own strength, there was no way he could defend against the old priest's self-detonation. It's you. Qin Han's face warped with anger. A mixture of emotions ranging from rage to helplessness came over him. Why did Nie Yan seem like a maggot attached to his bones? He couldn't shake him off, no matter how he tried. Seeing the 2 chapters from the Book of Order falling into Nie Yan's hands, he shouted, Vorderman, stop that bastard. I want his life. Nie Yan had no plans of lingering around any longer. He directly crushed the unknown transfer scroll in his hand. This was his best chance to escape. With a flash of light, Nie Yan teleported away. Nie Yan was assured of his escape. Vorderman steadied his feet. He waved his bone staff and cast Dimension Lock. Space twisted as the entire shrine was enveloped by darkness energy. Before Nie Yan could finish teleporting away, he was pulled back to his original location. Nie Yan's heart trembled. He can stop my unknown transfer scroll, even with those grievous wounds. Even though Nie Yan knew Magisters had special magic to prevent enemies from teleporting away, this was his first time being stopped by it. Nie Yan looked over at the two. After casting the spell, Vorderman looked like a dried-up oil lamp. He staggered unsteadily before forcefully stabilizing himself against the wall. He couldn't cast any offensive magic for the time being. However, he was still a huge threat, capable of recovering at any moment. Qin Han waved his staff and fired out 3 arrows of darkness. Gale Step. Nie Yan evaded Qin Han's attack. Seeing Vorderman hadn't recovered yet, he still had a chance to escape. He glanced down at his bag. With the spatial lock in place, all his teleportation items were rendered moot. Looking around, the entrance had already been blocked off by Qin Han and Vorderman. His only route of escape was a small door not far away. He had no idea where it led. Nie Yan quickly made a break for it. Qin Han waved his staff. A black orb flew into the sky, illuminating the ground below. He immediately spotted Nie Yan's silhouette escaping through the small door. He rushed forward to give chase, but after hesitating for a moment, he no longer dared to continue. Without Vorderman's aid, he was no match for Nie Yan. He had already learned his lesson from their last battle. His heart was filled with apprehension. Add this to the fact he had 7 chapters from the Book of Order on him. If he were to die, all of them would drop. The risk was simply too great. So, he couldn't act as unrestrained as before. Seeing Qin Han stop after taking a few steps, Nie Yan coldly chuckled. Spineless coward. Don't dare to chase me now, Without Necromancer Vorderman, Qin Han was nothing. As soon as he left Vorderman's protection, Nie Yan could easily kill him. Nie Yan passed through multiple winding corridors. The interior of the shrine was like a labyrinth. There was no exit in sight. Suddenly, a stone-crushing sound entered his ears. Rubble started coming down. He quickly evaded, as the walls around him toppled over from both sides. Looking up through the large hole in the ceiling, Nie Yan spotted the bone dragon on the roof. Disappear. Nie Yan quickly hid within the wreckage. Glancing at his inventory, his unknown transfer scrolls were still grayed out. The range of Vorderman's spatial lock spell was too large. The bone dragon continued trampling and smashing the shrine. Nie Yan carefully snuck around, lest he be discovered. Looking over in the distance, 2 silhouettes appeared in an open space 1,000 meters away. It was Qin Han and Vorderman. Nie Yan quickly retreated in the direction opposite of Qin Han and Vorderman. Looking around, Qin Han could no longer find any traces of Nie Yan. Necromancer Vorderman was in no state to give chase either. His injuries would require at least a month to fully recover. During this time, they definitely couldn't confront those powerful NPCs, or everything he had worked so hard for would go up in smoke. Thinking to this point, Qin Han lost all will to chase after Nie Yan. He felt quite vexed. If he didn't have Vorderman's help, killing Nie Yan was impossible. The difference in strength left him feeling extremely dejected. Qin Han had the bone dragon search the surroundings. However, he saw no sign of Nie Yan. It was almost as if he vanished into thin air. Qin Han had to quickly leave. The other NPCs from the Viridian Empire would be arriving soon. Just as Qin Han was about to depart, he received a notification. Nirvana Flame has obtained the 2nd chapter from Volume 2 of the Book of Order, the chapter of Perseverance. You will be notified of the player's updated location once every hour. Coordinates: Holy Mountain, 385.382.582. Nirvana Flame has obtained the 1st chapter from Volume 4 of the Book of Order, the chapter of Essence. You will be notified of the player's updated location once every hour. Coordinates: Holy Mountain, 385.382.582. Qin Han quickly gazed into the distance, a sinister smile on his face. Let's see where you'll run to now. At this moment, Nie Yan had also received a notification. The remaining 5 chapters from the 2nd volume and 2 chapters from the 4th volume were all on Qin Han. The chapters from the Book of Order had leaked his location to Qin Han. Seeing Qin Han looking over, he couldn't help but bitterly smile. He was really done for this time. The enormous bone dragon took to the air and flew toward Nie Yan. Qin Han, if you think you'll give up these 2 chapters so easily, you've got a whole nother thing coming. Nie Yan had already made his preparations to escape. Seeing the bone dragon's claws coming down on him, Nie Yan rolled out of the way. Boom. 2 large holes were dug out of the ground like tofu in the place he originally stood. Nie Yan would have been killed in one hit if he hadn't dodged so quickly. Extreme speed. Before the bone dragon could launch a second attack, Nie Yan fled for his dear life. The bone dragon took to the air again. Like a bolt of lightning, after locking onto Nie Yan, it swooped down on him for a second time. Shadow Waltz. Nie Yan hurriedly evaded. He was already running at his maximum speed. This bone dragon's attacks were too frightening. He had no choice but to use everything available to him. KRAASSH. The bone dragon's claws dug into a large boulder. Boom. The boulder shattered into pieces, with debris flying everywhere. Several struck Nie Yan. -421. -368. -397. After finally managing to go back into stealth, it was instantly dispelled. The bone dragon didn't stop there. It flapped its wings and took to the air again, preparing to dive down again. At this moment, Qin Han and Vorderman came flying over. Kill that bastard for me. Nirvana flame, let's see you try to run now. Chin Han shouted sinisterly as he commanded the bone dragon to chase down Nie Yan. Nie Yan employed the shadow steps to evade the bone dragon's attack and escaped into the forest covering the mountainside. Its roar shook the air as it barreled forward, toppling over numerous trees as if they were dead wood. These towering conifers were nothing more than minor hindrances to it. Thankfully, the bone dragon only knew physical attacks. If it could use offensive magic, he would already be long dead. However, it still had a powerful innate ability, and that was curses. Chin Han commanded it to cast shackles of strife on Nie Yan. Unless it died, Nie Yan had no way of escaping with an unknown transfer scroll. Nie Yan cut a sorry figure as he ran. He felt extremely vexed. Am I really going to die here like this? Seeing Nie Yan being chased without a way to fight back, Chin Han had an expression of schadenfreude on his face. He and the slowly recovering Vorderman quickly closed in on Nie Yan. They were preparing to aid the bone dragon in killing him. At 70 meters, Nie Yan was already within Chin Han's attack range. With a wave of his staff, he sent a shower of black fireballs raining down towards him. Nie Yan could feel the scorching heat assaulting his face. Just as he was about to be hit, he blinked over to the bone dragon with flicker strike, barely evading Chin Han's small-scale AoE spell in time. Nie Yan had pulled a pretty clever trick, using an offensive skill to evade an attack. Before the bone dragon could react, Nie Yan dashed past its feet and shot out a web line at a tree in the distance. With a hard tug, he took to the air and swung away, covering 40 meters in the blink of an eye. As soon as he landed back on the ground, he took off again with leap, traversing another 30 meters and escaping Chin Han's range. Nie Yan's flashy escape left Chin Han speechless. What the hell was that? Shit. He can really run. You think you can get away that easily? Dream on. Chin Han buffed himself with Windwalker's haste. His speed sharply increased as he charged straight after Nie Yan. The bone dragon was even faster. Having already pounced several dozen meters ahead, it was hot on Nie Yan's tail. If it was a one-on-one, Chin Han wouldn't dare to chase after Nie Yan. However, it was different with the help of the bone dragon. Even a casual swipe from the bone dragon could easily kill Nie Yan. Under the threat of the bone dragon, Nie Yan didn't dare to stop to deal with Chin Han. So, Chin Han could freely let loose with his attacks. Nie Yan fled with all his might for more than 1,000 meters, but he still couldn't shake off the bone dragon. Every time he opened up some distance, the bone dragon would quickly catch up. On the other hand, Chin Han was lagging further and further behind. A caster had no way of catching him. Chin Han cursed up a storm. He would have Nie Yan's head no matter what. He'd left Necromancer Vorderman behind, who was in the middle of recovering. In 10 or so more minutes, Nie Yan would be dead. Until then, he just had to make sure Nie Yan didn't escape. At this moment, Chin Han's voice chat rang. He checked the message. It was from Matchless Divine Sword. Chin Han, Kalor troops have set out, same with the legendary Karsi from the Temple of Light. Be careful. They're heading straight for the Holy Mountain. Matchless Divine Sword warned. This was a report he received from his informants in Kalor. Chin Han knitted his brows. Vorderman had suffered serious injuries. If they got into a fight with Karsi, the outcome would be disastrous. He thought for a moment. It would take at least 15 minutes to get here from Kalor. Within this time, he had to kill Nie Yan. The 2 chapters from the Book of Order were in Nie Yan's hands. He would never get another chance to catch Nie Yan like this again. Furthermore, there was no telling Nie Yan wouldn't transfer over the chapters to someone else. Chin Han decided to take the risk. He hoped Karsi wouldn't be faster than the rest. He really wasn't willing to leave just like this. At his command, the bone dragon chased after Nie Yan even more fiercely. Nie Yan had pretty much exhausted all his escape skills. Evading became increasingly difficult. The bone dragon flew in the sky, then swooped down on Nie Yan once more. Nie Yan glanced back as he ran for his dear life. He watched the bone dragon getting closer and closer, like a dark shadow blotting out the sky. Shit, I'm done for. Nie Yan glanced at his skill bar, then at the bone dragon, and back at his skill bar. He had nothing left he could use. Simply using ordinary movements to dodge wasn't possible. The bone dragon was too large. Its claws alone could crush everything in a 5-meter radius. The bone dragon was already over Nie Yan's head. A powerful dragon aura bore down on him, making his movements slightly sluggish. I can't escape. Nie Yan despaired. In this critical moment, Battle Angel Kalena woke up and stretched her limbs with a yawn. With a disdainful tone, she said, "Go away you stinky lizard." Kalena waved her wand. A barrier of light enveloped Nie Yan, protecting him. This barrier looked no different from an ordinary radiant barrier. Nie Yan couldn't help but bitterly smile. What kind of use would this barrier be? Bang! The bone dragon's claws struck the barrier. But contrary to Nie Yan's expectations, it didn't even tremble, let alone shatter. Instead, the bone dragon was sent flying back. This barrier was as sturdy as ever, completely ignoring the bone dragon's attack. Nie Yan dropped his jaw in shock. He didn't expect such a turn of events. Ever since obtaining Kalena, he had only seen her buff some of his teammates, maybe occasionally dispelling some debuffs or purifying some corpses. He never expected her to have such a powerful spell at the ready. The barrier she cast could repel the bone dragon's attacks. How amazing. Chin Han was rapidly closing in. Seeing the bone dragon's claws swooping down on Nie Yan, his face lit up with excitement. Finally, that bastard is dead. I've finally gotten my revenge. He was already highly anticipating his spoils of war. But in the next moment, his expression froze. The bone dragon was knocked back, and in the distant open space Nie Yan stood unharmed, protected by a barrier of light. Chin Han was dumbstruck. What the? Ever since Necromancer Vorderman revived it, Chin Han had never seen anyone survive an attack from the bone dragon. Even those tanky plate-armored warriors buffed with half a dozen defensive spells would still be instantly crushed to death. But now, this mediocre-looking barrier protecting Nie Yan had taken a hit from the bone dragon like it was nothing. He couldn't believe his eyes. Nie Yan recovered from his daze. He glanced at the effects of the barrier. Kulena's Guardian Barrier reduces damage by 99%. Armor type, Divine. Durability, 125,786 132,000. Seeing this practically invincible barrier, Nie Yan was completely shocked as his face lit up with excitement. With this kind of barrier, he had nothing to fear. Based on the remaining durability of the shield after that one hit, he could tank another 20 attacks from the bone dragon without a worry in the world. Nie Yan glanced at the somewhat lazy and sleepy-looking Kulena hovering over his shoulder. He couldn't help but sigh in admiration. This little lass was too amazing. Ever since Nie Yan obtained Battle Angel Kulena, he rarely ever investigated what she could do. He barely even spoke to her. After all, he thought she was just an ordinary guardian fairy. Not to mention he was off-put that he couldn't control her. She would use spells only when she pleased. This left him feeling quite helpless. He inwardly made a decision. After this was all over, he would properly uncover the secrets on her. Perhaps Battle Angel Kulena was an even more powerful existence than Necromancer Vorderman. It was just that Nie Yan never knew. Kulena's barrier was only the tip of the iceberg. If it wasn't for that previous crisis just now, he would have never known she could cast such powerful magic. Nie Yan gazed at the shocked Qin Han in the distance. An evil smile appeared on his face. After being miserably chased around just a moment ago, it was about time he returned the favor in kind. With such a powerful barrier protecting him, Nie Yan could do whatever he wanted. The shoe was now on the other foot. Qin Han was still a bit dazed, not daring to believe his eyes. He had the bone dragon pounce on Nie Yan once more. Bang! The bone dragon was sent flying back again. The barrier protecting Nie Yan showed no signs of faltering. Just what is this bullshit? This was his first time seeing such a sturdy barrier. Nie Yan glanced down at his skill bar. Several skills had already come off cooldown. He activated Gale Step and vanished into stealth. Seeing Nie Yan disappear from sight, Qin Han's heart tightened. After butting heads for so long, he knew Nie Yan wouldn't leave so easily. Nie Yan's target was certainly him. In the blink of an eye, the hunter became the hunted. This sudden reversal of roles put a huge damper on Qin Han's mood. Qin Han spotted Nie Yan's silhouette dashing over from the bone dragon, rapidly closing in on him. This frightening speed caused his heart to tremble. When Nirvana Flame was after someone's head, no one could stop him. Sensing death's approach, Qin Han's nerves were stretched stout. He stumbled back into a hurried retreat. With a wave of his staff, a bone wall erupted from the ground to block Nie Yan. At this moment, Necromancer Vorderman had recovered a bit of his strength. He waved his staff. Black flames rained down from the sky. A raging inferno swept through Nie Yan's general location. Several tongues of flames landed on Nie Yan, dispelling his stealth. However, he remained unscathed, protected by Kulena's powerful barrier. Bone walls erupted from all around, trapping Nie Yan inside. Nie Yan leapt over the walls and then retreated deeper into the forest. With Necromancer Vorderman nearby, killing Qin Han would be difficult. The bone dragon circled in the sky, ready to swoop down at any moment. Nie Yan rapidly ascended a tree and perched himself atop a branch, evading the sight of the bone dragon. He took out his cavalry crossbow and pulled the trigger. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. 5 bolts flew straight at Qin Han. Nie Yan had purposefully aimed for Qin Han's blind spot. Qin Han felt something off. Turning around and seeing 5 bolts flying towards him, he hurriedly waved his staff in an attempt to resist. Before Qin Han could do anything, bone walls erupted around him, protecting him inside. Put. The bolts bounced off the bone wall and fell on the ground. Following this, all of Nie Yan's attempts to attack Qin Han were repelled by Necromancer Vorderman. Even though Vorderman couldn't hurt him because of the barrier, he likewise couldn't do anything to Qin Han. Necromancer Vorderman's reactions were too quick. With his protection, Qin Han was absolutely safe. Qin Han looked over in Nie Yan's direction. The two locked eyes. Qin Han's lips curved into a sneer. So what if I can't kill you? You can't kill me either. Vorderman, let's go, Qin Han said. Today, the 2 chapters from the Book of Order had been snatched away by Nie Yan. He would definitely settle this account one day. The bone dragon flew down toward Vorderman and Qin Han. They want to run. Nie Yan narrowed his eyes, his expression flickering with killing intent. Qin Han had a total of 7 chapters from the Book of Order on him. If Nie Yan could get his hands on them, he could complete another volume. He knew better than anyone else the power contained within the glimpse of darkness. Over the past few months, King of the World hadn't found any clues on the last remaining chapter from Volume 5 of the Book of Order. He had once mentioned that if Nie Yan could find all the chapters from the Book of Order, he would return the 5 chapters to him. In combination with the chapters up for grabs here today, he would be that much closer to completing the entire book. For the sake of becoming the Supreme Pontiff of the Temple of Light, he definitely had to get the chapters from Qin Han. Nie Yan initially didn't have high hopes of collecting all the chapters. However, after listening to Jebbia the Great and obtaining the Great Prophet Medal, this desire was once more regenerated in his heart. If Nie Yan became the Supreme Pontiff of the Temple of Light, Archangel Talid would personally coronate him. The temple's forces would move to his will. He would hold true authority. At that time, Ass-Kickers United and all its allied guilds would become truly invincible under his influence. He would have complete control of the Viridian Empire. In the previous timeline, even the Century Financial Group and Angel Corps didn't reach such heights. In their prime, they only controlled strongholds. No one had ever ruled over both players and NPCs. Even though Nie Yan knew the path ahead of him was long, he was determined to follow through with it. Chin-Han and Vorderman climbed up the bone dragon's back. It flapped its wings and took to the sky. Just as Chin-Han and Vorderman were about to escape, Nie Yan dashed toward the bone dragon. Before it completely left the ground, he was already within 8 meters of it. He shot out a web line at its feet and swung toward it. Nie Yan landed on the bone dragon's shin bone and held on tightly. The bone dragon didn't notice Nie Yan. Neither did Necromancer Vorderman or Chin-Han. Nie Yan gazed into the distance. White dots appeared over the horizon. As he squinted his eyes to get a better look, he discovered they were griffins. Those griffins were different from the ones players could tame. They were noticeably larger with pure, white feathers which shone brilliantly under the sunlight. They were royal griffins used by Kalor military. Kalor NPC forces were here. Nie Yan's lips parted into a faint smile. Vorderman had received serious injuries from his previous battle with the three priests. It remained to be seen whether he could escape with his life. Nie Yan vaguely recalled something similar happening in the previous timeline. Vorderman had suffered serious injuries in a previous battle and died to Karsi afterwards. However, the timing wasn't right. Back then, the Vengeance of the Undead event had went on for more than a month before Vorderman was killed. It was still too early. Nie Yan shelved these thoughts for now. Taking advantage of Chin-Han and Vorderman being distracted by the appearance of the griffins, he slowly climbed up the bone dragon's leg. After noticing the griffins, the bone dragon picked up the pace and fled south. A large griffin was closing in fast. It was much bigger than an ordinary royal griffin and only slightly smaller than the bone dragon. Its entire body was surrounded by an enormous barrier of light. Standing on it was a mage in fluttering white robes. Glancing over at the griffin, Nie Yan instantly recognized the mage. It was Karsi. In the end, Vorderman couldn't escape this encounter with Karsi. The two were fated enemies. Vile necromancer, the god of light won't forgive your sins. I'll take your head to appease the spirits of those you killed. Karsi shouted in a solemn tone. With a wave of his staff, a pillar of light descended from the sky. Vorderman let out a sinister cackle. Karsi, do you really think you can kill me? 1,000 years later, and you're still that same little boy. Vorderman erected a dark barrier. As the holy light made contact with the barrier, white smoke started rising up. Nie Yan could sense Vorderman's barrier faltering under Karsi's attack. Vorderman was still clearly weakened after his previous battle. The bone dragon and the griffin started tangling midair. Nie Yan held on tightly to the bone dragon. He was nearly thrown off several times. A battle between two legendary figures. Nie Yan had no clue how long it would last. Nie Yan carefully evaded the attacks. Seeing the griffin charging over, he hurriedly leapt out of the way and landed on another part of the bone dragon. Compared to the bone dragon and griffin, Nie Yan was an insignificant speck. Only a short distance away from the bone dragon's back, Nie Yan's gaze locked onto Vorderman and Chin-Han. Chin-Han was completely oblivious of Nie Yan's presence. He believed he and Vorderman were perfectly safe flying on the bone dragon's back. He vastly underestimated Nie Yan's determination. Karsi and Vorderman's battle intensified. PSSSHFT. The bone dragon's claws dug into the griffin's body. Blood and feathers rained down from the sky. Unwilling to be outdone, the griffin heavily rammed into the bone dragon, sending it reeling back. Vorderman and Karsi exchanged fire, neither stopping for even a second. Nie Yan was hit by several stray fireballs and holy attacks. His barrier was gradually being shaved away until it only had 50,000 durability left. If he didn't kill Chin-Han now, he would lose his opportunity. When the bone dragon and the griffin crossed paths midair, Nie Yan and Karsi met eyes. He could see Karsi's surprised expression. However, it was only a brief meeting, as the two passed each other. Nie Yan slowly made his way up the bone dragon's back, drawing closer and closer to Chin-Han. He was only about 10 meters away. Vorderman stood on the head and was locked in a fierce exchange with Karsi. He didn't notice Nie Yan at all. Seeing Vorderman on the back foot, Chin-Han was extremely nervous. If Vorderman was killed, he would be doomed too. All that awaited him was the deletion of his account and starting over. Triggering the Vengeance of the Undead expansion meant he had to pay an enormous price. If his campaign failed, he would forever be wanted by the Viridian and Satrine empires. From then on, he would be constantly on the run with no way of ever establishing a foothold again. The outcome of the battle between Vorderman and Karsi was related to his fate. How could Chin-Han not be nervous? Seeing that Chin-Han hadn't noticed him, Nie Yan's lips curved into a faint smile. He looked like a predator hiding in ambush, waiting for the perfect opportunity to strike. The seconds and minutes ticked away. Karsi upped the pressure, attacking even more fiercely. Vorderman took repeated hits. It started to look like he couldn't hold on much longer. Nie Yan suddenly shot forward like an arrow, heading straight for Chin-Han. The flames surrounding Zenard's sword appeared to burn even more brightly in response. Nie Yan's movements were as fast as lightning. Chin-Han only noticed Nie Yan when he was already right next to him. By the time he reacted, it was too late. He simply couldn't keep up with Nie Yan's speed. Just before Zenard's sword made contact with Chin-Han's body, a barrier of pure darkness emerged. It blocked the attack and pushed Nie Yan back. Necromancer Vorderman had placed a trigger-type protective barrier spell on Chin-Han's body. It had saved his life. Nie Yan knitted his brows. The appearance of this barrier threw his plans out of whack. If his attack had landed, Chin-Han would already be dead right now. Since the situation had taken such a turn, he could only switch tactics. Having just survived a narrow brush with death, Chin-Han was overjoyed. He quickly retreated and raised his staff in preparation to cast an offensive spell. In his mind, Vorderman's barrier wasn't something Nie Yan could cut through. In fact, he doubted Nie Yan could leave so much as a scratch on it. Nie Yan stepped forward and slashed down with his blade. Annihilation slash. Zenard's sword erupted with scorching hot flames. 10 sword silhouettes took shape above his head, each more than 20 meters long. They merged into one enormous sword which slashed down on Qin Han. Boom. His black barrier instantly shattered into pieces. What a powerful skill. Qin Han felt his scalp go numb. The barrier couldn't even withstand one blow. As the incomparably savage flame sword came cleaving down, Qin Han had nowhere left to run. Annihilation slash was an AoE skill, 5 meters wide and 20 meters long. Qin Han waved his staff, summoning an enormous skeleton in front of him. Boom. The skeleton was annihilated. Nie Yan's slash didn't falter. After destroying the skeleton, it continued down toward Qin Han. Resentment and despair flickered across Qin Han's eyes. Bang. After being hit by the slash, his body lifelessly flew through the sky. Minus 27,307. It was an instant kill. After executing Annihilation slash, Nie Yan lowered his blade, a smile plastered on his face. Game over. Nie Yan was quite pleased with himself. Sure enough, Annihilation slash was powerful. Nie Yan had killed Qin Han literally within seconds. By the time Necromancer Vorderman noticed the commotion, it was already too late. You wretched cur. Necromancer Vorderman cursed. The person under his protection was killed right under his nose, by a weakling he could crush like an ant no less. This was a huge disgrace. He waved his staff, sending a giant ice spear flying towards Nie Yan. Nie Yan was already satisfied with killing Qin Han. He didn't hold any hopes of killing Vorderman as well. His gaze landed on Qin Han's corpse. The 7 chapters he had dropped were falling gently toward the ground. Seeing the ice spear coming right at him, Nie Yan couldn't dodge out of the way in time. He decided to brave it head on and dove after the chapters. Boom. The ice spear smashed into Nie Yan. His barrier trembled violently and became much fainter than before. The durability had gone down by more than 30,000. However, it was still intact. Nie Yan was safe and sound. He caught 2 of the falling chapters. Seeing the other chapters getting further and further away from him, he shot out a web line at one and pulled it into his hand. That's 3. 4 more to go. Nie Yan exclaimed. He was already in freefall, and he could soon make out the individual blades of grass on the ground. Nie Yan hurriedly activated his featherfall jewel. His falling speed immediately slowed to a crawl. Seeing Nie Yan snatching the chapters one after another, Vorderman turned his attention away from Karsi and had the bone dragon pounce toward Nie Yan. Karsi noticed the situation. He had his griffin charge forward and rammed the bone dragon away. The 2 enormous beasts scuffled in midair. Vorderman could no longer catch Nie Yan. Nie Yan snagged the remaining 4 chapters with web lines. Chanting out an incantation, he summoned his Darkwing Dragon. The Darkwing Dragon emerged and Nie Yan landed on its back. The Darkwing Dragon was like an ant compared to the 2 other flying mounts. The Bone Dragon and Griffin were legendary monsters over rank 9. On the other hand, the Darkwing Dragon was only rank 7. The disparity was enormous. Nie Yan knew if the Bone Dragon shook off the Griffin and pounced over, the Darkwing Dragon wouldn't survive even a single hit. He hurriedly spurred his Darkwing Dragon. It made a rapid ascent and escaped far into the distance. At this moment, more and more Griffins arrived in the vicinity. They were all part of Kalor military. They surrounded Necromancer Vorderman. A fierce battle was about to break out. Vorderman might even die here. Even though Nie Yan wanted to see the final outcome, common sense told him he definitely shouldn't linger here any longer. In order to ensure his safety, Nie Yan wanted to get as far away as possible. The chapters from the Book of Order were already in his hands anyway. If the situation suddenly took a turn for the worse and Vorderman came rushing over to snatch the chapters back, he would be doomed. Even though Nie Yan knew the chances of Vorderman shaking off Karsi were slim, he didn't want to take any risks. He would let those 2 continue to duke it out. He hurriedly left. It wasn't like he could do anything to contribute to the battle anyway. Nie Yan rode off toward the horizon on the Darkwing Dragon. Looking back, the silhouettes of the Bone Dragon and Griffin were getting smaller and smaller before finally disappearing. After 15 minutes, the Darkwing Dragon made a slow descent outside of Kalor. Nie Yan walked into Kalor. At this moment, in his bag were 9 chapters from the Book of Order, of which 6 could be combined into a complete volume. He couldn't help but get excited. All of Qin Han's treasures had fallen into his hands. Nie Yan could already imagine Qin Han's face right now. This was the second time Qin Han had died to him. Nie Yan walked into the Starry Night potion shop and found an empty workshop. He could hardly contain his excitement. Glancing at his bag, there were 9 chapters from the Book of Order in total. Nie Yan took out all the chapters from the second volume and placed them together. A dazzling radiance as bright as the sun lit up the room. The 6 chapters gradually merged together into a volume. Afterwards, the volume fused together with the glimpse of darkness in Nie Yan's bag. Nie Yan could sense that the energy contained in the glimpse of darkness was much stronger than before. He took out the book. It was twice as thick as before, and with that also a lot heavier. As he caressed the pages with his hand, a feeling of tranquility washed over him. Nie Yan examined the book. On the cover written in an ancient language were the 3 words, Book of Order. The tadpole-shaped characters were vivid and lifelike almost as if they jumped out at you. Flipping to volume 1, Nie Yan saw a glimpse of darkness written on the page. Its content was no different from before. As he flipped over to volume 2, the page glowed with a silverish light. Written on it was Glimpse of Light. The Glimpse of Light gave Nie Yan additional stat bonuses. Nie Yan checked the Glimpse of Light's properties. Volume 2, Glimpse of Light Legendary. Rank 1 can be upgraded by slaying evil creatures. Description: the owner of this item will receive the inheritance of the God of Light. Your mission is to spread the glory of light. Properties: max skill rank plus 2, skill slots plus 10, strength plus 100, dexterity plus 200, all stats plus 30. Restrictions: permanently bound to Nirvana Flame. Note: item effects are applied immediately upon entering the player's bag. The properties of the Glimpse of Light were worthy of being part of the Book of Order. They were out of this world. The several bonus stats were nice, but Nie Yan had only eye for the other two properties, max skill rank plus 2 and skill slots plus 10. The first allowed him to raise any of his skills beyond the normal maximum level of 16 to a whopping 18. As for the additional skill slots, skills were the bread and butter of thieves. There were far too many skills and far too few skill slots. Where other thieves would have a hard time choosing which skill to keep and which to pass up on, he was much more free in his choices. On the second page of the Glimpse of Light was a description of 5 different colored gems: Inheritance of Light, Inheritance of Darkness, Inheritance of Flame, Inheritance of Life, and Inheritance of Arcana. They all differed in appearance. Some had 8 facets, others 16, but they all looked gorgeous. Sparkling with a translucent radiance, they were flawless. Further down were quest clues on how to find these 5 gems. It was just that Nie Yan had no idea what to do after he collected them. However, he was certain they were connected to the Tyrant Abok set. Because on the bottom corner of the page, he saw the unmistakable rune marking of the Tyrant Abok set. Nie Yan hadn't even finished collecting the Tyrant Abok set yet. He naturally planned to put this quest on the back burner. Nie Yan recalled the piece of the Tyrant Abok set hidden in the Holy Mountain. He didn't have time right now. When the Vengeance of the Undead event ended, he would go and retrieve it. Out of the 6 volumes in the Book of Order, Nie Yan already had 2 volumes and 8 chapters. It seemed like obtaining the complete Book of Order wasn't as impossible as he originally thought. After putting the incomplete Book of Order in his bag, Nie Yan told Guo Wai to have people observe the situation in the Holy Mountain. The battle in the Holy Mountain still hadn't ended. A clash between 2 legendary casters could easily last 10 hours, 20 hours, or even several days. Would Necromancer Vorderman die here? If he fell, Nie Yan could lead all of Asskickers United into launching a full-out counterattack. The battle between Karsi and Vorderman lasted longer than anyone anticipated, shifting from the Holy Mountain to Fire Canyon in the east of the Viridian Empire. Vorderman showed signs of faltering, retreating as he fought. The pursuit extended more than 1,000 kilometers. Asskickers United lost track of them at one point. When they finally caught up to the two, they had already covered the entire span of the Viridian Empire. More than 10 days passed. During this time, Nie Yan led Asskickers United all over to clear the skeletons. As the days went on, the number of skeletons they killed exceeded 1,600,000. This was a heavy blow to Qin Han's skeleton army. Qin Han was on the verge of tearing his hair out in anger. Every time he tried to surround Nie Yan's group, they would use various methods to teleport away. Then they would start all over again somewhere 10 kilometers away. The skeleton army's growth had come to a screeching halt. They fervently sought for NPC settlements to replenish their numbers, and also caught some players off guard here and there. It was just enough to offset their losses. The army's size stabilized at around 7 million. Because of Asskickers United's interference, the Vengeance of the Undead event failed to sweep over the entire continent like in the previous timeline. It was doomed to an early ending. There was more good news for Nie Yan. Another 6 players from Asskickers United had succeeded in reaching their master class. Black Hell, Young Seven, Smoke Stub, Lustboy, Mistaken Smile, and King of the World combined with those who previously completed their class advancements, Sun, Blade Light, Tang Yao, Xie Yao, Lei Su, and Nie Yan, meant Asskickers United had a total of 12 master class players. Besides this, there were 10 others, including the likes of Black Heaven, who failed to class advance. Nie Yan believed they were strong enough to take their class advancement quests. However, when they were in the middle of doing it, they encountered some mishaps and ultimately had to give up. It wasn't that they weren't skilled enough, but rather they were unlucky. They could only wait 2 to 3 months to try again. Those who could advance to a master class right after reaching level 100 were elites among elites. Most people only succeeded after reaching higher levels. Archbishop, Sword Saint, Champion, Magister, Shadow Dancer, all they were missing was a Guardian. The several paladins in Asskickers United who were capable of class advancing still hadn't succeeded yet. News of Asskickers United having 12 master class players quickly spread like wildfire, creating a huge stir among the player base. Masters were practically godlike existences in the eyes of the players, and Asskickers United had 12 of them. Just how frightening of a number was this? There was also news from other guilds. Over in the Satrine Empire, Soaring Angel and an ice lightning elementalist called Howling Wind had succeeded in reaching master class. As for others, none of them succeeded. The 12 master class players had once more confirmed Asskickers United's unrivaled position. A guild with only 100,000 players had produced so many masters in such a short amount of time. This only further underlined the individual strength of their members. Nie Yan arrived in the Asskickers United Guild headquarters in Kalor. He passed down an order for Smoke Stub, Mistaken Smile, and all the other master class players to assemble. All of them immediately hurried over. About 5 minutes later, 12 people were gathered in the conference hall. If an image of this lineup was posted online, the players on the forums would definitely gasp in admiration. These were the 12 master class players. Nie Yan looked over the room. Everyone was here. Smoke Stub, Blade Light, and Lei Su were all clad in plate armor, looking like 3 metal titans. Smoke Stub and Lei Su were sword saints. Their weapons were generally 2-handed great swords. If they learned a special skill, they could even dual-wield great swords. Meanwhile, Blade Light was a champion, which was distinctly different from a sword saint despite both being warriors. Champions used great shields and one-handed swords. Their main role was to serve as the main tank. So, the vast majority of their skills were defensive in nature. Tang Yao, Xie Yao, and Lustboy were all wearing top-quality robes. Nie Yan could even identify them by their names. In the previous timeline, these robes were pieces of equipment that countless players dreamt of but couldn't have. A magical aura radiated from their bodies, powerful magical energy pulsing out into their surroundings. Comparatively speaking, Nie Yan, Sun, Mistaken Smile, and King of the World's equipment all looked fairly ordinary at first glance. Thief equipment was usually pretty simple and unadorned. The Thief was a fairly low-key class. However, any single piece of equipment from their bodies had a rich history behind it. You couldn't find a single piece of dark gold grade equipment on them anymore. These inconspicuous-looking pieces of equipment were all at least level 100 sub-legendary or legendary grade. Among the four of them, Nie Yan had the most legendary equipment. Lastly, there were the two archbishops. Young Seven was a radiant archbishop. He wore the radiant mystery robes. His entire body emanated a light aura. On the other hand, Black Hell was a dark archbishop, one of the most rare master classes in the previous timeline. He wore the silver-gray dark revenant robes. Embroidered on the nape and collar with gold silk were faintly glowing runes which gave off a mysterious feeling. The number of priests who successfully class advanced to dark archbishops in the previous timeline didn't exceed 5. As for what sorts of skills they had or how they attacked, Nie Yan had no idea since information on them was the most limited. So much so, that it was rumored dark archbishops ruled over PvP. With their skill sets being a mystery, including to other masters, they could kill the enemy without them even knowing what happened. Nie Yan turned to Blade Light. How goes everything? Are you guys making good progress? Blade Light faintly smiled. Lei Su shared some of his insights with us. We put it into practice ourselves, and the results are pretty good. We've also comprehended a few things on our own. Since Ass-Kickers United had many masters of the same class, they could all share their discoveries with each other. As such, their training would produce twice the results with half the effort. Since we're all together, this is a good opportunity for us all to swap pointers, Lei Su suggested. He had recently completely absorbed himself in mastering the techniques of a sword saint. Nie Yan originally wanted to bring Blade Light and the others to deal a heavy blow to Qin Han. However, there was no need to rush. Having everyone swap pointers would definitely improve their strength. It could be considered sharpening their blades before the real fight. Lei Su's suggestion quickly received the approval of everyone. Young Seven turned to Nie Yan. Right, is there a reason you gathered us all here? You'll find out later. We aren't really urgent on time. There's no harm in you guys having a go at each other. Nie Yan mysteriously smiled. None of them knew what Nie Yan was thinking. Considering he had gathered all of them here today, what he was planning definitely wasn't small. Seeing Nie Yan's smile, Young Seven and the others could guess that Qin Han was going to be in for a nasty surprise. Blade Light looked around. The guild hall was too small. The square outside covered a roughly 300-meter wide area. Although that was plenty for sword saints, shadow dancers, and the other melee classes, it was far from enough for magisters. Their destructive power was astounding. Let's find a place outside the crypt stronghold. We don't want Sparrow Hawk, Lustboy, and Yao Yao to bring the whole place down with their magic, Blade Light joked. Sounds good. Nie Yan nodded. Ass-Kickers United's guild headquarters definitely couldn't withstand the spells of a magister. He had already experienced their destructive power firsthand. They could only really shine and go all out in a vast, wide open space. The group chatted as they headed out of the guild headquarters. When Nie Yan and the others appeared on the streets, the entire crypt stronghold boiled over with excitement. Regardless of whether they were Ass-Kickers United players or not, they all came flocking over. Boss. Look, it's Blade Light. The players gave their greetings. Those who knew Nie Yan, Blade Light, and the others excitedly crowded around them. It was an extremely rare sight to see all 12 of them gathered together. 12 master class players was definitely a shocking sight. The crowd could feel a domineering aura radiating out from Blade Light, Tang Yao, and the others. Facing them in the flesh, the players found it hard to breathe. After reaching master class, the air surrounding them was completely different from before. As for Nie Yan, Sun, Mistaken Smile, and King of the World, the players couldn't feel anything from them at all, almost as if they didn't exist. If they were distracted for a moment, they would easily lose sight of these four thieves, to the extent they wouldn't even notice if the four were right behind them. This feeling, or lack thereof, was also quite shocking. What powerful cloaking ability. This was a shadow dancer, hiding within the shadows, ready to reap a life at any moment. Nie Yan and the others continued walking forward. The crowd naturally parted ways and let them through. News of Ass-Kickers United's 12 master class players appearing in the crypt stronghold was posted online. The people on the forums were all guessing what this group of people were planning. If a lineup like this wanted to do something, there was nothing that could stop them. When Qin Han received this information, he felt an enormous pressure weigh down on him, with all his limbs going numb. Nie Yan, Xie Yao, and Tang Yao, and the others had already struck fear into his heart over these past 2 weeks. After hearing all 12 master class players were setting out together, he was completely terror-stricken. Especially since among these 12, 5 were casters. Qin Han felt his scalp go numb. He still had lingering fears from Xie Yao and Tang Yao's forbidden magic. This time with 5 casters moving out, it was all the more frightening, especially since 2 among them were archbishops who specialized in dealing with the undead. Uhtred, this was a large mountain located to the east of Kalor. It was surrounded by vast plains, forests, rivers, and grasslands. The monsters that roamed this map were level 20 to 30. After arriving here, Blade Light and the others couldn't help but be reminded of the time they spent grinding here in the early days. Blade Light had holed himself here for at least 2 to 3 days. At that time, he was still slowly familiarizing himself with the game. Leveling was an incredible slog. Nie Yan had pretty much power leveled himself straight past level 30. So, he hadn't come here to level in this life. However, he still had his experiences from the previous timeline. Seeing all these familiar sights, a sense of nostalgia struck him. Looking down from atop their flying mounts, they noticed there were fairly few players around. They decided to descend. This mountain would be their battleground. Some of them paired up and found their own respective areas to PvP, while others stood off in the sidelines and simply observed. Nie Yan was the odd one out. He'd compete, but no one dared to duel him. Sparrow Hawk, why don't you have a go with the boss? Lustboy suggested. He could already imagine Tang Yao getting stomped. Tang Yao rolled his eyes. Why would I ever PvP with a freak like him? He has more than half a dozen rank 16 skills. That's simply bullying. My highest skill is only at rank 9. In a battle between a Magister and Shadow Dancer, apart from combat senses and technique, skills were also extremely important and often the determining factor. Lustboy forced a wry smile. None of them were Nie Yan's match. If even Tang Yao didn't dare to take him on, then the rest of them had even less of a hope. After all, Tang Yao stood roughly on par with the likes of Blade Light and Smoke Stub. Nie Yan chuckled. In that case, I'll limit myself to only 20 skills, and I won't use any of my rank 16 skills. How about it? Nope, I refuse. Tang Yao vigorously shook his head. It wasn't like he hadn't seen Nie Yan PvP before. Even if Nie Yan limited himself to 20 skills, he'd still get the snot beaten out of him. Nie Yan's comprehension of Shadow Dancer techniques, Gale Step, Shadow Waltz, and other skills had long since reached a consummate level. Tang Yao had no way of landing his spells on Nie Yan. Just shaving a bit of Nie Yan's health away would already be incredibly difficult. Tang Yao wanted a suitable opponent to practice against, not get decimated in a one-sided battle. Nie Yan helplessly shrugged. Nothing I can do then. Man, I didn't think Sparrow Hawk would be such a chicken, Lustboy quietly muttered to himself. Huh, what did you say, punk? How about you try and have a go at him instead? Tang Yao shot a glare at Lustboy. Lustboy innocently whistled, pretending he hadn't heard anything. He turned to Nie Yan. I'm gonna go find Sun. He said he wanted to PvP against me. Later, boss. With that said, he hurriedly departed. Nie Yan chuckled. Lustboy was quite an amusing fellow. Lustboy and Sun were the two youngest members in Asskickers United. Sun was already quite famous in the previous timeline. Being able to succeed his class advancement to a Shadow Dancer on his first try came as no surprise. On the other hand, Lustboy was completely unknown in the previous timeline. He was someone who had risen to prominence after being nurtured in Asskickers United. He wasn't any bit less skilled than Sun. Nie Yan felt quite gratified. He hoped the guild would produce more people like Lustboy, unnoticed talents who were never given the opportunity to grow in his past life. The sound of battle rang out in the air. Nie Yan gazed over in the distance. Lei Su and Blade Light had already started duking it out, letting everyone experience the frightening strength of a sword saint and champion. Everything within a 60-meter radius of the duo was in complete shambles. Boulders were smashed into rubble. Trees were completely uprooted. There wasn't much left of the ground either, with 10-meter long and 3-meter deep sword scars left and right. Thunder God Slash. Gra. Lei Su bellowed out as he slashed down with his great sword. Electricity surged out of his blade, producing an astonishing crackling sound. An enormous lightning dragon came cleaving down, looking as though it were going to rend the heavens apart. Blade Light felt a frightening pressure bear down on him. The surging lightning seemed to want to rip him to shreds. He felt a painful stabbing feeling all over his skin. Unable to evade in time, Blade Light remained completely calm. He hunkered himself down, dug his feet into the ground, and raised up his great shield. Divine Bastion Shield. The silhouette of a large war god clad in golden armor emerged above Blade Light. He held a giant great shield which protected him. Boom. The electric dragon slammed into the great shield, looking as though it would tear through any obstacle in its path. Sparks of electricity flew out everywhere, producing a sharp crackling sound. Eventually, the electricity gradually dimmed before fading away completely. Even though Lei Su's attack was frightening beyond compare, Blade Light remained unmoved. The two forced out a bitter smile. Neither of them could gain an advantage over the other. Battles between sword saints and champions often ended up like this. A sword saint's attacks couldn't break through a champion's defense, while a champion's attacks were too weak to deal fatal damage to a sword saint. The true winner in such a battle was the spectator. It was an absolute joy to watch two such heavyweights compete. The spectators felt their blood pumping with excitement. The battle between the two shifted from the grasslands to the forest. They were like bulldozers, mowing down everything in their path. At this moment, Lustboy and Sun also started PvPing off in the distance. By comparison, their battle was much more technical. Both punished the other side for even the slightest mistake. Sun's silhouette darted through the forest. Lustboy raced after him, utilizing Windwalker to the max. The two fought at high speeds like moving clouds and flowing water. Lustboy swiftly kited while firing out all sorts of spells, like Ice Rain, Fire Wall, and Lightning Spear. These skills were all unleashed with spectacular power. After becoming a Magister, even the most ordinary magic became completely different, gaining an enormous boost in power. Some low-level spells became instant cast, and some high-level spells had their cast times greatly reduced and their might increased manifold. Sun entered stealth and seemed to completely vanish out of existence. Buffing himself with enhanced perception, Lustboy locked onto Sun's location. He waved his staff and spat out 2 syllables. Call of thunder. A large thunderbolt descended on the ground a dozen or so meters away. Croc. Everything within a 5-meter area was engulfed by a storm of electricity. The lightning storm fried everything it touched to a crisp. Seeing the effects of his spell, Lustboy knitted his brows. I missed. Lustboy suddenly sensed a cold chill near the nape of his neck. Sun emerged behind him and stabbed toward the back of his head. In this critical moment, he waved his staff to blink away and evaded the attack. Looking back, Lustboy discovered Sun had disappeared into stealth again. Even with enhanced perception, he couldn't detect Sun's presence at all. Sun had learned quite a few tricks from Nie Yan. He had copied about 70% to 80% of Nie Yan's techniques. They were quite effective in dealing with casters in PvP. Lustboy felt enormous pressure. These battles between master class players also attracted the attention of the few random players in the vicinity. A group of 15 appeared on Uhtred. They were low-level players, ranging from level 20 to 30, and were here to grind monsters. Their leader was a mage called Sunshine. They stood on a hill and gazed down at the plains below. They spotted about 10 or so silhouettes. Quite a few of them were PvPing. The sight of these epic battles battered their hearts with shock. Looking down from the hill, the land below was an utter wreck, with some areas looking as if a bulldozer had gone through. Before them was complete destruction with not even a single blade of grass growing. Other places looked as if a meteor shower had come down, with deep craters dotting the ground. Gazing at the grasslands further in the distance, they saw a silhouette flitting across the ground. He was as fast as a shooting star. However, that player was actually a mage. With a wave of his staff, bolts of lightning came crashing down from the sky, creating giant electric storms. The cast speed was frighteningly fast, practically no different from instant cast. This movement speed. Was this really a mage? This cast time, this cooldown speed, this destructive power, they were all too perverse. On the other side, 2 warriors were facing off. Sword beams flew out everywhere, carving numerous wounds into the earth. Were those 2 really warriors? Maple Leaf, have you ever met such powerful mages and warriors? Sunshine asked the person beside him with a tone of utter disbelief. Maple Leaf shook his head. He had watched many videos online, but never had he seen such frightening mages and warriors. He suddenly recalled something, his eyes lighting up. Could it be those masters from Asskickers United? Sunshine looked down at the plains. He counted 11 people in total. However, that speedy mage seemed to be PvPing with someone, likely a thief, though he couldn't see them. If that were the case, that just happened to make 12 people. You're right. It's probably them, Sunshine confirmed. Sunshine's group had been leveling here for the past several days. They knew this map like the back of their hands. But now, this place looked completely unrecognizable. Gazing at the battle-torn plains, their hearts were filled with an indescribable shock. This was a master class. A feverish feeling washed over them. Could they also reach master class like these people one day? Come on, what are we wasting our time standing here for? Let's go leveling. One day, we'll also join Asskickers United and fight alongside them. Sunshine clenched his fist. He brimmed with determination. Maple Leaf nodded. Even though it hadn't been long since he entered the game, before he bought a game helmet, he would frequently browse through conviction content online. He was already a veteran of the forums, and he deeply admired Nie Yan. He had long since vowed to join Asskickers United in the future. They all longed to become master class players like Nie Yan and the others. This dream was deeply engraved in their hearts. Lustboy, Young 7, and the others only recently class advanced. So, they weren't too familiar with their new and upgraded skills yet. By practicing against each other in friendly combat, they quickly grasped these skills and gained a better understanding of their might. However, they didn't dare to cast forbidden magic here, partly because the cooldown was too long, so they couldn't be used rashly, and partly because their destructive power was too great. Nie Yan didn't participate in any matches, no one dared to fight him. The final results were in. Black Hell had the highest win rate, winning 7 out of 10 matches. The rest were around 50 to 50, with some winning only 4 times. The difference in skill between them was pretty much negligible. So, many times the outcome was determined by class advantages and skills. Warriors had a 70% chance of beating thieves, mages had an 80% chance of beating warriors, and thieves had a 70% chance of beating mages. As for the priests, Black Hell was an outlier. He was a dark archbishop who specialized in PvP. Young 7 had a lower win rate, but he was the most powerful healer, serving as an inexhaustible blood bank. His role wasn't to kill. So, he had fairly few PvP skills. Most of his skills were various blessings, heals, and other support magic. For his win rate to be the lowest was perfectly normal. When do you think our guild will finally produce a guardian? I wonder what a guardian's skills are like, Lustboy said. Guardians were an all-rounder class. Their stats were fairly balanced. However, their PvP ability definitely couldn't be underestimated. It'll probably be a long while, Bladelight said. Asskickers United didn't have as many top-ranked paladins compared to their other classes. This was something Nie Yan couldn't help but worry about. Be it on the battlefield or running a dungeon, a paladin was indispensable. It looked like he would have to think up some sort of method. News of Nie Yan's group PvPing in Uhtred spread like wildfire. More and more players rushed over here to watch the masters fight. They all wanted to be here to witness this grand occasion. However, when they arrived, all they found was a desolate field of destruction. Seeing the flattened grasslands and forests, they could vaguely imagine what sort of battle took place here. The image of this scene was shared on the forums. There were also some players who managed to record Lustboy and the others PvPing. Since the video was taken from very far away, it wasn't very clear. You could vaguely make out some silhouettes clashing against each other. As for exactly what they were doing, there was no way to tell. However, the powerful might of their skills and spells still left everyone shocked and breathless. Masters are so powerful. Work hard on leveling up, guys. Maybe one day you guys can advance to Magisters, Shadow Dancers, and Sword Saints too. There were all sorts of comments on the forums. Players were brimming with envy and jealousy toward Nie Yan and the others. Reaching Master Class was an unattainable dream for the vast majority of them. Meanwhile, Nie Yan and the others were riding south on their flying mounts. Boss, where are we going? Lustboy asked. Don't tell me we're going to Divine Protectors. Asked Mistaken Smile, who was a man of few words. After passing through a few more mountain ranges, they would be arriving in Kaland, the old stomping grounds of Divine Protectors. Yep, we're going to pay Divine Protectors a little visit. Nie Yan smiled. The visit Nie Yan spoke of wasn't for leisure and sightseeing. Everyone knew Divine Protectors was in for a nasty surprise. Vorderman and Karsi's fight had turned into a game of cat and mouse. For the time being, the two wouldn't appear. The undead army was too large to justify a frontal assault. Ass-Kickers United would have to gather all their masters and slowly shave away at the number of skeletons. Furthermore, they also had to consolidate their defenses. They couldn't let Qin Han's forces overrun Kalor. Divine Protectors, God Executioner Sword, and Penumbra Empire were Qin Han's wings. If Nie Yan wanted to deal a heavy blow to the Monet Financial Group, simply killing a few skeletons wasn't enough. So, he decided to take action against these several guilds. Ass-Kickers United had produced their first batch of masters. Meanwhile, those others guilds still hadn't even produced one. This was the perfect opportunity to strike. Lustboy, Sun, and the others became excited. Even though they doubted whether the 12 of them were enough to defeat Divine Protectors, they were all itching for a fight after becoming masters. After flying for 20 minutes, Nie Yan and the others gazed ahead. A stronghold situated halfway atop a mountain appeared before their eyes. This was the main base of Divine Protectors, the Karuk stronghold. The ash-gray walls were lined with black cannons. Kaland was completely surrounded by mountain ranges. It would be as difficult as ascending the heavens for catapults to advance into this city. Much in the same fashion, the strongholds here were generally difficult to siege too. Divine Protectors had started operating in Kaland right when Conviction was released. After uniting this territory, no one had been able to challenge their rule. Even though the defeats at the Crypt Stronghold and Moonlight City had dealt some losses to Divine Protectors, it wasn't enough to shake their foundation. Furthermore, after Victorious Return, Bloodlust Blades, and Alliance of Mages disbanded, a portion of their players had joined Divine Protectors, bolstering the guild even more. Divine Protectors was content being off in their own little corner. After heavily fortifying the Karuk stronghold, they were absolutely confident in repelling the sieges of other guilds. The commerce here was booming, to the extent it was even greater than that of Kalor. The merchants in the Karuk stronghold had long since recouped their investment. After which they rapidly expanded the scope of their operations, turning this place into a true commerce city. Thanks to the booming commerce and the Monet Financial Group's investments, Divine Protectors were quite well off. They had already upgraded to walls of the Karuk stronghold to advanced. It became an imposing deterrent, several dozen meters high and lined with 100 magic cannons. A large number of guards also patrolled it regularly. The security was airtight. I didn't expect Divine Protector's stronghold to be so developed, Mistaken Smile remarked. Everyone nodded in agreement. At present, even the Crypt stronghold couldn't compare to the Karuk stronghold. Focusing on commerce is good and all, but it'll all become meaningless if the stronghold falls. At the end of the day, a guild survives through power. Even if they're flourishing through trade, if they don't have the strength to protect it, it'll all fall to ruins eventually, Smokestub said. He valued strength above all else. The fact that the Crypt stronghold started development late and that it had already been sieged once had inflicted heavy damages to the confidence of prospective merchants. Their geographical location also couldn't compare with the Karuk stronghold. However, Ass-Kickers United was powerful and rapidly expanding their territory with their influence growing every day. The confidence of merchants was bound to grow given time. Case in point was the ever-growing number of merchants flocking to the Crypt stronghold. However, the Vengeance of the Undead event had put a damper on this, with some businesses closing down shop and pulling out. Nie Yan was slightly envious of Divine Protectors. Having developed the Karuk stronghold to this degree, they had probably earned quite a bit of profit. However, all of that was about to go up in smoke with the arrival of his group. The group arrived in the airspace above the Karuk stronghold. Lei Su turned to Nie Yan. We'll be heading down first. Nie Yan nodded. Lei Su, Blade Light, and Smokestub recalled their flying mounts and dropped down from the sky, falling from a height of several thousand meters. In the guild headquarters at the heart of the Karuk stronghold, Divine Flame, Crazy Magic, Bloodlust Mad Blade, and Heaven Breaker were all gathered together. After Crazy Magic, Bloodlust Mad Blade, and Heaven Breaker led a portion of their people into joining Divine Protectors, their positions in the guild were only second to Divine Flame. Roughly 30% of the players in Divine Protectors were brought in by the three of them. After failing several sieges on Ass-Kickers United strongholds, Qin Han's skeleton army has stopped advancing. Although he's taken out the several surrounding strongholds and cut them off from battle-crazed Alliance and the War God tribe, Ass-Kickers United's main force hasn't taken any damage. If things continue on like this, his skeleton army will be chipped away until there's nothing left. Qin Han sent us a message. He's requesting we join up with him to attack Ass-Kickers United. What are your thoughts? Divine Flame asked, narrowing his eyes as he stared at Crazy Magic, Bloodlust Mad Blade, and Heaven Breaker. The three of them held a lot of sway. He had no choice but to get their opinions in order to maintain the guild's unity. If the skeleton army is destroyed, Ass-Kickers United's next target will be us, Bloodlust Mad Blade said. His thinking was fairly simple. He understood they were all in this together. What about you guys? Divine Flame gazed at Crazy Magic and Heaven Breaker. No need to rush. When Penumbra Empire and God Executioner Sword make a move, we can take action then, Crazy Magic said with a crafty smile. I think the same, Heaven Breaker said. Divine Flame nodded after pondering for a brief moment. There was no need to stick their necks out first. Did you guys watch the video going around on the forums? Divine Flame shared a video. Heaven Breaker and the other two nodded after glancing at the video. What are your thoughts on master classes? Divine Flame asked. Thinking about how Ass-Kickers United already had 12 masters while they had none, he couldn't help but feel enormous pressure. We already have a few players in our guild over level 100. Have them quickly go do their class advancement quests, or else we'll lag even further behind, Heaven Breaker said with a heavy expression. He knew Nie Yan was slowly tightening the noose around their necks. While the four were chatting, the alarm rang in the Karuk stronghold, its sharp sound cutting across the air. An enemy attack. Divine Flame's face paled. Divine Protectors had occupied Kalan from day one. There were no powerful enemies in the several neighboring cities. So, they were fairly safe, with no guilds daring to siege the Karuk stronghold. Though Ass-Kickers United had this strength, with enemies in every direction, they were too preoccupied with their own problems. Who raised the alarm? Divine Flame asked in the guild chat. It was Moon Seal. When she was riding back on her flying mount, she spotted foreign players flying over the Karuk stronghold. Divine Flame knitted his brows. Guilds often had their aerial forces attack first during a siege. He didn't dare to be careless. He immediately mobilized the troops in the Karuk stronghold. Are there any enemy forces approaching Karuks? We haven't discovered any yet. Expand the search range. Everyone else, assemble in the central square. Gather all the flying mounts, and prepare the anti-air magic cannons. Divine Flame ordered. The entire Karuk stronghold prepared for battle. Come out with me to take a look, Divine Flame said. Crazy Magic, Bloodlust Mad Blade, and Heaven Breaker nodded. Right now, they also belong to Divine Protectors. Even though they were unwilling to follow, they had no other choice. As the four prepared to walk outside, 3 large explosions rang out, shaking the entire stronghold. Divine Flame's face paled. What's going on? What happened? Is the enemy already inside? Not far from the Divine Protectors Guild headquarters, Lei Su, Blade Light, and Smoke Stub fell from the sky and crashed into the roofs of several shops. Lei Su, Blade Light, and Smoke Stub's physiques had undergone dramatic transformations after reaching Master Class. Their innate abilities greatly reduced damage. Regular fall damage no longer had any effect on them. Lei Su landed firmly on the ground, bending his knees to cushion the impact. The bluestone floor of the shop he crashed into was already smashed to pieces. Some players happened to be browsing in the shop at this moment. Seeing Lei Su suddenly crashing down from the sky, they all stared at him in shock. After confirming his whereabouts, Lei Su brushed the dust off himself and swept his eyes over the players in the shop. Lei Su from Ass-Kickers United here, I'd like to ask all unrelated players to please leave. We'll only be killing those from Divine Protectors. He announced in a heavy tone. The ears of the surrounding players rung at Lei Su's booming voice. He stood a head taller than everyone else. Clad in thick, heavy plate armor, which glistened brilliantly under the sunlight coming down from the hole in the roof, he resembled a lofty deity. They all had to crane their heads up to look at him. It's Ass-Kickers United. The players were stunned. They didn't expect Ass-Kickers United to have already slaughtered their way into the Karuk stronghold. Bang! Bang! 2 spells struck Lei Su. Block! Block! Lei Su turned his head toward the source of the magic. 2 mages were staring at him in shock, instant regret in their eyes. So you want to go at me, huh? Lei Su shouted. He slashed down his great sword, firing out a crescent-shaped sword beam. The 2 mages had no time to dodge and were struck, wailing out in pain as they transformed into rays of light. The wall of the shop was split in half by the slash, sunlight shining through from the breach. With no more Divine Protectors players left here, Lei Su headed over to the nearest wall and sent his fist flying forward. Kraash. Rubble flew out everywhere. A large hole was made in the wall. He casually stepped through it and walked out onto the street, leaving a dozen players staring at his departing back dumbstruck. Blade Light and Smoke Stub came walking over from elsewhere and regrouped with Lei Su. Any Divine Protectors players they encountered on the streets were slaughtered with impunity, leaving countless bodies in their wake. Should we wait for Nie Yan and the others? Lei Su asked. Blade Light shook his head. Divine Protectors Guild headquarters is nearby. Let's go there first. We'll crush anyone in our way. Smoke Stub declared. Karuks had a population of more than 1 million players. However, only 10% belonged to Divine Protectors, and they were scattered all over the stronghold. Likely most people had no idea Lei Su, Blade Light, and Smoke Stub had already slaughtered their way in here. Given how large this stronghold was, locking down 3 people would be near impossible. The alarms attacked their eardrums, the loud explosions their footing. Most of the players in the Karuk stronghold had no idea what was going on and descended into mass hysteria. Lei Su casually chatted with Blade Light and Smoke Stub, when 100 players from Divine Protectors appeared from behind a corner and rushed over toward them. It's Ass-Kickers United. Kill them. A fighter holding a great shield led the vanguard and charged over toward the trio. He wanted to overwhelm them with numbers. As the fighter and other warriors closed in, Blade Light let out a heavy grunt and greeted the enemy with his great shield. A heavy pressure bore down on the fighter. His heart tightened. He hurriedly hoisted his great shield up. Clang! The two shields clashed. The fighter's great shield was like a piece of driftwood. It instantly shattered into pieces. A powerful force rammed into his body, completing knocking the breath out of his lungs. Blade Light took another step forward and slashed down with his sword. A ray of light flashed. The fighter was instantly cut down. A priest at the back still tried to heal the fighter. But before he even finished chanting, it was already too late. A level 95 fighter was killed just like that. The priest was dumbstruck. From Lei Su and the others' point of view, these players were nothing more than ants. There was a distinct difference between masters and adepts. Thanks to their innate abilities, their defense was more than double that of other warriors. Ordinary players could only deal triple-digit damage to them at most, not to mention the attacks were often blocked. Each of them had at least 70,000 health. A tank like Blade Light even had 120,000 health. They were basically walking fortresses. Scram back to Divine Flame, and tell him Smoke Stub is coming over to collect his debt. Smoke Stub shouted. Slashing down with his great sword, he sent 3 warriors flying. He then changed forward, knocking several more warriors aside, and broke through into the backline. The dozen or so mages panicked. They wanted to flee, a way out. But it was already too late. Berserk Whirlwind Slash. A violent tempest of sword energy erupted from Smoke Stub, instantly killing the dozen mages in the vicinity. Smoke Stub, Lei Su, and Blade Light's attacks were too powerful. Several dozen players had died in the blink of an eye. The rest were completely routed and fled with all their might, cursing the fact they weren't born with a second pair of legs. After cleaning up the stragglers, the trio looked around. The ground was littered with corpses. Lei Su glanced at the equipment on the ground. Should we collect the loot? These pieces of equipment were trash in his eyes. However, there might be players in Ass-Kickers United that needed them. So, he asked Blade Light and Smoke Stub. Only pick up the dark gold grade ones or higher. We can leave the rest, Blade Light replied. They didn't have too much time to waste picking up equipment. So, they would only select the best. About 15 minutes later, the trio had already arrived outside the Divine Protectors Guild headquarters. The guild headquarters entrance was sealed shut. The solid metal gates stood over 5 meters tall and were covered in spikes. Lei Su walked up to the entrance and started gathering his strength. With a heavy grunt, he struck out with a punch. All the power in his body surged into his fist. Lei Su had learned this technique from Nie Yan. It allowed him to focus all the power in his body into a single point. But unlike Nie Yan, he was a strength-focused sword saint. So, the amount of force he could generate was far more frightening. Boom. The gates were smashed open and toppled to the ground. The trio charged into the Divine Protectors Guild headquarters. At this moment, Nie Yan and the others had also jumped down from their flying mounts and infiltrated the Karuk stronghold. Tang Yao and Lustboy were extremely excited. To them, the Karuk stronghold was their destructible stage. Divine Protectors bastards, cry out in fear, wail in anguish, tremble with piss in your pants, your old man Sparrowhawk has come. Tang Yao cackled. He waved his staff, sending black flames raining down from the sky. Blood-curdling screams rang out in the air. Seeing Tang Yao act like an evil final boss in a video game, Nie Yan and the others couldn't help but wryly chuckle. Discovering Nie Yan's group had broken into the stronghold, Divine Protectors' forces immediately moved to surround them. Lustboy chanted out 2 syllables. Boom. An enormous thunderbolt crashed down from the sky, completely flattening 2 buildings and wiping out more than 100 players in the distance. Nie Yan climbed up a nearby tower. Sweeping his eyes over the surroundings below, he could observe the general situation in the Karuk stronghold. His gaze immediately focused on a silhouette dashing through an alley 600 meters away. Nie Yan's eyes narrowed. He couldn't be more familiar with this player. It was the guild leader of Divine Protectors, Divine Flame. Ass-Kickers United's ambush caught Divine Protectors completely off guard. In a flash, they slaughtered in the excess of 3,000 enemy players. All the merchants and ordinary players in Karuks packed up their stuff and hurriedly teleported away with return scrolls. This bustling stronghold was evacuated in less than 15 minutes, leaving behind only the people from Divine Protectors. Lustboy, Tang Yao, and Xie Yao undoubtedly became the nightmare of this stronghold. The frightening destructive might of their spells annihilated all the Divine Protectors players swarming toward them on the streets. The attack range of these 3 magisters were close to 100 meters. Ordinary players had no way of getting anywhere near them. Even if they did manage to close in on the trio, magisters buffed with Windwalker were incredibly difficult to catch. A group of thieves circled in on Xie Yao. They came within 10 meters of her, when she waved her staff and chanted out an incantation. Stagnant domain. All the thieves in the vicinity froze in their tracks. Their immobilized bodies gradually materialized into view. They had never encountered this kind of spell before. All of them were affected without exception. Radiant Judgment. Xie Yao waved her staff again. An enormous pillar of light crashed down from the sky, striking the dozen thieves. Their visions turned dark, as their lifeless bodies were sent flying. Setting up shop in the nearby buildings, Tang Yao, Xie Yao, and Lustboy offered a magic show to all who wanted to see. Naturally, the entry fee was one's life. Seeing everyone was enjoying themselves, Nie Yan leapt down from the tower. He disappeared into the alley, heading in Divine Flame's direction. We're in the Divine Protectors Guild headquarters. Divine Flame isn't here, Blade Light messaged in the group chat. All we found were a few small fry, Smoke Stub added in a dejected tone. They broke into the Divine Protectors Guild headquarters hoping to kill Divine Flame. Yet the place was basically empty. No problem. I've already found Divine Flame. Leave it to me, Nie Yan chuckled. After hearing this, Lei Su, Blade Light, and Smoke Stub no longer worried about this matter. Anyone ever stalked by Nie Yan had never escaped with their lives. The main hall in the Divine Protectors Guild headquarters was quite spacious. Both sides were lined with dozen-meter-tall pillars, covered in all sorts of exquisite carvings. Hot damn. Divine Protectors really is loaded. I bet they spent a ton of gold making this place look so fancy, Lei Su remarked, feasting his eyes on the beauty all around. This is a Tier 10 guild headquarters. So, they spent at least 150,000 gold on it, Blade Light said. It wasn't like Asskickers United didn't have the funds. But spending so much on the guild headquarters simply wasn't necessary. After all, it didn't have any purpose other than being a convenient place for everyone to gather. This guild headquarters was a landmark of the Karuk stronghold, Divine Protector's symbol. I guess we should leave. Not so fast. Let's wreck this place first. Good idea. Lei Su walked up to one of the pillars and threw a punch at it. Boom. His fist completely destroyed the pillar, causing the entire hall to tremble and chunks of worked stone to fall down from the ceiling. Smoke Stub and Blade Light followed suit. After the main supporting pillars were destroyed, cracks began spreading across the walls and ceiling as the hall trembled and groaned. This entire place was about to go down. At this moment, Lei Su, Smoke Stub, and Blade Light quickly withdrew from the guild headquarters. The southwest square of the Karuk stronghold, more than several thousand elites from Divine Protectors had gathered here. Standing guard on the perimeter were several enormous summoned creatures. Do you have a number yet? With how many did they come? Divine Flame asked. We've only discovered 12 so far. What about outside the stronghold? Are there any enemy movements? We haven't found any enemy forces within Kaland, same with the neighboring cities. Divine Flame sank into deep thought. For Asskickers United to charge in here with only 12 players, did they think the Karuk stronghold was easy pickings or something? Activate the spatial lock domain. Divine Flame ordered. Advanced walls had a special effect, and that was the spatial lock domain, which prevented the use of all teleportation items in the stronghold. Like this, Nie Yan's group had no way of escaping. As the city's defenses were activated, a stagnant energy rapidly permeated out. All the magic cannons were aimed at the sky. If Nie Yan's group tried to escape with their flying mounts, they would be met with a hail of cannon fire. Furthermore, a large number of troops were stationed on the walls. Combined with the countless arrow towers, Nie Yan's group would be in for a nasty surprise if they believed they could breach the walls and slaughter their way out. Divine Flame steeled his resolve. He couldn't allow Nie Yan's group to escape the Karuk stronghold no matter what. This was Divine Protector's main base. If anyone could just break in and walk out like nothing ever happened, what face would they have left? Boss, the magic cannons are in position. The arrow towers are ready. Divine Flame's lips parted into a cold smile. I'd like to see how you will get out of this one. Nie Yan's group was completely sealed inside the Karuk stronghold. He acknowledged that no one in Divine Protectors was capable of rivaling Nie Yan and the others one-on-one. However, even if it would cost him every last player at his disposal, he would have their heads today. At this point, a loud crashing sound rang out. The Divine Protectors Guild headquarters had completely collapsed, shaking the entire Karuk stronghold. Boss, our headquarters. Divine Flame gazed over at the guild headquarters. All he saw was a giant pile of rubble. Nirvana Flame, you bastard. Count on my words, I'll get you back for this, or my name isn't Divine Flame. All flying mounts, assemble. I refuse to believe we can't kill them. Divine Flame snarled, clenching his fists. Nie Yan's group had destroyed the symbol of Divine Protectors. This was the greatest humiliation they had ever suffered. At this moment, Nie Yan had already arrived on the outskirts of the square. Nie Yan hid behind the corner of an alley and gazed up ahead. Divine Flame and several others entered his eyes. Seeing this group of people, Nie Yan faintly smiled. Looks like the whole gang's here, Crazy Magic, Bloodlust Mad Blade, and Heaven Breaker too, all my old enemies gathered together. There were more than 3,000 players gathered in this square. Nie Yan couldn't take action for now. He could only bide his time for a better opportunity. At this moment, several dozen players from Divine Protectors chanted out incantations and summoned their flying mounts. One after another, they took off in the air. Careful, guys. Divine Protectors summoned their flying mounts, Nie Yan warned. Nie Yan and the others didn't dare to summon their flying mounts because there were definitely anti-air cannons installed in the Karuk stronghold. If they summoned their flying mounts, they would become easy targets. In other words, they had no choice but to remain grounded. Don't worry, boss. Even if their flying mounts come, we'll still wipe the floor with them. Lustboy confidently declared. After becoming masters, they could already take on flying mounts. Even though it posed a certain challenge, at least they wouldn't be helpless. Nie Yan wasn't too worried. Back when he was doing his class advancement quest in the ancient world, he quickly realized that flying mounts weren't all that difficult to deal with. For ordinary players, flying mounts were invincible existences. But to masters, they were simply overglorified pets. When they were doing their class advancement quests, one of the requirements was to kill high-rank monsters. If you couldn't kill any, you would never become a master. Nie Yan shifted his focus back to Divine Flame. Likely, Divine Flame was really hating him right now. News of Nie Yan and the other 11 appearing in the Karuk stronghold quickly spread, creating an uproar in the forums. 12 people taking on a guild's main stronghold alone, perhaps Nie Yan's group were the only ones who dared to pull such a crazy stunt like this. The forums were bustling with activity. Everyone wanted to know what was happening in Karuk's. News quickly came out that the stronghold was under lockdown and Divine Protectors planned to fight a war of attrition. The spectators sucked in a breath of cold air. Though none doubted the strength of 12 masters, they would certainly be done for now, right? After learning Nie Yan's group was trapped, the Monet Financial Group sent all their experts rushing over to the Karuk stronghold. It was reported the Century Financial Group and Angel Corps also followed suit. Nie Yan's group was simply too brazen. The formidable might of master classes caused these behemoths contending for hegemony to feel an intense sense of danger. So, they all banded together in an attempt to kill Nie Yan's group in Karuks. They were like a hungry pack of wolves. Nie Yan still hadn't found an opportunity to take action. He casually browsed the forums and discovered discussions related to the battle in the Karuk stronghold had already reached a boiling point. There were all sorts of posts stickied at the top. Karuk stronghold under lockdown, Nirvana Flame bites off more than he can chew. Waiting for Nirvana Flame to be surrounded and killed. Nie Yan saw a lot of brigading from Divine Protector's shills. He snorted in disdain. Naturally, there were some Ass-Kickers United players posting too. Divine Protector's guild headquarters completely wrecked. Ass-Kickers United sweeps through the Karuk stronghold. However, the number of Ass-Kickers United players on the forums were far fewer in number. Nie Yan coldly smirked. For a bunch of cowards who have no real fighting ability to speak of, you're pretty mouthy online, huh? Ass-Kickers United was fairly quiet on the forums. Nie Yan was the type of person who spoke with his actions not words, and that trait was unwittingly passed on. Few guild members got into flame wars with others on the forums. Nie Yan decided to post up his own response on the forums. Divine Protector's Death Note, Nirvana Flame. On the list were the names of Divine Flame, Crazy Magic, Bloodlust Mad Blade, Heaven Breaker, and several other notable characters in Divine Protectors. Many players were confused after clicking on Nie Yan's post. They didn't understand the meaning behind this list. Divine Flame, Crazy Magic, and the others were still well and alive in the Karuk stronghold, directing their forces to surround and kill Nie Yan's group. Even if the post was confusing, because Nie Yan was the poster, many people upvoted it anyway, bumping it up to the top of the front page. Some players on the forums correctly guessed it was a death note. But from their point of view, Nie Yan and company were in a perilous situation themselves. Whether they could make it out alive was still up in the air, let alone if they could kill Divine Flame and the others on this list. At this moment, Divine Flame dispatched 600 top experts toward the location of Tang Yao, Xie Yao, and the others. The number of players in the square decreased substantially. Looks like Nirvana Flame posted something up on the forums, Crazy Magic said. Divine Flame checked the forums with a somewhat doubtful look. Seeing Nie Yan's post, he was immediately enraged. He coldly chuckled. Nirvana Flame, you bastard. You really are too cocky for your own good. Do you think Karuks is your house or something? Nie Yan's intentions were crystal clear. He was so confident in his own skills he even dared to warn them about their impending doom. Our names are on here too. Do you think Nirvana Flame will come and try to kill us? Bloodlust Mad Blade asked. He wanted to see just how Nie Yan planned to do that. It's about time, Nie Yan said after seeing the drop in the number of people in the square. Nie Yan retreated back into the alley. Chanting out an incantation, he summoned Lil Gold with a flash of light. Lil Gold let out a deep dragon cry and spewed out flames toward the players in the square. The players closest to Lil Gold had no time to react. After being hit by the dragon breath, they wailed out in pain as they were engulfed by the scorching hot flames. It's the Golden Dragon. Nirvana Flame is here. The players in the square descended into a panic. The first to react was a group of fighters. They charged toward Lil Gold to block it from advancing. After noticing the commotion in the corner of the square, Divine Flame and the others turned and looked over. A large golden dragon entered their vision. Their faces paled. Speak of the devil and he shall appear. Divine Flame, Crazy Magic, and the others glanced at each other in dismay. Divine Flame put up a bold front and snarled, he's only one person. Don't let him think he can walk all over us. Let's kill him together. Divine Flame glanced at his bag. He had several dozen high-level scrolls, totems, and other similar items inside. I'll give you guys some scrolls. Use them when the situation calls for it. He understood catching any trace of Nie Yan was incredibly difficult. Killing him would be an enormous challenge to them. They could only rely on external aid. Seeing Lil Gold wreaking havoc in the square, Divine Flame called over two subordinates and had them summon their flying mounts. Lil Gold's might was known far and wide. Sending ordinary players to deal with him was useless. Not only would they be slaughtered, they had no way of dealing any real damage to him. It'd be no different from throwing their lives away. Only flying mounts could do the job. With the flying mounts keeping him preoccupied and the mages bombarding him with magic, only then would they have a chance of killing him. Seeing the two flying mounts were in position, Divine Flame had his subordinates install traps and totems in the vicinity in the hopes of killing Nie Yan. Lil Gold had attracted a lot of attention. The number of players guarding Divine Flame decreased significantly. Seeing Divine Flame planting something into the ground, Nie Yan's eyes flashed with a red light. Eyes of truth. Surrounding Divine Flame and the others were all sorts of traps and totems. It appeared they were well prepared and ready to catch him off guard. Nie Yan coldly chuckled. Did they really think he was stupid enough to just walk into their traps? He took out his Dullahan cavalry crossbow. Peering through the scope at Divine Flame standing in the center of the square, he gauged the distance between them was roughly 200 meters. His shooting range was about 120 meters. He planned to kill Divine Flame and the others from afar. Who said thieves had to get close to attack? Who said thieves couldn't kill from afar? Ordinarily, a thief's range damage was limited. It could only be used to draw aggro from mobs at best. However, the reinforced Dullahan cavalry crossbow had shattered this norm. A shooting range of 120 meters meant he could completely ignore these traps. After sweeping through more than 100 players, Lil Gold was met with the assault of a wind serpent and thunder eagle. However, with his astonishing health, he would have no issue holding on for at least 15 minutes. Nie Yan stealthily approached Divine Flame and the others. The distance between them gradually closed from 200 meters to 120. He was already within attack range. There were a dozen players standing only a few meters from him. They vigilantly looked around at their surroundings, oblivious to his presence. With their awareness, even if Nie Yan approached within 2 meters, they still wouldn't notice him. After setting up the traps, Divine Flame and the others still hadn't discovered Nie Yan. They swept their eyes over the entire square. Do you think he chickened out? Bloodlust Mad Blade finally asked. No. Divine Flame shook his head. Knowing his personality, he definitely won't give up so easily. He was extremely nervous right now. His plan had to succeed. But if it didn't, he was already coming up with countless different ways to kill Nie Yan. Seeing Nie Yan still hadn't taken action, Divine Flame had his players gradually withdraw. He knew these people were nothing more than cannon fodder. If Nie Yan still didn't appear, all the traps he set up here would go to waste. Divine Flame slightly lowered his guard and turned around to have a word with Crazy Magic and the others. In this fleeting moment, Nie Yan took aim at his throat and pulled the trigger. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. 5 bolts flew out toward Divine Flame. After attacking, Nie Yan's stealth was dispelled as he gradually materialized. However, before the nearby players could react, he re-entered stealth and dashed several dozen meters away. He grabbed 5 more bolts from his bag, reloaded the crossbow, and pulled the trigger again. All of this was done in one fluid movement. Seeing Nie Yan's silhouette flash by, the players from Divine Protectors quickly cast Illuminate, Eyes of the Divine, and other similar skills to find him. However, it was like he had vanished into thin air. There wasn't a trace of him anywhere. Divine Flame, watch out. Crazy Magic shouted. Divine Flame turned around. Seeing the 5 bolts flying towards him, his heart tightened. Put. The bolts struck the barrier he had installed around him. After the 3rd bolt, the barrier distorted, allowing the 4th and 5th bolt to pass through. Radiant Barrier. Divine Flame waved his staff, protecting himself with a magic shield. Put. This 2nd barrier was also pierced through, and the 5th bolt struck him. Minus 6,332. What is this damage? Divine Flame felt a cold sweat run down his neck. His barrier reduced all incoming damage by 70%. However, Nie Yan's bolt had still dealt well over 6,000 damage to him. This was quite simply unbelievable. Divine Flame felt a cold sweat behind his neck. Weren't the crossbows of thieves supposed to be weak? Chin Han had previously been killed by Nie Yan's crossbow. However, he didn't have the face to mention this to Divine Flame, or anyone else for that matter. So, they were completely unaware of Nie Yan's frightening range damage, leaving them caught off guard. Before Divine Flame could recover from his daze, another 5 bolts were coming straight at him. Boss, careful. A nearby warrior jumped in front of Divine Flame to block the attack. Put. Minus 11,818. Minus 10,142. Minus 23,099. The warrior was instantly killed. The warrior couldn't comprehend his death. It was only 3 bolts. Why was the damage so high? Nie Yan never stopped firing. It all went incredibly fast. Load, shoot, move, load, shoot. He never missed a beat. Several players beside Divine Flame had jumped out in front of the bolts to protect him and were killed one after the other. Seeing 3 bolts flying towards his forehead, Divine Flame quickly rolled out of the way. The bolts flew inches away from his head, causing his scalp to go numb. He had just barely survived this brush with death. Before Divine Flame could climb back to his feet, several more bolts came flying over. He couldn't help but curse in his heart, what the hell kind of firing rate is this? Nie Yan was firing from more than 100 meters away. So, there was still some time between the attacks, just enough to evade. If Nie Yan was even a bit closer, he would have already died. Just as he was about to be hit, Divine Flame swung his head away. 2 bolts brushed past his cheeks. Fuck, Divine Flame cursed. But before he could get the words out, a bolt pierced his throat. Then another pierced his forehead and came out the back of his head. The powerful force behind the arrows sent his body flying back. Minus 8,921. Minus 17,382. 2 damage numbers floated up above Divine Flame's head. His health fell to 0, and he collapsed to the ground. Divine Flame's sudden death left Crazy Magic and the others dumbstruck. Nie Yan cracked an evil smile. That's one. He entered back in stealth and disappeared without a trace. A thief wasn't a demon hunter. Why was Nie Yan's range damage so powerful? Nie Yan had killed Divine Flame too quickly. 2 bolts was all it took, both hitting in practically the same instant. The priests had no time to react. Shit. The boss died. Everybody, don't let Nirvana Flame escape. The players from Divine Protectors surrounded Nie Yan, or at least his last known location, but they still couldn't catch him. Nie Yan would only pop out for the briefest second when least expected, fire out a volley of bolts, then disappear back into stealth like some sort of phantom. Even if Nie Yan emerged in front of them, they wouldn't have the time to react. We can't stop him. Should we retreat? Crazy Magic asked. If they continued lingering around here, they would only end up as target practice for Nie Yan. If we leave, we'll become laughingstocks. We'll be called spineless cowards. Bloodlust Mad Blade refused. At least we'll have our lives. Crazy Magic anxiously yelled. Just as he spoke out these words, 5 bolts flew toward the back of his head. Crazy. Bloodlust Mad Blade yelled. Crazy Magic hurriedly blinked away, evading the attack. Just as his feet touched the ground, another volley of bolts flew toward his back. Put. He was turned into Swiss cheese as the bolts pierced right through him. Blood dripping from his mouth, he staggered unsteadily before collapsing on the ground. Seeing Crazy Magic drop dead, Bloodlust Mad Blade couldn't help but curse. Right now only he and Heavenbreaker remained alive. They couldn't escape with unknown transfer scrolls or return scrolls. Originally, the spatial lock domain was meant to trap Nie Yan's group. Who would have thought they would end up falling victim to it instead? That makes two. Nie Yan chuckled while hidden in stealth. His gaze locked onto Bloodlust Mad Blade and Heavenbreaker. You two are next. It didn't take long for news of Divine Flame's death to spread. The forums went into an uproar. Nirvana Flame really killed Divine Flame. No way, right? It's confirmed. The information came from my friends in Divine Protectors. Shortly after, word of Crazy Magic's death spread too. Players checked Nie Yan's post on the forums. The list had actually been updated, with Divine Flame and Crazy Magic's names crossed out. They'd been killed. Only the original poster could edit their own posts. Nie Yan even had the leisure to spend time on the forums. This made it seem like assassinating Divine Flame and Crazy Magic was a walk in the park. Sure enough, shadow dancers were something else. Before long, more information came out. It turned out Divine Flame and Crazy Magic had been killed by Nie Yan's crossbow. No one knew what to think of this, it exceeded all of their expectations. They would never again underestimate the ranged power of a thief. The post just got updated again. Several minutes later, following Divine Flame and Crazy Magic, Bloodlust Mad Blade, Heavenbreaker, and several other notable players of Divine Protectors had been crossed out from the list as well. Nie Yan was killing people at an astonishing pace. Over half the people on the list had been killed within 30 minutes. The players on the forum sighed in admiration. Sure enough, Divine Protectors was no match for Asskickers United. Even with so many people, they couldn't do anything to Nirvana Flame. At this moment, Nie Yan surveyed his surroundings. He had already taken out most of the players on his list. Putting away his crossbow, he headed for the edge of the square. Under the assault of the two flying mounts, Lil Gold was starting to falter. With countless spells bombarding him, his health had already been chipped away to only 20%. The Wind Serpent and Thunderhawk firmly locked down Lil Gold, not allowing him any opportunity to attack. Nie Yan activated Gale Step. He flitted across the square and pounced toward the Wind Serpent. The rider of the Wind Serpent was a mage. He had his Wind Serpent dive down. Bang! It swung its tail at Lil Gold, causing him to stagger back. This golden dragon is way too goddamn tanky. The mage cried out in exasperation. He had never met such a doughty pet before. Lil Gold's battle prowess was comparable to a flying mount, not to mention he had a wide array of passive and active skills. Just what did Nirvana Flame feed him? The mage suddenly felt a cold chill behind his neck. His heart tightened. What? Before the mage could react, Nie Yan appeared behind him. With a cut throat, Zenard's sword drew a red arc across his throat. An instant kill. Sensing the death of its master, the Wind Serpent started wildly flailing in an attempt to throw Nie Yan off. Nie Yan brandished Zenard's sword and ruthlessly stabbed the Wind Serpent in the neck. PSSHFT. It easily pierced through the scales and flesh. Lacerate. Nie Yan twisted his wrist and drove Zenard's sword deeper. A large wound was opened on the Wind Serpent's back, a fountain of blood gushing out. It wailed out in pain. The more it struggled, the worse and the larger the wound grew. At this moment, the paladin riding the Thunder Eagle finally noticed something off. Seeing Nie Yan mutilating the Wind Serpent, he was scared out of his wits. Nie Yan was the monster he feared most. The thought of fighting never even crossed his mind. He had his flying mount turn around and flee. Want to run? Not so easy. Nie Yan's eyes flickered with a cold light. He shot out a web line at the fleeing Thunder Eagle. With a hard tug, he took to the air and flew 50 meters before landing on its back. Nie Yan shot forward and slashed down with Zenard's sword, instantly killing the paladin. He then struck the Thunder Eagle's back with Backbreaker, a rank 18 skill. The flames shrouding his blade flared out brightly. Cracked. The Thunder Eagle's spine was snapped in half. It let out a mournful screech, plunging down from the sky and crashing into the ground. Several unlucky players couldn't get away in time and were directly crushed under the Thunder Eagle's large body. They didn't even get a chance to scream before transforming into rays of light. Nie Yan stood atop the Thunder Eagle's corpse and swept his eyes over the square. Seeing his eyes brimming with killing intent, the crowd of players from Divine Protectors lost all confidence to attack and instead turned tail and fled away. Nie Yan pulled up Divine Recruitment and summoned Paladin Lofus. Lofus raised his sword in the air and cast several radiant heals, restoring Lil Gold's health back to full. With renewed vigor, Lil Gold gave chase after the players running for their lives. A one-sided slaughter started taking place. The entire Karuk's stronghold was in chaos. The casualties on the side of Divine Protectors was rapidly rising. Blade Light, Lei Su, and Smoke Stub had slaughtered their way up 5 arrow towers and destroyed them. The 5 casters hadn't sat idly by either. Casting AoE spells, they killed players in droves. Divine Flame and the others revived in the graveyard. What's the situation right now? Divine Flame anxiously asked. Boss, we've already suffered more than 10,000 casualties. Their magic is too damn powerful. Shit. What about our flying mounts? Divine Flame cursed in a dejected tone. Nie Yan's group only consisted of 12 people. Yet why did he feel so powerless against them? We've lost 5 so far. Divine Flame's heart sank. Even flying mounts weren't a match for Nie Yan and the others. Just how did they do it? Send over the videos. After a while, Divine Flame received several videos. The first was of Nie Yan killing the Wind Serpent and Thunder Eagle. His movements were a complete blur. Looking over at another video, Smoke Stub had evaded the dive of a griffin and slashed down with his great sword, running his blade through its upper body. Afterwards, Lei Su and Blade Light finished it off. In another video, a wyvern had encountered Black Hell, Lustboy, and young Sparrow Hawk. Black Hell immobilized it with Shadow Bind, causing it to crash down from the sky. Then Lustboy and young Sparrow Hawk blasted it to death with magic. Finally, an Ackley's dragonfly was shot down from the sky by Yao Yao and Young Seven. This group of players was way too overpowered. Even if all the defenses in the Karuk stronghold were activated, it wasn't built to contain monsters like Nie Yan. God damn it. Blast them with the cannons. I want them dead no matter what it takes. Divine Flame roared. We'll end up hurting our own people. I don't give a shit. Boss, Soaring Angel is flying over here with a group of 20+ players. He's requesting we cooperate with him, a player reported. Fine, listen to his commands. Understood. Nie Yan's group was wreaking havoc and destruction in the Karuk stronghold. The players from Divine Protectors retreated into the arrow towers, cannon towers, and other relatively safe places and started firing the cannons and ballista at Nie Yan's group. Boom, boom, boom. Every barrage of cannon fire shook the entire stronghold. Watch out, guys. Don't let yourself get hit by the cannons, Nie Yan warned. A direct blast from a cannon, and even tanky warriors like Blade Light, Smoke Stub, and Lei Su would instantly die. Shells flew left and right in the Karuk stronghold, whistling across the air. Boom, boom, boom. The ground violently shook with every explosion, causing many people to lose their balance. Lei Su and Blade Light died, Smoke Stub suddenly reported in a grave tone. Nie Yan's heart sank. How did that happen? With Lei Su and Blade Light's strength, who could possibly kill them? It was Soaring Angel. We were caught off guard. Smoke Stub said. When they were breaking into an arrow tower, they had suffered an ambush. Soaring Angel had come prepared. He had several mages lock the three of them down with formations. If Lei Su and Blade Light hadn't covered for him, he too would be dead right now. That bastard's here too. Nie Yan